Yixi traveled through time, but his system crashed. As an ordinary mortal in this cultivation world, he was utterly panicked. He could only stay in the courtyard rewarded by the system, daring not to take a single step outside. What he didn't know, though, was that the dog he raised was a supreme demon emperor. The calligraphy and paintings he casually created were fought over by countless powerful beings outside, who gained supreme Tao from them. The fish he kept was a divine dragon from the nine heavens. The cat in his arms was the nine-headed lion, a fierce beast. Chapter 1. The system malfunctions, Yixi in distress. Master, my time is drawing near. Farewell. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Yixi's mind. This unexpected turn of events left Yixi in a state of disbelief. What do you mean you've taught me everything? I have yet to even begin my training. The abrupt announcement startled Yixi, prompting him to shout in desperation. Wait, no. System, I need you. Clad in white, Yixi's expression morphed into one of sheer panic. Boom! In the depths of his despair, the system exploded with a deafening roar. It's over. I'm doomed. What should I do? What now? This place is fraught with peril. In utter despair, Yixi glanced around, his face a mask of terror. With the system's aid, one could ascend to the pinnacle of life, basking in the company of beauty and wielding immense power. Yet for him, it had become a pitfall. His journey had scarcely begun when the system met its demise. This world was perilous, and he was but an ordinary person. It was over, utterly over, in the Nine Heavens continent. The ancient war of myriad races had claimed countless formidable warriors, and where he stood was once a battlefield, a graveyard for the mighty, a forbidden zone teeming with the uncanny. Nightfall brought forth an eerie darkness that devoured life. Within this shroud of night, terrifying howls echoed, sending shivers down the spine. By day, countless fearsome beasts roamed, including mountain-like beast kings and colossal birds that blotted out the sky. A mere breath could spell his doom. Yixi had long anticipated the system to impart supreme techniques and countless novice gifts to empower him for survival. However, the system had merely taught him the ways of wisdom through study. Yixi believed that rewards might still be forthcoming, yet now, suddenly, it had all come to an end. Despair enveloped him entirely. This place was filled with anomalies. He could occasionally glimpse powerful beings soaring through the air. As a mere mortal, how could he possibly escape this forbidden zone? Woof, woof, woof. The sound of barking jolted Yixi from his panic and confusion. He looked down to find a large dog beside him, nuzzling him affectionately. Dahe, are you hungry? Yixi bent down to stroke the dog's head. It was his only companion capable of conversation. Dahe, possessing a certain spirit, nudged him gently. I'm hungry too. I'll go prepare a meal. With a sigh, Yixi headed towards the kitchen. The system may have exploded, but he still had to survive the outer edge of the forbidden zone. A piercing roar resounded. Su Feishuan, where do you think you're running? Ahead lies the ancient forbidden zone. Today, let's see who can save you. Hand over the Star Emperor token, and I might consider granting you a quicker death. Outside the forbidden zone, a chase ensued, two figures delving deeper into the ancient terrain. Leading was a striking young woman, blood trickling from her lips, racing through the void, leaving behind fleeting illusions, her speed astonishing. Yet her face was pale, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. Pursuing her was an elder shrouded in black clouds, exuding an aura as chilling as a specter from the depths of hell. Black Demon, you will never obtain the Star Emperor token. My master will arrive shortly, Su Feishuan retorted defiantly. Ha ha ha. You're nearly spent? How much longer can you hold out? Your master is indeed powerful, but there's no way he can catch up in such a short time. I have ample time to eliminate you. The sinister Black Demon, his expression greedy, coveted the Star Emperor token, the key to unlocking a relic that would elevate his power further. In a world where strength reigned supreme, who wouldn't go mad for power? The direction in which Su Feishuan fled fortuitously led her to where Yixi resided. Someone lives there? This is a forbidden zone. How could that be? Could it be a recluse? After leaping 100 miles, Su Feishuan spotted Yixi's courtyard and dashed towards it, her last hope for survival. Beyond lay the depths of the forbidden zone, a certain death awaiting her. Su Feishuan, you should surrender. The Black Demon, now also aware of the courtyard, wore a cold expression, his voice chilling as it echoed from an eternal abyss. He could not afford to give Su Feishuan even the slightest chance. As his words fell, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. After this blood sacrifice, a monstrous hand emerged from the black clouds, reaching for Su Feishuan. Not a chance. Boom! With fierce determination, Su Feishuan self-detonated her golden core, unleashing a terrifying force that repelled the black demon's vicious attack. Her body shot forth, the last of her strength propelling her into the courtyard. She actually self-destructed her golden core. The black demon was taken aback by Su Feishuan's resolute decision. The sudden appearance of a courtyard in the Forbidden Zone was an exceedingly strange occurrence. He dared not underestimate it. His mental energy enveloped the courtyard, revealing only a person and a dog within, causing his heart to relax. Just a mere mortal that if I don't interfere with anything else, there should be no issue. Su Feishuan, the Star Emperor token is mine. The black demon, eyeing the unconscious Su Feishuan, lunged towards the courtyard. As he approached, an overwhelming pressure erupted, immobilizing him in midair. The color drained from his face, and fear filled his eyes, for at that moment, a small cat within the courtyard had locked onto him. Once a docile and charming pet, the cat now transformed into a forbidden entity, scanning the black demon with eyes full of disdain. With a single blink, the black demon at the Celestial Dan realm exploded, vanishing without a trace. Meow. With a languid yawn, the cat sauntered away. What was that? Did a beast intrude upon the courtyard? Yixi, cooking in the kitchen, trembled at the sound of Su Feishuan crashing into the courtyard. His grip on the knife turned pale from exertion. With the system gone, his reliance shattered, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease, now heightened by fear. Damn it, I must close the door. Yixi cautiously approached the door, but as he was about to close it, he caught sight of Su Feishuan in the courtyard, leaving him utterly astonished. A woman? Yixi was taken aback. A woman had inexplicably appeared in his courtyard. This was a first in 3 years. At this moment, Yixi was exceedingly cautious. He did not rush out, instead observing Su Feishuan intently. Meow. The cat gently pawed at Su Feishuan, calling out to Yixi as if testing the waters. Seems there's no danger. Summoning his courage, Yixi stepped outside. Are you injured? She is indeed a practitioner. Upon glancing at Su Feishuan's attire, Yixi confirmed her identity. Anyone who could venture into the Forbidden Zone was not to be trifled with, though he was purely a bystander. In this unexpected turn of events, Yixi's eyes flickered as she resolved to care for Su Feishuan, hoping to forge a benevolent connection that might lead her out of the perilous confines of the Forbidden Zone. The dangers were immense, and should this woman turn out to be a malevolent force, she would accept her fate. Death was inevitable, after all. Miss, awaken! Yixi approached and called out. Noticing that Su Feishuan remained silent, she extended her hand to check for breath and found a faint sign of life. She is still alive. The cultivator possesses formidable strength and vitality. She should regain consciousness soon. I must leave a good impression. Yixi felt a surge of joy. As long as she was alive, the hope of escaping the Forbidden Zone remained intact. Gently, she wiped the blood from Su Feishuan's lips and fetched water from an ancient well to nourish her. Healing, however, was beyond Yixi's capabilities. Yet, the seemingly ordinary water, once ingested, unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that began to mend Su Feishuan's shattered meridians and golden core at an astonishing pace, as if she had consumed a legendary elixir. Her pallid complexion regained a hint of color in the blink of an eye. Truly, cultivators recover swiftly. Witnessing Su Feishuan's transformation, Yixi felt a deep envy and was secretly awed. When would she herself possess such power? Cultivators were indeed formidable. Woof, woof, woof. The large dog beside them barked. Do not fret, it will be all right soon. Yixi hurried into the kitchen, resuming her tasks. After Yixi had departed, spiritual energy radiated from Su Feishuan's body, enveloping her and hastening the healing of her wounds. The destruction of her golden core had severed her path as a martial artist, and it was well known among warriors that such injuries were nearly impossible to heal. Yet at this moment, Su Feishuan's self-exploded golden core began to reconstitute itself. Wow, From her seat, Su Feishuan expelled a mouthful of dark blood and regained consciousness. The dark blood contained numerous impurities from within her body. I am not dead. Su Feishuan glanced around the courtyard, somewhat dazed. After all, she had detonated her golden core. In the next moment, her expression shifted as she discovered that her golden core was intact, albeit dimmed to a shadow of its former self. This revelation left Su Feishuan incredulous. Could it be that I am dreaming? Miss, have you awakened? Li Yixi, who had been attentively observing Su Feishuan, promptly emerged, eager to make a favorable impression on this formidable individual. Was it a senior in the courtyard who saved me? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Su Feishuan cast a glance at Li Yixi, realizing she was merely a mortal. Yet, she dared not show any disrespect, smiling as she inquired. Anyone associated with a being capable of restoring her golden core, even if they were mortal, was not someone she could offend. A senior. My dear lady, I am the only one here. There are no seniors present. I am unsure how to heal. I merely offered you some clear water, which hardly constitutes a life-saving grace. It is you who are remarkable. After all, you are no ordinary person. Li Yixi smiled as she explained. This was indeed a significant individual. Perhaps she was testing me to see if I would take undue credit. It must be so. I must ensure to leave a good impression. Li Yixi stood in the courtyard, her face adorned with a smile. Both felt that offending the other was unwise. Clear water, you say? It seems that Senior prefers to remain anonymous. Indeed, saving me is already an immense fortune. Upon hearing this, Su Feishuan bowed deeply to Li Yixi, expressing her gratitude for the care shown. She could not fathom that her self-destructed Dantian had not only reformed, but had also become even more refined, as if it had been tempered countless times. At this moment, she could still sense the spiritual energy within her. It was not mere water, but rather the true master of the courtyard who, wishing to remain unseen, had sent her away in such a manner. The restoration of her golden core was a force beyond comprehension. Su Feishuan now held even greater reverence for the master of the courtyard. Should she receive guidance, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit. Su Feishuan dared not linger, as the senior had not made an appearance. There was no reason for her to stay. Should the senior be displeased, the consequences for the Taijing Palace could be dire. Sir, I am Su Feishuan, a disciple of the Taijing Palace. May I inquire your name? I shall forever remember your great kindness. Su Feishuan bowed respectfully. Chapter 2, it turns out, he is indeed the supreme existence. I humbly decline. I am but an ordinary mortal, unworthy of being addressed as such. Miss Su, please call me Li Yixi. The surname Li, combined with Yixi, signifies the reminiscence of bygone days. Li Yixi sumilat alata. Yet dared not accept the grand gestures of Su Feishuan, hastily stepping back. After all, this individual is a formidable figure. To have him linger would indeed be fortuitous, potentially increasing my chances of being taken along. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, the large black dog emerged, barking a few times. All right, Miss Su, I wonder if you would mind my humble fare. The Taijing Palace, as its name suggests, is undoubtedly an esteemed power, and the cuisine must be delectable. I fear my simple meal pales in comparison, yet I cannot dismiss my guest. It is rather awkward, as I am genuinely hungry. Thank you for your hospitality. Young Master Li, Feishuan expressed her profound gratitude. Instantly, Su Feishuan's spirits soared, for this meant she could remain here legitimately. That esteemed elder would not hold it against her. After all, she was invited. As the dishes were served, Li Yixi, disregarding all else, began to feast voraciously, for he was indeed famished. Su Feishuan felt quite embarrassed. She naturally wished to maintain her poised demeanor. Yet at this moment, her curiosity regarding the surroundings overshadowed her interest in the meal before her. As a prominent youth of the Taijing Palace, she had savored countless delicacies. Lifting the cup of water that Li Yixi had poured for her, she took a casual sip. In the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically, for she realized that what she had consumed was not mere water, but a precious essence, formed from condensed spiritual energy. Even in the Taijing Palace, such spiritual liquid was exceedingly rare and certainly not something she could freely access. Yet here was Li Yixi, treating it as if it were common water. Miss Su, is this water not to your liking? If so, I can fetch you something else, Yixi. Noticing her change in demeanor, quickly rose to his feet. After all, she was a significant figure, and his ability to remain here depended entirely on her satisfaction. And no, it's quite delightful. I have never tasted water this exquisite before, Su Feishuan hurriedly replied, draining the cup of spiritual liquid in one go. As the essence flowed into her body, it seemed to encompass the power of the great Tao, continually transforming her being. In mere moments, her golden elixir became extraordinarily radiant, and she ascended directly to the heavenly elixir realm. Furthermore, her body underwent tremendous changes, though the anxious Su Feishuan remained unaware. I drank a cup of water and ascended. Su Feishuan exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. A tempest of thoughts surged within her. To think that such an operation could be executed with mere spiritual liquid as water was beyond comprehension. What do you mean by ascended, Miss Su? What has happened? Li Yixi, bewildered, was entirely a loss regarding Su Feishuan's words. Senior, no, it's nothing. Suddenly, a multitude of thoughts surged within Su Feishuan. Her gaze towards Li Yixi transformed entirely. The spiritual liquid, even if consumed by an ordinary person, could lead to immediate success in foundational cultivation. Even a mere pig would exhibit noticeable changes. Yet, Li Yixi showed no signs of alteration whatsoever. Su Feishuan realized that there could be only one explanation. Li Yixi was unfathomable, an entity beyond her comprehension. Perhaps he was a peak martial artist, an esteemed ancestor. Miss Su, I have stated before that I am merely immortal. There are no predecessors here. I have resided in this place for many years, Li Yixi reiterated. Master Li, I have been remiss, Su Feishuan replied, her body trembling in response to a growing sense of dread. For many years, how much spiritual liquid had she consumed? Immortal? Who would believe such words? It appeared that this esteemed individual was indeed surnamed Li. Recalling the past, could it be that this venerable one has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts, unrivaled in the world and in solitude? Chose the name Yixi to reminisce about the ordinary days of yore? To embody immortal while reminiscing about the past. It must be so. Indeed, he was the supreme being who saved me. Recalling the past, it seemed this venerable one desired to live as a mortal, weary of bloodshed. Finally, I understand. Su Feishuan was astounded. Contemplating these matters, she instantly regained her clarity, reuniting her golden core. Such a formidable ability, yet he chose to remain hidden here, undoubtedly disillusioned with deception and treachery. Do not call me master. Simply refer to me as Yixi, Li Yixi said, feeling quite anxious. This person was indeed a significant figure. Please, do not address me as master. I am genuinely unsettled. No, master, you deserve the title, she insisted. You say Feishuan, my life belongs to you. If you continue to refuse, I shall be at a loss, for my master taught me that one must repay kindness. Having attained enlightenment, Su Feishuan dared not utter Li Yixi's name. Very well, Miss Su, please take a seat, Li Yixi said, feeling somewhat helpless. A cultivator, indeed, transcended the realm of mortals. Such politeness was commendable. Master, please, you first. Su Feishuan dared not sit down before Li Yixi. Li Yixi hastily took a seat. Su Feishuan's courtesy and refinement compelled him, a mere mortal, to allow her to remain standing. However, once seated, an awkwardness enveloped them, leaving him uncertain of how to converse. Li Yixi could only transfer food from his plate to Su Feishuan's. Miss Su, please. Master Li, I'm actually not hungry, Su Feishuan exclaimed, taken aback. Yet, as soon as she uttered these words, she froze in disbelief, realizing she had refused. The clear water was spiritual liquid. How could the food be any different? I actually turned it down. How foolish I am. Am I a pig? No, I'm even more foolish than a pig. Su Feishuan scolded herself 100 times. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she had dared to refuse it. As Li Yixi remained oblivious to her presence, Su Feishuan, her cheeks flushed, hastily brought the food from her plate to her mouth. Upon tasting it, her expression underwent a profound transformation. In her eyes, a celestial sword manifested, a supreme divine blade, seemingly descending from the heavens. As it moved, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the very void to tremble. This was the true essence of the Xidian divine sword from the Ta Ching Palace. Yet, this essence vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared. For Su Feishuan could not grasp it. What kind of ingredient was this food capable of inspiring such enlightenment? Moments ago, she had merely been contemplating that had she mastered the Xidian divine sword, she would not be pursued by the black demon, and thus she beheld its true essence. As Su Feishuan contemplated shamelessly indulging further, the last morsel on her plate was snatched away by the large black dog that leaped from the ground. Her chopsticks hovered awkwardly in midair, creating a rather embarrassing moment. The dog, with its back turned to Su Feishuan, remained vigilant, hastily devouring its prize. Su Feishuan's face reflected her frustration. She had missed a golden opportunity. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, she quickly said, "Young Master Li, allow me to assist you with the cleanup." "No need," he replied, rising to his feet. "As a mere mortal, I am accustomed to such tasks. How could a powerful cultivator like Miss Su be burdened with such menial work?" He hurriedly began to tidy up. Watching Li Yixi enter the kitchen, Su Feishuan let out a long sigh. Today had been utterly astonishing. She had encountered a being of unparalleled existence. The clear water was a precious spirit liquid, and a single bite of food had the power to facilitate enlightenment. How extraordinary! It felt as though she were lost in a dream. To calm herself, Su Feishuan diverted her gaze, surveying the grand hall. However, upon closer inspection, she was startled by a particular piece of calligraphy that drained the color from her face. "Having endured countless tribulations and perils, even if my soul is shattered, my spirit endures. I shall battle through 100 cycles of reincarnation. Even amidst the chaos of the 6 paths, I shall achieve immortality. I am a being who cannot perish in 100 battles. Heaven cannot extinguish me, nor can the earth entomb me. Even if my soul is scattered, my spirit shall never fade. Now, as I reunite my soul and reshape my body, I have finally returned." Each word seemed to harbor an infinite power, threatening to consume her very soul. Terrified, Su Feishuan quickly averted her gaze, unwilling to look any longer. "Having endured countless tribulations and perils, even if my soul is shattered, my spirit endures. I shall battle through 100 cycles of reincarnation. Even amidst the chaos of the 6 paths, I shall achieve immortality. I am a being who cannot perish in 100 battles. Heaven cannot extinguish me, nor can the earth entomb me. Even if my soul is scattered, my spirit shall never fade. Now, as I reunite my soul and reshape my body, I have finally returned." Su Feishuan murmured to herself, her spirit nearly escaping the confines of her body. The presence she encountered, what manner of existence was it? Battling through 100 cycles of reincarnation, impervious to the chaos of the 6 paths, unquenchable by heaven and unbared by earth. What kind of being was this? "Miss Su, are you admiring the calligraphy?" Li Qingqidat. "I apologize for my lack of skill. I merely copied this phrase from a book out of boredom. I thought it would be amusing." He sighed, reflecting on the character Dugu. This was something he had gleaned from the god tomb and felt a pang of nostalgia for Earth, realizing how perilous this place truly was. Duel, alone, solitude. Once, this supreme being, standing at the pinnacle, felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Observing Li Yixi, who was lost in reminiscence, Su Feishuan gained a profound understanding. At that moment, Li Yixi stood there as if he had emerged from the primordial depths, appearing remarkably majestic in Su Feishuan's eyes. Indeed, he was the embodiment of that supreme existence. Chapter 3. How could the supreme being conceal himself from Feishuan? At this moment, a voice echoed from the periphery of the ancient Forbidden Land. Though the voice was soft, it resonated strangely across a radius of several miles. It was laced with urgency, reminiscent of a mother who had lost her child, and one could sense the emotional turmoil embedded within the sound. The ancient Forbidden Land, even at its outskirts, was fraught with peril, teeming with beast kings. To search for someone in such a place was akin to courting death, underscoring the desperation, chaos, and tension of the situation. "Master, it is the Master. The Master has come." Awakened from her astonishment by Li Yixi's artistry, Su Feishuan recognized the voice. It belonged to her master, whom she knew well. She also sensed the urgency within the voice, realizing the dangers of searching for someone in the ancient Forbidden Land. The one seeking Su Feishuan was none other than her master, the leader of the Ta Qing Palace, Shun Qing. At that moment, Shun Qing appeared anxious, her complexion pale, and her robes somewhat tattered, clearly having just emerged from battle without the opportunity to change. Su Feishuan was not only her disciple, but also the pride of the Ta Qing Palace. In recent years, the palace had seen a decline in talent, and with Su Feishuan's extraordinary cultivation at a young age, having reached the Earth Dan realm, she represented the hope of the Ta Qing Palace. The path of martial arts is categorized into various realms: body refinement, human Dan, Earth Dan, Heaven Dan, Divine Dan, Celestial River, Celestial Path, Heavenly Martial, Earthly Martial, Divine Martial, Nirvana, Reincarnation, Divine Fire, and True Divinity. Currently, the strongest in the Ta Qing Palace was Shun Qing herself, possessing only the Divine Dan realm. A battle years ago had damaged her foundation, leaving her unable to progress further in this lifetime. The hope of developing the Ta Qing Palace now rested solely on Su Feishuan. The competition for the Star Emperor's order was also to enable Su Feishuan to enter the ruins and advance further. Following the trace of energy, Su Feishuan unexpectedly ventured into the ancient Forbidden Land. How could Shun Qing not be anxious? Given the lethal nature of this place, Su Feishuan's safety was at stake. Just as despair was about to consume Shun Qing, an explosion of colorful fireworks lit up the sky, capturing her attention. This was the communication method of the Ta Qing Palace. Feishuan, good, you're alive. Shun Qing exclaimed with joy and hurriedly flew towards the source of the signal. Soon, she beheld Su Feishuan hovering above the courtyard, her aura steady, and her heart soared with relief. Feishuan, you are unharmed. At last, I can rest easy. Shun Qing landed before Su Feishuan, her eyes filled with joy as she assessed her disciple. Another practitioner, Su Feishuan's master, must possess even greater strength. What should she do? How might she forge a closer bond with such a formidable being? In the courtyard, Yixi found himself in a state of great anxiety, constantly pondering how to cultivate closer ties with the esteemed practitioners surrounding him. Yet, as an ordinary mortal, he possessed nothing of significance to offer. The practitioners were individuals of great renown, drawn to treasures that could aid their cultivation, while he, lacking aptitude, magical artifacts, or spirit stones, felt utterly helpless. Alas, at that moment, Yixi wore a smile on his lips, yet his heart was heavy with despair. Despite racking his brain for something of value to present, he felt utterly defeated. Sighing deeply, he lamented the plight of an ordinary human. In the void, Shun Qing, having confirmed that Su Feishuan was unharmed, inquired, Feishuan, what the dark demon? With Su Feishuan seemingly unscathed, it appeared that the Star Emperor's decree had been successfully obtained. However, Shun Qing was curious about how Su Feishuan had evaded the dark demon, a formidable being at the early stage of the celestial pill realm, while Su Feishuan, despite her exceptional talent, was merely at the mid-stage of the earth pill realm. How had she managed to escape? Ah, the dark demon? Su Feishuan was momentarily taken aback. Since her rescue, she had been in a state of shock, completely forgetting about the dark demon. Observing the confusion on her face, Shun Qing was perplexed. After all, the dark demon had been in pursuit of Su Feishuan. Feishuan, did the dark demon not chase after you? The dark demon relentlessly pursued me. In a moment of crisis, when I found myself unable to flee, I detonated my golden pill, and after that, I have no recollection of what transpired, Su Feishuan confessed, genuinely unaware of the dark demon's current state. You detonated your golden pill? Silly girl, do not speak such nonsense. Do not frighten your master. You seem perfectly well. How could you have detonated your golden pill? Were you not terrified? It is my inadequacy for not being able to protect you. Shun Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. No, master, I truly did detonate my golden pill. It was the Supreme Being here who helped me reconstitute it. Look, I have even stepped into the celestial pill realm. Master, this place is filled with great fortune and opportunities. Perhaps here, you too might achieve a breakthrough. At that moment, Su Feishuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Shun Qing, her mentor, was as dear to her as her own parents. Years ago, due to the ravages of war, her foundation had been compromised, halting her martial journey at the divine pill realm. The fact that she could reconstitute her golden pill after its detonation suggested that healing Shunqing could be a simple matter, perhaps requiring only a cup of pure water. A miraculous spiritual liquid would surely mend her master's injuries. Su Feishuan believed this spiritual liquid to be extraordinary, imbued with enigmatic power. Otherwise, it would not have enabled her such remarkable progress, nor would it have facilitated the reconstitution of her golden pill, rendering it even more refined. The convergence of the golden pill signified immense fortune and opportunity. In that moment, Shunqing felt as though she were dreaming. Scanning her surroundings, she discerned that Yixi was undeniably an ordinary mortal, remarkably unremarkable. Could such a person truly be the supreme being? Surely not. Yet the earnestness in her disciple's gaze was undeniable, and Su Feishuan had never lied to her. Moreover, Shunqing truly sensed that his disciple had indeed achieved a breakthrough to the celestial Dan realm. At this moment, even a matter concerning the Star Emperor's decree slipped his mind. It was imperative to express gratitude to the other party today. If this individual were indeed a hermit of great repute, it would be a tremendous fortune for the Taiqing Palace. Su Feishuan, tugging at her master's sleeve, hastily descended, introducing, "Young Master Li, this is my master, Shunqing." Li Yixi was about to speak, but Su Feishuan preempted him. "It is the master of Taiqing Palace who has graced us with his presence today. It is a blessing for this humble one. Please do enter." Li Yixi dared not be careless, feeling a surge of anxiety within, fearing that any misstep might offend them. "Young Master Li, if we are an inconvenience, we shall not impose. You are my savior, and Feishuan addressing you as young master is a mark of respect. I implore you, do not decline." Su Feishuan, somewhat anxious, realized that if Li Yixi were to refuse, their hopes would be dashed. Having been raised by Shunqing, much like a biological mother, she yearned to seize this opportunity. Young Master Li had saved Feishuan. Such a favor warranted her respectful address. "Master Shun, I am grateful for your rescue of my disciple. The kindness is beyond repayment." Shunqing echoed, placing his trust in Su Feishuan. This individual must not be offended, lest the Taiqing Palace cease to exist. At this moment, Shunqing was also deeply concerned. An unparalleled existence, when enraged, could lead to countless casualties. "Please, both of you," Yixi smiled helplessly, his heart racing, his mind engulfed in confusion. He recalled reading that these cultivators were often proud beings, yet here they were, treating an ordinary person like himself with such courtesy. Was it possible that all cultivators in this world were so polite and peaceful? It was perplexing. However, Li Yixi dared not let his guard down. Perhaps this was a test from a formidable figure. One must tread carefully, or he might face dire consequences. Cautiously, he led the two into the hall. Upon entering the grand hall, Su Feishuan felt that her subtle intentions could not remain concealed before an unparalleled being. They would only serve to provoke disdain. Her master's injuries had surely been noted by Li Yixi, thus there was no need for pretense. Hence, Su Feishuan knelt down. "Thud, young Master Li, I have a request. I ask for your assistance." Su Feishuan's sudden kneeling startled Li Yixi, causing his mind to buzz with confusion. What was happening? MMP. Li Yixi, with a darkened expression, hurriedly grasped Su Feishuan's arm. "Miss Su, please do not frighten me. I, Li Yixi, am merely an ordinary mortal with no capabilities to offer. If there is anything I can do to assist you, please command me. Please, have a seat. I shall fetch you some water. We can discuss matters later." At this moment, Li Yixi was genuinely flustered. Women, indeed, were troublesome beings. "I am truly just a mortal. Please, do not cause a stir." With a sense of helplessness, she went to pour water, stepping outside to take a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming tension. Su Feishuan harbored no malicious intent, yet with Shunqing present, the fear of losing face loomed large, and as an ordinary mortal, she felt utterly powerless. She could not accept such grand gestures from Su Feishuan, fearing it might lead to dire consequences. In her previous life as a denizen of Earth, Li Yixi was well aware that some individuals were adept at manipulation. It would be all too easy for Shun Qing to eliminate her. How could an ordinary person like herself contend with these formidable cultivators? As the young master observed Li Yixi's departing figure, Su Feishuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. However, the words that almost escaped her lips were swallowed back. The young master had indeed seen through everything. Since he had chosen to take on a mortal guise, it was clear he did not wish for her to speak. In his presence, nothing could remain concealed. If she were to hide her thoughts, it might only lead to his disdain. The young master had perceptively understood the gravity of her master's injuries and recognized her unspoken plea. The young master desired to linger in this ancient forbidden zone, embodying a mortal to reminisce about his past life. She could not disrupt his existence. The treachery of the cultivation world had no place here, for this was a sacred ground to be protected. Could he truly read their minds? Beside her, Shunqing wore a solemn expression. His curiosity about the so-called spiritual liquid deepened. Could it truly be as Feishuan had described? The realm of divine elixirs was inherently limited in perception, and the existence of the Supreme was beyond his comprehension. Shunqing, too, was gravely serious, waiting for Li Yixi. "Master, you have been saved," Su Feishuan assured, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Shunqing, her face alight with joy. Chapter 4. Could this truly be the Nine Heavens' spiritual liquid? Was it indeed as Feishuan claimed? The conviction in Su Feishuan's eyes began to sow seeds of doubt in Shunqing's mind. After all, he was not an unmatched sage capable of seeing through anyone's soul. The notion of a self-destructing golden core was foreign to him. Once shattered, it was irreversible. Yet, cultivation was inherently an act of defiance against fate. Could the irreversible truly be reversed? Seeing the steadfast determination in his disciple's eyes, Shunqing smiled, saying, "Master is looking forward to it. Soon, we shall have our answers. Your well-being is paramount," he added. "Yes, Master, our Taiqing Palace is saved." Su Feishuan exclaimed joyfully. "Once your foundation is repaired, you shall surely break through, and the threat from the earthly fiend's sect will be resolved," she continued, her delight palpable. Shunqing too smiled, beginning to survey the hall. The emergence of a courtyard within this ancient forbidden land was astonishing. It was not that courtyards had never been discovered, but those found were always desolate and devoid of life, while this place thrived with inhabitants. This, at least, was difficult to explain, mysterious and unfathomable. By chance, Shunqing's gaze fell upon a piece of calligraphy hanging prominently in the room. It was conspicuous, with no attempt at concealment, clearly not an object of great significance. Yet, calligraphy could reveal much about a person's preferences and habits. Through countless tribulations and perils, even if my soul were to scatter, my consciousness remains intact. I have battled through 100 lifetimes. Despite the impermanence of the 6 realms, I shall endure eternally. I am a person who has never succumbed to battle. Heaven cannot extinguish me, nor can earth entomb me. Even if my soul were to disperse, my essence shall never fade. Now, I have reunited my spirit and reconstructed my corporeal form. I have finally returned. These words now transform into swirling vortices, seemingly capable of devouring all, consuming the vast heavens and myriad paths. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupts from Shunqing's lips. She feels her spirit trembling, as if the words within the painting could consume her very soul and dominate everything. The overwhelming force is beyond description, suppressing all in its wake. Moreover, Shunqing perceives that each character is imbued with a terrifying Tao, vast and profound, as if it encompasses all the principles and rules of reward and punishment in this world. Simultaneously, she glimpses a path that belongs solely to her. Shunqing distinctly senses that her own Tao has encountered a dilemma. To put it bluntly, she has strayed onto a misguided path, oppressed by Li Yixi's Tao. In just a glance, her resolve nearly shatters. The words inscribed upon the painting are utterly horrifying, unprecedented. Even true gods might perish under such weight, for after all, there exists the cycle of epochs. The 5 declines of heavenly beings are difficult to withstand. Master, Su Feishuan, standing nearby, is struck with fear, her complexion paling, her spirit in disarray. Why has Master suddenly spat blood? Is it because of the struggle for the Star Emperor's decree? Was Master injured and has only now erupted? It is all because of me, because of me. Otherwise, Master would not be in such a state. Su Feishuan is terrified, fearing the loss of her master. Wishing to rush to confront Li Yixi, yet too afraid to leave for a moment, fearing she may never see her master again. Feishuan, Master is fine, merely an accident. This place belongs to a higher power. We must not act disrespectfully. Shun Qing, shaken, is now filled with trepidation for this locale, fearing to disturb the exalted being. Should they be displeased, they might obliterate them with a mere gesture. Thus, she swiftly covers Su Feishuan's mouth, silencing her. This is indeed a fortunate occurrence. She realizes the issue with her Tao. Henceforth, the path will flow with unprecedented smoothness. Su Feishuan quickly silences herself, collecting her emotions. This place undeniably demands respect. Master is unharmed. Rather, it is a benefit. I observe the painting, which contains a terrifying Tao. It is my Tao that has encountered an issue, but now I comprehend where the problem lies. If I can mend my foundation, the path ahead will be extraordinarily smooth. With a wave of her hand, Shun Qing instantaneously evaporates the blood upon the ground, leaving no trace behind, her heart elated. Su Feishuan's expression also shifts, the worry in her eyes dissipating. She knows while the painting is indeed miraculous, its power formidable. Su Feishuan quickly gathered her emotions and displayed a smile. The well-being of her master surpassed all else. Indeed, around the supreme existence, opportunities abound at every turn. Perhaps, in the eyes of the other, these matters are merely commonplace. This might be the nature of casual generosity. Talp, talp, talp. At that moment, Li Yixi, holding a tray of water, entered with a joyful expression, completely unaware of the events unfolding in the hall. Here you are. Water has arrived, she announced. Li Yixi moved swiftly, for she could not afford to delay. This was her chance to emerge from the ancient forbidden land. And as the host, she must ensure no one could find fault with her. Thank you, my lord. Shun Qing and Su Feishuan promptly stood, bowing respectfully, daring not to show any impoliteness. Please, have a seat. This place is rather humble, she urged. Make yourselves comfortable. This is the way of mortal life. Drink, drink. Li Yixi hastily insisted, placing the water before Shun Qing. My lord, you should sit as well. Yet, Li Yixi would not take a seat, and neither would the two ladies dare to do so. No need. You first enjoy the water. I shall fetch some fruits. With a smile, Li Yixi exited the hall, not even granting Su Feishuan and Shun Qing a chance to speak. She arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once again, the hall was left with the exceedingly anxious Su Feishuan and Shun Qing. Master, Su Feishuan gazed at the water, her breath quickening with excitement. After witnessing the miraculous nature of the calligraphy and painting, Shun Qing dared not underestimate this clear water. With trepidation, she lifted the cup and drank deeply. As the pure liquid entered her mouth, the power of the spiritual essence erupted, akin to a divine elixir, continuously mending her damaged foundations. Shun Qing's expression shifted, her understanding utterly overturned. Spiritual essence? Surely, this is no ordinary spiritual essence. Its efficacy is beyond anything I have ever encountered. It must be a far more precious form of it. In just one cup, not only did it restore her weakened foundation, but it also began to transform her physique. At that moment, she could sense the changes within her body. Something deep within her bloodline was awakening. With her physique strengthening, her innate talent surged, and the limitations of her body were being shattered. In the next instant, she discovered her body had become extraordinarily light. She could distinctly feel the flow of the wind. With a mere movement of her fingertip, a vortex of wind materialized at her touch. This is the spirit of the wind. She marveled at the whirlwind forming at her fingertip, utterly astonished. In the next moment, gazing at the now empty cup, a thought struck her, and her mouth formed an O shape. This is the Nine Heavens spiritual essence. Shun Qing recalled the legendary divine substance, thoroughly shocked. To have the Nine Heavens spiritual essence so casually presented was beyond her comprehension. What kind of existence was this? Her reverence for Li Yixi reached new heights. Shun Qing, being significantly older and the master of the Taiqing Palace, possessed a wealth of knowledge and was privy to even deeper secrets. Chapter 5. The Peach of Immortality. A treasure of the celestial realm? Uncertainty, paradoxically, breeds no fear. The more one knows, the greater the trepidation that ensues. The nine heavens spiritual liquid, in Shun Qing's recollection, is an entity of divine origin, a mere figment encountered solely within ancient texts, never rumored to have graced the realm of reality. It is an artifact of myth. Yet astonishingly, he has not only witnessed it, but also partaken of it. The incredulity of the situation leaves Shun Qing momentarily dazed, grappling with the sheer impossibility of it all. Feishuan, this is the nine heavens spiritual liquid. How can I express my gratitude to the esteemed elder? At this moment, Shun Qing's anxiety eclipses even that of Su Feishuan, who appears far more composed. After all, she had experienced the initial shock, and witnessing her master's agitation has somewhat steadied her nerves. Master, do you recall the elder's name? Li Yixi, Shun Qing responds. Li is presumably the elder's surname. The characters Yixi convey the notion of reminiscing about the past. The nine heavens spiritual liquid has bestowed upon us the reminder that this is pure water. Master, the elder must undoubtedly be a figure standing atop the firmament, perhaps even a sovereign of the heavens. Their presence here suggests a desire to experience mortal life and reflect upon the past. We must not dare to label this as a divine artifact, lest we invoke the elder's displeasure. It would be prudent to refer to the elder as Gongzi instead, as they seem not to harbor contempt for that title. Yixi, a remembrance of bygone days, indeed. It appears the elder is savoring the experience of humanity, perhaps lost in nostalgia. We must refrain from disturbing this tranquility. Feishuan, your wisdom shines through. Had it not been for your insight, Master might have inadvertently courted disaster. Shun Qing gazed at Su Feishuan, her eyes alight with affection. It was clear that her disciple was astute, while she herself had almost stumbled into calamity. Yet, both felt an undercurrent of tension. The Supreme Being had taken the time to prepare fruit for them, a gesture that felt both surreal and unsettling. They dared not leave, anxiety gnawing at them, and resorted to hushed conversation. Master, does this calligraphy truly embody the Tao? Why can I not perceive it? Su Feishuan regarded the formidable power of the artwork with trepidation. Yet every cultivator yearns for the Tao. Your cultivation is somewhat lacking. Naturally, you cannot see it. In time, you shall come to understand the priceless nature of such art. Shun Qing replied solemnly. Master, Su Feishuan began to speak, but was silenced by a gesture from Shun Qing. She quickly retracted her words, understanding that as a mortal, it was inappropriate to speak of treasures in the elder's presence. Master, the Gongzi-esque calligraphy is undoubtedly transcendent, surpassing those of so-called masters. I believe it could fetch an astronomical price if sold. No, to assign a price would tarnish its essence. This artwork, I believe, is a treasure beyond valuation. Su Feishuan es eternistli. Indeed, to quantify the sacred with mundane currency would diminish its sanctity. Just then, as they reached the threshold, Li Yixi overheard this remark and a smile graced his lips. Miss Su, you leave me utterly humbled. This piece of calligraphy, merely an impromptu creation, is rather mundane, serving only to express some memories that are hardly noteworthy. Li Yixi, feeling helpless, could not be bothered to elaborate. The profound essence contained within such a casual work, merely an expression of sentiment, is astonishing. Su Feishuan and her master gasped in astonishment, their beautiful eyes gazing weakly at Li Yixi. They had heard tales of many illustrious predecessors, whose extraordinary cultivation allowed them to masquerade as ordinary people, and today they had the fortune of encountering one. Contemplating this, the two dared not even breathe, their hearts racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The ethereal liquid from the nine heavens, now accompanied by fruit, revealed that the adept did not disdain their presence. Li Yixi approached with a smile, saying, Please, make yourselves comfortable. All right. Shun Qing appeared somewhat dazed, while Su Feishuan was slightly more composed. At this moment, Su Feishuan discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Previously captivated solely by the calligraphy, she had not yet taken in the other items. Noticing an ancient zither placed in the pavilion outside the hall, she could not help but inquire. "Do you enjoy playing the zither, young master?" "It is merely a pastime during moments of leisure, with no guests around. It can be rather lonely," Li Yixi replied casually. Su Feishuan, maintaining her composure, quickly gestured to Shen Qing, attempting to forge a connection with Li Yixi. She then eagerly suggested, "I have a friend who has immersed herself in zither art for many years. Perhaps I could bring her next time for an exchange with you." Indeed, Su Feishuan's friend possessed exceptional skills in playing the zither. Li Yixi, feeling a sense of boredom, thought this might amuse him, and thus she hurriedly spoke up. Shen Qing was equally pleased with this idea, knowing that Su Feishuan's friend was the most accomplished zither player she had encountered. Bringing her here might indeed earn Li Yixi favor. Li Yixi waved his hand with a wry smile, saying, "Let us pass on that. I only have a superficial understanding myself." As a practitioner, Su Feishuan's friend was likely also a cultivator, and although Li Yixi could play the zither, he felt it would be presumptuous to engage in musical discourse with a practitioner. In his eyes, cultivators traversed the heavens and the earth, akin to celestial beings. How could an ordinary person like himself presume to converse with them? Who knows if the so-called exchange among practitioners might unleash sound waves that could obliterate him? Though he had never witnessed it, he firmly believed that practitioners were indeed capable of such feats. At this moment, Li Yixi set down the peach he had been holding and smiled. "Please enjoy. They may not be ripe yet, but they are quite sweet already." The peaches he had brought were freshly picked from the orchard, still green and unripe. "What is this?" Shen Qing and Su Feishuan gazed at the peaches with curiosity, pondering what kind of spiritual fruit this might be, having never encountered such peaches before. "These are peaches. Have you truly never seen them?" Li Yixi asked with genuine curiosity. "They are quite common in my homeland. Are you certain you have never encountered them? Although this place is not Earth, the pantao is merely an ordinary fruit above it. Can it be that such a world truly lacks it?" The expressions of the two seemed sincere. "Young master, we have indeed never encountered the pantao. Might you enlighten us on its origins?" Shen Qing spoke hastily. This was the first time she had laid eyes on such a peculiar fruit. Unbeknownst to Li Yixi, Shen Qing, though newly acquainted with the Tao, sensed the profound essence that enveloped the pantao. It was undoubtedly a divine object, and how could Shen Qing not feel apprehensive? Naturally, she yearned to uncover its origins, for it might prove invaluable in the future. Shen Qing was still eager for such knowledge. "Ahem, if you are unaware, allow me to elucidate," Li Yixi said with a smile. Little did Li Yixi realize that after spending a brief moment in silence with the two, she had transformed into a chatterbox. However, Shen Qing and Su Feishuan held no such sentiments. To converse with a sage was a tremendous blessing, a gift beyond measure. Li Yixi did not respond immediately, but pondered for a moment, preparing her words. Yet this contemplation appeared differently in the eyes of the two. At that moment, Li Yixi seemed to merge with the cosmos, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Amid their anticipation, Li Yixi began, according to legend, "The pantao is not a mundane fruit. Rather, it is a treasure of the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, every third day of the third month marks the birthday of the Queen Mother of the West, when she hosts a grand banquet, featuring the pantao as the main dish, inviting all the immortals to celebrate her longevity. It is said that the Queen Mother's pantao orchard boasts 3,600 trees. The first 1,200 bear small fruits that mature once every 3,000 years, granting those who consume them the attainment of immortality. The next 1,200 mature every 6,000 years, bestowing upon eaters the ability to ascend to the heavens and achieve eternal life. The final 1,200, with their purple veins and fine cores, mature every 9,000 years, allowing those who partake to share longevity with heaven and earth, alongside the sun and moon. Li Yixi spoke with earnest contemplation, failing to notice the astonished expressions of her companions. The two remained utterly captivated. Indeed, this was a divine object. 3,000 years to maturity, granting immortality. 6,000 years to maturity, allowing ascension and eternal life. 9,000 years to maturity, bestowing longevity equal to heaven and earth in harmony with the sun and moon. Shen Qing and Su Feishuan gazed at Li Yixi as if they had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Chapter 6. The Indication of Supreme Existence. Li Yixi, undeterred by their astonishment, continued, "The Pantao has always been a sacred object of the celestial court. However, during the cycle of epochs, a piece of heavenly stone absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, becoming sentient. The stone monkey, endowed with extraordinary wisdom, sought the Tao and, after enduring trials and tribulations, by a stroke of fortune, became a disciple of the Bodhi patriarch. There he mastered 72 transformations and the wondrous cloud techniques, enabling him to traverse vast distances in a single somersault. The Bodhi patriarch, aware of past and future, foresaw that his disciple would incite a catastrophic calamity and thus expelled the monkey from his abode, advising him never to reveal his identity as a disciple. Subsequently, the monkey, endowed with immense powers, forged alliances with the supreme demon kings and seized the dragon king's treasure, the sea-stabilizing needle, as his weapon. Adorned in the golden armor of the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, the purple gold crown of the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, and the cloud-stepping shoes woven from lotus silk of the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, Li Yixi could not help but reminisce about the grandeur of the great sage. Pausing momentarily, the dragon clan, a race of unparalleled might, bowed before the stone monkey. How formidable must the monkey's abilities be that even the proud dragons yielded? Shen Qing and Su Feishuan felt as if a tempest was raging within their minds with every word spoken by Li Yixi. They sensed that he was submerged in his own memories, perhaps recounting events witnessed by a transcendent being. Indeed, he had traversed the celestial realm. Their eyes met, brimming with fervor as they gazed at Li Yixi. He continued, narrating how the extraordinary monkey's deeds reached the ears of the Jade Emperor in the celestial court, leading to the granting of an official position in the heavenly realm. However, one day, upon discovering the insignificance of his post, the monkey caused an uproar in the heavenly palace, bringing the peaches of immortality back to Flower Fruit Mountain, where the monkey horde carelessly discarded the peach pits, thus introducing the peaches of immortality to the mortal world. Having concluded his tale, Li Yixi turned his attention to the still-stunned duo. "Dear friends, let's indulge in these peaches," he exclaimed, noticing Shen Qing and Su Feishuan rendered speechless, their expressions awash with astonishment. "Ah, indeed," they finally replied, their minds still buzzing with the revelations. "Please partake," Li Yixi urged once more, and he himself took a ripe peach to savor. The warmth of the day, coupled with his recent meal, made the fruit a delightful remedy for his thirst, and he relished the experience. Seeing Li Yixi enjoy his peach so heartily, Shen Qing couldn't resist and picked one up as well. Dazed, she took a decisive bite. Crunch! How crisp! How sweet! As the peach entered her mouth, a wave of energy flowed over her lips and tongue, teasing her senses like a playful child. Instantly, a rich fragrance erupted upon her taste buds, nearly eliciting a moan of pleasure. How delicious! She had never imagined peaches could be so exquisite. With a gulp, she swallowed the peach, and in that moment, a miraculous power began to radiate throughout her body. "What is this?" Unable to resist, she took another bite, this time a hearty one. The flavor was crisp and delightful, and a vast, mysterious energy surged into her mouth, exploding in her abdomen. Crunch, crunch! She lost herself in the experience. The sheer ecstasy of the deliciousness combined with the potent energy nearly clouding her thoughts. Now, a singular thought consumed her mind: to eat more, to indulge. In no time, she had devoured an entire peach. Li Yixi observed her in silence, a tranquil smile gracing his features. His brows twitched slightly, and a look of doubt unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Could this woman truly be a practitioner, the master of Tai Chin Palace? Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over merely eating a peach? Shen Qing noticed Li Yixi's gaze fixed upon her, causing her delicate face to flush with embarrassment as she shyly lowered her head, her eyes darting away, unable to meet his. However, in the next moment, a surge of warmth enveloped her entire being as an inexhaustible stream of spiritual power erupted from her golden core. Xinqing's pores opened wide, and a profound sense of enlightenment flooded her mind. It was as if she had received a sudden revelation. Certain esoteric insights crystallized in that instant. She had broken through, inexplicably and unexpectedly. A glimmer of bewilderment lingered in her eyes as she glanced at the peach pit before her, her expression one of disbelief. This peach was indeed a divine object. Even in its unripe state, it bore traces of the Tao. How astonishing! Beside her, Su Feishuan's expression transformed entirely, her mind buzzing with the implications. Xinqing promptly rose and bowed respectfully to Li Yixi, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for granting me this peach that allowed my breakthrough." The shift in her address to esteemed senior revealed her utter loss of composure. The transition from the divine elixir realm to the celestial river realm was notoriously arduous, requiring profound comprehension and the ability to perceive the cosmic yin and yang of the celestial river above. Yet, here was a mere fruit that had accomplished it all. Liichis kuntanansa darkanat. Was this person foolish? Eating a peach with such lack of decorum and no sense of leadership. Was this a mockery? I am but a mortal. Your breakthrough is of no concern to me. And to thank me for the peach? As if consuming my peach had propelled you to new heights. It was akin to a wealthy young man in a luxury car thanking you for a toy vehicle. It was jarring. I have stated, I am merely a commoner. And this peach is just an ordinary one, not the legendary fruit of lore. Why express gratitude? Do I appear so ancient? I am indeed a mortal, lacking such capabilities. Li Yixi felt a surge of irritation, his tone unkind. He inwardly cursed. If I were truly an influential figure, would I be so cautious in serving you? Hoping you might take me away from this wretched place? I could simply leave at any moment. What practitioners? Do they have the right to trample upon the dignity of others? Xinqing's heart jolted with fear, a flash of terror crossing her eyes. She had surely angered an exalted being. How could she have forgotten this? She hastily sought to amend her faux pas, apologizing. "My lord, I beg your pardon. I was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement and spoke out of turn. My master's breakthrough clouded my judgment. I hope you will not take offense." Su Feixuan squiffly stooth, recognizing Li Yixi anger and awakening from a reverie. "Please sit down. There is no need for alarm. It was merely a slip of the tongue." After his outburst, Li Yixi felt a sense of trepidation. I actually raised my voice at them. Foolishness incarnate. How utterly absurd. Sigh. Li Yixi remained speechless, fearing that all her previous efforts had been in vain. "Woof, woof, woof." Dahe nuzzled against her and barked. "Dahe here." Instinctively, Li Yixi grabbed a peach and tossed it towards Dahe, as she usually did during feeding. She had not picked many peaches herself, not anticipating that such a lofty cultivator would relish them. Dahe swallowed it whole, seemingly quite satisfied, and wandered off to digest. Seeing that only one peach remained in the dish, Su Feishuan quickly grasped it in her hand, realizing it was a fortuitous opportunity. Xinqing, too, discreetly snatched the peach pit. Grateful, she glanced at Dahe, reflecting on how she was not as clever as the dog. The pit was no ordinary object. It must be a precious treasure. In an attempt to divert Li Yixi's attention, Su Feishuan hurriedly remarked, "Young master, your calligraphy is indeed exquisite, far from mundane." Directly pointing at the artwork. "It's just average, not bad," Li Yixi replied, still confident in her calligraphy skills. She stood up to examine the artwork closely. "No, this is indeed a treasure, not a mere trinket," Su Feishuan insisted urgently. "A treasure, you say? If Miss Su likes it, I shall gift it to you." Li Yixi smiled, considering it merely a few characters. Su Feishuan felt as if she were hallucinating. At that moment, a glint flickered in Dahe's eyes as he leaped up and bit the artwork, swallowing all the characters whole before turning to flee. "What the?" Li Yixi expression darkened. The artwork had been devoured by Dahe, and knowing Su Feishuan's discerning eye, she realized that yet another opportunity to curry favor with an important figure had slipped away. Xinqing and Su Feishuan gasped in unison. astonished that such a treasure had vanished in an instant. Dahei disappeared in a flash, leaving the three utterly helpless. "Well, Miss Su, I shall gift you another in the future," Yixi said, feeling quite helpless and at a loss for words. She instinctively yawned, having not yet rested after their meal. Upon witnessing this, she exchanged glances with Su Feishuan and suddenly understood. They believed Yixi was signaling that they could take their leave. Quickly bowing, they said, "Young master, we have been away from the Taching Palace for some time. We are unaware of how things are within the palace. We apologize for the disturbance today, and next time, I shall bring friends to perform a piece for you." After their bows, the two hastily exited the courtyard. Yixi opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, ultimately muttering a curse under her breath. It seemed she might never escape this cursed place. Chapter 7. The Supreme Demon Emperor Shun Qing let out a long sigh. The anxiety that had gripped her heart finally eased. Just moments ago, she felt as though she might perish for revealing the identity of a supreme being, but fortunately, the existence had merely driven them away. "Master, shall we leave?" Su Feishuan turned to Shun Qing and said, "It is indeed time to depart. Let's go." With a sigh, Shun Qing prepared to ascend into the sky. However, Su Feishuan's gaze fell upon a pitch-black iron plate, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. Hearing her voice, Shun Qing followed her line of sight and beheld the iron plate on the ground, exclaiming in delight, "The Star Emperor's Order." This dark iron plate was none other than the Star Emperor's Order, which had been fiercely contested for so long, yet now lay discarded like refuse. Did the young master slay the Black Demon and not retrieve the Star Emperor's Order? Su Feishuan was taken aback. "Silly girl, the Star Emperor's Order is merely the key to the tomb of a being at the Divine Pill realm. Within lies only the cultivation legacy of a practitioner at that level," Shun Qing reminded her. It was not that Shun Qing had grown arrogant after his breakthrough, but rather that he perceived this object as mere trash in Yixi's eyes. After all, Yixi drank the 9 heaven spiritual liquid. Would she truly care for such an ordinary item? Just then, Yixi, who had been in the courtyard, noticed that the two had not departed immediately and stealthily approached. She happened to overhear Shun Qing's words. "The Star Emperor's Order is merely the key to the tomb of a being at the Divine Pill realm. Within lies only the cultivation legacy of a practitioner at that level." Each word exploded in her mind like thunder. Yixi's expression soured, resembling one who had tasted bitter melon. "There exists a cultivation legacy before my very door, and I remained oblivious to it," she muttered incessantly. "Only the cultivation legacy of a being at the Divine Pill realm. Trash, discard it, I will retrieve it." As Yixi continued to chant these thoughts, disappointment soon washed over her. Her incantations yielded no results. Su Feishuan hastily tucked the Star Emperor's Order into her bosom, and the two ascended into the air. "What a waste! That is mere trash. Throw it away," Yixi exclaimed, hands on her hips, feeling as though she had been blind over the years, narrowly missing her fortune. "Time to wash up and sleep," she lamented, her face etched with despair. The first wave of people she encountered in 3 years had just departed, leaving her hopelessly wondering when she might leave as well. She turned and retreated into her abode. "Master, with your breakthrough to the celestial river realm, our Taiching Palace shall no longer endure humiliation. The Earth Fiend sect can no longer act tyrannically, seizing the cultivation resources that rightfully belong to us." Su Feishuan's eyes sparkled with joy. "Indeed, it is time to settle accounts with the Earth Fiend sect. Over the years, they have bullied our Taiching Palace. It is time to collect what is owed," Shun Qing thought, his gaze filled with fierce determination, clearly indicating that he had suffered much at the hands of the Earth Fiend sect. As Shun Qing felt the surge of his own cultivation, he was momentarily dazed. Today's gains felt like a dream. The two soared through the skies on their swords, traversing the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Land. With Shun Qing's strength elevated to the celestial river realm, his courage grew significantly as they navigated the ancient wilderness. Unbeknownst to the two individuals, an enigmatic aura emanated from their beings, awakening the dormant entities around them. The slumbering beast kings, engrossed in their profound meditations, gradually opened their eyes. which instantly transformed into crimson orbs. All the beast kings turned their gaze towards a singular direction. Roars, once muffled within the ancient wilderness, now erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. The atmosphere trembled as colossal beings, whose presence seemed capable of altering the cosmos, pursued a common target. Master, what is happening? Why have the beasts around this ancient forbidden land suddenly awakened? Su Feishuan's eyes reflected a hint of terror upon hearing the resounding roars. The collective fury of the beasts, heralding a realm synonymous with death, was enough to instill fear in the heart. Although she had ascended to the celestial Dan realm, the perilous nature of this forbidden land could spell doom even for the mightiest. Be cautious. There must be something within this ancient site that has drawn the attention of these beast kings. Shenqing's eyes were filled with trepidation and astonishment. Suddenly, a piercing bird call shattered the air, a sound so jarring it seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. An enormous bird materialized, its wings unfurling, covering a distance of several miles in an instant. The overwhelming presence of this creature rendered Shenqing and Su Feishuan breathless. Before they could react, the gigantic bird loomed above them, resembling a divine entity, its fierce, crimson eyes surveying them with malevolence. Its colossal, menacing talons shook the void as they descended upon the two, threatening to imprison them within an unyielding cage of despair. In that moment, even Shenqing, a practitioner of the celestial river realm, found himself stripped of control over his own body as the space around them succumbed to the bird's dominion, heralding imminent destruction. No! The pair, engulfed in desperation, cried out in defiance. Just as despair enveloped them, the sudden bark of a dog pierced through the air. The once formidable aura of the gigantic bird vanished in an instant, its crimson eyes regaining clarity, now filled with terror. Shenqing and Su Feishuan, who had been momentarily under the bird's control, regained mastery over their bodies, having narrowly escaped the brink of oblivion. At that moment, they beheld a seemingly ordinary earth dog sauntering through the void. What is this? Su Feishuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the dog. Yet, she quickly found solace. In the presence of extraordinary beings, there could be no ordinary existence. The earth dog, she realized, was none other than Dahei, the loyal companion of Yixi. With each step, Dahei's form expanded exponentially. A fierce and ominous aura surged forth, languid yet suffused with an overwhelming malevolence that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. As it approached the two individuals, Dahei underwent a complete transformation, morphing into a colossal blackhound. Its eyes appeared capable of devouring the very fabric of the universe. Its ebony fur elongated several times, dancing in the wind. Su Feishuan observed that Dahei bore scales reminiscent of dragon skin, glimmering with a chilling luminescence. With a gaping maw, it swallowed the previously majestic bird as if it were a mere morsel. Dahei's bite seemed capable of consuming vast expanses of land. The approaching beast kings, with their crimson eyes now clear, prostrated themselves, emitting low growls of submission and reverence. None dared to act out of line. Dahei's immense head loomed before the two. Su Feishuan and Shenqing felt their souls tremble. Humans present the flat peach and the peach pit, Dahei commanded coldly, devoid of emotion. Esteemed predecessor, here you go. Su Feishuan offered the flat peach, while Shenqing hastily produced the peach pit. Dahei regarded the floating peach and pit and gently exhaled upon them. Instantly, the profound aura enveloping them was sealed. After completing this task, Dahei cast a dispassionate glance at the pair. Although the sacred fruit had not yet ripened, it was still a creation of divine origin, a fatal temptation for the beast kings. With the aura now sealed, you may take them. They're the gifts bestowed by your master, your opportunity. As for the paintings, they are beyond your reach. To possess them would lead to your swift demise. Thus, this emperor shall consume them. Now be gone. Furthermore, remember this. Your master seeks only to experience the life of mortals. Never claim him to be a transcendent being. Just as Dahei was about to depart, it issued another warning, its massive form transforming back into that of an ordinary dog, wagging its tail as it vanished. With a sigh of relief, Su Feishuan and her disciple inhaled deeply, their eyes filled with trepidation. The Supreme Demon Emperor? The dog by the young master's side is the Supreme Demon Emperor? How audacious to claim the title. Su Feishuan felt her mind blank. Shenqing gazed into the empty sky, watching the terrified Beast King's retreat, her eyes gradually regaining clarity. Chapter 8. The uncanny arrival at the edge of the ancient Forbidden Land. Figures began to materialize. A monk stood suspended in the void, draped in robes, hands clasped in prayer, intoning sacred verses, with a radiant light enveloping him. A throne floated in the air, upon which sat a man whose vitality radiated like the sun, exuding an aura of terror. A valiant figure clad in golden armor emanated an endless golden glow, wielding a golden spear that commanded reverence in all directions. Behind these three stood countless figures, each possessing an aura more formidable than that of Shenqing, who had transcended the heavenly river realm. At the heart of these three factions lay a colossal ancient tomb. However, the stone tablet of the ancient tomb had been pried open, indicating that someone had indeed entered this hallowed ground. The three dominant forces remained eerily silent, with these formidable beings seemingly in a state of tranquil repose. Yet, the atmosphere was palpably tense, contrasting sharply with the calm of the trio, as an undercurrent of anticipation simmered, hinting at an impending event. Suddenly, from the eerily quiet entrance of the tomb, a sound emerged. A disheveled figure, clad in tattered garments and appearing utterly disheveled, emerged, spitting with evident displeasure. His saliva tinged with blood, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and trepidation. In the next moment, the expression of this unfortunate figure shifted dramatically as he lifted his gaze toward the void above, his countenance darkening significantly. The indifferent man upon the throne, the valiant warrior wielding a golden spear, and the Buddha, encircled by an aura of divine light, simultaneously opened their eyes, fixating their gaze upon the hapless man. Alas! Tomb King, I hope you are well. The voice from the throne echoed. This territory is governed by my blood-worn nation. Everything here belongs to us, and none shall take anything away. What day is it today? Have I forgotten to consult the almanac? What misfortune? Scoffed the unfortunate man. Why are you silent? 100 battles, King? Are you merely here to watch a spectacle? I have come to retrieve an item, the Tomb King declared, his intentions laid bare without pretense. So, I am merely a pawn in your game. For whom? The unfortunate man retorted with a cold smile, before suddenly turning and dashing toward the tunnel behind him. Yet, the three powerful beings acted swiftly, unleashing their might upon the tomb. As their combined attacks descended, a sinister smile crept across the unfortunate man's lips. He abruptly halted, delivering a fierce strike against the tomb before retreating explosively. With a resounding crash, the tomb erupted, revealing a colossal entity. An unfathomable dark energy surged forth, accompanied by the eerie roars of a strange army, shaking the very foundations of the earth, as if the gates of hell had swung open. The monstrous being, shrouded in darkness, extended a broken, desiccated hand, reaching out towards the trio, colliding with their ferocious assault. The three powerful beings were instantly thrown back, blood spurting from their mouths, their eyes wide with terror. Tomb King, you shall perish. Their gazes turned icy as they realized they had been ensnared. The man known as the Tomb King paid them no heed, fleeing for his life. Tomb King, do not escape. The three, their expressions grim, turned to pursue him. None could have anticipated that the Tomb King would provoke such a bizarre and audacious event. A strange occurrence descended, one that even gods and demons could not withstand. Dark clouds swiftly obscured the heavens and the sun. In the courtyard where Yixi resided, he lay with eyes closed in slumber. The tranquility of the courtyard was abruptly shattered by cacophony. Dahei lifted his head to the sky, barking a few times. The pet cat glanced up disdainfully, its eyes filled with contempt, before resuming its peaceful rest. Sparrows perched on the eaves chirped noisily. Golden fish in the pond leaped above the surface, only to plunge back into the depths with a splash, disappearing from sight. The peach tree in the backyard instantaneously grew to an immense size. casting a shadow over the courtyard. As the eerie presence loomed, Su Feishuan and Shun Qing, who had yet to escape the periphery of the ancient forbidden land, were instantly filled with terror. The bizarre phenomenon approached in the blink of an eye, rendering their escape from the forbidden zone impossible. They swiftly turned and fled towards Li Yixi abode, which was significantly closer, hoping there was still time. It was their sole chance for survival, praying that Li Yixi could withstand the encroaching anomaly. Cursed fate! The expression on the Grave King's face soured dramatically. The strange occurrence was relentless, and these scoundrels had the audacity to pursue him as well. Grave King, relinquish the dragon-slaying battle axe. Today, I shall spare your life. A chilling voice echoed from behind. Is this what you seek? The Grave King brandished a large, pitch-black axe, turning to the figure behind him with a mocking smile. Come, take it if you dare. If you're not afraid of death, let's engage in battle. His derisive challenge met with silence from the three figures behind him, their expressions grim. They knew that if they compelled the Grave King into a frenzy and forced him to fight, they would undoubtedly be overtaken by the anomaly, facing a perilous fate. From the depths of darkness behind them, a rumbling thunder reverberated, as though countless strange creatures writhed within, mysterious and unfathomable. Some beast kings, caught unawares, were enveloped by the darkness, instantly reduced to mere bones, which then eerily began to move, becoming part of the strange horde. Arriving near the courtyard, Su Feishuan and Shun Qing suddenly heard Da Hei's telepathic warning and saw three formidable figures drawing near, drawn by the spreading anomaly. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They did not enter the courtyard, but instead positioned themselves in front of it. Esteemed seniors, you must not enter the courtyard. Within, the young master is asleep and must not be disturbed. Begone! Who dares to obstruct our path? The anomaly has descended, and only the ancient ruins of the Forbidden Zone can withstand its encroachment. What nonsense about a young master! He is but a mere mortal. Step aside. Beside the Blood Battle King, a guard surveyed the courtyard, discerning everything, and struck towards the two with a single palm. But in the next moment, a branch from the peach tree enveloping the courtyard pierced through the void, passing cleanly over Su Feishuan and Shun Qing's shoulders. The guard, exceeding the heavenly river realm, was obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. The three formidable beings and the tomb king momentarily halted, their bodies stiffening as terror filled their eyes, paralyzed by the thought that advancing further would lead to swifter demise. At that moment, they discerned that the eerie darkness behind them had ceased its advance. Within the shadows, thunder roared, as if confronting a formidable adversary. In the next instant, the hesitant darkness enveloped them, launching a tentative assault. The peachwood branch beside Su Feishuan and Shun Qing elongated infinitely, piercing through the eerie abyss, eliciting anguished wails from within the darkness. The uncanny shadows erupted, their roars filled with resentment, swiftly vanishing from the horizon. It was evident that they had suffered a crushing defeat. The peach branch returned to its normal state, and the enormous peach tree overshadowing the courtyard shrank into an ordinary specimen. The Blood War King, the 100 Battles King of the Golden Ancient Clan, and the abbot of Tianlong Temple gazed in astonishment at the peach tree behind the courtyard, their bodies quivering involuntarily. They had witnessed a tree strong enough to repel the uncanny. Su Feishuan and Shun Qing were equally astounded, casting a furtive glance at the green peaches adorning the tree. Could the young master truly pluck the fruits from above? Was he, perhaps, the guardian deity of this world? Their minds were engulfed in a haze. Chapter 9. The impossible in the moment the peach would repel the eerie entity. The onlookers in front of the courtyard were ensnared by boundless fear and shock. None had anticipated that such a force capable of fending off the uncanny existed in this world. How impressive! If I were to hide within the courtyard, would I be spared? Could I evade this calamity? While the crowd remained in a state of disbelief, the disheveled tomb king, Zhou Tong, felt his vitality wavering. He had sustained injuries within the tomb and had been relentlessly pursued by these individuals. Fortuitously, he had not perished, yet escape seemed impossible. The abbot of Tianlong Temple, Kashin, the 100 Battles King of the Golden Ancient Clan, and the Blood War King renowned for his brutality and slaughter, were all terrifying presences, wielding divine weapons salvaged from the depths of the tomb, unwilling to relinquish them so easily. Moreover, many sought Zhou Tong's life. Surrendering his possessions would not guarantee survival. Over the years, he had disturbed numerous powerful factions by raiding graves. Zhou Tong, in his wretched state, surveyed his surroundings, contemplating how to repel his foes and secure his escape. However, after much deliberation, he found no glimmer of hope for survival. The young master? In the next moment, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, you desire it? I shall deny you. With a disdainful chuckle, Zhou Tong stealthily moved toward the courtyard, exercising utmost caution to avoid rousing the astonished onlookers. Naturally, he valued his life, having witnessed the terror of this place. He dared not directly enter the courtyard, even though his spiritual sense detected that there was only a mere mortal in the courtyard. Zhou Tong had previously heard clearly that Shun Qing and Su Feishuan referred to someone as young master. Zhou Tong, not lacking in intelligence, surmised that Shun Qing and Su Feishuan might be acquainted with the owner of the courtyard. Thus, his objective was to cultivate a closer relationship with the two women. Approaching Shun Qing and Su Feishuan, Zhou Tong spoke. Master Shun, it has been a long time since our last meeting. I did not expect you to have broken through to the celestial river realm. Congratulations are in order. At this moment, Zhou Tong was exceedingly polite, bowing to Shun Qing with a demeanor of one of equal standing, as he sought to lower his posture in pursuit of favor. Is that you, senior? Shun Qing, hearing a somewhat familiar voice, awakened and looked towards Zhou Tong with uncertainty. Yes, it is I, Zhou Tong. Just call me Zhou Tong. No need for senior. He continued. One who has attained mastery takes precedence. I observe that Master Shun possesses a trace of Tao rhythm. It won TB long before you are among equals. I humbly ask for your assistance in seeking an audience with the young master. Zhou Tong then produced an object, believing that only someone of the young master's caliber deserved to wield it, while others were unworthy. Not wishing to waste time, he delved directly into the matter at hand, unveiling the dragon-slaying battle axe. Upon seeing the axe, both Shun Qing and Su Feishuan were taken aback. The aura emanating from the weapon was simply terrifying. It was undoubtedly a divine weapon, the grade of which they could not ascertain. Its sharpness left them breathless, even without anyone wielding it. Exchanging glances, Su Feishuan and Shun Qing expressed their apologies. Senior Zhou, we are unsure if the young master would appreciate this. The young master is currently napping. We shall notify him upon his awakening to see if he wishes to meet you. Both women believed that Yixi was utterly capable. Everything occurring outside was likely already known to him, leaving them hesitant to take initiative. Additionally, they conveyed the young master's surname is Li, and his name is Yixi. He is a mortal who does not practice cultivation. Shun Qing discreetly transmitted this information, knowing that Zhou Tong had offended many but had some connection with Taiqing Palace. She worried that Zhou Tong might displease Li Yixi and thus cautioned him that the young master was a mortal. Aware that Li Yixi did not like being addressed as senior. Li Yixi, a mortal. Zhou Tong murmured to himself upon hearing Shun Qing's words. What could this mean? Zhou Tong, where are you headed? The voice of Kong Chan from Tianlong Temple remarked coldly upon overhearing the conversation between Zhou Tong and Shun Qing. Today, we must acquire the dragon-slaying battle axe. It is a divine weapon that must be seized. In Kong Chan's view, the courtyard contained merely a sleeping mortal, indicating that the owner was absent. Regarding the peachwood presence, if it had been concerned about the axe, it would have already taken it. The fact that it did not suggest indifference. Moreover, the peachwood had not harmed them, signifying that it did not mind their presence. What needed to be done now was to avoid damaging a single brick or tile, to prevent provoking the peachwood's attack. Perhaps the peachwood's duty was to guard the forbidden zone. Kong Chan was resolute in this plan. In the realm of the Blood War Kingdom, the Blood War King remained silent, his attention captivated by the courtyard before him. Beyond the confines of this sacred area lay his dominion, a territory that was fundamentally his own. The presence of such a formidable entity posed an immense threat to the Blood War Kingdom. The 100 Battles King of the Golden Ancient Clan stood quietly, not uttering a word. Leave? When did I ever declare my intent to depart? He retorted, "This place is precisely my destination. I have come to procure an axe for my young master to chop wood, for the axe in his household has dulled considerably." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong recalled Shun Qing's mention of mere mortals and could not help but reduce the dragon-slaying battle axe to a mere tool for chopping wood. "Are you certain? Are you sure you know the master of this courtyard?" Kong Chan remarked with a cold smirk. "The Blood War King seeks an audience with the esteemed elder," he proclaimed. "Unaware of your reclusive presence here, I humbly apologize for the intrusion. I do not know which exalted figure guards this place, but the Blood War Kingdom ought to offer national gifts in your honor." Disregarding the two, the Blood War King stepped forward into the void and declared loudly, "Cursed fate! Why am I still trapped in this dream? I am but a common mortal, not some exalted sage. What on earth is happening to me? I am truly no extraordinary being. I am merely an ordinary man." As his voice echoed into the room, Yixi awoke from a troubled slumber, his eyes foggy and his demeanor irritable. He pressed his hands against his face and rubbed it vigorously, his countenance dark and his mind equally agitated. What is wrong with these days? I must leave this wretched place soon. Once again plagued by dreams. Yixi cursed softly within the confines of his room, pulling the blanket over his head to drift back into sleep. His vexation was palpable. The notion of another presence here was implausible. He had been here for 3 years and had only encountered 2 formidable women. Yet his attempts to cling to their influence had failed, leaving him stranded in this dismal place. Now, he believed the voice to be a figment of his imagination. There could not possibly be someone else. However, outside, Shun Qing and Su Feishuan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. From Li Yixi's words, they discerned an undercurrent of anger and frustration. Their gazes towards the Blood War King altered in response. "Your Highness, I am Shun Qing, the leader of the Taiqing Palace. It is imperative that you do not disturb the young master during his slumber. Should he awaken in wrath, the consequences could be dire." The Taiqing Palace, established within the Blood War Kingdom's territory, was well aware of the Blood War King's ruthless nature, prompting Shun Qing to issue a swift warning. After all, Li Yixi had bestowed upon them an invaluable opportunity, and today, even if it meant facing death, they must persuade these individuals. The young master had chosen this secluded locale for its tranquility, and it was essential not to disrupt it. "You are Shun Qing, the leader of the Taiqing Palace. Are you not? I am aware of your name, yet your mere status within the Tianhe realm hardly qualifies you to admonish me," the Blood War King retorted. "Your Highness, Shun Qing harbors no ill intent," she replied, feeling the weight of his icy gaze. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, her complexion paling under the scrutiny. Chapter 10. The Fear of the Mighty Well. This king is aware. What noble son, after over a century of cultivation, could I possibly be blind to this place? Many aspects here are devoid of the passage of time. At most merely 3 years have elapsed. The youth within the chamber, with a bone age of no more than 20, how could he be an unparalleled master? He is devoid of any cultivation, merely a common insect. After probing with his mental strength for a considerable duration, the Blood Battle King scrutinized every detail. Unlike ordinary individuals, the Blood Battle King possessed a pair of extraordinary eyes. Endowed with divine mental prowess, he truly discerned no sense of time in this matter. Li Yixi was undoubtedly an ordinary mortal. Of this he was entirely certain. "Iron Battle King, are you certain?" At this moment, Kong Chan turned his gaze directly to the Blood Battle King. "Kong Chan, do you dare question me?" Upon hearing Kong Chan's words, the Blood Battle King's expression turned icy. Swish! In the next instant, Kong Chan lunged towards the Tomb King, Zhou Tong, his eyes greedily fixed upon that divine weapon, choosing to place his faith in the Blood Battle King. However, as Kong Chan took a few steps forward, his body abruptly stiffened. No, to be more precise, he was immobilized. An enraged voice echoed in Kong Chan's mind. "Damn bald donkey, how dare you act so recklessly here? Where the noble sun stands is the sacred ground. I shall betray you to death." Kong Chan made his move, and Zhou Tong was consumed by terror. After all, he was gravely injured and could not possibly contend with Kong Chan. Yet, he soon discovered that Kong Chan's body had curiously frozen in place. The look in his eyes was filled with genuine fear, utterly inescapable. At this moment, the Blood Battle King's pupils narrowed. The Hunter Battle King discreetly retreated a few steps. The gazes of the onlookers converged upon the chicken before Kong Chan, which, to be precise, was an ordinary native chicken, devoid of any extraordinary traits. Yet this unassuming chicken caused an immediate change in the expressions of all present, for they had perceived the essence of Tao upon the humble chicken. The manifestation of Tao upon an ordinary chicken was utterly beguiling. Moreover, it had the power to instantly immobilize Kong Chan and subdue everyone present, an achievement no one else could replicate. Boom! The chicken opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. Under that inferno, Kong Chan could not utter a single word, vanishing into nothingness. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Having eradicated Kong Chan, the rooster crowed a few times and returned to the flock to continue foraging, as if to declare, "I am but a humble chicken. Do not pay me heed." The vermilion bird as flame? Could it be the vermilion bird? Zhou Tong's expression instantly turned to one of astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He had encountered the divine beast, the vermilion bird, here. What manner of place is this? Is that mortal truly just an ordinary being? Zhou Tong's mind buzzed with confusion. The vermilion bird? Beside Zhou Tong, Shun Qing and Su Feishuan gaped, their mouths forming an A-shape, their eyes brimming with terror. That humble chicken was indeed the vermilion bird. The divine beast, Zhu Ke, exists in unparalleled majesty. A prince? Why does that voice sound so familiar? Is it not Xin Qing? Could it be that I am dreaming once more? Surely not. Did they not depart? Have they returned? Yixi found herself in a state of uncertainty, her drowsiness dissipating. As she descended from the bed and approached the door, she was taken aback. A mixture of joy and astonishment surged within her. The joy stemmed from encountering a living person again, a formidable practitioner at that. The shock arose from the realization that it was a regional prince. The tone of that voice was anything but courteous. When a sovereign is enraged, heads surely roll. What to do? What to do? Yixi felt a wave of anxiety, pondering whether she could withstand the wrath of this prince. There was no time to delay. She had to venture out, lest she face certain doom if this prince were to be angered. Hastily, Yixi flung open the door and stepped outside. "Miss Su, what brings you back?" Yixi exclaimed with a smile. "Come, let us rest in the courtyard." She was well acquainted with these two and felt a sense of relief in their presence. It was comforting to converse with someone familiar to ease the tension. "Young Master Li, I am Zhou Tong. I have procured a finely honed axe to present to you for your firewood needs." Zhou Tong, having perceived the dangers outside, dashed in, offering the axe before Yixi. Faced with inevitable peril, he grasped at straws, for this place was indeed beyond comprehension. "Indeed, I was in need of an axe for chopping wood." "Thank you," Yixi responded, her spirits lifted upon encountering someone who appeared to be normal, especially after the bizarre circumstances. In her eyes, practitioners were typically very concerned with their image. As Yixi spoke, the Blood Battle King, the Hunter Battles King, scrutinized her intently, eager to witness how she would handle the dragon-slaying battle axe. They were well aware that the axe weighed a staggering 10,000 pounds. If Yixi were merely immortal, her demise would be inevitable. Furthermore, within the dragon-slaying battle axe resided a fearsome entity, the weapon's spirit, a primordial fierce dragon that would never permit a mere mortal to wield it. Yet in the next moment, Yixi effortlessly accepted the dragon-slaying battle axe and even swung it a few times, seemingly pleased. Before the onlookers, she cleaved through a piece of wood. "Ah, how sharp! I truly like it," she remarked, looking at Zhou Tong with genuine delight. Previously, she had struggled with inadequate tools for chopping wood, but now her fortune had changed. "I am glad you like it, young master," Zhou Tong replied, his lips twitching as he managed a response. Casting a subtle glance at the wood he had just witnessed being cut, he longed to roar in frustration but dared not utter a sound, as turbulent waves of emotion surged within him. The sound of the divine tree resonated in the air. Zhou Tong, as the Tomb King, had plundered countless tombs, and thus was well acquainted with innumerable treasures. To his astonishment, he discovered that the firewood used by Yixi was, in fact, the heavenly sound divine wood, a supreme wood capable of aiding one in attaining enlightenment. Who exactly was Yixi? A mere mortal? How absurd to even consider it. Zhou Tong harbored intense disdain for the Blood Battle King, for he was a peerless master. Did your mortal possess such strength? Burning divine wood as firewood. As he wrestled with his emotions, Zhou Tong forced a broad smile, standing beside them in a servile manner. My lord, Shen Qing and Su Feishuan quickly bowed, relieved to see that Li Yixi had taken a liking to the axe. Their hearts, once heavy with worry, now eased, for had their master disapproved, they would have been at a loss as to how to stop Zhou Tong. Esteemed general, noble prince, I humbly invite you to enter and rest. The wind outside is fierce. Though my abode is humble, it can provide shelter from the elements. Li Yixi hastily extended an invitation to the Blood Battle King and the 100 Battle King of the Golden Ancient Clan, disregarding Zhou Tong and his companions. In Li Yixi's eyes, the true terror lay outside. Those figures were noble and formidable, capable of determining their fates with a mere word. He yearned to urge them to leave, but lacked the courage, so he mustered his resolve to invite them in. Li Yixi's invitation caused the countenance of the Blood Battle King and the 100 Battle King to shift dramatically. The Blood Battle King, in particular, was consumed by fear. To enter or not to enter, he was flustered. All his previous bravado had vanished. Had he not insulted this individual, previously referring to him as an insect? The Blood Battle King stood rigid, panic-stricken. Chapter 11. A glimmer of hope. Thank you, my lord. I shall not impose further. The 100 Battle King quickly alighted, his golden battle armor dissipating to reveal a set of black garments. 100 Battle was merely his title. His true name was Gujan. He understood that refusal was not an option. He had not offended this peerless master. The one in fear now should be the Blood Battle King. If the latter intended to kill him, it would not be so troublesome. Lightened by this thought, he bowed to Li Yixi and entered the courtyard. Thank you for the invitation, my lord. I have been remiss in my conduct. I hope you can forgive my previous offenses. It was my limited cultivation that led me to mistakenly perceive you as a mere mortal. Please do not hold it against me. The Blood Battle King, though internally anxious, had reached his current station by being adaptable. He directly bowed to Li Yixi. In his eyes, kneeling before such a towering figure was not a loss of face. My lord, you are overthinking. I am but a mortal, as you have perceived. Please come in. Li Yixi, somewhat alarmed, hastily intervened to support the Blood Battle King, preventing him from kneeling. Thank you, my lord. The Blood Battle King silently exhaled in relief as he followed Li Yixi into the courtyard. Please, everyone, take a seat. Though my dwelling is modest, I hope it does not displease you. I shall return shortly. Li Yixi felt overwhelmed and opted to leave. With a forced smile, he swiftly departed. Phew! However, what Li Yixi was unaware of was that his departure had elicited a collective sigh of relief from the crowd. For it was he who had instilled genuine terror in them. The heavenly sound divine tree. This was indeed the heavenly sound divine tree. Upon Li Yixi's exit, Zhou Tong immediately rushed forward, sensing the aura and confirming its authenticity. It was unmistakably the heavenly sound divine tree. In his astonishment, Zhou Tong could not help but exclaim, "The heavenly sound divine tree?" The expressions of Blood Battle King and Gujan shifted dramatically as they hurried over, and upon seeing it, their faces paled. The heavenly sound divine tree had been used by Li Yixi for kindling. The two were left in a daze, their minds buzzing at the existence of such a formidable entity in the world. The surroundings were rudimentary and desolate, lacking any proper hospitality, merely offering water for refreshment. Li Yixi approached carrying water. "My lord, we are here to assist you," Su Feishuan and Shen Qing offered, eager to help. However, Li Yixi promptly declined, insisting they were guests and urging them to sit. To him, they were all esteemed figures, and he felt unworthy of troubling them. Simply serving them water was a rare opportunity, and he filled their cups generously. "Thank you, young master," Su Feishuan and Shen Qing said hurriedly, gulping down the water, for the spiritual liquid was ephemeral. "Zhou Tong, please drink," Su Feishuan encouraged, noticing Zhou Tong still fixated on the heavenly sound divine tree. Given Zhou Tong's current injuries, the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid was crucial for his recovery. With many enemies, his injuries could lead to dire consequences. Recognizing her gratitude towards Tai Ching Palace, Su Feishuan felt compelled to assist. Zhou Tong, distracted yet undeniably thirsty, lifted the cup and drank deeply. Just as he resumed his examination of the heavenly sound divine tree, a tremendous and mysterious force erupted within him, rendering his body momentarily paralyzed. This was beyond his comprehension, and he quickly glanced at the empty cup. What was this? Zhou Tong's mind swirled in disbelief. Observing his astonishment, Su Feishuan quickly transmitted an explanation. Elder Zhou Tong, that is the nine heavens spiritual liquid. The nine heavens spiritual liquid? It truly is the nine heavens spiritual liquid? Zhou Tong felt overwhelmed, grappling with the reality that the water he had just consumed was, in fact, the legendary nine heavens spiritual liquid. He sensed his injuries rapidly healing, devoid of any lingering risks. Healing himself would have taken months. Yet now he felt restored in the blink of an eye, along with the resolution of old ailments. In that moment, he felt as if his body had attained the state of a congenital being. "My lord, are you not thirsty?" Zhou Tong inquired when he noticed Blood Battle King appearing somewhat distracted. Without hesitation, he seized the cup of water in front of the Blood Battle King and drank it all. The next moment, the Blood Battle King erupted in fury. He was, after all, a prince, and to have someone display such audacity, regardless of whether he drank or not, was utterly unacceptable. However, upon witnessing Zhou Tong drink the water, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Shuizhan Wang sensed that Zhou Tong's aura had ceased to ascend, and his expression shifted dramatically. Frantically, he glanced at the empty cup, his countenance fluctuating between shades of green and white, alternating between shock and fury. With his innate divine perception, he discerned the precious nature of the water. His emotions were exceedingly complex, for he realized that Zhou Tong had seized an opportunity from him. Zhou Tong swiftly evaded, creating distance between them, confident that Shuizhan Wang would not dare to strike in that moment. Moreover, he felt little fear towards Shuizhan Wang now, as his injuries had healed, and his sole focus was on escaping, something Shuizhan Wang could not impede. Gu Zhan noticed Shuizhan Wang's gaze upon the cup, and, with a murderous glint in his eyes, turned his attention to Zhou Tong, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. He hastily seized his own cup, and upon inspection, was struck with an inexplicable shock. As a formidable member of the Golden Ancient Clan, he was privy to a wealth of knowledge, and, sensing the essence of the liquid, recognized it as the nine heavens spiritual liquid. His eyes brimmed with delight as he quickly retrieved a jade vial to contain all of the precious liquid. "Gu Zhan, I thank you for the gift of water. If there is any way I may assist you, the Golden Ancient Clan shall not shy away from any endeavor," he declared with urgency, bowing gratefully towards Li Yixi. "Alas, I am but a mere mortal," Li Yixi replied, steadying Gu Zhan, her heart racing with trepidation. "My lord," Gu Zhan began, but was interrupted by Li Yixi. "My lord, I am indeed but a mere mortal, yet there is one matter in which I require your assistance," Li Yixi said through gritted teeth. She felt it was best to speak candidly, for who knew when another practitioner might arrive in this place. If they were willing to aid her, perhaps she could finally escape this wretched location. "Please, speak freely. The Golden Ancient Clan stands ready to traverse mountains and seas for you," Gu Zhan replied earnestly. "It is not so grave. You are aware of the dangers of this place. I implore you to help us leave," Li Yixi urged, glancing at the large black dog beside her. Gu Zhan was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Beside them, Su Feishuan quickly transmitted a message. "Shuizhan Wang, the young master has taken on the guise of a mortal, reminiscing about the past, perhaps reluctant to engage." Li Yixi. Shuizhan Wang pondered, finally grasping the essence of the situation. "My lord, leave this matter to the Golden Ancient Clan. In 3 days, our clan's powerful members shall arrive to assist you in departing this forbidden zone. Farewell, my lord. Until we meet again in 3 days," Gu Zhan said hastily, bowing to Li Yixi before exiting the courtyard and ascending into the sky. "So, it is settled for 3 days hence?" Li Yixi felt a mix of confusion and anxiety, uncertain of the truth behind their promise. Would they truly assist her in leaving? The notion of waiting 3 days perplexed her, yet her heart brimmed with hope. Practitioners are incredibly powerful and should not speak falsehoods. If they have waited 3 years, 3 days should pose no issue. A smile graced Yixi's face as a flicker of hope illuminated her spirit. The king of 100 battles, traversing the skies, was lost in thought. The courtyard of Yixi, nestled amidst picturesque mountains and clear waters, was undoubtedly a site meticulously chosen by him. To relocate, it would require an immense effort, akin to moving mountains and filling seas. It would necessitate the collective might of the clan's strongest members. However, with the presence of the 9 heavens spirit liquid, the elders of the clan would not refuse such a proposition, for it held paramount significance to them. Chapter 12. The Ancient Clan's Shock Young Master. Zhou Tong has matters to attend to. I beseech you for water, he remarked. As the king of 100 battles departed, Zhou Tong seized the opportunity. He knew that with the king of blood war unable to impede his exit, he could leave without hindrance, especially since he had gifted a treasure to Yixi. Should the king of blood war attempt to stop him, it would be tantamount to disrespecting Yixi, a risk he was not prepared to take. Yet, Zhou Tong was aware that should he linger, the king of blood war might have formidable experts positioned outside, complicating his escape, for the king's domain lay just beyond the Forbidden Zone. Be cautious of the Forbidden Zone. It is fraught with danger, Yixi advised, pleased with Zhou Tong's actions, particularly as he had suffered without an axe for chopping wood during these days. Your kindness shall not be forgotten, young master, Zhou Tong replied, bowing before hastily departing. Yixi's gaze fell upon the king of blood war, a sense of trepidation washing over him. What was he to do in the presence of such a formidable figure? As Yixi wrestled with his unease, the king of blood war promptly rose and addressed him. Young master, I am stationed at the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. Should you require any arrangements, I shall come to express my gratitude in due time. Will you not stay a while longer? Yixi inquired, his heart buoyed by the king's apparent benevolence, though he maintained a polite demeanor. Alas, I must decline. Your generosity is enough, the king of blood war replied with a respectful bow before exiting the courtyard. His countenance grew dark as he watched Zhou Tong disappear, for he felt that a dying man had snatched away his opportunity. If he were to acquire the 9 heavens spirit liquid, he could undoubtedly transcend his current limitations and ascend to greater heights. Young master, we shall not intrude further, Su Feishuan and Shun Qing chimed in. As they had intended to leave, their return merely a minor detour. Indeed, may you both have a safe journey, Yixi responded with a smile. In contrast to the imposing figures like the king of blood war, he found greater ease in the company of Su Feishuan and her companions. Sighing, he stood at the entrance of the courtyard, hands on his hips, filled with anticipation. The Golden Ancient Clan, with a legacy spanning millennia, resided deep within the wild mountains, resembling a celestial palace. Its architecture spanned an entire mountain range, with cities and palaces stretching endlessly, seemingly without end. Spiritual energy permeated the air, and waterfalls cascaded down, surrounded by vast rivers, while a golden radiance enveloped the skies, exuding a magnificent aura. Atop the highest peak lay a palace, resplendent in gold and jade, where spiritual energy transformed into a golden hue, swirling like a divine dragon in the air, instilling a sense of reverence. This was the sacred ground of the Golden Ancient Clan. Outside the temple stood a guard, exuding a fearsome aura, with piercing eyes scanning the surroundings. Within the temple, the elders of the Golden Ancient Clan had gathered. The ancient warrior, having journeyed relentlessly, burning his own essence, had finally returned, disregarding his exhaustion, and made his way directly to the temple, uncertain if he would gain entry. The clan leader, summoned by the ancient warrior, was informed that a matter of utmost importance regarding the rise and fall of the Golden Ancient Clan awaited discussion. A guard entered to deliver the message. Such nonsense, scoffed one elder. The ancient warrior is merely an outstanding youth. How dare he presume to speak on the fate of our clan? Another elder reprimanded him sharply. Convey this message. The clan leader, frowning, ultimately decided to grant an audience. Outside the temple, the ancient warrior approached, marking his first visit to this hallowed place. The temple loomed magnificently, resembling a golden ancient deity, exuding an aura of invincibility. The grand hall was opulent and heavily guarded, a stronghold of the golden ancient clan. Taking a deep breath, the ancient warrior stepped inside and bowed before the clan leader and the elders. Seated upon the throne, the clan leader, Guao, appeared somewhat pale, yet remained an imposing figure. One elder glanced down at the kneeling ancient warrior and spoke with a hint of skepticism. Ancient warrior, what urgent matter do you bring that concerns the fate of our clan? Speak, or you shall not leave the temple today. The elders were deliberating on the succession of the clan leader. Guao's voice softened slightly. Speak, and do not waste our time. In any gathering, there will be rivalries. The Golden Ancient Clan is no exception, with some eager to ascend. Do you think I am mad? The ancient warrior retorted. To disrupt the elder council with reckless talk, sowing discord among our people, is indeed a grave sin I cannot bear. However, I interrupted today because I believe the council's discussions can reach a conclusion. Impudent. Take him away and execute him. The elder's expression turned icy. Ancient words. The ancient warrior is my great-grandson. I am still the clan leader. Guao coughed slightly, yet his authority remained unyielding, causing a flutter of trepidation in Guyan. Speak your mind, ancient warrior, Guao said wearily, for his injuries weighed heavily upon him. Without his suppression, the Golden Ancient Clan risked internal strife. Ancestor, I have acquired a divine object that could aid your recovery. The ancient warrior urgently presented a jade vial. Ancient warrior, unless it is the legendary Nine Heavens elixir, even a divine object would struggle to heal the clan leader's wounds. Is this what you consider a matter of our clan's fate? At best, it may prolong your lifespan. What are you all striving for? Guyan mocked. Why do you assume it is not the Nine Heavens elixir? The ancient warrior replied coldly, harboring a profound disdain for Guyan. Ancient battle, what is this? Guao took the jade bottle and could not help but inquire. Returning to the ancestor, this is the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid, Gujan replied, his voice tinged with excitement. The Nine Heavens spiritual liquid? The expressions of the onlookers shifted, some filled with skepticism, others with exhilaration, and a few with disdain. After all, the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid is a legendary artifact. Upon uncorking the jade bottle, Guao's demeanor changed. It truly was the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid. His hands trembled violently, joy illuminating his face as he consumed it in one gulp. The elders held their breath, their expressions a mixture of anticipation, anxiety, anger, and disbelief. In the next moment, an unparalleled force erupted from Guao's being. His essence awakened, the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid coursing through his meridians, continually repairing his once-decayed body. The vitality that had been on the verge of withering was rejuvenated. His aged visage transformed, reshaping into that of youth, exuding an aura of terrifying power. Impossible! How can a Nine Heavens spiritual liquid exist in this world? The elders, who sought to usurp him, were taken aback. Guao, who was once nearing his end, now radiated an awe-inspiring might, accompanied by a fearsome presence, unfathomable in depth. Those who disrupt my ancient clan shall perish. With this thought, those who pressured him to abdicate instantly exploded into nothingness. Those who reach his level would never show mercy. Congratulations, ancestor, the clan members exclaimed, bowing deeply to Guao. Gujan, whatever you desire, the ancestor shall bestow upon you. Guao's gaze fell upon Gujan. Ancestor, Gujan desires nothing but the unification of the clan, which is the greatest blessing. My descendant has acquired the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid and made a promise to an unparalleled master. I implore the ancestor to lead the clan strong to fulfill this task. Gujan, amidst his joy, spoke hastily. This is a significant matter, Yixi remarked with anger. Then it is settled. Oh, what matter? Guao's expression turned grave. If the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid was granted, then there must be an immense task requiring the ancient clan's involvement. That unparalleled master demands that our clan utilize the strength to move mountains and fill seas, relocating his abode elsewhere. Drink some water. It is the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid. Raise the chickens. They're the divine beast vermilion bird. The firewood is the celestial sound divine would. One single tree can repel the uncanny. Upon hearing this, the Golden Ancient clan was left in astonishment. Could this be a divine being? They hurriedly rushed towards the ancient forbidden area. Chapter 13. The terror of the Golden Ancient clan. 3 days swiftly passed. At the precipice before the courtyard, a man and a dog stood at the edge of the cliff. Sigh. Yixi stood with his hands clasped behind him, clad in a flowing white robe. His long hair dancing in the wind as he gazed at the sky, his face etched with melancholy. The large black dog lay at his feet, also staring into the distance, unaware of what memories troubled its master, lost in such sentimentality. When will this end? Yixi murmured to himself. Escaping this perilous ancient forbidden zone is indeed as daunting as scaling the heavens. The system has caused me considerable distress. If only it would impart the arts of cultivation. But alas, it has only taught me the refined skills of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, mechanics, and technology. This desolate place lacks even a solitary figure, leaving me to entertain myself. Gentlemen, a voice resonated from afar, just as Yixi found himself in despair. Who goes there? Could it be that someone has ventured into the forbidden zone? How delightful! I hope this individual is benevolent and can lead me to safety. Yixi swiftly suppressed his discontent, turning with anticipation. The Golden Ancient clan, truly a venerable lineage of cultivators, renowned for their integrity. Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile instantly graced Yixi's face. He had thought that Gujan of the Golden Ancient clan had forgotten him. However, it was understandable that he hadn't come to assist in his escape, as their connection was not particularly strong. Yet, his arrival stirred within Yixi a profound appreciation for the practitioners of this world, who embody kindness and uphold their promises, treating mortals with such tranquility and grace. Gujan, I knew you would come, Yixi remarked with a smile. The tasks entrusted to you by the gentleman shall undoubtedly be fulfilled by my Golden Ancient clan. Who are these individuals? Yixi inquired, glancing at the throng accompanying Gujan. A considerable number had arrived, leaving Yixi puzzled. Was the journey out of the ancient forbidden zone truly fraught with such peril? He felt a swell of gratitude. So many had come to ensure the safety of a mere mortal. Honored gentlemen, these are the esteemed elders of my Golden Ancient clan, and this is our clan leader. Gujan promptly introduced. Guao, I have the honor of meeting you, gentlemen. Upon his arrival, Guao astounded Yixi. Guao possessed the highest prowess, with an unparalleled understanding of the Tao among them. He had been observing silently, yet his heart was tumultuously unsettled. To his astonishment, Guao found himself enveloped in profound melancholy, not due to personal turmoil, but rather, as he caught a glimpse of Yixi, he was inexplicably drawn into his emotions. In Yixi, he perceived the essence of the Tao, as if the grand principles of this world were inextricably intertwined with him. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was unlike anything Guao had ever witnessed. He dared not speculate about Yixi's realm of existence. It was beyond the comprehension and reach of the Golden Ancient clan. Clan leader, I apologize for not greeting you properly, Yixi exclaimed, noticing Guao's bow and hastily returning the gesture. However, his response startled Guao, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He quickly evaded the profound courtesy, fearing to accept such a grand gesture. Yixi, too, said nothing further, quietly marveling at the remarkable politeness and tranquility exhibited by the cultivators of this world. Even as a mere mortal, he was spared the obligation of expressing gratitude through bowing. Yet in recent days, Yixi had grown accustomed to this unspoken understanding. Guao understood that his visit today was of utmost importance and dared not waste the time of an extraordinary individual. If the other party were displeased, it would spell disaster. He hurriedly said, Young master, seeking to leave this ancient forbidden zone is indeed wise. This place is rather desolate. May I inquire where you wish to go? Guao displayed utmost reverence. As for the other elders of the Gu clan, they remained silent, utterly astounded by the surroundings. In the distance, a few earthbound chickens called out, their bodies radiating an aura of profoundness. They recognized these creatures as the divine beast Zhuke and dared not move or even breathe audibly, standing still, awaiting orders. Before such an extraordinary figure, there lay both opportunity and peril. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Where to go? This posed a dilemma for Yixi. He fell into contemplation, pondering where exactly he should venture. Previously, he merely wished to escape the ancient forbidden zone, but now that he was asked, he needed to deliberate on a suitable destination. This place served as the foundation of the Blood War Kingdom. On that fateful day, the Blood War King descended, exuding an aura of dominance, clearly a dangerous individual. Remaining within this kingdom could lead to being targeted, so Yixi felt it prudent to distance himself. Turning to Gu Ao, he remarked, Elder Gu, having been here for many years, it is best to leave for other human realms. At your command, young master, please come inside and rest. The shifting of this landscape may cause some instability. I beg your forgiveness. Gu Ao quickly bowed his head. Very well. It matters not. Yixi waved his hand, not truly listening to Gu Ao's words. As long as he could leave, that was sufficient. Understood. Let us depart. With a command from Gu Ao, all the powerful members of the Golden Ancient clan began to withdraw. Wait, where are you going? Aren't you supposed to take me with you? Yixi questioned in confusion. However, in the next moment, a look of shock crossed his face, his eyes filled with astonishment. He felt the very earth beneath him tremble. He could see the ground in the distance fracturing, rivers ceasing to flow. The land beneath his feet quaked, and in an instant, the entire mountain began to ascend, soaring through the clouds. What is this? Is this the power of a cultivator? Yixi was utterly dumbfounded. He had merely sought to leave with Gu Zhan, never anticipating that Gu Zhan would bring so many people to relocate everything around him, even the mountains themselves. What astonishing prowess! In stark contrast to Yixi's awe, Gu Ao and the other members of the Golden Ancient clan were drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration the size of peas, their legs trembling. They stood frozen in shock, their faces displaying sheer terror. Today was initially meant for the Golden Ancient clan to assist Yixi in his departure, but they had just discovered that none of their formidable strength could even stir a blade of grass or a tree within this realm. As they stood in astonishment, a series of commands echoed in their ears. Figures emerged, causing the very mountains and rivers to shift. The Golden Ancient clan, though considered a prominent lineage, was rendered insignificant today, likened to mere dust, perhaps even less than an ant. They witnessed for the first time the legendary divine dragons, the mythical beast Zhuke, the colossal divine tortoise, the fearsome supreme beast, the nine-headed lion, and a magnificent golden-winged roc, renowned for its unparalleled speed across realms. They beheld the terrifying peach tree, a sight of utmost dread. It was the supreme divine beast that moved the mountains and rivers while they merely observed, following in their wake. For these divine creatures commanded their silence, forbidding them from speaking of what they witnessed. All of this transpired while the young master indulged in the experience of mortal life. Today, it sent shockwaves throughout the Blood Battle Nation. Beyond its borders, a mountain soared into the sky, leaving countless cultivators in awe. They beheld numerous divine beasts accompanying them, reminiscent of the supreme rulers of ancient legends traversing the heavens. An imposing spectacle indeed. This scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Had they departed? Outside the ancient Forbidden Zone, atop the grand city, the Blood Battle King's eyes were filled with astonishment. That day, he had acted with such audacity. Fortunately, the supreme entity bore no ire. Otherwise, the Blood Battle Nation might have faced utter annihilation. Farewell, young master. In the Taiqing Palace, Shunqing and Su Feishuan bowed to the void. In their eyes, such a supreme being sought solitude, wishing not to be disturbed. Countless divine beasts traversed, covering immense distances in the blink of an eye, leaving behind innumerable legends. Woof, woof, woof. In the void, mountains shifted as the large black dog lay beside Yixi, barking a few times. In the next moment, all anomalies vanished, concealed from sight. Soon, a beautiful and populous kingdom emerged. Under the control of myriad divine beasts, mountains descended from the void, seamlessly merging into the landscape. The choice was not a bustling town, but rather a secluded little hamlet, where cultivators were few, yet the spiritual energy was abundant and the scenery picturesque. As the mountains settled, the flora and fauna upon them erupted with astonishing vitality, leaving the members of the Golden Ancient Clan in a state of disbelief. They watched as the plants mended their severed roots in the blink of an eye, as if they had never been displaced, with not a trace of their journey visible. Once the plant spirits completed their task, they seemed immensely joyful. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yixi remained in shock, overwhelmed by the terrifying powers of the cultivators. Once the task was accomplished, the departing chickens returned, and in the pond, several golden fish splashed into the water. On the pond's edge, a large tortoise appeared, lounging in the sun with its legs crossed. Sparrows returned to the eaves, and a little kitten, prancing with feline grace, entered the courtyard. In the distance, the members of the Golden Ancient Clan exchanged glances, the terror in their eyes still palpable, their breaths coming in heavy gasps as if they had just returned from the halls of the underworld. Tribe leader. Their collective gaze settled upon Guao. Taking a deep breath, Guao turned to face them, his voice icy as he declared, "I must announce something. Those who defy us shall face merciless retribution. From this day forth, Gu Zhan is the heir to the leadership of the Golden Ancient Clan. I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices. Furthermore, do you remember my previous words? All of this is the work of our Golden Ancient Clan. It is our merit." The corners of Gu Ao's mouth twitched, yet he spoke with unwavering authority. They exchanged glances, hastily nodding in agreement. After all, it was a directive from the divine beasts, and failure to comply could mean death. They strained to maintain the demeanor of formidable cultivators as they made their way to the courtyard. "Guao, I pay my respects to you, young master. May I inquire if you find this place to your liking?" "Guao eskichi nervosely." "Tribe leader, thank you. Please allow me to bow to you," Yixi exclaimed, elated to have finally left the haunted ancient forbidden zone, now in a realm fit for mortals. Yet Guao stepped aside, not daring to accept such a grand gesture from Yixi. Yixi, however, was unconcerned. He greedily inhaled the fresh air, feeling invigorated. In the distance, he could still see the modest marketplace. "Everyone, please come in for a drink," Yixi quickly invited. Today he was determined to properly host these great benefactors. "No need, young master. We are merely employing some minor techniques and do not wish to disturb you. The path here is not yet established. It will be arduous for you to descend the mountain. We shall leave once our tasks are complete." Chapter 14. Every gesture is a path. Minor techniques, you say? Truly, as an ancient clan, the ability to move mountains and part seas is but a trivial feat. Yixi was struck with awe, overwhelmed by the formidable powers of the cultivators. Indeed, this was the realm of practitioners. As a mere mortal, he felt insignificantly small. Yixi could not help but sigh in resignation. Guao and the others hastily exited the courtyard, unable to linger any longer, a pervasive sense of dread enveloping them. In their eyes, the masters of countless divine beasts represented an unfathomable existence. As commoners, they had no right to accompany such beings. The transaction of fate must conclude swiftly. Tribe leader, the water the young master drank is infused with the essence of the 9 heavens. We have missed a tremendous opportunity, an elder quickly conveyed through thought, his heart racing upon hearing Yixi's words. The 9 heavens' essence could elevate their strength in an instant. It was a divine substance. Do you seek death? Did you exert yourself today? Greed faced annihilation. We, the Golden Ancient Clan, are merely acting. Can you disturb even a speck of dust here? Guao coldly reprimanded. Yet his heart fell hollow, truly realizing he had missed an opportunity. However, he genuinely had not exerted any effort. Thus, he dared not covet the treasures. Guao sensed that he had fulfilled the causal cycle, having taken what was not rightfully his, fearing unforeseen consequences. As for clearing the path and diverting water, it was a trivial matter for him. With a mere command from Guao, the elders of the Golden Ancient Clan unleashed a myriad of spells, forging a meandering path through the mountains. Once the task was accomplished, the members of the Golden Ancient Clan dared not linger and departed without delay. respecting the completion of their transaction and refraining from any disruption. In the ensuing silence, Yixi stood in the courtyard, reflecting on his surroundings. This place is truly splendid. It is a pity, however, that these cultivators are immensely powerful, although they treat others with kindness. Forging friendships proves to be a formidable challenge. If only such connections could be made, it would be possible to embark on the path of cultivation. Nevertheless, what is destined to be shall come to pass. What is not meant to be should not be forced. At last, he had arrived in a normal world, yet he found himself devoid of money. This predicament left Yixi with a throbbing headache. In the realm of mortals, lacking funds is indeed quite oppressive. Fortunately, he was capable of self-sufficiency. As Yixi pondered, he noticed the large black dog beside him kick a stone, which transformed into an object that landed on the stone table. What is this? In the next moment, Yixi saw a bag resting on the table. He approached and opened it, his eyes sparkling with delight, quickly bowing to the void. Inside the bag was a bounty of silver coins. He could not ascertain the amount, but he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the cultivators. Truly, they understood my financial plight, arranging everything so meticulously. It was time to venture to the market and craft some components. In the future, he would be able to restore the robot, thereby acquiring a versatile assistant for the courtyard. How could a young master be without a steward? Cooking for oneself was beneath his dignity. As a young master, one must embody the essence of nobility. Yixi possessed a multifunctional robot, a reward from the system, but while learning, he had dismantled it and damaged a component. In the barren, ancient, forbidden zone, he could not find iron, rendering him unable to forge the part, leaving it abandoned in the courtyard. Now, an opportunity had finally arisen. Once repaired, he could truly experience the life of a young master. Even if he could not cultivate, he must live comfortably. With a large black dog in tow, Yixi made his way to the market. The presence of so many living beings filled him with ease and a sense of security. "Doctor, save my daughter. Help!" At that moment, a couple, cradling a little girl with closed eyes, wept before a medical hall, their sorrow palpable. "Please accept my condolences. She is poisoned. I cannot cure this poison, and it has already infiltrated her internal organs. Even divine beings cannot save her. It is time to depart." The proprietor of the medical hall, a middle-aged man, bore an expression of utter helplessness. He truly found himself at a loss, for this was no ordinary poison. He understood that even if he were to forsake his own cultivation, he would still be unable to save the girl. Curious and drawn in by the unfolding scene, Yixi observed intently, taking an apply to the young girl. Seeing the collective impotence of those present, he felt compelled to intervene. "Wait, perhaps there is still hope. Might I attempt to help? I have studied some medical arts, and they may prove useful," he proposed, glancing at the girl cradled in the woman's arms, a frown creasing his brow. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Yixi. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Although the system had imparted medical knowledge to him, he had never put to the test and was uncertain of his ability to save a life. "Young master, the poison has already spread to the heart. Even a practitioner would find himself powerless. Only one of extraordinary strength might sustain the girl's life," the physician of the medical hall declared with a shake of his head, convinced that Yixi was too youthful to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Please, I beg you, save my daughter." The woman's desperate plea pierced the air as she lunged towards Yixi, grasping him as if he were her last hope amidst a stormy sea, evoking profound sympathy. What could be more precious than life itself? The sorrow of a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child is immeasurable. "I shall give it a try." Yixi resolved to take a chance. "Ah, young master, you will soon understand. I do not deceive you. This individual is beyond salvation," the physician reiterated, shaking his head. The crowd, clearly placing great trust in the physician's expertise, voiced their objections to Yixi's intervention. "This is a life, precious and irreplaceable. Let him try," Yixi declared, lifting his gaze. "I have learned some medical arts. I should be able to save her." "Humph. Who is this young master who, having merely dabbled in medicine, believes himself a healer?" Some whispered derisively, though none dared to impede him. What if a miracle were to occur? Within the medical hall, the apprentices held a different perspective, regarding the proprietor with reverence. They knew him to be not only an extraordinary healer, but also a practitioner. Could a mere mortal like Li Yixi possibly surpass the skills of one who had cultivated? They awaited with bated breath to witness Li Yixi's potential failure. As Li Yixi stepped forward to take the girl's pulse, countless eyes fixated upon him, eager to see how he would navigate this life-and-death scenario. After taking the pulse, Li Yixi retrieved a set of golden needles from his bosom. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pierced the acupuncture points of the young girl with remarkable dexterity. Each movement flowed seamlessly, and every needle found its mark with precision. In the next instant, the golden needles began to tremble, their rhythms resonating as a mysterious force coursed into the girl's body. What was once a lifeless child suddenly erupted with a terrifying vitality. In the following moment, a stream of dark blood was expelled from her mouth, and she gently awakened. Miraculously, she had survived. The onlookers were awestruck, their eyes filled with astonishment. Li Yixi's medical prowess transcended the extraordinary tales of the small town. At such a tender age, he possessed an astonishing skill in healing. The essence of the Tao. Was this the pinnacle of medical practice? The owner of the clinic, a practitioner himself, perceived elements that ordinary people could not fathom. He discerned the profound rhythm of the Tao. Li Yixi had indeed ventured into the realm of medicine, and within that essence, he suddenly grasped the complexities of his art. The physician in the clinic was equally struck with amazement, realizing he had encountered a true miracle worker. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, astonished that such deep poisoning could be reversed. "Thank you, divine healer. We would be willing to toil endlessly to repay your kindness in saving our daughter." At that moment, the most astonished and elated were the couple, their eyes brimming with joy as they repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Li Yixi. No need for thanks. It was a mere trifle. The child remains quite weak and requires nourishment. I lack the necessary herbs. I kindly ask this doctor to prepare some medicine for her recovery. Li Yixi raplia pulitali. Thank you, benevolent one. The couple's eyes were filled with gratitude. Li Yixi felt a profound joy in having saved a life. As he prepared to depart, a physician called out to him in haste. "Young master, please wait a moment and come inside for a while." The doctor, visibly anxious, did not wish to miss this rare opportunity. Li Yixi smiled and readily agreed, feeling no reason to decline, for as an ordinary person in this place, it was wise to forge connections to thrive. After the couple left with the medicine, the doctor hurried over and bowed to Li Yixi. "My apologies for the wait." "Not at all. Please have a seat." Li Yixi replied with grace. In the company of mere mortals, he felt more relaxed, yet this demeanor appeared quite different to others. The doctor sought guidance, and Li Yixi answered. There was nothing he did not know. After an engaging discussion, the doctor was left in awe of Li Yixi's extraordinary medical expertise and performed a gesture of reverence. "No, I am but an ordinary person, not a divine healer. Let us henceforth regard each other as friends." Li Yixi hastily declined. "No, today I heard something that fundamentally transformed my understanding of the art of medicine. My talents are limited, and thus I cannot take you as my master. However, you shall forever remain a teacher in my heart. I shall undoubtedly utilize the medical skills you impart to heal the world." Li Yixi was rendered speechless and could only bow in respect. One cannot help but marvel at this world, filled with courteous individuals. Regardless of the circumstances, this is indeed a benevolent connection. In the future, I shall have an acquaintance at the marketplace. After inquiring, Li Yixi discovered the location of the iron shop within the market and set forth, prioritizing the crafting of parts. Once the versatile robot is repaired, our household shall gain a multifunctional servant, allowing me greater ease in my endeavors. Although the distance was not great, the doctor named Ming Hao insisted on accompanying him. Chapter 15. The Celestial Master. Throughout their journey, Ming Hao displayed great attentiveness, continuously introducing Li Yixi to the iron shop. Esteemed one, this iron shop holds an excellent reputation in the market. The blacksmith, Tang Yin, is a remarkable young man, possessing extraordinary skills in metallurgy. You shall undoubtedly be impressed upon meeting him. Moreover, he possesses considerable talent in cultivation and is a practitioner at the human Dan realm. Meng Hao conveyed with an air of mystery. A practitioner at the human Dan realm? Upon hearing this, Li Yixi was taken aback. It is astonishing that a blacksmith would be of such high caliber. Intrigued by Tang Yin's prowess, Li Yixi felt a renewed interest. He held a firm belief in the capabilities of a cultivator. He speculated that perhaps this blacksmith was engaging in a practical experience of life. With a blend of anticipation and trepidation, the two proceeded to the iron shop. The establishment was quite spacious, proudly displaying the characters Tang's iron shop prominently. At that moment, a young man was vigorously wielding a hammer, seemingly crafting some item. Tang Yin, Meng Hao appeared to be quite familiar with him and called out from a distance. Uncle Meng. The young blacksmith paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and greeted them. Having spent years at the forge, Tang Yin's skin was somewhat tanned, and his physique was robust. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he could easily be considered handsome with a little grooming. At this moment, he greeted the two with a hearty smile. Uncle Meng, what brings you here today? Tang Yin, having set down his apron, approached, casting a curious glance at Li Yixi. Just address him as esteemed one. Today, he requires some items to be crafted, so I brought him along. Meng Hao promptly introduced. Esteemed one, this is the Tang Yin I mentioned to you. After introducing Li Yixi, Meng Hao continued. Greetings. Li Yixi quickly offered a smile, recognizing that this seemingly youthful individual was indeed a cultivator. Meanwhile, the large black dog had wandered off to the side to find some respite. Esteemed one, what items do you wish to have crafted? Tang Yin's gaze fell upon Li Yixi, and he cautiously inquired, fully aware of Meng Hao's formidable reputation. If Meng Hao referred to him as young master, it implied that Li Yixi's status was exceedingly distinguished. As for his cultivation, there was not a trace of it to be discerned in Li Yixi. He was undoubtedly not a practitioner, merely tasked with crafting some components. Li Yixi promptly produced the design blueprint, which was remarkably intricate, rendering Tang Yin's expression one of grave seriousness. Might I inquire what the young master requires? Tang Yin asked, not daring to underestimate him. Nothing much, merely that the materials must be of the finest refined iron. Li Yixi replied with a smile. Please hold on for a moment. It will be ready shortly. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin stepped directly into the forge. The task was indeed delicate, and Li Yixi followed him inside. Fearing that any misstep would render their efforts futile, Tang Yin retrieved the refined iron and began to hammer the glowing metal, purging it of impurities. Observing Tang Yin's technique. Li Yixi's brow gradually furrowed. The method employed for removing impurities was rather clumsy, and the resulting product would undoubtedly fail to meet his expectations. Is there something amiss, young master? Tang Yin asked, noticing the seriousness in Li Yixi's expression. It should not be struck in this manner. You ought to adopt a different technique. Stand aside and watch. At that moment, Li Yixi was exceedingly earnest, disregarding everything else as he took the hammer from Tang Yin. Although Li Yixi was not skilled in blacksmithing, he felt instinctively that this approach was flawed and that an alternative tempering method was necessary. Otherwise, it would merely be a waste of iron. This instinct compelled him to act. Uncle Meng, Tang Yin glanced towards Meng Hao, uncertain of how to proceed now that Li Yixi had taken charge. However, the hammer was already firmly in Li Yixi's grasp. Shoo, pay close attention, Meng Hao urged, witnessing the transformation in Li Yixi's demeanor as he wielded the hammer. An aura of profound understanding enveloped him, and he hurriedly stifled Tang Yin's concerns. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He was witnessing the manifestation of a Tao rhythm. His heart swelled with excitement. For this was an extraordinary opportunity. He had encountered a peerless master and could not afford to let this chance slip away. Indeed, Tang Yin noted Meng Hao's seriousness and nodded slightly, focusing intently on the figure of Li Yixi, now holding the hammer. In the next moment, Li Yixi moved. The hammer in his hand seemed to come alive, and as he swung it, a massive spectral war hammer materialized behind him. Battle Soul. The instant they beheld the spectral hammer, both Meng Hao and Tang Yin were consumed by shock. A battle soul could only be crystallized by an existence of terrifying cultivation, one who had fully comprehended a particular Tao. Yet here stood the young Li Yixi, devoid of any trace of a practitioner's aura, astonishingly manifesting a battle soul. What a formidable being this was. Observe the hammer Dao, Tang Yin, and pay attention. This is your extraordinary opportunity, Meng Hao exclaimed in astonishment. The clang of hammers resonated from the Tang iron forge. As Li Yixi began, his demeanor exceptionally earnest. The rhythmic pounding of the hammer evoked a mixture of fear and awe in Tang Yin's eyes. Shock, amazement, trepidation, and exhilaration surged through him in waves. His body trembled with excitement. He, Tang Yin, had the fortune to hear the voice of the great Tao today. Each strike from Li Yixi sent tremors through his soul, awakening a yearning within him. Tang Yin believed that a war hammer should be wielded in such a manner. As he continued to observe, he fell into a state of enlightenment, as if watching a transcendent master impart wisdom. In his mind, the sound of morning bells and evening drums echoed, resonating with the grandeur of the Haotian sect and the unparalleled war god hammer. Each strike sent shivers through Tang Yin's spirit. A path of inheritance unfolded in his mind. The Haotian hammer? Tang Yin's heart raced, as if every blow could shatter the heavens. Alongside this revelation, a technique emerged, the Haotian hammer, chaotic gale. With a final resounding blow, the iron before Li Yixi was purified of all impurities. That will suffice. I can only refine, not forge. The next step is yours, Li Yixi said to Tang Yin, feeling somewhat uneasy for having asked a cultivator to step aside. He wondered if he had inadvertently offended him. Yes, my lord. Tang Yin rejoiced, for in his eyes, the honor of forging for Li Yixi was a lifetime achievement. One instance of refining equipment could unlock a path to the heavens. Had it not been for Meng Hao's transmission, indicating that his master did not favor taking disciples, Tang Yin would have prostrated himself in reverence. My lord, water. Upon awakening from his state of enlightenment, Meng Hao felt a surge of energy and hastily prepared fresh water for Li Yixi. Thank you. Unaware that Meng Hao was a cultivator, Li Yixi accepted the water and took a sip, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tang in crafting the object. Having received Li Yixi's teachings, Tang Yin's skills soared tenfold. What once seemed a formidable task now felt remarkably manageable. After half an hour, the object was finally completed, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns, the purpose of which Tang Yin could not discern. My lord, are you satisfied? He asked, wiping away sweat filled with apprehension. Perfect. Thank you. Li Yixi responded with a respectful bow, and Tang Yin discreetly stepped back. How could he bear such a gracious gesture from a master? My lord, may I inquire where you reside? I wish to pay a visit. Your technique of refining iron has greatly benefited me, and I shall carry its wisdom throughout my life. Tang Yin said respectfully, on the peaks to the east. Do come and visit when you have the time. Farewell. After completing the creation of Li Yixi, who hurried back to his experiment, he uttered a brief remark and departed in haste, leaving Meng Hao and Tang Yin behind. Is there really a mountain peak to the south? Tang Yin questioned, puzzled, as he lifted his gaze towards the southern horizon. To his astonishment, what had once appeared to be a vast canyon now revealed a majestic peak, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. The art of healing intertwines with the hammering of destiny, as Meng Hao stood in bewilderment. Chapter 16. The Universe and All Paths as Chess with a Soft Creak. Li Yixi gently pushed open the courtyard gate, his face alight with joy. The components had arrived, and all that remained was to assemble them. Soon, his versatile robot would come to life. Recalling the comforts of his past life, a surge of excitement welled within him. In the corner of the courtyard, Li Yixi retrieved the robot, dubbed Old Bai, and began the assembly with the crafted parts. In no time, the construction was complete. Li Yixi's robot took the form of a young man, exuding a clean and efficient demeanor. Upon activating it, the robot sprang to life, displaying human-like qualities. Old Bai pays homage to the master. It intoned with perfect decorum, eliciting great satisfaction from Li Yixi. Go forth, Li Yixi gestured, and the robot entered the house, busily commencing its cleaning duties. In the distance, 3 figures soared through the air on swords. Suddenly, a cry of the vermilion bird pierced the air, drawing their attention as they caught a fleeting glimpse of its fiery apparition. The trio halted in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. Exchanging glances, they hastened toward the forest. As they approached, they beheld a trembling chick engulfed in flames, the very fire they had glimpsed from the sky. Above the chick, a faint shadow of the vermilion bird flickered dimly, yet radiated a formidable presence. Is the vermilion bird chick undergoing its rebirth? They gasped in disbelief. To witness the rebirth of a young vermilion bird in this place was an extraordinary event. Once matured, it would undoubtedly become a formidable divine beast, a guardian to ensure the sect's prosperity. Merely possessing the vermilion bird would enable them to dominate their realm, although they appeared to be soaring on swords. Their path lay not in swordsmanship, but in the mastery of fire. They were disciples of the blazing fire sect, whose spells were intricately linked to flames. The excitement surged within them at the prospect of encountering the young divine beast, perfectly aligned with their fiery heritage. They exchanged determined glances and swiftly made their way toward the source of the phenomenon. However, the little chick was quite clever. Upon seeing someone approach, it took flight. The three individuals hurriedly pursued, recklessly chasing after it, yet they ultimately lost sight of the chick. "Brother Zhongming, what shall we do? It's gone." Moving with such swift speed, exclaimed the only woman among them, her face etched with anxiety. This is an unparalleled opportunity for the Flame Sect. Must we truly abandon our quest? Sister Xiang, do not despair. The vermilion bird is a divine beast. It is not easily found. If it were that simple, it would not be an exalted creature. We must search diligently. If we can nurture it as the guardian beast of our Flame Sect, we could even rename ourselves the Vermilion Bird Sect. With such a creature at our side, we would dominate the region. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, Sister Zhang, do not fret. Brother Ming speaks wisely. Another member chimed in, his face glowing with excitement. Unbeknownst to them, they had unknowingly entered the mountain peak where Li Yixi resided. Sister Xiang, look, over there. Zhang Song, Brother Zhang Ming's younger sibling, spotted the chick once more. Quickly, let us follow it. The three exchanged glances, urgency igniting their spirits. Yet as they advanced, their bodies suddenly froze. Their eyes filled with terror. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. The joy they had felt was swiftly replaced by dread, as if their very bodies were weighed down by a mountain, making it impossible to move even an inch. They watched helplessly as the chick joined a flock of chickens. Only when a large rooster averted its gaze did the pressure on them dissipate. Before they could comprehend the situation, they beheld a young man clad in white, carrying a basket, walking among the chickens and beginning to feed them. "Brother, look!" exclaimed Yun Xiang, her eyes wide with disbelief. "There is a person here treating the vermilion bird as mere poultry." Yun Xiang felt as though she were hallucinating. "Sister Xiang, do not act rashly," Zhang Song urged. "Brothers, have you noticed the peculiarity of this place? The spiritual energy here is exponentially denser than elsewhere. It is truly a treasure trove. Have we stumbled upon the hermitage of a transcendent being?" Zhang Song's voice trembled with excitement. "Sister Xiang, we must not act foolishly here. To raise the vermilion bird as mere fowl, this individual must be an extraordinary master. Let us approach and pay our respects. If this elder wished to harm us, we would have perished moments ago." Zhang Ming took a deep breath and spoke solemnly to his companions. Unbeknownst to them, the true threat they faced was not Li Yixi, but rather the mature vermilion bird, the very rooster they had seen. The three approached Li Yixi with utmost reverence. "Ah, how delightful! Leaving the forbidden zone. It seems one can encounter others so easily." Li Yixi mused as he noticed the trio approaching, but paid them no mind, continuing to scatter food for the birds. "Senior, we are disciples of the Flame Sect. We did not know you were here in seclusion and apologize for the disturbance." The three of them bowed to Li Yixi, their hearts filled with trepidation. "Senior, you have mistaken me. I am but a mortal. There is no need for apologies," Li Yixi replied with a smile. Busy with his tasks. "Mortal?" Zhang Song felt at a loss, secretly pondering what to do, sensing that this senior might be rather difficult to approach. However, Yun Xian, standing beside him, quickly conveyed through voice transmission. "Senior brothers, this elder claims to be immortal, which surely indicates a disdain for the deceitful machinations of the cultivation world. choosing instead to relish a mundane existence. To nurture the vermilion bird as one would a chicken suggests that his strength is indeed unfathomable. If the elder enjoys masquerading as a mortal, let us treat him as such. Indeed, Xian's perceptive insight swiftly grasped the elder's intentions. Junior sister, how should we address the elder? Zhang Ming inquired anxiously, feeling as though his mind had momentarily short-circuited, turning to Yun Xian for guidance. The elder is clad in white, resembling a refined gentleman. Perhaps we should address him as young master, Yun Xian suggested eagerly. A gentleman like Jade, unmatched in the world, Zhang Song echoed in agreement. They exchanged glances and promptly bowed to Li Yixi, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master, for your forgiveness." Seeing their courtesy, Li Yixi could not help but smile. "Guests are welcome. Do not mind the formalities. Follow me." "Thank you, young master." The trio followed closely behind Li Yixi, their hearts racing as they entered the courtyard. "Welcome, honored guests. Please," came a voice as the door swung open, revealing the robot, Old Bai, who bowed respectfully. "What is this?" Yun Xian's expression changed dramatically, her eyes filled with astonishment. She sensed no trace of a living being in Old Bai, but rather the essence of metal and formations, sending shivers through her very soul. A supreme artifact, one that has birthed a spirit. The term supreme artifact instantly filled the minds of the three. Zhang Song even gasped in surprise, only to be hastily silenced by Zhang Ming. "What is it?" Li Yixi inquired. "Buzlat." "Young master, we are simply awestruck by this supreme artifact. We come from a humble sect and lack experience." Yun Xian replied quickly, not daring to conceal anything. "A supreme artifact, you say? You misunderstand. I am a mere mortal. How could I possess such a thing? This is merely a robot crafted with some minor techniques. I am rather lazy and created it to assist with my daily life." Li Yixi explained. He stepped into the courtyard first. Minor techniques? The three were left in a daze, their minds buzzing with confusion. What manner of being is this? Zhang Ming and Zhang Song followed, stunned. What I witnessed and heard today was truly astonishing. The two senior brothers, treating the supreme divine objects as mere servants, were evidently indulging in the experience of mortal life. We must exercise restraint and avoid startling the young master. Yun Xian took a deep breath and urgently communicated her thoughts. Indeed, Sister Xian speaks wisely. We shall heed her advice. At this moment, the two individuals regarded their younger sister as their pillar of strength. "Do you know how to play chess?" As the three felt an intense atmosphere, Li Yixi suddenly turned toward them with a smile. Today, Li Yixi was in high spirits, believing the timing was perfect for a game. At that moment, she stood beside the chessboard. "Young master, I can play. I often engage in chess with my father, as I am the daughter of the Flame Sect's leader, and my skills are quite refined." Yun Xian hurriedly responded, eager to please Li Yixi, believing her chess abilities would not disappoint. "Very well, I'm feeling rather eager today. Let's play a game." Li Yixi held the white pieces and said to Yun Xian, "My lady, please." "Yes, young master." Yun Xian, not daring to underestimate Li Yixi, held the black pieces and was about to make her move. However, as her gaze fell upon the board, she was instantaneously taken aback. The intricate lines on the chessboard transformed before her eyes into an immense net encompassing the heavens and the earth, within which myriad pathways flowed. As a mere practitioner at the Earth-Dan realm, she found her mind blank, feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust. Regret washed over her. How could a transcendent master engage in something as simple as chess? It was foolish of me. This is a game played with the myriad paths of heaven and earth. A tempest surged within Yun Xian's mind. Even for the first move, Yun Xian took several breaths to compose herself. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Zhang Ming and Zhang Song, initially brimming with confidence, were taken aback by Yun Xian's unusual demeanor. As they glanced at the chessboard, their expressions changed drastically. Their hearts trembled, and they hurriedly averted their eyes. Exchanging a glance, they felt a tumultuous wave of emotions within. The game, played with the myriad paths of heaven and earth, left them speechless. Half an hour later, only a few pieces had been placed on the board, with Yun Xian still following Li Yixi's guidance. However, Her attire was now drenched in fragrant sweat, and she could no longer continue, ultimately conceding defeat. Young master, your chess skills are exceptional. I concede. Yun Zian hastily bowed. Very well, we shall end it here. Yixi decided to conclude the session. She had anticipated a lively game today, but was disappointed, finding Yun Zian's skills rather ordinary. Yixi speculated that as a practitioner, Yun Zian's opponents were mere mortals who dared not best her, leading her to mistakenly believe her abilities were extraordinary. As Yixi lamented about her junior sister, the two individuals beside Yun Zian were left utterly astonished. At this moment, Yun Zian found herself in a most disheveled state. However, the two individuals beside her were astonished to witness the manifestation of the Tao. Chapter 17. Opportunities abound. The Tao is only perceptible when one comes into contact with the Great Path and is unable to assimilate it in due time. The profundity of the Great Path is elusive, difficult to render into substance. Yet Yun Zian had merely engaged in a game of chess. No, just a few moves, and the potency of the Tao emanating from her was so rich that it was insatiable. The two were envious beyond measure. Indeed, where an extraordinary master resides, opportunities are plentiful. A single game of chess had enlightened Yun Zian. It was likely she would soon shatter her limitations, leaving the two in a state of utter astonishment. With the vermilion bird as her companion and myriad paths as her chessboard, she had the supreme artifact capable of producing spirit beings as her servant, a sight they had never anticipated. As they were still in shock, the exceedingly disheveled Yun Zian experienced a sudden upheaval within as her golden elixir transformed, allowing her to step into the realm of heavenly elixirs. The lingering Tao resonance aided in her breakthrough, though it was swiftly absorbed. Her cultivation level instantaneously caught up to her two senior brothers, who were several years her elder. In this moment, Yun Zian comprehended the gravity of the situation and bowed to Yixi, acknowledging the gift of wisdom bestowed upon her. However, Yixi modestly claimed to be an ordinary mortal, prompting Yun Zian to merely smile and say, "Thank you, young master, for your guidance in the art of chess." "No need for thanks. It was but a trifle," he replied. "In the future, avoid playing chess with sycophants. They will only mislead you into believing your skills are exceptional, while in reality, they are merely average. When you encounter a true master, you shall find yourself utterly defeated." Yixi, believing Yun Zian was expressing gratitude for his few pointers, took it upon himself to impart wisdom. "Youth is often susceptible to deception," he sighed. "Pardon me, but could you lend a hand? I am in need of firewood, as I have none left," Old Bai interjected, directing his gaze toward the two idly standing by. As a robot, he was oblivious to the notion of reverence, focusing solely on the efficient use of resources. Nevertheless, his tone struck Zhang Ming and Zhang Song as befitting a master. "Senior, we shall attend to it immediately," they replied. Being in the presence of an extraordinary figure made them wary of speaking incorrectly, and at that moment, being called upon by Old Bai filled them with delight. Although they regarded him as a formidable presence, it was far less daunting than facing Yixi. The two approached the area designated for chopping wood and attempted to employ their spells. However, as their incantations met the timber, their eyes widened in horror. They exchanged glances, their souls trembling violently, for their spells left not a single mark upon the wood, as if they had vanished into thin air. Yet, they were acutely aware that their spells had not disappeared. Rather, their power was utterly incapable of affecting the lumber before them. "Hey, you two, cannot even manage such rudimentary work as chopping wood?" Old Bai, witnessing their stunned silence, became irate. "The intellect of humanity is concerning. Use the axe and chop it. With a mighty chop, one must exert all their strength. Is that not sufficient?" I couldn't help but exclaim. "Senior, we understand," the two replied, wiping the fine beads of sweat from their foreheads and nodding eagerly. Zhang Ming hurried towards the axe, but as his hand made contact, a wave of unease washed over him. He nearly failed to lift the axe. It was simply too heavy. "Zhang Ming, what's the matter? Hurry up and act. Don't dawdle," Zhang Song urged anxiously from the side. At that moment, Zhang Ming wore an expression of utter innocence. It was not a matter of slowness, Rather, he was profoundly shocked by the realm of the formidable. Nothing here possessed any semblance of normalcy. The axe in his grasp was not only incredibly weighty, but also exuded a pressure that made him tremble. He had never encountered such a terrifying divine weapon. Even their fire sex fire seal paled in comparison. Yet here, such a magnificent artifact was merely a tool for chopping wood. Only by exerting all of his spiritual energy could Zhang Ming swing the axe. However, after cleaving a few logs, he found himself utterly drained, unable to move even a fraction. "Senior brother, you take over," Zhang Ming said, his face filled with astonishment as he handed the axe to Zhang Song. The moment Zhang Song grasped the axe, his expression changed dramatically. He could vaguely sense that within the axe, a dragon seemed to roar, its oppressive force utterly daunting. Zhang Song began to comprehend why Zhang Ming struggled so. It was indeed challenging to wield this extraordinary divine weapon. "You fools, are you doing this on purpose? The fire isn't hot enough. Chop the wood faster. We need more fuel," Old Bai urged impatiently from the side. Observing the two dawdling and gasping for breath while chopping, he was quite irritated. When the two noticed Old Bai's displeasure, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they began to chop wood with fervor, disregarding their waning spiritual energy drenched in sweat. As if entranced, they gradually found a peculiar enjoyment in chopping wood. With each cycle of consumption and replenishment, they unwittingly experienced an increase in their strength. Zhang Song, possessing the greatest power during the process of chopping wood, found his understanding of the Tao inexplicably deepening. Initially already formidable, in the next moment, with a resounding crash, he inexplicably broke through, transitioning from the celestial Dan realm to the divine Dan realm. "Senior brother," Zhang Ming exclaimed in astonishment, watching Zhang Song. "Zhang Ming, what do you feel?" Zhang Song asked, equally astonished. "What feeling?" Zhang Ming was at a loss, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Zhang Song's words. Zhang Song quickly conveyed telepathically. "Do you not feel that aspects of your cultivation that once eluded you have suddenly become clear?" Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, his expression turned to one of sheer shock as he too recognized a significant realization. "In the past, I struggled to comprehend certain concepts, yet now, inexplicably, clarity has dawned upon me." The two individuals were taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Could it be that chopping would lead to enlightenment? "Damn, are you two fools?" Old Bai exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration as he observed their dazed expressions. "Senior, right away." The two resumed their task of chopping wood, though they were fervently communicating telepathically. "Senior brother, what is happening?" "Here, my thoughts flow with remarkable clarity. I have surmounted several obstacles in my cultivation. Could it be that this place aids in enlightenment?" Zhang Ming exclaimed, his visage filled with astonishment. The notion that chopping wood could facilitate enlightenment seemed surreal, yet reality affirmed its truth. As they continued their fervent exchange, they secretly immersed themselves in intense cultivation. Suddenly, an immense surge of energy erupted within Zhang Ming. "Senior brother, my divine fire technique has unexpectedly reached the 4th level," he declared excitedly. The two were once again left speechless, forgetting their task of chopping wood. Indeed, this process could enhance their understanding and perceptive abilities. Scram! Despite the uniqueness of the wood, rarely seen by ordinary individuals, their disappointment was palpable. The two disciples were forcefully pushed aside. "Is the wood truly special?" Zhang Ming and Zhang Song exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they focused on the wood. Their minds buzzed. Being pushed aside rendered their thoughts sluggish. Even a fool would recognize that their newfound ability to grasp the intricate cultivation bottlenecks stemmed from the wood's influence, not from any newfound intelligence of their own. Divine wood. It must be divine wood, capable of aiding one's enlightenment. How could it be used merely as firewood? Their hearts ached, yet all they could do was watch in sorrow as it was consumed by flames, not daring to utter a word. "Junior brother, our comprehension is lacking. We must enhance it. Our junior sister has made several strategic moves in her game, enveloped in the essence of the Tao, and has broken through a realm. We too have benefited from chopping wood. I have advanced in my cultivation, and you have made progress in your divine fire technique. We have entered a realm of opportunity, where fortune abounds and the teachings of the great Tao are everywhere. We must grasp the intentions of the extraordinary masters. While a master leads us to the door, the path of cultivation must be traversed by ourselves. How could such transcendent beings directly guide our cultivation? We are merely of ordinary talent, and even the greatest prodigies of a super sex would likely not catch their eye. Thus, any assistance they offer is subtle. We must discern ourselves. If we cannot comprehend, we are fated to miss the opportunity. While our junior sister plays chess, she embodies the essence of the Tao. The gentleman is not merely playing chess. He is guiding her. Our task of chopping wood is meant to foster a connection with the divine wood, aiding us in our enlightenment. Yet here we are, dawdling and squandering precious time, causing our elder to grow angry. Feeling that their understanding was lacking, Zhang Song displayed a face full of regret. Senior brother, next time, I shall seize the opportunity bestowed upon us by our predecessors, Zhang Ming lamented with a pained expression. Fools, can't you even chop wood or start a fire? Old Bai could no longer contain himself upon seeing the two in a daze. It is the predecessor. At this moment, both of them exclaimed in unison, their eyes suddenly sparkling with enlightenment. They exchanged glances, both comprehending that the predecessor was once again granting them a chance to connect with the divine tree and grasp the path of the great Tao. As they added firewood with smiles on their faces, they continuously absorbed the essence of cultivation practices, making rapid progress in their training. They were overjoyed. Why are all cultivators so foolish? Is this truly a path to cultivation? Old Bai observed the two, looking at them as if they were simpletons. Are you truly so easily satisfied by the act of stoking a fire? Sighing, he remarked on the remarkable friendliness of the world's cultivators. Yixi watched from the side, a smile gracing her lips. In the company of cultivators, she had astonishingly discovered that she bore no pressure at all, an utterly incredible realization. She could only attribute this phenomenon to the amiable nature of the cultivators, for it was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, why would a mere mortal matter to a cultivator? Beside Li Yixi, Yunxian was also inexplicably shaken. She had received a transmission from Zhang Song, understanding that to seize the opportunity here, one must comprehend the words of the predecessor. Following closely behind Li Yixi, Yunxian remained ever vigilant, pondering the deeper meaning behind every casual word spoken. Many thoughts eluded her, and she felt an acute sense of impatience, deeming herself foolish. Today, feeling in good spirits, Li Yixi decided to paint. She approached the desk, suddenly filled with enthusiasm, and exclaimed, "Shall the young master create a painting?" Yunxian, deep in thought, hurriedly assisted Li Yixi in laying out the paper, pondering what opportunity the young master intended to bestow. Could it be related to the act of painting? Chapter 18. Supreme treasure with the brush in hand. Li Yixi seemed to merge seamlessly with the universe. The Tao's rhythm flowed through her being, filling Yunxian's beautiful eyes with astonishment. Yunxian felt a moment of enlightenment, sensing that the young master wished for her to experience the Tao that resided within him. No, it could not be so. The young master spoke of painting, thus the opportunity must surely relate to this art. Was the opportunity contained within the painting itself? A wave of realization washed over Yunxian. Yet, as she awaited Li Yixi's next move, she could only continue to ponder and reflect. In the next moment, Li Yixi murmured, "Upon the Chu mountain, the moonlight ignites the flames during a great drought. This is invoked. Old customs burn the dragon, causing panic that begets thunder and rain. Exploding phantoms weep, collapsing the icy mist and ethereal clouds. The boiling waters of 100 springs. Their roots trace back to the ancient times. The green forest turns to ash, with the clouds drifting without a destination. As night falls with a striking brilliance, the new autumn illuminates the celestial maidens. The wind stirs the great flames, and the river oars rise in columns of smoke. The mundane world burns Kunlun, light spreading across the isles. The stench reaches the charred long serpent, as roars intertwine with the fierce tiger. The divine beings have already taken flight. Unseen are the stones and earth. You do not slander, for this is to approach the luminous with disdain. The thin concerns of the long officials weigh heavily, obscuring the essence of the master, who will extinguish the distant flames. Fear lurks near the walls of our abode. Sweat flows as I recline by the riverside, deeper still. The air feels like gossamer threads. After a moment of contemplation, my pen stirs to life. Each stroke, as if guided by a deity, flows from Li Yixi's hand, causing Yunzhuan to feel breathless as a grand path unfurls before her eyes. I understand now how it has been all along. The prior insights I held were misguided. The gentleman wishes for me to focus on this painting before me. As a disciple of the Flame sect, my cultivation revolves around the path of fire. It is natural for him to guide me in my mastery of this art. The path of fire, the essence of flames. The more I gaze, the more astonished I become, my eyes filled with trepidation. Under Li Yixi's hand, a transcendent path of fire reveals itself to Yunzhuan. Her perspective is continually overturned, her astonishment intensifying rather than waning. A profound impact resonates within her soul. This is the Grand Tao. Deep within Yunzhuan, a thunderous echo reverberates. Zhang Ming and Zhang Song, who are tending the flames, suddenly change their expressions. They now perceive that the brush in Li Yixi's hand has transformed into a dragon of fire. Thunderous roars. In this moment, it is as if a bolt of lightning has struck their minds. The fire dragon penetrates the depths of their consciousness. The technique they practice, the divine fire formula, appears to break through its limitations, ascending at an alarming rate. The velocity of this ascension is utterly terrifying. Beside Li Yixi, Yunzhuan feels an inferno igniting within her, as if it might consume her whole, her eyes wide with horror. I cannot bear to witness this. The path of fire is too formidable beyond my comprehension. To force myself to observe any further would lead me astray. Though she yearns to behold the path of flames, she senses she has reached her limit if she continues. Her very being may be incinerated. Reluctantly, she closes her eyes. To pursue the Grand Tao any longer would only destabilize my heart. Li Yixi suddenly halts, contemplating the work he has created today, his brow furrowing in concern. No, the flames do not manifest in this way. I have yet to capture their essence. Disappointment washes over him as he finds himself unsatisfied with the painting. Meanwhile, Yunzhuan, her eyes tightly shut, is engulfed in dread. The Grand Tao depicted within the painting is breathtaking, capturing the true spirit of the path of fire. This artwork, if revealed to the world, would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of bloodshed and chaos. This painting possesses the ability to guide individuals toward a celestial path. However, in Li Yixi's eyes, it is merely subject to such criticism. He cast aside the pen in his hand, the ink at its tip leaving a series of shadows upon the canvas. The moment Yunzhuan, who had just opened her eyes, witnessed this, her heart surged tumultuously. For the artwork imbued with profound meaning was crumpled by Li Yixi and unceremoniously discarded into the trash. Such a treasure, in Li Yixi's perspective, was akin to refuse. Is there something wrong with this painting, young master? Yunzhuan inquired incredulously. Indeed, this artwork fails to capture the true essence of flame. It is utterly worthless. Perhaps my artistic skills are still lacking, and my understanding of fire remains immature, preventing me from conveying the inherent rhythm of such flames, Li Yixi lamented. Under the tutelage of the system, Li Yixi's painting skills were extraordinarily high, leading him to hold himself to exceedingly rigorous standards regarding his creations. This painting did not reflect the flames as he envisioned them in his heart. Hence, he deemed it a failure. Li Yixi could not perceive the subtlety of Tao, nor did he grasp the significance of this piece. In his eyes, it was merely flawed and problematic, an unsuccessful endeavor. Upon hearing Li Yixi's nonchalant remarks, Yunzhuan felt parched, and her heart involuntarily marveled at his prowess. The depth of his understanding of the Tao was beyond her imagination. To him, a celestial path appeared to have imperfections. Although Li Yixi regarded it as a failure, to Yunzhuan, it was a supreme treasure. Should the fire sect acquire it, it would represent an unparalleled opportunity, propelling the sect to formidable heights and establishing it as the foremost among neighboring sections. I must obtain this painting. At that moment, Yunxian was overwhelmed with excitement and resolute determination. Junior sister. At this juncture, Zhang Ming and Zhang Song approached, casting their gaze toward Yunxian. Following her line of sight, they spotted the crumpled paper in the trash. Senior brother, this is an unparalleled treasure. Acquiring it will undoubtedly enable our fire sect to flourish rapidly, Yunxian communicated telepathically. A treasure, you say? Zhang Ming and Zhang Song recalled the earlier moment when the pen flowed like a fire dragon, and they pondered, could there be an extraordinary opportunity hidden within the young master's painting? As Yixi sipped water, Zhang Ming bent down to retrieve the paper, unfolding it to reveal the image of a fire dragon soaring majestically, and he hurriedly tucked it away, suppressing his astonishment. The essence of the Tao, intensely rich and terrifyingly potent, emanated from the painting, particularly the Tao of fire. Zhang Ming felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. This was a treasure, an unrivaled treasure, one that could be taken away. At this moment, Zhang Ming and Zhang Song felt as though thunder roared within their minds, a relentless buzzing echoing through their thoughts. Zhang Song exclaimed, "This painting is an unparalleled treasure for our flame sect, more precious than even our sect's foundational techniques." The three of them were utterly astonished. Just then, after finishing her drink, Yixi turned around and happened to catch sight of the three huddled together, her brow furrowing in confusion. What were they engaged in? The expressions on their faces were gravely serious. Yixi held a firm confidence in her artistic skills. However, the attention they paid to what she deemed a failed draft left her perplexed. Could they truly possess knowledge of the art of painting? She noticed Zhang Ming, who clutched the draft, smiling as he said, "This is merely a failed draft. If you like it, you may take it, though I fear you shall learn little from it." Yunxian replied, "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord." Upon hearing Yixi's words, Zhang Ming and Zhang Song were overwhelmed with excitement, nearly falling to their knees in gratitude. This was indeed a treasure beyond measure, and they had not known how to voice their desires. It seemed the young master had seen through their thoughts and, understanding their hesitation, had chosen to bestow it upon them. The three of them bowed deeply, their hearts racing with exhilaration. Yet, alongside their excitement, a weight settled in their hearts. Such a precious treasure must be returned to their sect without delay. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Thank you for your invitation, but we must take our leave as there are urgent matters to attend to. They exchanged glances and respectfully addressed Yixi. Aren't you staying for a meal? It will be ready shortly, Yixi smiled. No, my lord. The situation is urgent and cannot be postponed. Once we have resolved our matters, we shall return to express our gratitude, and we hope it won't trouble you too much, they replied earnestly. Very well, until we meet again, Yixi responded calmly. The three turned and hastily departed, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 19. The Crisis of the Flame Sect. What a pity. Today was meant for celebration. Perhaps a housewarming of sorts. With the assistance of the Golden Ancient Clan, the courtyard had traversed an unimaginable distance through immense magical power, finally appearing within the borders of Zhao country, transitioning from a perilous realm to the safety of the human world. In Yixi's eyes, this was indeed a joyous occasion deserving of celebration. She had hoped to share a meal with the three members of the Flame Sect, but alas, they seemed to have pressing matters to attend to. Yixi felt a tinge of regret that this joy could not be shared. 1,000 miles away from this place lay a vast mountain range known as the Heavenly Fire Mountains. Within this range stood a magnificent palace, grand beyond compare. Surrounding the palace were countless courtyards, infused with a rich essence of fire, making it a prime location for practitioners of fire attribute cultivation. This place was none other than the stronghold of the Flame Sect. The Flame Sect, boasting tens of thousands of disciples, stands as a formidable force within the Zhao kingdom. Yet today, the sect remains eerily silent. The vast congregation of disciples has vanished without a trace, leaving the Flame Sect desolate and forlorn. Above the training grounds of the sect, a black lotus-shaped flame hovers ominously. This flame, tranquil in its suspension, refrains from unleashing its power. Yet the surrounding void seems poised for annihilation. Its presence instills a profound dread, evoking an inexplicable terror. Not far from the lotus flame, several figures stand, their demeanor marked by desolation and despair. At the center is a middle-aged man adorned with a crimson flame emblem upon his brow. Yunxiao, the leader of the flame sect. In this moment, he is stripped of his former confidence and grandeur, his countenance reflecting profound sorrow. Beside him, his companions were expressions of grim determination, embodying the spirit of those ready to face death. Yunxiao speaks slowly. Have the members of our sect dispersed? His voice is laced with melancholy. Brother Xia, everyone has fled. Comes the response. Those treacherous ingrates hastily abandoned us. We have been blind to their selfishness over these years, consuming countless resources of the sect. Those few who wish to stand by us in our time of peril have also been persuaded to leave. Faced with the Black Lotus Demon King, even a multitude would only be led to their demise. They are young and, despite their loyalty to the sect, possess bright futures ahead. I could not bear to see them perish. Yunxiao's wife replies with a heavy heart. We cannot blame them. We are confronted by the Black Lotus Demon King, a force we cannot withstand. The path of fire it embodies is too fearsome. When the Black Lotus attained sentience, it should have been eradicated. At that time, we regarded it as a celestial treasure, nurtured by our ancestors, even absorbing their lifeblood and soul. It was thought to be a unique rebirth of our forebear. Yet, who could have foreseen that upon its transformation, it would inherit the most sinister of demonic thoughts, deeming itself the essence of celestial flames? It believes that all who practice fire-related techniques, differing in their understanding of the path, deserve death, unworthy of existence. Only its lineage is deemed legitimate and worthy of imparting its teachings. As long as the Black Lotus Demon King lives, it shall spell disaster for all practitioners of the fire path across the realm. An elder, unwilling to depart, expresses his bitterness. Elder, do not speak of it further. It is all fate, the cycle of cause and effect. Our ancestors' sacrifice of lifeblood and soul was the cause. Today, we face the consequence. You should leave while you can. Yunxiao replies, his voice tinged with despondency. Brother Xia, I shall stay with you. I have already sent away Xian, ensuring she does not return to the Flame sect. We have already left our bloodline. Should we perish, it shall be a mark upon this world. To die alongside you would bring me fulfillment. Yunxiao's wife declares with a smile. Master, we few old souls with limited talents have no hope of breaking through. Our time is drawing near. Death is inevitable. Before the end, let us shine brightly once more. Even if we cannot destroy this evil, we shall at least stain it with our blood. Several aged elders declare with grim resolve, their faces etched with determination. Father, mother, at this moment, an anxious voice echoed outside the Fiery Flame sect. 3 figures soared through the air on their swords, gazing at the desolate Fiery Flame sect, their eyes filled with urgency. The visitors were none other than Zhang Ming, Zhang Song, and Yun Xian. Xian, you returned, the woman exclaimed, her face etched with despair. She had already sent word for Yun Xian not to return to the sect. Yet here she was. Was this fate? Xian, why did you come back? Leave at once, commanded Yun Xia, his expression instantly shifting, betraying his earlier resolve. Yun Xian was his only daughter. How could he wish for her to face death alongside them? This was a battle they could not hope to win. As the sect leader, he knew that the Black Lotus Demon King would not rest until they were eradicated. Only through their demise could the others be spared. And he yearned for his daughter's survival, but now his plans lay in ruin. Master, we cannot flee. We returned at all costs to assist the sect leader in combating the enemy. Zhang Song exclaimed urgently. Silence. You have no idea how terrifying the enemy is. Yun Xia retorted, his anger palpable. Father, we have brought supreme treasures that can surely repel the enemies. During our recent expedition, we encountered an unparalleled master, and this treasure, though considered refuse by him, is invaluable to our Fiery Flame sect. With this artifact, you and the elders can surely break through. We will not be without the strength to fight. Yun Xian implored, her faith unwavering. Did the master grant you a divine elixir capable of shattering the mirror? An elder interjected hastily. No, elder, the hidden master bestowed upon us a draft of a painting, Zhang Song clarified quickly. A draft? The elder shook his head, expressing his skepticism. Noticing the elder's disappointment, Yun Zian urged, Father, elder, this is no ordinary draft. The sketches of such a transcendent master cannot be mundane. Behold, the vermilion bird is treated as a mere chicken, and the divine wood that aids enlightenment is used as firewood. The axe that chops wood has become a supreme weapon, and even the most extraordinary divine arms are relegated to servitude. This draft contains the essence of the flame Tao, rich in Tao rhythm, and will surely assist you in breaking through. Brother Zhongming, quickly open it, Yun Zian urged anxiously. As the draft was unveiled, the initially skeptical Yun Xia glanced casually, but that fleeting glance left him utterly stunned. His eyes were filled with fervor, and his aura surged dramatically, becoming overwhelming. Step back. The sect leader is about to break through. The elders, witnessing Yun Xia's transformation, paled and retreated hastily. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yun Xia, surpassing the heavenly river realm. Chapter 20. The statue at the door destroys the great demon of the sky. Breaking through, he is truly broken through the barrier. The elders of the Flame sect, gathered around Yun Xiao, are now filled with astonishment. No one could have anticipated that a tattered draft, in the hands of Yun Xiao, master of the Flame sect and a figure of great renown at the peak of the celestial river realm, would enable him to transcend a boundary he had been unable to breach for a decade, merely by casting a glance upon it. The elders gaze at the crumpled drawing before Yun Xiao, their eyes alight with brilliance. What an extraordinary treasure this is. He has broken through. He has broken through. Father has succeeded. I always knew this would help my father achieve his breakthrough. At this moment, Yun Zian is as joyful as a child. Congratulations, sect master. Congratulations, sect master. The crowd hurriedly bows, their eyes brimming with delight. From a state of despair, they now glimpse hope. Who would not rejoice? At this moment, Yun Xiao, staring at the tattered draft floating before him, is enveloped in disbelief. He, Yun Xiao, a prominent figure, has managed to overcome a decade-long hurdle with the aid of a discarded draft. Yun Xiao is genuinely astonished. The essence of the flame path, this is the Tao's resonance. No wonder I have faltered in my understanding of the Tao these past years, having wandered into a misdirection. Feeling the resonance from the draft, Yun Xiao comprehends everything. Ha ha ha. Yun Xiao, are you ready? Today, I, the Black Lotus, shall send you to hell. As the members of the Flame sect revel in their triumph, a figure imbued with arrogance and malevolence appears. From afar, a silhouette rides upon a Black Lotus, charging towards them. The Black Lotus that had previously hovered above the Flame sect's martial arts arena instantly merges into the body of the Black Lotus Demon King, shrouded in a black robe as he descends upon the Flame sect. Heaven seeks to destroy my Flame sect. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Black Lotus Demon King, despair washes over the faces of the elders. Initially elated by Yun Xiao's breakthrough, they now realize that despite Yun Xiao's newfound power, he remains no match for the Black Lotus Demon King, who has been at the celestial realm for many years. What a pity had we acquired such a treasure sooner. Would the Flame sect fear this mere Black Lotus Demon King today? Yun Xiao's face is etched with unwillingness. Sect Master, go. We will hold off the Black Lotus Demon King for you. The elders of the Flame sect exchange resolute glances, their eyes filled with determination as they charge towards the Black Lotus Demon King. Fools! The Black Lotus Demon King scoffs, his eyes glinting with disdain. You think you can obstruct me? Prepare to perish. A large hand extended, and in the grasp of the Black Lotus, a dark bloom suddenly unfurled. The terrifying power erupted instantaneously, transforming into infernal black flames that consumed several individuals in an instant. The elders of the celestial river realm perished, reduced to ashes. The cycle of causality began anew. Let the battle commence. Yun Xiao's eyes blazed crimson as he thrust a manuscript into Yun Zian's hands and lunged toward the Black Lotus Demon King. Battle? Yun Xiao, do you believe you possess the qualifications? The Black Lotus declared, Only my path of black flames is the true path of fiery supremacy. All other flames are but pale imitations. Today, I shall enlighten you on the nature of disparity. The Black Lotus descended, intent on annihilating heaven, earth, and the world itself. As the words fell from the Black Lotus, an overwhelming force erupted, striking down Yin Xiao, who was grievously wounded, blood spewing forth. With no time to evade, the Black Lotus flickered and appeared beside Yin Xiao, seizing his head, poised to extinguish his life. Black Lotus Demon King, wait. You assert that your path of black flames represents the pinnacle of fiery mastery. Are you certain? Yin Xian gasped, her chest heaving as she fixated on the figure of the Black Lotus Demon King. Little girl, do you dare to question me? Have you not witnessed how utterly feeble your father is before my path? The Black Lotus paused momentarily, casting a derisive glance at Yin Xian. Is that so? I do not believe your path of black flames is the strongest. Today, I shall reveal to you a mightier presence, one who is truly invincible in this world. If you doubt, then behold. Yin Xian hurled the manuscript toward the Black Lotus Demon King. With a look of disdain, the Black Lotus regarded the manuscript. Yet upon sensing the profound resonance within, the sinister flames surrounding him nearly dissipated. Cursed be it. My path is the supreme way of the cosmos. Whose path is this? The Black Lotus, ignoring Yin Xiao entirely, appeared before Yin Xian, seizing her with urgency. Do you wish to meet this figure? If you are unafraid of facing a greater being, I shall take you to the master of the painting. Yin Xian gasped for breath, glaring fiercely at the Black Lotus Demon King. She firmly believed that Li Yixi could vanquish the Black Lotus Demon King. Thus, she harbored no concerns for his safety. In her eyes, only Li Yixi, who had retreated to a life of seclusion among mortals, could save the fire sect. Are you attempting to provoke me? Oomph. In this world, who does the Black Lotus fear to meet? I must see who this person is. Lead the way. With a forceful gesture, the manuscript in his hand crumbled to ashes. The Black Lotus seized Yin Xian and ascended into the void. At this moment, Yin Xiao's eyes glistened with urgency, and he hastily pursued them into the air. The Black Lotus, possessing a celestial realm of cultivation, traversed swiftly, and within a day, his figure stood before the mountain peak where Li Yixi resided, directly heading toward the courtyard. As Black Lotus approached the courtyard, there was no indication of slowing down. It intended to storm in with fury. However, at the very moment Black Lotus drew near, a statue before the courtyard eerily opened its eyes. In an instant, it moved, the iron whip in its hand striking with lethal precision. Who dares to be so audacious? It thundered. You shall perish. With the emergence of the iron whip, terror filled the eyes of the Black Lotus Demon King. Even one of such formidable strength found itself rendered immobile in that fleeting moment. Under the force of that strike, its form was shattered. Years of cultivated power dissipating into nothingness, transforming into a Black Lotus that fell before the courtyard. The once mighty figure of Black Lotus reverted back to the likeness of the statue. Witnessing this scene, Yin Xiao was filled with astonishment. The statue possessed a spirit, capable of vanquishing the powerful Black Lotus Demon King in a single blow. Father, do you now believe me? Young master, could it be that this is a reclusive master, possessing celestial might, perhaps even a heavenly immortal, here merely to experience life? Black Lotus had sealed its own fate upon arriving. Yin Xian, with a smile, reached out to retrieve the Black Lotus, a treasure of great worth. Do not. Yin Xiao interjected sternly. Xian, the Black Lotus has consumed the heart, blood, and soul of our ancestor, transformed into a malevolent entity, an ill omen that we should not approach. It can devour human souls. We must depart. Our visit today is too hurried. It is not the appropriate time to pay respects to the young master. We should prepare adequately before expressing our gratitude, Yin Xiao insisted gravely. Yes, mother, Yin Xian responded, bowing to the courtyard before departing. The group turned and soared into the air. Creak. The courtyard door swung open as Li Yixi emerged, clad in white. Where has everyone gone? I distinctly heard voices. Could I have misheard? Li Yixi expressed confusion and bewilderment. Just as she was about to close the door, she noticed the Black Lotus before her. What is this? Curiosity piqued. She approached and picked it up, examining it closely. As she did so, a dark mist emanated from the black lotus, seeping towards her palm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that mist was dispersed. Could this possibly be a treasure of a cultivator? Yixi pondered, feeling warmth radiate from the black lotus in her grasp. Filled with intrigue, she sensed she might have stumbled upon something extraordinary. After scrutinizing it further without discerning any peculiarities, she finally entered the courtyard. The casual items remained on the table as Yixi departed. Gradually, a visage emerged upon the black lotus, its eyes filled with sheer horror. What manner of place is this? Who are these individuals? The soul of the Black Lotus Demon King was awash with trepidation. After being shattered by the stone sculpture, he found himself utterly suppressed, afraid to release even the faintest breath. Initially, the demon soul had attempted to entice Yunzian, but his efforts were in vain. He dared not make a second attempt, fearing annihilation by the spirit of the stone sculpture. The moment Yixi picked him up, hope flickered within him. Yet, the Black Lotus felt lost, realizing he could not even capture the soul of a mere mortal or dominate its form. Confoundingly, he suffered yet another injury. Despite his confusion, the prospect of leaving that place filled him with a sense of relief. Fate had not forsaken him. As the Black Lotus floated up, poised to break free, a peculiar sound emanated from the ancient zither beside him. Before he could escape, the gathered demon souls were instantly dispersed. The Black Lotus plummeted back onto the table. The swirling darkness reformed, and the visage of the Black Lotus Demon King reappeared, his eyes once again brimming with terror. What is this place? What kind of zither is this that it dares to torment him? As his anger bubbled forth, another note from the zither resounded, sending the Black Lotus's true form hurtling away, scattering his demon soul once more. A third of his malevolent essence dissipated. What manner of place is this? The Black Lotus's soul struggled to coalesce, fear overwhelming his gaze as he stared at the ancient zither on the table, muttering to himself, "If I cannot provoke you, can I not evade you?" He began to float away from the zither. With a determined retreat, he aimed to escape, but at that moment, a terrifying aura descended upon him. A creature, its fur radiating a formidable presence, made a swift motion, and with a single stroke, the Black Lotus's soul was diminished by another third. Tremors racked his being, his fear reaching a zenith. What is this entity? Just then, Lao Bai happened upon the scene, observing the Black Lotus on the ground, and promptly picked it up for examination. How curious, he mused. It contains the power of flames, and seems quite formidable. I could inscribe a formation upon it, and utilize it as a furnace, thus sparing myself the trouble of gathering firewood in the future. At that moment, the Black Lotus's soul trembled uncontrollably. From Lao Bai emanated an overwhelming force of the great Tao, which suppressed the Black Lotus's essence to the brink of obliteration. Helplessly, he watched as the robotic Lao Bai seized a carving knife and began to reshape him. Following the transformation, he was confined beneath a cast iron pot. The pitch-black iron pot plunged the Black Lotus into utter despair. This dark vessel possessed the power to confine the heavens and the earth, rendering his demonic soul incapable of even coalescing. Within him, a relentless roar echoed. "I am the Black Lotus of primordial chaos." Yet, his powerless cries were irrevocably ensnared within his being. On a desolate, icy mountain, a figure approached with unwavering determination, embodying relentless devotion. It was Tang Yin, who had traversed 1,000 miles. Suddenly, another silhouette emerged, obstructing his path. "Tang Yin, do you not realize this is a place you cannot tread? Will you not concede?" The newcomer, a robust youth, regarded Tang Yin with disdain. "Concede? Why should I? My father awaits my return," Tang Yin retorted, his eyes glimmering with a deep, ethereal light. "Step aside, or kneel before me. Oh, the gates of the refining sect are not for the likes of a sinner's son to enter at will. I shall witness your prowess and teach you the meaning of humility today," the youth arrogantly proclaimed. "Begone!" In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged within Tang Yin, subduing the youth, who fell to his knees in terror, unable to rise. His face turned pale, devoid of blood. Unfazed, Tang Yin passed by him, resolute in his mission to traverse the hellish path of the refining sect and rescue his father, imprisoned within. In his despair, guided by Yixi, he glimpsed a flicker of hope. At that moment, numerous figures appeared, their eyes filled with scorn. Though Tang Yin had subdued Tang's son, the expressions of the onlookers shifted when he reached the threshold of the hellish path, brandishing a war hammer. They could feel their very souls tremble at the sight of the Haotian hammer. The hammer soul. He has awakened the hammer soul. Their disbelief was palpable as they watched Tang Yin, alone with his hammer, charge into the infernal path. An ancient figure emerged, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. He coldly declared, "The awakening of Tang Yin's hammer soul is a divine blessing upon our refining sect. His father, Tang Tian, shall be absolved of all sins." "Indeed, ancestor." The elders of the refining sect bowed their heads in unison. "After Tang Yin emerges, bring him to me." The voice of the sect's ancestor trembled as he uttered a final command before retreating into the grand hall. "When will I be able to cultivate? I envy those practitioners so dearly. How splendid it would be if I were that unparalleled sovereign," mused Yixi, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the sky. With a pen in hand, she inscribed upon rice paper a phrase from her memories: 1,000 tribulations, 100 lifetimes of difficulty. Time flows swiftly. In the blink of an eye, an undying body, an unquenchable soul, shaking the ages, unmatched by any. Chapter 22. The emergence of evil. Satisfied with her writing, Yixi remarked, "Come, Dahe, let us visit the falling immortal gathering." Yixi concealed her forlorn emotions and set out with her dog. The marketplace of Luoxianji remained as bustling as ever. "Young Master Li, are you here for the market?" "Greetings, young Master Li. Greetings, divine healer." From a distance, those who had witnessed Yixi's healing prowess greeted her. "Greetings, everyone," Yixi replied courteously. At that moment, a voice filled with terror pierced the air. "Something terrible has happened. Uncle Zhang's son has been taken by a blood shadow. Help!" The once tranquil marketplace erupted with cries of panic. "What? A blood shadow? Damn it, it's the blood demon again. We must kill it." In an instant, figures surged forth, soaring on their swords, their eyes ablaze with fury. Clad in black armor, they emanated an intimidating aura. Yixi recognized them as the demon slayer guard of the Zhao kingdom, tasked with safeguarding the populace. "Please, I beg you, save my son. He is only 3 years old." A middle-aged farmer, clutching a warm bun, pleaded with a face of despair. "Uncle Zhang, do not worry. We will certainly rescue your son," assured the captain of the Demon Slayer Guard, his expression grave. "Young Master Li, I implore you, join the captain in saving my son. You are a divine healer. That blood shadow feeds on children's blood to gain strength. If my son still has a breath left, please, I beg you to save him." Uncle Zhang, having witnessed Yixi's miraculous medical skills, fell to his knees before her. The children taken by the blood shadow were drained of their blood. Now, he could only hope for Yixi's intervention, praying for a miracle. Before Yixi could express her humble nature, the captain of the Demon Slayer Guard interjected. "We must hurry. Time is of the essence. If we delay, it may spell disaster." Grabbing Yixi, the captain mounted his sword and ascended into the air. At this moment, the large black dog clung tightly to Yixi. The Demon Slayer Guard, guided by their instincts, pursued the scent into a dense forest, landing cautiously. The captain turned to Yixi and said, "Young Master Li, the blood shadow is cunning and formidable. Please remain here while we subdue it. We will bring you to save the child immediately." With that, the Demon Slayer Guard vanished from sight. In the stillness of the forest, Yixi felt a twinge of fear and quickly embraced the large black dog. "Woof, woof, woof." The dog barked a few times, breaking free from her grasp to chase after the Demon Slayer Guard. "Damn it, Big Black." Yixi cursed, hastily following in pursuit. She could not bear to lose her faithful companion. In the depths of the forest, the demon-slaying guards wore expressions of pallor. For before them stood not merely the blood shadow, but behind it loomed a sinister figure enveloped in a shroud of sanguine mist, the blood demon. Before the blood shadow lay several desiccated corpses, evidently drained of their lifeblood by this malevolent entity. The The blood demon was no mere human. It was a creature born from the dark arts of blood magic, possessing an arsenal of bizarre and unpredictable abilities. While the guards had sufficient strength to contend with the blood shadow, they knew that facing the blood demon offered no hope of survival. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I have finally attracted some practitioners. The blood of cultivators is far superior to that of mere mortals. By consuming your essence, I shall regain a portion of my strength. Having escaped the confines of the demon restraint cave, I find myself significantly weakened. The blood demon remained unmoving, extending a colossal skeletal hand toward the demon-slaying guards. In a moment of sheer terror, they united their efforts to unleash the power of their formation. A radiant blade of energy cleaved toward the skeletal hand. With a thunderous roar, the formation's might shattered, yet managed to deflect the blood demon's casual strike. Fascinating. Truly, the demon-slaying guards are formidable. Your combined formation is indeed impressive. Otherwise, I could extinguish your lives with but a single finger. However, can you withstand the next onslaught? Came the chilling voice from within the blood shadow. Once more, the skeletal hand lunged toward the guards. Suddenly, a series of barks pierced the air as the blood demon unleashed its attack, only to find its formidable strike thwarted. As confusion spread among the guards, a large black dog sauntered from the forest, its eyes glinting with disdain. What manner of rubbish is this? Merely a fragment of a demonic soul, usurping an ancient corpse, daring to commit nefarious acts. The black dog spoke with utter contempt. Ah, a demon with some degree of cultivation? How intriguing. Consuming you will certainly aid my recovery. The blood demon sensed the vitality within the great black dog and replied ominously, "How dare you speak to me so? Were it not for the pressing time, with my master approaching, I would relish the opportunity to show you the true meaning of suffering. Perish!" The black dog retorted dismissively. In the next instant, the form of the black dog underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming a majestic and fearsome entity towering 10 feet tall, resembling a divine being. It opened its maw wide in defiance of the blood demon. In that fleeting moment, the demonic soul screamed in terror, seeking to flee from the corpse. But under the overwhelming force of the black dog's devouring power, it was utterly powerless, consumed along with the crafted blood shadow puppet. The great black dog reverted to its original form, turning to face the astonished, demon-slaying guards, and coldly stated, "Remember, my master is about to arrive. He is currently experiencing the life of a mortal. The blood demon you vanquished and the child you saved are none of my concern. I am merely a humble dog." "Yes, esteemed one," the guards responded, their voices trembling with fear, apprehensive that the great black dog might turn its wrath upon them. "Woof, woof, woof." The great black dog barked a few times, prompting Yixi to arrive at the sound. "Curse that dog. Why are you running? Do you not realize the danger here?" Yixi scolded, delivering a few kicks to the dog. The great black dog hurriedly approached, feigning innocence. Yixi's actions sent shivers down the spines of those present. "Young Master Li, the blood shadow has been slain, but the child has fallen unconscious. We beseech you to assist," several individuals urged, attempting to alleviate the tension in the air. Yes, it's nothing serious. He merely fainted. Let us return swiftly. The child's father must be anxious," Yixi replied, cradling the child and checking his pulse, releasing a sigh of relief. "Indeed," they stammered, their hearts laden with trepidation as they accompanied Yixi towards the falling immortal gathering. Chapter 23. Words become law at the falling immortal gathering. Figures anxiously awaited, the farmer with the surname Zhang pacing back and forth, his legs trembling incessantly. He repeatedly muttered his son's name, while his wife, who had arrived upon hearing that their child had been abducted by the blood shadow, fainted on the spot. "Look, they have returned." The crowd, who had been watching the horizon intently, erupted in excitement as they spotted shadowy figures against the sky. Have they rescued him? The farmer's heart raced with anxiety over the outcome. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the figures descended, the captain of the demon-slaying guards landing alongside Yixi. "Young master, is my son alive?" The farmer inquired urgently upon seeing the child in Yixi's arms. "Fear not, he is merely asleep. Here, take him." Li Yixi gently returned the child to the farmer. Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you to all the esteemed demon-slaying guards, the farmer said, bowing deeply. Upon witnessing the farmer's bow, the guards' expressions shifted slightly, yet upon catching sight of the great black dog beside Li Yixi, they quickly straightened their posture, daring not to reveal any hint of weakness. Return home now. Take good care of your child. The blood shadow has been slain by the esteemed guards, so there is no need for further worry, Li Yixi reassured, patting the farmer on the shoulder. Thank you, young master. The farmer expressed his gratitude once more, cradling his son and hastily awakening his wife to depart. Thank you, esteemed ones, for your trouble today. Li Yixi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had contributed little, merely a hindrance in the situation. Young master, you must not say that. Without the young master, we are powerless to assist the child who has fainted in fear. Few dare to accept this courtesy, discreetly stepping aside and bowing to Li Yixi. When the large black dog remained silent, the crowd felt a sense of relief, glad that nothing had gone awry. They hurriedly took their leave, eager to depart. After a thrilling escapade, soaring through the clouds, Li Yixi felt a surge of excitement within. At that moment, he noticed a storyteller in the distance, and his curiosity piqued. He approached. The storyteller, an elderly man, fanned himself as he recounted the peculiar tales of the continent. Li Yixi lista kaptata. After concluding his story, the old man's gaze fell upon Li Yixi. Noticing that Li Yixi was also a scholar, he hastily stood and bowed. Ah, young master, being a scholar yourself, you must possess a wealth of knowledge. I fear I have embarrassed myself with these worn-out tales, which everyone has grown weary of. You seem not to be from around here. Would you kindly share a story with us, young Master Li? Upon hearing the old man's invitation, those who had been resting with tea suddenly became intrigued. The old man's tales had become repetitive, and while they endured them, they yearned for something new. Now that the storyteller had invited Li Yixi, they were all filled with delight, eager to hear a fresh narrative. Since you have invited me, I shall share a tale from my homeland, Li Yixi replied, feeling a sense of belonging among the gathering. After a moment of contemplation, he observed that the majority present were children, and thus decided to narrate a mythological story, for children are fond of such tales. He chose the classic journey to the west. In a time before the heavens and earth were divided, chaos reigned, and no one was seen. Since Pangu shattered the primordial chaos, the distinction between clarity and murkiness has emerged. As Li Yixi began, he was unaware that the demon-slaying guards, who had been watching him from a distance, were now utterly astonished. They had witnessed the strange phenomena above the tea pavilion, which unfolded in vivid displays. From the birth of the Monkey King to his studies in the Bodhi Cave, they were filled with unexplainable dread. In their eyes, this was no mere story. Who could conjure such a terrifying world, unless they had witnessed it firsthand? As Li Yixi recounted the Monkey King's rampage in the East Sea, a heavy rain began to fall upon the tea gathering. Li Yixi paused, realizing it was time to return home. It's raining. How shall I get back? Zen, could you cease? He murmured to himself while standing in the tea pavilion. At the very moment his words echoed, a golden apparition vanished from his family-esque pond, ascending into the clouds and transforming into a magnificent dragon. After the golden dragon unleashed its divine power, the rain abruptly ceased and the clouds parted to reveal the sun. A ray of sunlight enveloped the tea pavilion. The captain of the demon-slaying guards, mesmerized by the tale, had silently entered the tea pavilion and happened to overhear Li Yixi's words. In this fleeting moment, as the clouds disperse and the rain ceases, sunlight cascades down, and the gaze directed towards Li Yixi is filled with utmost astonishment. The words manifest reality. This is the essence of divine proclamation. It is imperative to report this to the prince. An immortal has descended upon the falling immortals' gathering. The manifestation of divine will is indeed a celestial technique. The captain of the Demon Slayer Brigade is now gripped with intense anxiety. Should the immortal be incensed, the Zhao Kingdom would face dire consequences. Upon hearing of the immortal's presence at the falling immortals' gathering, the prince of southern Zhao smirks, for he is well aware of the truths that govern this world and the existence of immortals. Yet, When he hears of the Bodhi preaching and the havoc wrought by Wukong in the Eastern Sea, his eyes widen in sheer terror. The 72 transformations and the somersault cloud. Each technique is nothing short of extraordinary. The Eastern Sea, home to the Dragon Palace, is now in chaos, shaken to its core. At the mention of Li Yixi divine proclamation, the prince is jolted from his throne, standing in shock. The Prince of Southern Zhao solemnly declares, "I shall visit the falling immortals' gathering. You all shall manage the prince's residence in my absence." With that, he vanishes from the estate. Meanwhile, the Flame Sect, led by Yun Xiao, brings the treasured Liang stone along with Yun Zian to the falling immortals' gathering. The elder of the refining sect also hastens to Zhao Kingdom with Tang Yin. Upon reaching the falling immortals' gathering, the Prince of Southern Zhao does not immediately pay his respects, but seeks to ascertain the truth regarding Li Yixi's condition, confirming whether it aligns with the reports. When he learns that even Li Yixi's dog is of supreme significance, his eyes fill with dread. No longer in doubt, the prince realizes the presence of an immortal is unequivocal. Whether this visitation is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. He gazes upon the suddenly manifested mountain, reminiscent of an ancient presence, filled with trepidation. He understands that what was once a vast canyon, perilously steep, has transformed into a magnificent peak, shrouded in mist, akin to a realm of immortals. As the prince reaches the mountain's base, he even hears the cry of the vermilion bird, sending shivers down his spine. At this moment of astonishment, several figures descend, revealing the Flame Sect's leader accompanied by his wife and Yun Zian, coming to pay their respects. Yin Xiao, why has the leader of the Flame Sect come here? The Prince of Southern Zhao, adopting a guise of a young master, remains unrecognized by Yin Xiao. Yet the prince knows him well, for he is a prominent figure in Zhao Kingdom. Today, I, Yun, have come to pay my respects to young Master Li, expressing gratitude for saving our Flame Sect. Are you perhaps a friend of young Master Li? Yin Xiao inquires, cautious and respectful. Chapter 24. The Prince of Southern Zhao's shock leader Yun, you flatter me. I am hardly worthy to be considered a friend of young Master Li. I merely heard of his esteemed name and sought an audience. The prince responds hastily. Though he is a prince of Zhao Kingdom, he is merely a mundane ruler in the eyes of the immortals, who, even without leaving their abodes, are aware of worldly affairs. He dares not speak recklessly, for should calamity descend, all will be lost. Indeed, it appears that the young gentleman possesses an extraordinary demeanor. I wonder whence he hails? At this moment, Yin Xiao feels a sense of ease. If he is not a friend of Li Yixi, then conversing with the Southern King should be a pleasant affair. After all, they are here to pay their respects. Perhaps they might become friends in the future. I am Zhao, with the given name Jinyu, the Southern King remarked with a smile. Upon hearing the name, Yin Xiao trembled and quickly bowed, stating, I am Yin Xiao, the master of the Flame Sect, and I pay my respects to the Southern King. The wife of Yin Xiao, Yun Zian, also hastily offered her greetings. No need for excessive formalities. This is the young gentleman's domain. He regards himself as an ordinary man, and we, mere ants, know not of nobility or strength. Please, Yin brother, be at ease. Zhao brother, do take your ease. The two exchanged glances, inhaling deeply, and the four of them promptly ascended the mountain. Although they were all cultivators, no one took to the skies. Out of respect for Li Yixi, they chose to walk. Upon reaching the courtyard, the Southern King cast a wary glance at the two stone statues before the entrance, an inexplicable dread coursing through him. Had Yin Xiao not mentioned that the spirits of the statues vanquished the Black Lotus Demon King, he would have perceived them merely as two ordinary sculptures. Yet at this moment, upon closer inspection, he shuddered. The statues seemed to transform into two formidable divine generals, slaying demons and suppressing the realm. Yin Xiao, I pay my respects to the young gentleman, he said, taking a deep breath and bowing outside the courtyard. Creak! The courtyard door swung open, and Lao Bai peeked out. Promptly bowing, greetings to all, please come in. At the sight of Lao Bai, both Yun Xiao and the Southern King, Zhao Jinyu, trembled again, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Predecessor, please. They dared not accept his courtesy, for they sensed a terrifying aura of Tao emanating from Lao Bai. The intelligence of such a spirit was exceedingly formidable. They surmised that it must be an unparalleled artifact, though they were left pondering why the young gentleman chose to mold it into a humanoid form. Please, do not stand on ceremony. This is no predecessor, merely a robot. Pay it no mind. Lao Bai, prepare some fruit. The weather is warm, and after your climb, everyone must be a bit weary, which will serve to quench your thirst. As Li Yixi commanded, he led the four into the courtyard. Upon entering Li Yixi's abode, they felt an overwhelming sense of tension. This place was undeniably extraordinary. Once seated, Yun Xiao found himself at a loss for words and hastily retrieved the Sunfire celestial stone. Young gentleman, on this first visit, I bring a modest gift. I hope you will accept it. My daughter greatly benefited from her time here and was also bestowed with a famous painting by you. I implore you not to refuse this small token. Rising, Yun Xiao presented the Sunfire celestial stone before Li Yixi. Hiss! The southern king, Zhao Jinyu, gasped as he beheld the Sunfire celestial stone that Yun Xiao had produced. This was indeed the treasure of the Flame sect. To cultivate upon the Sunfire celestial stone would exponentially enhance one's cultivation speed and yield innumerable insights into the way of fire. However, at that moment, he unexpectedly witnessed Yun Xia bestowing the sect's treasure artifact directly upon Li Yixi. Even Zhao Zhanyu felt compelled to express his discontent. Master Yun, this is simply unacceptable. Li Yixi hastily declined the offer, aware that Yun Xia was none other than Yun Xian's father and the esteemed leader of the Flame sect, a figure of great renown and influence. It was indeed inappropriate for him to accept gifts from such a prominent personage. Young master, please do not refuse, Yun Xia implored. As winter approaches, this may serve to provide warmth and ward off the cold. Very well, I shall accept it, Li Yixi replied. The item truly was a remarkable treasure for warmth, ensuring he would not suffer from the chill during the winter months. Upon hearing Yun Xia's words, Li Yixi felt a surge of joy, blissfully unaware that this was a precious artifact of the Flame sect, believing it merely to be an object for warmth. Moreover, he promptly procured the necessary tools and divided the blazing sunstone into 4 pieces, placing them in each corner of the hall. Instantly, the atmosphere transformed, turning the autumn chill into the warmth of spring. Li Yixi was exceedingly pleased. Zhao Zhanyu trembled at the sight, but upon reflection, he reconciled himself with the notion that this was a celestial being. Thus, such an effect from a single blazing sunstone was entirely conceivable. Could it truly be regarded as a treasured artifact? Having witnessed Li Yixi's casual sketches, which were nothing short of divine, Yun Xia remained composed, even reflecting on the fortunate acquisition of the blazing sunstone. Otherwise, any other offerings might not have met the young master's discerning eye. Esteemed guests, please indulge in some fruit, Old Bai announced as he presented a platter, bowing respectfully before retreating. Please, a slice of watermelon to quench your thirst. Li Yixi was the first to take a piece and began to savor it. With the warmth akin to spring, it was indeed a delightful season for enjoying watermelon. Thank you, young master. Yun Xia and his companions exchanged glances, and the 3 of them commenced to relish the fruit. Zhao Zhanyu, however, remained still, his attention captured by the awe-inspiring words newly inscribed by Li Yixi. Thousand-fold tribulations, countless lifetimes, fleeting through the ages, a mere flick of the finger. An undying body, an unextinguished soul, resonating through history, unmatched by any. In that moment of reading, Zhao Zhanyu felt a chilling resonance of the Tao, as the profound essence coalesced upon the canvas. It depicted a figure steeped in melancholy, standing in serene dominion, timeless and eternal. Even after enduring a myriad of lifetimes and tribulations, it remained undying and invincible, suppressing all adversaries. The figure born from that resonance bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Yixi. A shudder coursed through Zhao Zhanyu's very soul. He speculated that Li Yixi might indeed be a celestial being incarnate. Yet, celestial beings are not truly immortal. If Li Yixi were indeed eternal, what then was his status in the celestial realm? Zhao Zhanyu was left in a state of profound astonishment. When he turned to observe Li Yixi and his companions, he noted the peculiar expressions on Yun Xia and the others as they continued to indulge in watermelon. seemingly with disdain, utterly perplexed. For before Madame Yun, there lay 6 discarded rinds, yet they persisted in their fervent eating, prompting the southern king to frown, feeling it a breach of decorum. However, in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from the body of Madame Yun Shao, despite her attempts to suppress it forcibly. The king of Jinan, being a master of the celestial realm, could still perceive it. The disdain in his eyes transformed into sheer astonishment. For this was the aura of the celestial realm, indicating that at this very moment, Madame Yunxiao had transcended to that formidable stage. "Thank you for the melon, young master." Blushing, Madame Yunxiao hastily bowed upon noticing the melon rind on the table. "Please, make yourself comfortable. Treat this place as your own home. There is no need for excessive formality. It is merely a few melon slices. If you fancy them, feel free to take some along to enjoy later." Li Yixi said with a smile. Indeed, the king of Jinan, not a fool, gazed at Madame Yunxiao in shock. Could it be that he had narrowly missed a fortuitous opportunity? The young master spoke of the Monkey King's 72 transformations. Might this melon be a manifestation of some other entity? Chapter 25. The immortal caresses my crown, bestowing longevity as he gazed at the last piece on the plate. The king of Jinan carefully lifted it and placed it in his mouth. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. It was true. He had indeed missed a chance of fortune, his face now etched with bitterness. The flesh of the melon was not only exquisite, tantalizing his taste buds, but the juice contained a rich essence of the Tao. The king realized that Madame Yunxiao's breakthrough was facilitated by this Tao essence. Although her comprehension of the Tao had been somewhat lacking, the profound essence within the melon had perfectly compensated for her shortcomings. Simultaneously, the king also noticed that both Yun Xiao and her daughter, Yun Zian, now exuded an aura that had surged significantly, equivalent to several years of arduous cultivation. A sense of unease filled his heart as he lamented his missed opportunity. "Young master, Tang Yin seeks an audience," came the voice of Tang Yin from outside the door. Tang Yin? Li Yixi pondered for a moment, recognizing who it was, a smile gracing his lips. He must express his gratitude to Tang Yin. Though an ordinary fellow, he had aided in crafting some components for the old white, a task that Li Yixi could not have accomplished alone, as his skills in blacksmithing were merely mediocre. "Please, take a seat. I shall greet a friend," Li Yixi said with a smile. Rising abruptly, he walked towards the entrance. "A friend?" Upon hearing Li Yixi's words, everyone was astounded. If the young master was an immortal, then his friend must surely be a significant figure. Unable to remain seated, they hurriedly followed Li Yixi to welcome this esteemed individual. How could they dare to be negligent? At that moment, Yun Zian's cheeks flushed with anticipation. What remarkable qualities would the young master's friend possess? "Old Bai, hurry and welcome your benefactor. Without his assistance, you would still be languishing in the corner." Li Yixi jested. Li Yixi opened the courtyard door, revealing a young and an elderly figure standing outside, both radiating palpable nervousness. "Is this the venerable hermit?" Upon seeing Li Yixi, Tang Hai was instantly captivated, as if he had encountered a celestial being. Adorned in a pristine white robe, he appeared untouched by the mundane world, reminiscent of an immortal descending from the celestial realm. "Young master, I pay my respects." Tang Hai hastily bowed before Li Yixi, his eyes wide with astonishment. He faintly perceived an aura of profound principles surrounding Li Yixi. What were these principles? Although Tang Hai had not directly encountered them, he had heard of them and glimpsed them in ancient texts. As a senior elder of the refining sect, he had visited the Tao Palace and listened to the teachings of the great Tao. Yet, at that time, the lofty discussions on principles had left him feeling perplexed, unable to grasp the essence of the Tao or the nature of these rules. However, in the presence of Li Yixi, he began to sense the intangible nature of these principles. After all, principles are elusive, imperceptible, yet here they manifested in an enigmatic way around Li Yixi. Moreover, the battle spirit is an exalted existence, only attainable through a complete comprehension of the underlying Tao. Yet, with mere casual swings of a hammer, Li Yixi instructed Tang Yin to realize and coalesce his battle spirit an immensely powerful one at that, along with the awakening of a legacy. The words Tang Yin had spoken about the illustrious Haotian sect and the formidable war god hammer reverberated in Tang Hai's mind like thunder, conjuring visions of a celestial war deity manifesting in the world. The Haotian hammer and the chaotic cloak left him utterly astounded. It became evident that the refining sect was not solely adept in the art of crafting, but also in martial prowess. The chaotic cloak technique was terrifyingly potent. In Tang Hai's estimation, it rivaled even the supreme techniques of the Dao Palace. He surmised that perhaps Li Yixi had bestowed upon Tang Yin a formidable legacy from the exalted Haotian sect. Thus, standing before Li Yixi, Tang Hai felt a deep sense of reverence, unable to harbor any discontent, despite being a figure of the Tianwu realm. Tang Hai, of modest stature at merely 1.60 meters, appeared even smaller as he bowed before Li Yixi. In Li Yixi's eyes, Tang Yin was a significant ally, and, judging by Tang Hai's attire, he appeared as an elderly man, undoubtedly an ancestor of Tang Yin, deserving of respect rather than reverence. Consequently, as Li Yixi hastened to assist Tang Hai, his hand swept over the elder's head. In that fleeting moment, Tang Hai was struck with awe, as if the world around him had transformed, granting him a newfound understanding. His previous perceptions were utterly overturned. An immortal caresses my crown, granting me eternal life. Tang Hai's heart surged tumultuously, for today he finally comprehended the profound meaning of those words. In that fleeting moment, Tang Hai transcended into the realm of Earth Martial, his comprehension of the rules surpassing his current cultivation level. Once his cultivation power ascended, he would undoubtedly be a formidable force within the Earth Martial realm. When the laws of heaven and earth converged, it would herald his entry into the divine martial realm. At this moment, Tang Hai could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of awe. "Please rise, Master Tang," Li Yixi urged, gently steadying Tang Hai by the shoulders. "Thank you, young master," Tang Hai replied, feeling immobilized by Li Yixi's grip and refrained from further bowing. Yet he held Li Yixi in the highest regard. "Greetings, young master." Tang Yin hurriedly followed suit in paying his respects. "Enough of this nonsense. Come inside. There is no need for such formality. We are friends, and you've been a tremendous help to me," Li Yixi chided playfully, pulling Tang Yin into the courtyard. This scene elicited envy from Yun Xiao and the others, who felt an urge to weep. They had come to realize that Tang Yin was not an unparalleled master, but merely a young practitioner of the celestial pill realm. A junior of the refining sect, merely 18 or 19 years of age, a prodigy, albeit one whose recent breakthrough still bore some instability. However, upon seeing Tang Hai, their expressions transformed into profound reverence as they deduced that Tang Hai was the esteemed elder of the refining sect, a being of the earth martial realm, who had visited the Dao Palace to seek enlightenment. In the Zhao kingdom, only the monarch, Zhao Jinyu's father, held the privilege to attend the Dao Palace. This individual stood on par with the Zhao king, his status beyond question, and he exhibited even greater deference towards Li Yixi than they did. Yet, Li Yixi remained oblivious to the significance of the refining sect or the Dao Palace. In his eyes, Tang Yin had rendered him assistance, and Tang Hai was merely an elder of Tang Yin, deserving of respect due to age, a traditional virtue of reverence for the elderly and love for the young. "Thank you, young master." Tang Yin's face flushed with excitement as he hurriedly bowed, recalling the words of his ancestor, who had mentioned that the young master could very well be an immortal, thus warranting utmost care. The group hastily entered the courtyard. "Old Bai, I am grateful for your grace." Tang Hai and Tang Yin were once again astounded upon entering the courtyard. They beheld a formidable being, born of a powerful weapon spirit. Bowing respectfully to Tang Yin. Chapter 26. The Sun and Moon Within the Cup. Supreme Divine Weapon. The moment Tang Hai laid eyes on Old Bai, he was struck with sheer terror. Such a being was offering a profound bow to Tang Yin. As the esteemed elder of the refining sect, Tang Hai had forged countless divine weapons. However, none had ever birthed a weapon spirit. Those weapons were merely termed divine weapons, with the additional qualification of being formidable. Yet, The entity before him had indeed given rise to a weapon spirit, and this spirit exuded extraordinary strength, marking it as anything but an ordinary divine weapon. A newly birthed weapon spirit possesses wisdom akin to that of a child, only able to mature with the passage of time. Yet Old Bai, standing before him, spoke with an alarming level of maturity and sophistication, which was utterly terrifying. Tang Hao felt an overwhelming and terrifying aura of Tao emanating from the elder Bai. The weapon, imbued with the essence of enlightenment, was indeed formidable. "Senior, who are you?" Tang Yin swiftly evaded, his eyes filled with astonishment, clearly intimidated by the elder Bai. As a member of the artifact refinement sect, although he had been expelled, Tang Yin still grasped the dreadfulness of a weapon that had given rise to a spirit, especially one so mature. "Forget senior, let us just call him Bai," he thought. After all, he was merely a robot, employing minor tricks. Moreover, a small part of its body was crafted by none other than himself. Yixi playfully patted the still-shocked Tang Yin on the shoulder and chuckled, inwardly bemused at these cultivators. They were mistaken. This was not a spirit, but rather an extraordinarily intelligent all-purpose robot. "I crafted a part?" Tang Yin stared blankly at Yixi, his mind swirling with countless questions. "Indeed, that day when I sought your assistance, it was for a fraction of his being, perhaps 1/10,000th. Yixi replied with a smile. What? Tang Yin Stam Bu. Has it only been a few days since the creation of Bai?" Tang Hai gazed at Yixi in horror. "Yes." Yixi shuklat. However, the confirmation from Yixi left the others with expressions of sheer terror in their eyes. A robot, merely a minor trick. They felt that Yixi's methods were truly miraculous. Within just a few days, the spirit of the divine weapon had been nurtured to such an alarming degree. Truly, these were the methods of an immortal. The gathering could only attribute everything to the divine techniques of the immortal, for such craftsmanship was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a spirit to attain such strength in just a few days. Observing their astonishment, Yixi realized that even if he explained what a robot was, they would likely remain bewildered. Thus, he chose to forego the explanation and instead ushered a few of them into the hall. Today, he was determined to properly express his heartfelt gratitude to Tang Yin. Without him, he would still be mired in menial tasks, but now, all was managed by Bai. "Bai, please prepare tea for our benefactor," Yixi instructed as he seated everyone. "Certainly, esteemed benefactor, please wait a moment." Bai bowed respectfully and retreated to prepare the tea. Shortly, Bai returned with the tea, serving each guest before stepping aside. "Everyone, this tea is exquisite, something I rarely indulge in," Yixi proclaimed with pride. "This tea is unique. Typically, tea plants grow in soil, but this one takes root in the stream, its roots untouched by dirt. The water brewed from it induces a sense of euphoria, making one feel as if they are transcending the earthly realm." The tea, indeed, was something Yixi was reluctant to partake from the backyard stream. There existed but a solitary tea tree, and upon its branches few leaves adorned it. Today, in a gesture of gratitude towards Tang Yin, Lao Bai had plucked a handful of leaves. Upon hearing Yixi's words, Prince Zhao Jinyu of Zhen Nan found himself parched, fixating on a half-filled cup before him, as if fearing it might be snatched away by another. The Yin Shao family wore expressions of eager anticipation. In contrast, the newly arrived Tang Yin and Tang Hai exhibited mere mild curiosity, yearning to savor the taste of the immortal's tea. "Thank you, young master." They all hastily expressed their gratitude. "Please." Yixi gestured, and with satisfaction, he lifted the tea to his lips, closing his eyes to relish the moment. As Yixi commenced his tasting, the crowd relaxed. At this juncture, none was more anxious than Prince Zhao, who had recently missed an opportunity. He grasped the teacup with fervor, abandoning all pretense of elegance, nobility, or royal dignity. A singular thought consumed him: to seize the chance contained within the cup. The Yunshao family, though slightly more composed, also acted with great swiftness. Observing this fervor, Tang Yin and Tang Hai were left bewildered, as they witnessed the urgency displayed by the others. They too hastily lifted their own cups. Tang Hai brought the cup to his nose, inhaling its fragrance, and his expression transformed in an instant, his eyes wide with astonishment. In that moment, he felt as though he had merged with the Tao, catching a glimpse of his own path. Such a profound revelation left him in a state of awe. The Tao, which is typically intangible and invisible, now felt as though he were lying within its embrace, uniquely belonging to him. This was not merely any path. It was a rare opportunity indeed. Lowering his gaze, he beheld within the small cup the sun and moon. It seemed as though the cup contained not water, but rather the celestial bodies and the essence of myriad realms. He perceived countless paths and the myriad rules of existence. What kind of tea is this? Tang Hai thought, his eyes filled with trepidation. He recalled Li Yixi's words, that it grew in the stream, untouched by the dust of the world. Understanding the gravity of this opportunity, he recognized the exceptional hospitality being extended to them. Suppressing his astonishment, Tang Hai downed the tea in one swift motion, even consuming the single leaf that lingered within the cup. As the liquid coursed down his throat, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, Tang Hai felt his spirit ascend from his body, soaring towards infinity. Time became indistinct, and soon his soul encountered a river, where he beheld a towering tree reaching towards the heavens. The river spanned the entirety of the space, its length and boundaries unknown. As curiosity prompted him, he reached out to touch the water. In that fleeting moment, his spirit seemed to traverse countless epochs, weary to the point of succumbing to slumber. For a practitioner of his caliber, even years without rest would not elicit fatigue. Yet, at this instant, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Moreover, within the droplets of water resting in his palm, he beheld the myriad experiences of humankind. A wave of terror washed over Tang Hai, prompting him to hastily cast the river water aside, retreating into a minuscule tributary of the Grand River, where a sense of familiarity enveloped him, and he felt his spirit expanding at an astonishing pace. Could this river be the temporal stream of the heavens? A chill of dread gripped him. Was this tea harvested from the very currents of time? Its growth amidst the creek seemed to provide a plausible explanation. Chapter 27. A thought to obliterate the heavenly tribulation upon awakening. Tang Hai found himself enveloped in an overwhelmingly dense aura of the Tao. His expression was one of sheer astonishment, for he was now unequivocally certain that it was the river of time. The great Tao resided within this temporal flow, accessible only to formidable deities capable of carving paths through it. Ordinary deities could merely assimilate the pathways forged by others, and the extent to which one traversed this river, and the degree of fusion achieved, would reflect their understanding of the Tao. Within the boundless river of time, Tang Hai took several steps, a meager representation of his comprehension, yet pitifully insufficient. At that moment, he noticed that others remained enraptured, while Li Yixi had already regained consciousness. Young master, Tang Hai was about to rise in salutation, expressing gratitude for the bestowed enlightenment, but was halted by a wave of Li Yixi's hand. No need for formality, amidst the vast sea of humanity. To find oneself at the same table as fate is merely a cup of tea, no need for courtesy. How is the scenery within a river? How far can one journey? Li Yixi inquired with a smile, having discovered that each sip of tea allowed him to soar through the river, exploring its depths. He was curious whether Tang Hai shared this sensation. Hearing Li Yixi's words, Tang Hai felt a twinge of shame. He had dared to engage with the waters of the river of time, depleting his energy and missing the opportunity for enlightenment. The landscapes of dreams may vary from person to person. It is perhaps best left unspoken. This tea has the power to elevate one's soul. It is indeed marvelous, and they are likely on the verge of awakening. I hope they witness splendid vistas. Li Yixi remarked with a smile. Thank you, young master. Tang Hai bowed deeply to Li Yixi, revering him as one would a deity. This single cup of tea had taken them on a journey through the river of time, the preciousness of which was beyond articulation. Yet apart from gratitude, Tang Hai found himself at a loss for words to express his innermost sentiments. Li Yixi did not decline. This tea was indeed rare, yielding but a few leaves in a year, and he himself was reluctant to partake. Observing that the others had yet to awaken, Tang Hai inhaled deeply and asked, "Young master, are you familiar with the Haotian sect? What characteristics does the Haotian hammer possess?" Tang Hai's heart was filled with unease as he ventured to inquire about a secret. Despite poring over ancient texts, he could find not a trace of any record concerning the Haotian sect or the Haotian hammer, leaving him uncertain about how to guide Tang Yin in his cultivation. Having awakened an unparalleled battle spirit, Tang Hai naturally wished for Tang Yin to reach greater heights. Yet he was at a loss for how to instruct him in his training. He hoped that Yixi would offer some guidance. "Haotian sect, Haotian hammer? Are you familiar with them?" he asked. "I came across them in Doluadalu. The Haotian hammer is reputed to be the foremost martial soul in the world, unrivaled in its might, with the greatest offensive power among all martial souls. Have you also read Doluadalu?" Yixi's gaze fixed curiously upon Tang Hai, casting doubt on whether he too had traversed from Earth. It felt like a reunion with an old acquaintance in a foreign land. After all, Doluadalu is a masterwork by Tang Jia Sanshao. "Have you?" Tang Hai replied, shaking his head fervently. "In my lifetime, I've only journeyed as far as the Dao Palace, never leaving the continent. Doluadalu is a realm I have yet to visit. Only a person of immense capability could wander through myriad worlds." He quickly added, "I am but a mere mortal. Doluadalu is merely a book I have read. How could I possibly enter the world within its pages?" Yixi corrected him, saying, "What immense capability! If I were truly so powerful, I would have already traversed the 9 heavens." Internally, he felt a mix of frustration and amusement. "I trust your words," Tang Hai replied, his anxiety palpable as he speculated that Yixi might be reluctant to discuss Doluadalu. His heart raced at the thought of having inadvertently implied that Yixi possessed great powers, fearing it might displease him. Fortunately, Yixi did not show any signs of anger, granting Tang Hai a slight sense of relief. He resolved to refrain from asking further about the Haotian hammer. Had Yixi known that at this moment, Tang Hai was imagining the grand adventures of wandering through myriad worlds, he would have surely reprimanded him. Tang Hai had long yearned for cultivation, yet he had not even grasped the methods of practice, let alone dreamt of traversing through the realms. At this moment, the others gradually began to awaken, their eyes reflecting shock and fear, realizing their own growth. They were overwhelmed with astonishment and bowed to Yixi in gratitude for his teachings. However, Yixi merely thought that his fine tea deserved recognition, oblivious to any notions of enlightenment. It was simply a peculiar tea that grew by the stream. "I have seen the Tao. It must be the river of time and space," the southern king exclaimed in terror, silently slipping the tea leaf from his cup into his storage ring, filled with urgency. He felt compelled to bring it back to his father to see if it could lead him to comprehend the Tao through the river of time. The Yun-Shao couple exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. They had encountered remarkable fortunes that day, and they were now on the verge of crossing the threshold into the celestial martial realm. Given time, they would soon step into that realm. Boom! At this moment, deep within the mountains, the sound of thunder reverberated, capturing the attention of all. The expressions of Tang Hai and his companions were filled with astonishment. For a great demon was undergoing the tribulation of the 9 heavens. Should it successfully navigate this perilous trial, the demon would attain human form. Typically, it is rare for beasts to face such a challenge, as most prefer to retain their original forms, fearing the transformation would render them dangerously weakened and vulnerable. The likelihood of success in such a transformation is exceedingly slim. Damn it, why has the thunder suddenly struck, and with such ferocity? It must have claimed numerous lives. Yixi expressed his discontent. However, upon hearing his words, the others' expressions shifted to one of terror. That was the heavenly tribulation, and the young master dared to curse it directly. Perhaps a treasure has emerged somewhere. Shall we investigate? Yixi suggested suddenly. Since the young master wishes to proceed, we shall go and see, Tang Hai responded, unsure of Yixi's intentions, for the thoughts of immortals are beyond the comprehension of mortals. Nevertheless, he quickly spoke up. With a wave of Tang Hai's hand, a flying boat materialized. What a treasure! Truli, aborti cultivator, li Yixi exclaimat. His enthusiasm palpable as he and the others boarded the vessel, heading towards the direction of the thunderous strikes. Meanwhile, a black fish vanished into the void beneath the pond. As the flying boat approached the heart of the mountains, Li Yixi spotted a woman being struck by lightning, causing his expression to change. He bellowed, "Stop! You blind heavens! How dare you!" The ferocity of his cry sent shivers through the crowd. To curse the heavens was indeed a grave sin. Yet in the next moment, they were utterly astonished. The ominous dark clouds and terrifying thunder that had been brewing above dissipated instantaneously with the sound of Li Yixi's voice, leaving the sky clear as if the dreadful tribulation had been frightened away. In the courtyard's pond, a shadow plunged into the water, a large black fish gasping for breath. The gazes directed towards Li Yixi were filled with reverence, as they witnessed the manifestation of his power to dispel the heavenly tribulation, something beyond their comprehension. Chapter 28. The awe of the crowd at the moment the tribulation vanished. Countless eyes fell upon Li Yixi. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reverence he inspired. Instead, a grave look clouded his features. Observing the figure lying on the ground, he urged, "Hurry, let us go see if that girl is still alive. We must prioritize her rescue. This cursed thunder is truly a scourge. All life deserves to be preserved. How can it so recklessly extinguish existence?" Tang Hai, filled with fear, glanced anxiously at the sky, dreading divine retribution. Upon seeing that all was well, he quickly replied, "Young master, wait a moment. We shall rush over immediately." At this moment, Tang Hai's mind was buzzing, utterly stunned by Li Yixi's presence. The thought of extinguishing heavenly tribulations boldly accused the heavens, and the sights and sounds he had just witnessed were profoundly shocking. Even celestial beings are not exempt from tribulations. Moreover, the tribulations faced by immortals are often of a terrifying nature. Yet the dreadfully formidable ninefold heavenly tribulation was remarkably dispelled by Li Yixi's mere curse. Upon hearing Li Yixi's command, none dared to delay, even for a moment. They hastily maneuvered their flying vessel toward that direction. As they approached, expressions of horror filled their eyes, not due to Li Yixi, but because of that injured figure beneath the heavenly tribulation. Even in its current state of unconsciousness, the surrounding crowd could still sense the overwhelming demonic aura, an aura that was utterly captivating and fearsome. Such a great demon could likely crush them with a single palm. In this moment, they genuinely contemplated seizing the opportunity to eliminate the demon and avert future calamities. However, with Li Yixi present, none dared to move or entertain any treacherous thoughts. The oppressive aura of the demon was exceedingly terrifying, making it nearly impossible for them to approach that figure. As the flying vessel landed, and before anyone could gather their thoughts, Li Yixi rushed forward to inspect the figure's breath. "Ah, splendid. There is still a chance to save her. She still breathes. Quickly, let us return. If we delay, she may be beyond rescue," Li Yixi exclaimed, lifting the figure and boarding the vessel without hesitation. Tang Hai was genuinely frightened. The consensus among practitioners was that injuries inflicted by heavenly tribulations were incurable, only to be mitigated by enduring the tribulations and receiving the blessings of heaven and earth. Yet today, he had heard Li Yixi claim otherwise. Did this not imply that with Li Yixi's presence, heavenly tribulations would become a mere jest? If one could cultivate a good relationship with this formidable figure, then any confrontation with heavenly tribulations could be resolved. At this moment, in the clouds, Zhao Jinyu and the others were also reeling from the revelation. The notion that injuries from heavenly tribulations could be healed was utterly unbelievable, especially considering the terrifying ninefold heavenly tribulation they had just witnessed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Yixi hurriedly carried the woman into the house and urgently instructed Old Bai, prepare to save her. "Yes, young master." Old Bai promptly set to work. "Esteemed guests, I fear I cannot entertain you today. Perhaps you could visit again in a few days," Li Yixi said, turning with an apologetic expression as he began to usher everyone out. In his eyes, saving a life took precedence above all else. This was the philosophy of a healer. "Yes, young master. We shall come to visit you another day," the guest replied, bowing respectfully before cautiously exiting the house. Once outside the courtyard and away from the mountain, each took a deep breath, releasing the tension they had held within. Tang Lao, may I rest a while at the Flame Sect? Yun Xiao extended an invitation to Tang Hai. Master Yun, I shall not disturb you further. Today, the opportunities bestowed by the celestial beings demand that we return to reflect upon them. We have all reaped tremendous rewards. Since the young master has chosen to embody a mortal, we must adhere to one crucial principle. All matters concerning the young master must remain strictly confidential. Otherwise, the realm where the celestial being resides is a sanctified domain, drawing countless visitors to seek the young master, which would disrupt his intended experiences of life. Should the young master become enraged, the consequences could be dire. Do you understand? Tang Hai directed his gaze towards Yun Xiao and the king of Southern Zhao. We comprehend. Tang Lao. Both Yun Xiao and the king of Southern Zhao responded gravely. Yet at that moment, both were elated within. The presence of the young master signifies unparalleled opportunity. No one wishes to disseminate news of the young master. As long as they frequently visit him, the opportunities he casually bestows could elevate them to the highest echelons. Who would be willing to share such fortune with others? Alas, what I have prepared this time is rather meager. I must return and make better preparations for my next visit. I ought to present something worthy to the young master, Tang Hai murmured. Indeed, Tang Lao speaks wisely. I too must return to the royal capital to prepare, hoping the young master finds favor in my offerings, the king of Southern Zhao replied, his heart racing with urgency as he hastily bowed to the two. Very well, Tang Lao, your highness, we shall reconvene another time. Until we part, the group dispersed, each heading in different directions. Father, is the young master truly a celestial being? Yun Xian asked, her head spinning. Previously, Yixi held an esteemed position in her eyes. But today's revelations had profoundly altered her understanding. The young master is beyond our comprehension. A mere thought could summon heavenly tribulations. This transcends simple spoken words, she mused. Xian, you are indeed a lucky star for your father. In the capital of the Zhao kingdom, resplendent and magnificent, countless palaces stood tall, exuding regal grandeur. The king of Southern Zhao was in a state of great agitation, directly brandishing his token as he forcefully entered the palace. It was only upon reaching a certain hall that he paused. Your Highness, what could be the cause of such urgency? Should the king learn of this, it would likely incur his wrath, an elderly, stooped eunuch remarked with a smile, obstructing the king of Southern Zhao's path. The king of Southern Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. This individual was the second most powerful figure in the Zhao kingdom. Despite appearing as an elderly eunuch on the brink of death, the number of nobles who had perished at his hands was alarmingly high. Even as a prince, he dared not provoke him lightly. Esteemed eunuch, I implore you to inform His Majesty that the king of Southern Zhao, Zhao Jinyu, has urgent matters to discuss. Of utmost urgency, he urgently whispered, Your Highness, the Zhao kingdom is currently peaceful, with its people living in prosperity. What could possibly be so pressing? If you disturb the king's leisure, do you understand the consequences? The eunuch replied dismissively, Esteemed eunuch, I assure you this matter is truly urgent. I beseech you to relay my message. Should my father hold me accountable, I shall bear all responsibility, the king of Southern Zhao insisted fervently. At this moment, the prince of Zhun Nan was reluctant to prolong the matter any further. It seems that the situation is indeed urgent. Otherwise, Your Highness, could you enlighten me? It would ease my mind to have some understanding. The old eunuch narrowed his small eyes, now intrigued. Your Excellency, this pertains to the royal lineage. Do you truly wish to court death? The prince of Zhun Nan's expression turned icy. Such an opportunity, if disclosed to this old eunuch, might incite malevolent thoughts, jeopardizing the chance and proving detrimental to the Zhao kingdom. Thus, the prince, no longer inclined to show respect, resolved that even if it meant defying his father today, he must present the opportunity to him. That tea leaf might aid his father in breaking the impasse. The alchemy sect is not far from Zhao. Tang Hai's significant advancements pose a threat to the kingdom's foundation. The Prince of Zhun Nan yearned for his father to receive Li Yixi's assistance to bolster their strength. Given the prince's determination, the old servant would inform the king, yet whether the king would meet with the prince remained uncertain. "Please wait a moment, your highness." The old eunuch turned and proceeded directly to the palace. Upon witnessing the eunuch enter the palace, the Prince of Zhennan wore a look of anticipation. Inside the palace, King Zhao was currently enjoying a hearty drink with the queen, laughing heartily. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Zhennan requests an audience, claiming urgent matters that cannot be delayed." The old servant could no longer obstruct him. If he continued to do so, the prince might force his way into the palace. The eunuch entered with a face of panic. A subtle, cold smile crept upon the king's lips. The audacity of the Prince of Zhennan to assert himself before him. He would not allow such insolence to pass. King Zhao had never held a fondness for the prince. "What? Does the Prince of Zhennan not realize this is my palace? Even within my own abode, he dares to disturb my enjoyment. Should he dare to intrude, let him be dealt with accordingly." King Zhao stated coldly. "Your Majesty, regardless, the Prince of Zhennan is still your bloodline. How could this old servant dare?" The eunuch trembled in fear, prostrating on the ground. "Go forth. This is my treasured sword. To defy my will is to show disrespect, and such a one may be slain." King Zhao cast aside his weapon. "As you command, your Majesty." At that moment, the eunuch smiled. This was precisely what he desired. Today, he intended for the Prince of Zhennan to kneel. Chapter 29. The astonishing King Zhao outside. The Prince of Zhennan wore an expression of hope, as if he envisioned a radiant future for the Zhao kingdom. However, the next moment, he was met with a cold and disdainful visage. The old eunuch, brandishing the king's divine weapon, approached step by step, his eyes filled with icy disdain. "Your Highness, the king has decreed that he shall meet no one today. Please return." "What? I must trouble you again, esteemed eunuch, to inform my father that the matters I speak of are of utmost urgency, and I implore for an audience with him." The Prince of Zhennan reiterated his request. "Prince of Zhennan, do you not comprehend my words? The king has declared he will not meet anyone. If you do not withdraw, do not blame me for being unkind." The king's weapon, as though he himself were present. "Do you wish to defy that? I urge you to reconsider, Prince of Zhennan." A cold smile graced the eunuch's lips. Armed with the king's sword, he bore the regal presence of the monarch himself. In this moment, he held the power to depose the Prince of the South, while simultaneously bestowing immense benefits upon the crown prince he supported. After all, although the Prince of the South was displeasing to King Zhao, his strength among the princes was unparalleled, posing a significant threat to the crown prince's position. "Father, I seek an audience. I have urgent matters to report." The Prince of the South's expression grew cold. How dare that wretched servant obstruct him? He was vaguely aware that this eunuch was aligned with the crown prince, and his demeanor was frosty. Previously, he had held this man in great fear due to his formidable power, but having gained fortuitous opportunities from Yixi, he had transformed beyond recognition. Defeating this old eunuch was well within his capabilities. "Prince of the South, this is the palace of action. You are being audacious. Kneel." The old eunuch was elated. This was the outcome he desired, allowing him to justifiably confront the Prince of the South. "Audacious? You are but a mere servant. Leave." Prince Zhao Jinyu erupted in fury, unleashing a terrifying aura that instantly paralyzed the old eunuch, who was well aware of the Prince of the South's might. Yet, the intensity of the aura that emanated from him filled the eunuch with dread. In that fleeting moment of the eunuch's fear, the Prince of the South struck. Jinyu. He launched a powerful punch at the eunuch. Boom! A resounding crash ensued as the eunuch was sent flying by the prince's attack. The strike landed squarely on the eunuch's dantian, shattering his golden core. The eunuch's eyes widened in terror, his face paling as he was thoroughly intimidated by the Prince of the South, his body crashing into the palace interior. "Your Majesty!" The Prince of the South defied your orders and forcefully invaded the palace. The old servant attempted to dissuade him, but was ambushed and had his golden core destroyed. The old servant, aware of his own demise, hastened to accuse the Prince of the South before he could enter the hall. Infidèle. Upon hearing these words, King Zhao erupted in wrath. "Father, I have an urgent matter of utmost importance to discuss, one that concerns the very survival of our Zhao state. This servant obstructed me. leaving me no choice but to act. Should I reveal this grave matter to you, and you choose to execute me, I shall harbor no grievances." The Prince of the South entered, denying the old eunuch any opportunity to waste words. "Is that so? Then speak of this grave matter. If there is none, I shall slay you, you ungrateful wretch." King Zhao seethed with anger, perceiving the Prince of the South's actions as a direct provocation. "Father, do you truly wish to speak such words before all these witnesses?" The Prince of the South's expression shifted slightly. "Your Majesty, please intercede on behalf of this old servant." At that moment, the eunuch's eyes gleamed with malice. He sought to ensure the Prince of the South's downfall, hoping King Zhao would decree his removal. How could there be such grave matters when peace reigns in the Zhao state? He wished to disperse them, fearing that if King Zhao showed leniency, the Prince of the South's transgressions might be overlooked. After all, the Prince of the South belonged to the royal bloodline. Speak, and do so before everyone. I wish to see what monumental affair has caused you to disregard my presence," declared the King of Zhao, his ire palpable. "Lord Junnan, the sovereign has spoken. You may reveal your thoughts. Your insolence towards a monarch demands our scrutiny, for in an era of peace, what could possibly threaten the foundation of the Zhao dynasty?" Interjected a royal consort, her voice laced with disdain. Upon hearing these words, Lord Junnan chuckled, for he was certain that by voicing his claims before this assembly, their fates were sealed. The King of Zhao would undoubtedly silence them. "Very well, I shall speak, but first, I beseech my father to partake of this tea." Lord Junnan proclaimed, producing a cup from his storage ring, the tea leaves having been steeped with care along his journey. "Tea, you say? Are you now fearful, Lord Junnan, or does this tea harbor some ill intent towards the king?" The aged eunuch shrieked, ignoring the eunuch. Lord Junnan fixed his gaze upon the king. "Father, I have traversed 100,000 miles today to present you with this cup of tea. Your esteemed self shall discern its true nature, for it is the elixir of immortality." "Elixir of immortality? Have you lost your senses, or have we?" retorted the assembly, their faces contorted with skepticism. "What divine tea could exist in this world? Have you encountered celestial beings who bestowed it upon you?" "You speak rightly. Today, I indeed met with celestial beings, for otherwise, how could my power have surged so rapidly, enough to incapacitate that wretched dog who obstructs your fate?" Lord Junnan implored, kneeling before his father. At that moment, the King of Zhao, having heard his son's words, regarded Lord Junnan with intrigue, sensing an enigmatic aura emanating from him. With a flicker of uncertainty, he gazed at the floating tea before him. "Is this so? If you assert its significance, I shall witness the wonders of this tea." The king then drained the cup in one swift motion. A wave of trepidation rippled through the assembly, apprehensive of the potential poison within. As the tea coursed through his being, the king's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with terror. His exclamation of shock elicited elation from the eunuch. "Seize him! Lord Junnan has poisoned the king. Execute this traitor." The eunuch's voice resonated throughout the grand hall. With that command, figures emerged from the shadows, encircling Lord Junnan with lethal intent. "Fools," he scoffed, unfazed by their glee. "Shall you not act?" The eunuch, noticing their inaction, hissed menacingly. Yet within the hall, silence prevailed, enveloping the atmosphere in a tense stillness. On the throne, King Zhao's gaze was chillingly fierce. Instantly, the temperature within the grand hall plummeted, as if one were ensconced in a cavern of eternal ice. "You seek death." The old eunuch, bewildered, was effortlessly reduced to a mist of blood by a single strike from King Zhao. "You all, step outside and guard the palace. Without my command, no one is to enter, not even if the kingdom falls. Block everyone out." As the order resonated, in the next moment, the queen and several concubines beside King Zhao were mercilessly obliterated, transformed into a sanguine mist, just as the prince of southern Zhao had surmised. These individuals had overheard forbidden words, and the typically cautious King Zhao would not allow their survival. From where does this tea originate? We must acquire it at any cost. It is astonishing, possessing the ability to enlighten one's path. Alas, I was rudely awakened by that detestable eunuch. At this moment, King Zhao was consumed by rage, loathing the old eunuch. "Father, we cannot obtain this tea, for it is a gift from an immortal, unless the immortal chooses to bestow it upon us. To covet it would surely lead to the annihilation of Zhao in an instant. My apologies, Father, I have sinned. This tea is merely a leaf from a brew I once tasted. I acted thus to convince you that there resides an immortal within Zhao, one who could lead us to dominate the world." The Prince of Southern Zhao hastened to kneel, his urgency palpable. "What? Is this the second brew?" King Zhao was astounded. If this was indeed the second infusion, then the tea's properties were even more formidable. He gazed at the Prince of Southern Zhao with astonishment. Such a miraculous beverage could indeed signify the presence of an immortal in Zhao. Otherwise, this phenomenon would be utterly incomprehensible. "Prince of Southern Zhao, speak swiftly. You are blameless. This is an extraordinary opportunity, a monumental chance for our kingdom." King Zhao was thrilled, nearly roaring with excitement. Let us go at once to meet the immortal." King Zhao's exhilaration was palpable. Just moments ago, as he savored the tea, he had brushed against the profound essence of the Tao. Regrettably, the vile screams of the old eunuch had jolted him from that state. Otherwise, today he would have surely gleaned significant insights. To obstruct one's fortune is akin to slaying one's parents. Thus, despite the eunuch's long-standing service, King Zhao exhibited no hesitation. Another reason lay in the eunuch's ineptitude. A useless individual serves no purpose and only distances him from the Prince of Southern Zhao. Over the years, King Zhao had been well aware of the eunuch's various actions. A king cannot be foolish, and the eunuch had been a tool to balance the power among the princes. However, at this moment, he was of no further use. His demise could yield greater value, and King Zhao would not show mercy. At this juncture, his sole focus was to align himself with his son, even if it was unnecessary. In the face of opportunity, if a breakthrough could be achieved, this ambitious ruler would willingly relinquish his throne. Strength is the most dependable asset. At this moment, the Prince of Southern Town felt a tinge of disappointment. He sensed that his father, the king, was somewhat indifferent. However, being born into royalty, this sentiment is understandable. The prince hastily bowed to the king of Zhao, saying, "Father, this is not the time to meet the immortal, for he is engaged in saving lives and likely lacks the leisure to attend to us." The prince spoke candidly, acknowledging that at this moment, Yixi indeed had no time to entertain them. Should they intrude, it would only serve to incite Yixi's displeasure. After all, having just dismissed them, their return would vex any reasonable person. In the presence of the immortal, a mere sovereign of a mundane kingdom might not even be regarded as an ant. Saving lives? Is it? That is commendable. To save lives, one must possess potent elixirs. In the kingdom of Zhao, where can one find more precious medicines than those in our royal capital? We could provide any elixir that the immortal requires for healing. The king of Zhao smiled, recognizing an opportunity. However, beneath him, Prince Zhao Zhanyu's lips quivered slightly. This was indeed a fortuitous moment, yet the ailments the immortals sought to cure were far from ordinary, beyond the capacity of any common medicine. Why do you remain silent? Are you unaware of the nature of the affliction?" The king of Zhao inquired, perplexed. "Father, the medicinal herbs needed for that illness are nowhere to be found in our kingdom." Prince Zhao Zhanyu's expression was one of bitterness. Elixirs capable of dispelling tribulations of heaven were rare, and even the lofty Dao Palace might not possess a single one. He voiced his doubts about whether Yixi could indeed provide salvation. "What? Is there truly a herb in Zhao that I cannot procure? Has the immortal left the kingdom of Zhao in search of elixirs?" The king of Zhao said, filled with anxiety. "The immortal has not departed. He remains in his residence. Yet, the ailment afflicting the patient is peculiar, not one that ordinary elixirs can remedy." Prince Zhao Zhanyu replied gravely. "What exactly is the ailment?" The king, his mind in disarray, demanded to know. At this moment, he yearned to rush forth and meet the immortal. Injuries from the heavenly tribulation. A mighty demon has endured the ninefold heavenly tribulation and was injured. It was saved by the young master, who is now devising a cure, Prince Zhao Zhanyu elucidated. "Absurd. Prince of Southern Town, are you attempting to deceive me?" The king of Zhao retorted. "Under a heavenly tribulation, There are only the dead and those who have successfully transcended it. Since that demon still lives, it must have passed the tribulation. Having done so, it would have received the rewards of heaven and earth. At most, it would be weakened and could simply recover with some elixirs. What need is there for any further healing? The king of Zhao no longer referred to Zhao Zhanyu as Yuer, believing the prince to be mocking him. Father, please calm your anger. Do you not understand how that great demon survived? Prince Zhao Zhanyu implored urgently. He did not blame his father for his fury. It was simply beyond belief without having witnessed it firsthand. Do enlighten me on how you survived. Did you simply vanish midway through the tribulation? The king of Zhao exclaimed, his face contorted with fury. Father, you have guessed correctly. I did indeed disappear during the midst of the tribulation. The prince of Southern Town replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he recalled the harrowing scene. Even after the passage of time, the memory remained profoundly shocking. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the king of Zhao was truly enraged. The prince of Southern Town had audaciously ventured into the capital, jesting with him. Father, this matter cannot be fabricated, nor can it be a mere ruse, for it was witnessed by others besides myself. There were also the grand elder of the refining sect, Tang Hai, the youthful prodigy, Tang Yin, and the couple from the fire sect, Yun Xiao, along with their daughter, the prince of Southern Town explained bitterly. The king of Zhao's doubt and wrath were entirely justified, as the tale was indeed astonishing. What? You are not the only one to encounter the celestial being? The king of Zhao's piercing gaze fixed upon Zhao Jinyu, the prince of Southern Town. To report back to father, I happened to encounter it as well, the prince replied. The fire sect was most prepared, even offering their treasured Luyang stone to the celestial being, which was used to shield against the cold winds. The refining sect also had significant advantages, as Tang Yin assisted the celestial being in a small matter. It was due to Tang Yin that the celestial tea was bestowed, a delicacy greatly valued in the eyes of the celestial being. The prince of Southern Town stated with gravity. What? So it appears that our Zhao kingdom is the most estranged from the celestial being. Pray, tell me, how did the tribulation vanish? The king of Zhao inquired. His curiosity piqued. During the tribulation, the young master arrived and berated it, causing the tribulation to vanish in an instant. With a mere thought, the tribulation was extinguished, and the sky returned to normal, the prince of Southern Town recounted candidly. Indeed, a thought extinguished the tribulation? The king of Zhao trembled violently, disbelief etched across his features. The notion that someone possessed such power to nullify a tribulation was staggering. The king knew that the prince of Southern Town would not dare deceive him, as there was no benefit in such an act. With other witnesses, the truth of the matter was likely to be affirmed. At this moment, the king of Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of tension. He did not dare to approach recklessly. Such an existence could spell demise from thousands of miles away. It was a chance, but it could also be a great calamity. Yuer, what do you think we should do now? The king of Zhao inquired, regaining his composure. Visiting the young master and presenting him with a treasure may seem somewhat trivial, yet it is the best course of action, for we are unaware of the young master's preferences. Furthermore, father must remember that the celestial being is not truly a celestial, but rather a mortal who prefers to be addressed as young master. The prince of Southern Town urged earnestly. Your reminder is astute, for this is indeed a reclusive celestial being. The king of Zhao remarked with a sigh. Chapter 31. The celestial fox, who Qing Yun within the confines of the room, on the bed. A breathtakingly beautiful woman stirred from her slumber. What is this place? Am I not dead? Confusion filled the woman's eyes as she pondered the inexplicable circumstances that had led her to this location. She had underestimated the terrifying tribulations of the 9 heavens. In her perception, she had perished when the 8th tribulation struck. Yet, astonishingly, she now found herself alive, though she had clearly failed to transcend the tribulation. Why was this so? Could it be the final illusion? You are awake, said Yixi, unable to suppress a smile as the woman spoke to herself. To Yixi, the woman's ailment seemed exceedingly troublesome, but fortunately, it was treatable and timely. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. In Yixie's eyes, saving a life was more valuable than constructing a 7-story pagoda, and she felt an immense joy at this moment. Upon seeing Li Yixi's face, a look of shock crossed the woman's features. She had been saved by a mere human. How could this be? The astonishment in her gaze appeared pitiable to Li Yixi. "Do not be afraid, my lady," Li Yixi quickly reassured her. "The dreadful thunder has dissipated, and you are unharmed. As long as you live, I can heal you." At that moment, upon gazing at the face before her, the woman inexplicably felt a surge of trust. Yet, in the next instant, her expression shifted, for she recalled Li Yixi's address, "My lady." It was impossible to achieve complete transformation without successfully transcending the tribulation. As her eyes swept over her own body, she was astounded to find that she had indeed completed her transformation, and remarkably so. The only regret was that her internal injuries were grievous. Perhaps her time was limited. "My lady, come, drink this medicine," Li Yixi urged, presenting a bowl of concocted herbal remedy to the woman's lips. "It may be bitter, but it will greatly benefit your body." "Thank you, young master," the woman replied as she opened her mouth and consumed the potion. Li Yixi, feeling satisfied, took the bowl and stepped outside. However, as soon as Li Yixi exited, the woman lying on the bed was struck with astonishment, her eyes wide with horror. She realized that the wounds from the tribulations were rapidly healing. The injuries that had seemed impossible to mend were now slowly being restored. What manner of technique is this? Am I dreaming? The woman's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was truly incredible. At that moment, Li Yixi returned, carrying fruit with a gentle smile. "Here, try this fruit. It is very sweet. After taking the medicine, it is the perfect complement." Li Yixi offered the fruit to the woman's lips. The woman slightly parted her mouth and swallowed the fruit. As the fruit entered her mouth, it transformed into a warm current, instantly merging with her very being. The wounds inflicted by the heavenly tribulations, still unhealed, began to mend in an inexplicable manner. This was the essence of the Tao. The young woman, taken aback, pondered the nature of the extraordinary being she had encountered, one capable of healing the injuries from celestial trials and mending the rifts of the Tao. What divine fruit was this? "Dear maiden, I have yet to inquire your name," she said. "I am Li Yixi, with the surname Li." Recalling the past, replied the young woman with a smile. I am Hu Qingyun," the girl responded after a moment's hesitation. "Hu Qingyun, what a beautiful name. I wonder where you reside, dear Qingyun. Have you kin who may be worried about your prolonged absence from home?" Li Yixi inquired. "Home? I have no home." Hu Qingyun's face reflected profound desolation. "Qingqiu is likely in ruins now. Truly, I have lost my home." The young woman named Hu Qingyun was, in fact, a transformed celestial fox. No home?" At these words, a complex expression crossed Li Yixi's face. "Dear Qingyun, since you have lost your home, let us consider this place as your temporary abode. There are no others here, and until you find a suitable place, you may take refuge here." Li Yixi spoke with compassion, recalling her own feelings of solitude. "Thank you, young master." Hu Qingyun bowed in gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. It is but a trifling matter. As a healer, it is my duty to alleviate suffering. I see your aura has returned to normal, though your body remains somewhat frail. I shall find a way to restore your strength. You may rise and walk about. It will help invigorate your limbs," Li Yixi said with a smile. "Forgive the trouble, young master." At that moment, Hu Qingyun descended from the bed and ventured into the hall, her beautiful eyes scanning her surroundings. Upon her gaze falling upon the words and paintings adorning the walls, her expression shifted dramatically. Thousands of tribulations, countless lifetimes, through the ages fleeting in the blink of an eye. Immortal body, undying soul, resounding through time, unmatched by any. The words conveyed a sense of antiquity and dominance, each character rich with the essence of the Tao, leaving Hu Qingyun in a state of astonishment. The presence of Tao within the artwork suggested a place of celestial significance. "Young master, you are clearly just a mortal," she mused. "No, the young master is no mere mortal. How could an ordinary person wield such formidable power?" Initially perceiving Li Yixi as an ordinary man, Hu Qingyun now felt a sense of reverence towards him. Though Hu Qingyun possessed the ability to transform and dared to confront the ninefold heavenly tribulations, The magnitude of this power was evident. Yet, she lacked the ability to manifest the essence of the Tao. The artwork, based on its paper and calligraphy, appeared to have been created recently, leaving her utterly astonished. She caught sight of the precious sunstone from the corner of the hall, an exquisite treasure being used merely for warmth. Every object in this place left her utterly astonished. Lady Qingyun, do you enjoy the sound of the guqin? Allow me to play a piece for you. Li Yixi suddenly expressed his interest to Hu Qingyun from a distance. Thank you, young master. Hu Qingyun, still in a state of shock, nodded eagerly. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with the resonant notes of the guqin. As the music began, fish heads surfaced in the nearby pond, and the slumbering giant tortoise by the pond opened its eyes. Sparrows descended from the eaves, while the free-range chickens outside rushed forward. A bait gate leaped onto Li's lip. Countless small creatures emerged, closing their eyes to listen to the music. The droplets in the pond seemed to levitate, suspended in the air beneath the enchanting melody. What kind of music is this? Upon hearing the notes, Hu Qingyun was once again taken aback, feeling as if she had been enlightened. The world before her transformed in that moment. Chapter 32. A blade of grass can slice the stars as the melody resonated. All spirits on the mountain bowed in reverence. Mice emerged from their burrows, standing upright to pay homage in the direction of the courtyard. Ants broke through stone, raising their heads to the heavens in worship. Grass and trees grew wildly. Yet at this moment, Li Yixi felt nothing, completely absorbed in his performance. A charming smile graced his lips as his fingers danced across the strings. Dressed in white, he swayed with the wind, resembling an ethereal being from a painting. Beside him, Hu Qingyun transitioned from shock to awe, and from awe to profound gratitude, bowing deeply to Li Yixi. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Gradually, she settled down to cultivate, immersing herself in the enchanting music. Under the spell of the melody, Hu Qingyun felt her soul growing stronger. The cultivation of the soul is typically arduous. Yet she was astonished to sense her spiritual power expanding at an alarming rate. The magic of the music was simply astonishing, enhancing her soul in ways she could scarcely comprehend. Particularly for beings of the demon race, this was an unparalleled chance. Outside the courtyard, a blade of sword grass swayed violently, as if undergoing a remarkable transformation. In the next moment, a surge of sword intent erupted, a beam of sword light slicing through the heavens. Beneath this radiance, a star in the celestial sphere exploded. This scene captured Hu Qingyun's attention, shaking her to her core. A blade of grass, capable of severing the stars, transformed the very fabric of the universe. She murmured to herself, feeling as insignificant as an ant. Quickly, she focused her mind to refine her soul through the ethereal music. At this moment, Hu Qingyun felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Li Yixi, perceiving this as a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon her by him. She silently vowed to herself that she must not squander the nurturing care of her benefactor. As the final note of the zither echoed and faded away, Li Yixi slowly opened his eyes, wearing an expression of complete satisfaction. Today, he felt exceptionally good. However, he remained oblivious to all that had transpired. Thank you, young master. Hu Qingyun offered a heartfelt bow to Li Yixi, her soul's strength having doubled, equating to the arduous century of cultivation she once endured. Having not played the zither for quite some time, her skills felt somewhat rusty. Li Yixi smilat. Beneath the mountain peak, two figures descended. Father, this is precisely where the young master resides, the Prince of Jinnan hastily introduced. The visitors were none other than the Prince of Jinnan and his father. Let's go and pay our respects to the young master. Zhao Wang took a deep breath and began ascending the mountain. In the courtyard, Li Yixi was examining Hu Qingyun's injuries. Young master, Zhao Zhanyu requests an audience. Echoed the voice of Zhao Zhanyu, the Prince of Jinnan, from outside. Zhao Wang stood anxiously by his side. Creak. The courtyard door slowly opened, revealing Old Bai's face, who promptly said, "Welcome, honored guests. Please come in." Is this the divine artifact? Zhao Wang had heard of the items described by the Prince of Jinnan, and although he was somewhat prepared, witnessing them in person was astonishing. The once lofty royal now appeared exceedingly cautious, promptly bowing to old Bai. "Thank you, senior." As they entered the courtyard, they chanced upon Li Yixi and Hu Qingyun. "We pay our respects to the young master. This is my father. During our previous visit, we were in a hurry and brought no gifts, but this time we have brought some offerings for the young master. We kindly ask you to accept them." The Prince of Jinan hurriedly retrieved several gifts from his storage ring. The first item that caught Li Yixi's eye was a fist-sized transparent pearl, radiating a rich aura of light. He found it immensely pleasing. "This is a treasure of Zhao Wang, a demon core from a great demon of the celestial martial realm. A light bird, imbued with intense light energy." Zhao Wang felt a pang of regret at parting with it. Yet upon hearing Li Yixi express his fondness, he felt a slight relief. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, realizing that such a precious item was to be used merely as a lighting device. Yet, in the presence of an immortal, a celestial martial realm light bird-s demon core truly seemed trivial, serving little more than this utility. The second item was encased in a jade vial, emanating a fearsome chill. Li Yixi swiftly grasped it and opened the vial. Inside was a jelly-like liquid. "Is this jelly?" Zhao Wang stared in disbelief as Li Yixi poured the icy essence directly into his mouth, causing Zhao Wang to nearly exclaim in shock. The essence of cold ice, imbued with an immensely terrifying power, is contained within this entire vial. Even a formidable warrior at the divine martial realm would find their soul frozen, leading to immediate demise. The taste is exquisite, albeit somewhat lacking. However, after consuming it, Li Yixi appeared somewhat regretful, yet suffered no harm, merely a sensation of unfulfilled satisfaction. At this moment, the Zhao King wore an expression of sheer horror, contemplating the implications. The third item was a box, which Li Yixi opened, his eyes sparkling with delight. "A fine medicine, just what I am in need of," he exclaimed gratefully. With this potent remedy, treating Qingyun's ailment would be significantly easier. Li Yixi smiled, for he had indeed been lacking in quality medicine of late. Upon hearing Li Yixi's words, the Zhao King swiftly turned his gaze toward Hu Qingyun, and upon inspection, his pupils contracted sharply. He could distinctly sense the demonic aura emanating from her, a remnant left behind by a great demon's transformation, which could not dissipate in a short span. Simultaneously, the Zhao King was alarmed to discover that the heavenly tribulation power within Hu Qingyun had diminished to a pitiful extent, sealed by enigmatic forces that rendered her utterly unharmed. Witnessing Li Yixi's miraculous abilities, the Zhao King inhaled sharply, his offer Li Yixi reaching unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, a sense of joy blossomed within him. He believed he had grasped the essence of Li Yixi's words. Since their entrance, both the Zhao King and his son, the Prince of Jinan, had been exceedingly cautious, fearful of missing out on a fortuitous opportunity. The prince recalled how, during Li Yixi's previous invitation to partake in a melon feast, he had inadvertently squandered a chance. Thus, both were now diligently contemplating every utterance from Li Yixi. "Young master, our kingdom may lack many things, but we are abundant in precious medicine. We shall return immediately to fetch some for you," the Zhao King said hastily. "Then I am in your debt," Li Yixi replied with a smile. "Please wait a moment. We shall procure it at once." The Zhao King and Zhao Jinyu urgently exited the courtyard, the prince's eyes brimming with joy. Father is truly remarkable, instantly comprehending the young master's intentions. Since the young master requires medicine, this presents a grand opportunity for us. Let us hasten to gather the most precious and aged medicinal herbs from the Spirit Herb Valley and present them to the young master. We must ensure his satisfaction. Descending from the peak, the Zhao King was filled with exhilaration, soaring through the air. Chapter 33. The Terror of the Two Great Demons. You hold my royal decree. Go to the Spirit Herb Valley to procure the medicine. We shall split our forces. I will retrieve the most precious herbs from the palace treasury. We must ensure the young master's satisfaction, the Zhao King, Zhao Qua, stated solemnly. "By your command," the Prince of Jinan replied, bowing to Zhao Qua. At this moment, both were serious, as they recognized the gravity of the situation, leaving no room for negligence. "Younger master, who are they?" In the courtyard, Hu Qingyun observed the two hurriedly departing figures, her eyes filled with trepidation. The two individuals exerted an overwhelming pressure upon her, and Hu Qingyun was simultaneously troubled by various concerns. Her existence must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, it would herald catastrophe, bringing turmoil to Yixi and unrest to this idyllic sanctuary. At that moment, Hu Qingyun cautiously inquired, "These two, the younger one is the Prince of Zhennan from Zhao, and the other is the father of Prince Zhao, the ruler of Zhao, correct?" Yixi turned, smiled nonchalantly, and replied, "The Zhao King, is it?" Upon hearing Yixi's words, a flicker of terror appeared in Hu Qingyun's eyes. Her palms were slick with perspiration. As a member of the Tianhu clan from Qingqiu Mountain, she had narrowly escaped the onslaught from various factions seeking a treasured artifact. It was only with the aid of countless kin that she had managed to flee. To evade relentless pursuit, Hu Qingyun had been compelled to undergo a forced tribulation, aspiring to transform into a human, concealing her identity to evade her hunters. Thus, the arrival of the Zhao King instilled in her profound dread. Should he inadvertently recognize her, it would spell disaster. "Qingyun, what troubles you? Your complexion is poor. Is your injury recurring?" Yixi inquired with concern. No, my lord. It is merely the anxiety of encountering such a prominent figure as the Zhao King for the first time," Hu Qingyun confessed candidly, aware that her emotions were unlikely to escape Yixi's perceptive gaze. "The Zhao King? The practitioners here are exceedingly amiable, devoid of arrogance, and do not oppress the weak. There is nothing to fear. In time, you shall grow accustomed to it." Yixi reassured her with another smile. Indeed, Hu Qingyun nodded slightly. Suddenly, deep within the mountains, two figures streaked through the air like lightning, leaving behind a piercing sound as they descended. One, with eyes gleaming with an unusual light, sniffed the air. "Brother, that Tianhu has undergone tribulation here. Her aura has vanished. Could she be dead?" One of them remarked, his countenance grim. "Impossible. She possesses that treasure artifact and would not perish so easily. She must have successfully navigated the lightning tribulation with its aid. It is an unparalleled treasure, once acquired. The tribulation shall no longer pose a significant threat to us," retorted the other, a robust man with a sardonic smile. "Indeed, this is the thunder-eating divine pearl. With it, we shall face tribulations, and the power of the heavenly tribulation shall no longer terrify our demon kin. The path shall be unobstructed," the other replied, his face now a mask of greed. "Did you detect any unusual scent here? Even if that gifted one has overcome the tribulation, traces of demonic energy must remain. It is impossible for her presence to have vanished entirely," the burly man stated coldly. Indeed, there exists an aura of the supernatural here. However, it is peculiar that no trace of malevolent energy can be detected in the vicinity, save for a faint whisper of mortal essence. After taking a moment to sniff the air, another creature of the demon clan remarked with a puzzled expression, "Has someone been here? If my conjecture is correct, the celestial fox has likely been rescued, cloaked by the essence of humanity." The robust figure, the great demon, chuckled coldly. "You speak true, brother. Let us proceed." The pair made their way toward the falling immortals' gathering. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, their eyes shimmered with hope. "Brother, it is here. I can discern the flavor of talent," one declared. "Indeed, they have brought her to this very spot. Human cultivators would not be able to locate her. But as a hellhound, no scent can elude my keen sense of smell." A hint of a canine visage appeared on the man's face, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. "Let us ascend the mountain and seize the celestial fox. The thunder-devouring pearl shall be ours." They soared through the clouds, charging toward the peak. However, midway through their flight, they abruptly halted, exchanging wary glances. To prevent the celestial fox from escaping, they descended into the woods, stealthily approaching the courtyard. Yet, after only a few steps, their eyes widened in shock. Before them stood two enormous rodents, standing upright, gazing at the pair of demons with immense curiosity. At that moment, the two rodents were engaged in discussion about the two diminutive demons before them. "Have you seen these creatures before? They appear utterly unfamiliar, devoid of any essence from our holy mountain. How did they manage to infiltrate?" The first rodent inquired suspiciously. Indeed, they lack any trace of our holy mountain's essence. They must have come from elsewhere. Look at them, sneaking about, undoubtedly not benevolent beings. Should we eliminate them? The second rodent pondered, stroking its chin. As the rodents conversed, the expressions of the two demons shifted. Brother, could these be demon kings? I have never encountered such large rodents before, the hellhound murmured darkly. No, it is not that they are large. Rather, we have been diminished by their sorcery, replied the other great demon, trembling with fear. What? They are but two. Yet they have reduced us, renowned figures of the myriad demon peaks, to mere insignificance. How can we not be terrified? Little leopard, little black dog, what brings you here? Are you unaware that this is the holy mountain? What shall we do if you disturb our lord? The first rodent declared with evident displeasure. Nei, etstim auda. We have taken a wrong turn and shall depart at once. The leopard demon stammered, quickly turning to flee down the mountain at the utmost speed. Only after escaping 100 miles did the two demons pause, gasping for breath. Brother, what now? This place is far too daunting. It seems we shall never acquire the thunder-devouring pearl. The hellhound lamented, his expression ashen. The leopard demon's eyes flickered with uncertainty. This is truly a fortuitous opportunity that cannot be squandered. Let us not rush. We shall promptly contact the 10th demon ancestor. Even if we cannot acquire anything, presenting the news to the ancestor will surely lead to some form of reward. Let us proceed. The two demons cast a reluctant glance back before turning to flee. They dared not linger here for even a moment longer. The danger was too great. Chapter 34. The Brew of 100 Flowers. A day later, Zhao Kuo and Zhao Jinyu returned with expressions of uncontainable joy. Gentlemen, this is quite an abundance. Li Yixi stared in bewilderment at the densely packed medicinal herbs. No, it is not excessive. My royal medicinal garden has plenty. Young master, this is merely a fraction. Should you require more, we can fetch additional herbs for you. Zhao Kuo replied eagerly, his hands trembling with excitement. The two exchanged relieved glances, silently acknowledging that the young master's satisfaction was paramount. Had he been displeased, they would have had to raid other factions for spiritual herbs, as the precious herbs of Zhao Kingdom were nearly all harvested. Enough. Why would I need so many? I cannot possibly utilize them all. I must plant them. If they perish, their efficacy will diminish significantly by the time I require them. Olbai, let us go and plant them, Li Yixi commanded as he headed towards the backyard. Young master, we shall assist you. Seeing Li Yixi head towards the backyard, Zhao Kuo and Zhao Jinyu hurriedly followed. However, just 100 meters into the backyard, they nearly collapsed to the ground. Sweat instantly beaded on their foreheads, and they quickly recoiled. Zhao Kuo gasped, the 9 heavens resting soil. This is indeed the 9 heavens resting soil. The 9 heavens resting soil possesses an incomparably miraculous capability. It is exceedingly rare and even coveted by gods and demons alike. Should one obtain the 9 heavens resting soil, even if injured or perished, being buried within it would allow for rebirth after a century. A single grain of this soil encapsulates an entire world. Yet here, Li Yixi was using the 9 heavens resting soil for cultivation. Zhao Kuo felt as though his very soul were trembling. In that moment, he yearned to transform into a precious herb, to be planted within this sacred soil. Father, is this truly the 9 heavens resting soil? Zhao Jinyu gazed in horror at the soil before him, having just narrowly escaped being overwhelmed by its oppressive aura. Indeed, this is unequivocally the 9 heavens resting soil, Zhao Kuo exclaimed, almost delirious. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Li Yixi remained unaware of their astonishment. With old Bai's assistance, he hastily planted the precious herbs. Those herbs, which had previously lacked vitality, instantly erupted with formidable life, force, and abundant spiritual energy. That is a tea tree, Zhao Jinyu exclaimed as he spotted the tea tree Li Yixi mentioned. In the backyard, there flowed a diminutive stream, and within that stream, a solitary tea tree thrived. The enlightenment tree? Zhao Kuo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Father and son hastily approached, eager to discover the remarkable qualities of the tea tree. The stream appeared unremarkable. However, When Zhao Kuo's hand made contact with the water, the scene within his gaze transformed dramatically. He felt an overwhelming wave crashing toward him, and in an instant, his body was lifted off the ground. Zhao Kuo was horrified to realize that he had been stripped of 50 years of his lifespan, a streak of white hair appearing at his temples. "Father!" Zhao Jinyu exclaimed, his expression shifting drastically upon seeing the white hair. At that moment, Zhao Kuo was so taken aback that he did not register Zhao Jinyu's voice. He murmured to himself, "No wonder such divine tea can grow here. It turns out this tea tree does not merely thrive in water. This stream is the river of time from the heavens." What an extraordinary feat it was for a young master to sever a part of the river of time from the celestial realm to cultivate tea here. Such means exceeded our understanding. Zhao Kuo was truly astounded. The river of time encapsulated the power of rules and the essence of the great path. It is said that supreme beings can comprehend the great path within the river of time, forging their own. Within it lie countless dangers and infinite opportunities. How could the tea grown in the river of time be anything ordinary? "What is wrong, Your Highness?" Yixi inquired curiously as she approached. Noticing Zhao Kuo drenched in sweat, she asked, "Are you all right?" "Please, just call me Zhao Kuo." "There is no need for formality," he replied, hastily deflecting her respect. "Very well, you two have worked hard these past few days gathering spiritual herbs. I must extend my hospitality," Yixi said with a smile. She led Zhao Kuo and his son into the hall and instructed Lao Bai, bring out the wine." "Of course, master." Lao Bai quickly poured each person a glass. Yixi smiled and said, "This is the 100 flowers brew. I harvested 100 varieties of flowers from the backyard, and it took 49 days to ferment. Please enjoy and tell me how it is." She held great confidence in her brew, having been deemed a wine deity by the system for her brewing skills. "Thank you, young master," Zhao Kuo and his son exclaimed with immense excitement, raising their cups and downing them in one go. With eyes closed, they savored the experience. As the 100 flowers brew entered their mouths, its enchanting fragrance instantly spread, intoxicating them with delight. Zhao Kuo trembled slightly with excitement. Not only was the brew delicious, but it also possessed divine qualities. He felt his long-standing ailments vanish, his muscles, bones, and blood revitalized. One cup of this exquisite wine surpassed a decade of physical training. "How do you find the wine?" Yixi asked, observing their rapture, a smile gracing her lips. Filled with confidence, she also took a drink, her mouth curving into a smile. "Excellent wine. Thank you for your generosity, young master." Upon hearing Yixi's words, Zhao Kuo's eyes brimmed with joy as he hastily replied. At that moment, his heart was tumultuous, and he mused, "Truly, the young master is extraordinary. He must have sensed that I had ventured into the waters of the river of time, incurring a loss of lifespan, and thus bestowed upon me this divine brew. Not only have I replenished the diminished years of my life, but I have also saved a decade in my physical cultivation." A decade? Even as a cultivator, how many such decades can one truly claim? Today, in a single day, he has surged ahead of others by 10 years. "Do you like it?" Yixi laughed heartily. "Indeed, I do. This is divine wine. To partake of a single cup is enough for me to face death without regret." Zhao Kuo replied with a smile. As a mere mortal, to savor such celestial wine is indeed a profound blessing. Thank you for your praise. As an ordinary person, how could I possibly brew divine wine? It is merely a testament to my skilled craftsmanship. By since they enjoy it, grant each of them a jar of the 100 flowers brew, Yixi declared with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing Yixi's words, Zhao Kuo felt as though he had misheard. "Young master, to be fortunate enough to partake of such a divine elixir is already a rare opportunity. How can we take more?" Zhao Kuo hastily declined, despite feeling a deep sense of reluctance. "Is such refusal a sign of disdain towards me? If you regard me as a friend, then do take it. I see that you too are fond of wine," Yixi stated with a serious tone. Having acquired such a wealth of spiritual herbs, Yixi believed that one must adhere to the principle of reciprocity, lest one be deemed unworthy. Thus, he intentionally adjusted his tone to convey a more earnest gravity. "Then, we are truly grateful, young master. The father and son trembled with excitement. Chapter 35. Li Yixi schemed. Thank you, young master. Zhao Kuo and Zhao Jinyu bowed deeply to Li Yixi, their hearts soaring with elation as they finally earned the young master's acknowledgement. The Zhao family practiced the heaven and earth dominating body technique. And with this jar of 100 flowers brew, their strength could ascend to terrifying heights in a remarkably short time. Truly a meteoric rise. Thus, at this moment, Zhao Kuo and his son were genuinely overwhelmed with gratitude towards Li Yixi. In their eyes, Li Yixi seemed all-knowing, aware of their cultivation methods and their path of physical refinement, hence gifting them the 100 flowers brew to aid in their ascent. Young master, we shall take our leave now and not disturb you any further. We will come to pay our respects again next time. Zhao Kuo quickly bowed to Li Yixi, preparing to take his leave. My dear friends, having assisted me so greatly today, how could you depart without sharing a meal? Why the haste? Li Yixi urja. Zhao Kuo's eyes darted around, but ultimately he resolutely declined. Li Yixi could only acquiesce. Father and son exited the courtyard and departed from the mountain peak. Zhao Kuo turned to his son and asked, Do you not feel that you might have missed a rare opportunity? Not all, father. Perhaps this is a test from the young master? As long as one is a friend of the young master, opportunities shall come in due time. The fortune we have received today is already astounding. To pursue further would be greed, and I fear it could evoke disdain from the young master. Thus, I believe that bidding farewell is indeed the most prudent choice. Zhao Jinyu mused after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, my father shares this sentiment. The young master is a celestial being. If we were to be insatiably greedy, it would undoubtedly provoke his displeasure. The young master's offering of wine is, without a doubt, a signal for us to depart. Should we linger further, it would be an act of ungratefulness, potentially incurring the young master's wrath. In the presence of the young master, we must always remain vigilant, striving to comprehend the deeper meaning behind his words. Do you understand? You should also return to the Wang Fu of King Jinan. An extended absence may draw unwanted attention. Opportunities can only be seized through expenditure. Failing to absorb them may lead to calamity, Zhao Wang stated with grave seriousness. Your words of caution are duly noted, father, Zhao Jinyu replied hastily, bowing in respect. Zhao Kuo then stepped into the void and departed. King Jinan, Zhao Jinyu, also hurriedly took his leave. After the departure of Zhao Wang and his entourage, several practitioners soared toward Luoxian Gathering, venturing deep into the mountains. Within just a few short days, Luoxian Gathering became exceedingly lively, attracting cultivators, sorcerers, and demon practitioners alike. During this time, several violent confrontations occurred, causing great unease within the courtyard, where Li Yixi felt increasingly tense. Throughout his life, he had regarded practitioners as exceptionally benevolent. However, recent events had unsettled his previously tranquil heart. He frequently cast anxious glances at the figures soaring through the void, apprehensive about what might happen should they enter the courtyard. Meanwhile, during these days, with Li Yixi's assistance, Hu Qingyun not only fully recovered from her tribulation injuries, but also ascended in her cultivation at an alarming rate. In just a few days, Hu Qingyun established her foundation and formed her golden elixir, stepping into the realm of human elixirs, her demonic aura dissipating entirely. No trace of it could be felt any longer. Today, the courtyard was alive with small creatures. The melodious strains of the qin filled the air as Li Yixi played for Hu Qingyun, concluding the piece with a sigh. He raised his gaze toward the heavens, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Though they had departed from the forbidden zone of ancient times, appearing less perilous, the recent influx of practitioners searching for something created an atmosphere of unease. If they were to find nothing and unleash their fury upon him, it would spell disaster. It seemed imperative to initiate the next step, to seek a method of cultivation. In the forbidden zone of ancient times, encounters with others were rare, let alone practitioners. However, in Luoxian Gathering, the abundance of cultivators made it easier to connect with people. Surely acquiring a cultivation method would not be overly difficult. As long as it allowed for practice, its potency mattered little. Entering the ranks of practitioners while devising a stronger cultivation method was also a viable path. Li Yixi mind raced with thoughts, ultimately concluding that obtaining a cultivation method was essential. His gaze swiftly fell upon Hu Qingyun, his eyes brightening. Over these days, he had witnessed Hu Qingyun's cultivation progress and had been a witness to her successful foundation establishment. In recent days, the rapport between the two has flourished, and Li Yixi began to contemplate whether he could seek guidance from Hu Qingyun to aid him in his cultivation. What is face worth? Losing one's life is the true catastrophe. With a deep breath, Li Yixi approached Hu Qingyun in the distance. Upon seeing Li Yixi striding towards her with a serious expression, Hu Qingyun felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that this esteemed figure had discovered something? She was seized by apprehension. If Li Yixi were to demand the Thunder God Pearl, what would she do? Give it or withhold it? Miss Hu, I have a request to make, and I hope you will oblige, Li Yixi said, bowing respectfully before her. His grave demeanor only intensified Hu Qingyun's nervousness. Young master, please command me. I will certainly fulfill your wishes, she replied hastily, not daring to accept his profound courtesy. Miss Hu, it is this. My greatest aspiration in this lifetime is to embark upon the path of a cultivator. I beseech you to assist me, Li Yixi stated, summoning his courage. At this, Hu Qingyun was momentarily rendered speechless, convinced that her hearing had failed her. Young master, you wish to cultivate, and you desire my instruction? Is this a test of my worthiness? She pondered, yet found no clarity in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Li Yixi was consumed by trepidation, realizing he may have acted rashly. The methods of cultivation are exceedingly precious and should not be disseminated lightly. Miss Hu, I have overstepped. The teachings of cultivation cannot be shared so casually. He lamented with a wry smile. At that moment, Hu Qingyun suddenly perceived the underlying intent. Surely, the young master was testing her willingness to share her family's cultivation secrets, evaluating whether she was a person of gratitude and integrity. Would she dare to conceal knowledge from him, considering the multitude of opportunities he had bestowed upon her? If she were to withhold, he might cease to assist her, for who would nurture a thankless wretch? Quickly, Hu Qingyun declared, my life was saved by the young master. All that I possess is yours. Though the methods of cultivation are invaluable, they pale in comparison to your immense kindness. I am willing to impart all my knowledge of cultivation without reservation. Chapter 36. The world of the Great Ones is fraught with trials, Miss Hu. The methods of cultivation cannot be shared lightly. Each family and power guards their cultivation techniques as they would their very lives. I have intruded, and I shall seek alternative paths, Li Yixi reflected, understanding that he could not act like a petty man. Leveraging the favor he owed Hu Qingyun to compel her to share her family secrets. Every family and faction views their cultivation methods as paramount, even more precious than life itself. His intentions had been rather ignoble. Thus, Li Yixi ultimately declined. Young master, no. My life was saved by the young master. My family has been annihilated. It was the young master who preserved the last vestiges of the Hu lineage. The Hu family is no more, and I am the sole survivor. I am the head of the family and possess the right to amend our clan's rules. As for my benefactor, the matter of cultivation techniques is trivial. I, Hu Qingyun, am willing to impart the ways of cultivation to the young master, without a trace of regret. In a flurry, Hu Qingyun knelt down, her eyes filled with trepidation. She scolded herself incessantly in her heart, realizing her folly. How could someone as exalted as the young master concern himself with mundane cultivation methods? Surely, this was a test of my sincerity. Today, no matter the circumstances, I must teach the young master the path of cultivation. I cannot harbor any secrets from him. Seeing Hu Qingyun kneel so directly, Li Yixi hurriedly grasped her arm. But Hu Qingyun refused to rise, insisting that only when she was permitted to teach him would she stand. Li Yixi felt a pang of guilt, but had no choice but to acquiesce, for he perceived Hu Qingyun's stubbornness. Qingyun, please rise. I will learn. Is that satisfactory? Li Yixi offered a resigned smile. Very well, young master. Today, I shall teach you the path of cultivation. Our Hu family's technique is called Zai Huangju, a method of superior rank. It emphasizes absorbing the morning sun's purple divine light to condense true essence and forge the golden core. Now, I will impart to you the operational methods of Zaya Huangdu. Hu Qingyun spoke with unwavering determination. However, after an hour under her guidance, despair etched itself upon Li Yixi's face. Was the cultivation method truly so arduous, or was it his own lack of aptitude? At this moment, he had not successfully circulated the technique even once. In fact, he had barely begun. He had spat blood multiple times. Young master, are there any aspects you do not comprehend? Do not recklessly attempt to cultivate, Hu Qingyun urged, her anxiety reaching a peak. In the courtyard, the large black dog and the cat lounged on the ground, observing the two with amusement. The cat chuckled, "Heavenly Emperor, the young master is truly mischievous. He possesses a supreme, divine body, with an affinity for the Tao that is nearly absolute. The essence he absorbs is pure, chaotic energy, suffusing his entire being. How could a mere Zaya Huangju facilitate the circulation of his divine power? It is akin to a child attempting to move a mountain. This test is excessive. Look how anxious the young lady is." The large black dog wagged its tail and transmitted, "Well, you know, how could a great lion comprehend the intricacies of emotions? To experience mortal life necessitates the embrace of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. One must also navigate the realm of feelings. I suspect the young master has taken a liking to this maiden. He must tread carefully lest he offend the matriarch. Otherwise, the young master might strip your skin." The cat blinked and replied, "That makes sense, but the young master's approach to flirting is rather lacking." In the next moment, Li Yixi coughed up another mouthful of blood. His complexion ashen. Was I truly destined to be devoid of the fortune for cultivation? Li Yixi was adamant that he had comprehended all the methods of operation, yet he found himself unable to execute them. "Young master, allow me to assist you," exclaimed Hu Qingyun, who was equally anxious. As she attuned herself to Li Yixi's body, her expression suddenly shifted, leaving her at a loss for how to convey the truth. "Qingyun, could it be that there is something amiss with my constitution? Am I fated to be incapable of cultivation?" Li Yixi suddenly recalled the melodramatic tales of those who traversed worlds, facing the tragic fate of being innately unable to cultivate. Upon hearing his words, Hu Qingyun fixed her gaze on him and ultimately resolved to speak candidly. "Young master, you are inherently unable to cultivate. All your martial veins are completely sealed, leaving them lifeless and devoid of connection to the path of immortality." With this revelation, she came to understand that this was merely a trial. The young master was extraordinary, capable of planting in the 9 heavens and drinking the essence of the 9 heavens' spiritual liquid. The sound of a single melody could cause one's soul to surge with vitality. Even if he possessed a constitution devoid of potential, under the influence of divine artifacts, his meridians had long been opened. Indeed, the young master was testing her resolve, whether she was willing to impart the cultivation methods of the Qingqiu to him. Fortunately, she had been thorough in her explanations, never dismissing him. Otherwise, he might have grown displeased. After all, why would he concern himself with mundane techniques? The sealing of his martial veins was a reminder that he could not cultivate, and she had passed the trial. Unbeknownst to Li Yixi, who was oblivious to Hu Qingyun's thoughts, he felt a wave of despair wash over him upon hearing her words, silently cursing his fate. Yet, he forced a smile and said, "This is my destiny. I am destined to be an ordinary person, so I shall continue living as one. Do not be anxious. This is my plight, not yours." Hu Qingyun dared not speak further and could only bow deeply to Li Yixi, thanking him. She exhaled quietly, thinking now, "The young master surely will not cast me aside. With his capabilities, had she deceived him, she would likely have been expelled from the courtyard by now. The thunder-devouring pearl would hardly have caught his eye. Otherwise, he would have taken it long ago." Hu Qingyun reflected on the trials of the world of the great, realizing that challenges were omnipresent. It is time to return to cultivation. There is danger outside. Strengthening oneself is essential for survival. Li Yixi remarked as he observed the practitioners outside, filled with a sense of longing. "Indeed, young master, I understand," replied Hu Qingyun, a smile gracing her face. Finally having passed the young masteress trial, he still cared for her. Here, she felt the safest. As a celestial fox, she was the one they sought, and venturing outside would surely lead to her demise. Upon returning to her room, Yixi gazed up at the sky, a look of resignation upon his face. I cannot cultivate. No wonder the system did not impart any cultivation techniques to me. So, it is with this understanding, he resolved to embrace his humanity and cease to dwell on it. He retreated into his room and began his afternoon slumber. As he slept, small creatures gathered around the courtyard, their faces filled with anticipation, greedily absorbing the essence of cultivation, absorbing the divine power radiating from the surroundings of the courtyard. The practitioners could not possibly influence even a blade of grass or a tree under the overwhelming prowess of these supreme great demons. In Chapter 37, titled The Ninth Demon Ancestor, within the vast expanse of the demon realm, there stood a towering peak shrouded in mist, known as the Peak of 10,000 Demons. The leopard demon and the hellhound hastened towards this peak, only calming their frayed nerves upon reaching its base. "Brother, shall we report to the ninth demon ancestor now?" the hellhound inquired, casting a reluctant glance at his companion. If they were to disclose the whereabouts of the celestial fox who Qingyun to the ninth demon ancestor, they would forever forfeit their chance at the thunder-devouring divine pearl. At that moment, the hellhound was still hesitant to relinquish this opportunity. "Young brother, those two formidable demons residing in the sacred mountain are certainly beyond our capability to confront, even if we were to rally other powerful demons for assistance. The odds remain grim, and we might meet our demise in that ghostly realm. Now that we have learned of the celestial fox, delivering this information to the ninth demon ancestor will ensure our safety, which is far better than facing death." The leopard demon recalled the terrifying encounter, still haunted by it. Despite their own considerable strength, they had inexplicably been diminished by the enemy's supernatural powers without comprehending how it transpired. The leopard demon, ever cautious, resolved against proceeding further. "Brother, let us visit the ninth demon ancestor promptly. If we delay and the news of the celestial fox leaks, we will gain nothing beneficial from the ninth demon ancestor." The hellhound insisted vehemently. "Very well, let us go and meet the ninth demon ancestor." The leopard demon acquiesced, and the two made their way towards the peak of 10,000 demons. However, at the moment the hellhound turned to leave, a glint of malice flickered in the leopard demon's eyes. In an instant, the true form of the leopard demon revealed itself, emanating a dreadful aura. As it struck fiercely at the hellhound, boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the leopard demon pierced through the hellhound's body, seizing its demon core in its grasp. "Why?" The hellhound, lying in a pool of blood, roared in defiance. "Without you, I believe I can acquire greater rewards from the ninth demon ancestor. Rest assured and depart." The leopard demon sneered coldly, exerting pressure to crush the demon core in its palm, leading to the hellhound's demise. With swift motion, the leopard demon proceeded towards the peak of 10,000 demons, where the ninth demon ancestor resided at the summit. At the peak, an abundance of flowers bloomed, their fragrance intoxicating. The leopard demon, upon arriving, dared not step into the floral sea, instead bowing reverently before it. "Little demon seeks an audience with the demon ancestor," it called out, its voice imbued with respect. "What is the matter?" A chilling voice emerged from within the flowering expanse, accompanied by an oppressive and formidable aura. "The demon ancestor, I have discovered the whereabouts of the celestial fox that fled from Qingqiu Mountain and have come to inform you, my lord," the leopard demon said with utmost reverence. Indeed, a voice of unexpected surprise resonated through the void. In an instant, a figure resembling a young man materialized mysteriously in the air, his gaze fixated upon the leopard demon. He extended his hand, seizing the leopard demon and drawing him into a sea of blossoms. The enforcer vanished amidst a flower of mountain-like proportions, within which lay a palace. At that moment, upon the throne within the palace, a figure clad in green turned his attention to the leopard demon, speaking urgently. "You claim to have discovered the whereabouts of the celestial fox. Is that correct?" "Yes, my lord," replied the leopard demon cautiously. "That celestial fox, utilizing the power of the thunder-devouring pearl, has transcended the 9 layers of thunder tribulation and has been rescued by a mortal from the Zhao kingdom. He is currently in the falling immortal gathering. Is that so? The icy voice of the figure in green fell like a heavy shroud, and he lunged for the leopard demon's form, which instantly exploded, its demon soul captured in the grasp of the green-clad figure. The leopard demon barely had time to scream before being consumed by the green figure, who extracted his memories directly. Humph! Indeed, how dare you conceal such information? If it were simple, you would not have sought me out. The falling immortal gathering, you say? Little celestial fox, where do you think you're going? With a chilling laugh, the 9th demon ancestor vanished from the peak of the 10,000 demons. His form glided through the forest, appearing to walk slowly, yet with an uncanny grace, each step propelling him thousands of meters forward as he hastened towards the falling immortal gathering in the Zhao kingdom. Recently, countless powerful beings had been rampant around the falling immortal gathering. Some formed small groups, while others, alongside their sect mates, scoured the mountains surrounding the gathering in search of news regarding the celestial fox. Outside the falling immortal gathering, an elderly figure and a young one entered. "Elder, why do we not directly visit the young master?" inquired Tang Yin, perplexed, as Tang Hai came to a halt. "Wait," Tang Hai replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing no outward turbulence. However, he discreetly transmitted a message to Tang Yin. "There are formidable beings concealed in this area. We must tread carefully. These individuals seem to be searching for the celestial fox, who is indeed close to the young master. Should we lead them to him? Although it may not pose a significant threat to him, it could certainly provoke his ire. Formidable beings hidden here?" Tang Yin's expression shifted subtly. He was aware that Tang Hai had broken through to the Earth Martial realm, yet he still referred to these entities as powerful, indicating their terrifying nature. Moreover, the ability to pinpoint them amidst the crowd signified an extraordinary level of strength. Do not wander aimlessly. The approaching individual possesses an unfathomable power that could easily draw attention. Tang Hai, noticing Tang Yin's distracted gaze, hastily cautioned him to avert suspicion. Tang Yin promptly calmed his demeanor and ceased his observations. "Elder, do you know who has arrived?" "I am unaware, but there is a sinister aura surrounding him. He is likely a formidable being from the demon race." Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind surged forth, heading directly towards the sacred mountain. The man, clad in azure garments, bore eyebrows like swords and eyes that sparkled with the brilliance of celestial bodies, his gaze profoundly intimidating, accompanied by an enigmatic aura. With each stride, he covered vast distances effortlessly, wherever he trod. Enchanting vines and clusters of extraordinarily beautiful flowers, adorned with lush green leaves, would miraculously spring forth, as if all living beings were welcoming his presence. A smile graced his lips as he mused. "Only in my grasp can the thunder-devouring pearl realize its true value." With that, in the blink of an eye, the figure in azure appeared outside Yixi's courtyard atop the mountain peak. Chapter 38. The terror of the demon ancestor. The man's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the courtyard, penetrating its depths and fixating on Hu Qingyun, who was engrossed in her cultivation. Strangely, he felt a haze surrounding her, obscuring his view as if she were veiled by a shroud of celestial secrets. The azure-clad man furrowed his brow. Yet, the more enigmatic she appeared, the more he sensed the extraordinary nature of the thunder-devouring pearl within her possession, igniting a surge of excitement within him. If he were to obtain the thunder-devouring pearl, he could undoubtedly transcend the 9 layers of thunder tribulation and achieve a complete transformation. Contemplating this, the azure-clad man briefly pondered, and suddenly a radiant azure light erupted from him, only to swiftly fade back into tranquility. In that flash of azure brilliance, he vanished, transforming into a datura flower suspended in the void. If Tang Hai were present, he would be utterly astounded, for this flower, exuding an aura of chaos, was none other than the invincible bloom of the demon realm, the 9th demon ancestor. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious 9th demon ancestor of the 10,000 demons peak was, in essence, a datura flower? For those who have not attained such heights in cultivation, the The title of the ninth demon ancestor may remain a mystery, but for those at the divine martial realm, it resonates with thunderous clarity. The ninth demon ancestor is a revered title bestowed upon the peak powerhouse of the demon realm. Yet the tales of his exploits are seldom known, primarily due to two monumental events. The first, the Dachira flower once engaged in a battle with the eighth ancestor of the demon realm, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Some claim to have witnessed the Dachira flower relentlessly pursuing the eighth ancestor, leaving him with no escape. The second, the Dachira flower once assaulted the sacred land of the Human Path Palace, nearly leading to its annihilation. At this moment, the Dachira flower before Yixi's courtyard was indeed the ninth demon ancestor of the 10,000 Demons Peak. As for the events of yesteryear, the Dachira flower had long since cast them into oblivion, now fixated solely on the thunder-devouring pearl. After the mandala flower transformed into its original form, it did not recklessly act, but instead enveloped the courtyard with its soul energy, conducting a thorough investigation. Where's that so-called young master? The mandala flower failed to detect Li Yixi's presence within the courtyard. It lay desolate, devoid of anything but a few ordinary creatures and the cultivating Huqinyan. The mandala flower naturally did not believe these small beings could surpass its own strength, let alone be powerful enough to evade its senses. Heaven is aiding me. Confident that the courtyard was unoccupied, it descended gracefully, approaching the courtyard. The mandala flower refrained from flying, mainly due to uncertainty regarding the owner's cultivation level, coupled with a hint of guilty conscience. Even with the thunder-devouring pearl in its possession, it could not afford to let others know, lest trouble ensue. Concerned about drawing too much attention, the mandala flower reduced its size significantly during its frantic dash, making it difficult to detect at a casual glance. In a moment, it advanced directly to the center of the courtyard. The mandala flower slithered forward, inching closer to Huqinyan. Just then, it suddenly sensed two waves of warmth rushing toward it. Raising its head, it discovered two enormous rats. Are these the formidable beasts encountered by the leopard and the hellhound? Merely two small rodents. Could they possibly pose a challenge? The mandala flower communicated telepathically. You two little creatures, I have no desire to slaughter mere ants, so depart quickly. After transmitting its message, the mandala flower awaited the rat's hasty retreat. However, it soon realized that the pair showed no signs of backing down. The two rodents gazed at it with wide-eyed curiosity. Devoid of fear, feeling somewhat vexed, the mandala flower was about to speak when suddenly two voices echoed in its mind. This mandala flower has become sentient? It can transmit thoughts? Exclaimed the younger rat in astonishment. The elder rat chimed in. Indeed, it must have, or how else could it roam freely? Hey, little one, what brings you here? As the two rats concluded their telepathic exchange, the mandala flower's lotus leaves suddenly erupted, as if struck by lightning, revealing a gaping human visage. The younger rat cautioned, "Don't scare it. It looks rather adorable." With that, the small rodent extended its delicate, rosy paw, eager to stroke the mandala flower. Seeing this, the mandala flower erupted in fury. "How dare you?" Boom! The mandala flower shook violently, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy enveloping the area. Oh, it possesses some strength? The younger rat was taken aback, yet intrigued. At that moment, the mandala flower's brilliance surged, its demonic energy rampaging forth, its immense power erupting like an unfathomable ocean. Just as the mandala flower was about to unleash its full might. In the presence of this esteemed entity, how dare a mere amateur flaunt their trivial skills? The mouse, with a look of disdain, lifted its leg and delivered a swift kick. The mandala flower, caught off guard, was met with an overwhelming force. A crushing pressure descending upon it with astonishing speed, forcing back the very essence it had conjured. With a resounding crash, the mandala flower was left dizzy and disoriented. As though a colossal foot had struck its visage, the violent impact sending it hurtling through the air. What? How could this be? A tempest of disbelief surged within the mandala flower, its form crashing awkwardly to the ground. How could this happen? It was utterly astounded. Such humiliation was unfathomable. Transforming into an ethereal figure, it coalesced its floral essence into a long sword, aiming to strike with divine fury and command the realm. Yet, the lethal thrust met only empty air. What? The mandala flower-esque expression was one of horror. As it searched for the mouse's presence, it found nothing. Intriguing. It possesses swordsmanship as well? A voice echoed, and the mandala flower shivered, its countenance paling. It realized its own form had inexplicably shrunk to the size of a mouse. In that moment, a chilling memory from the past stirred within it. Though it was the ninth ancestor of demons, in the face of these two mice, it felt no different than the leopard and the hellhound, instilling a profound terror. Previously, it had perceived these creatures as merely ordinary mice, yet now they radiated an unfathomable dread. Moreover, within the courtyard, a cat and a dog appeared, curiously observing it. Although they remained still, the mandala flower felt its soul tremble in their presence. They must be of transcendent existence. The cat bore the faint image of 9 fearsome lion heads, while the dog exuded an inscrutable aura, its presence almost earth-shattering. "Come here," the large mouse chuckled, reaching out towards it. This seemingly ordinary grasp concealed a terrifying profundity of the great Tao, obscuring the very heavens. The ninth ancestor of demons was engulfed in terror, unable to evade the impending doom, falling into the clutches of the mouse's hand. Its body trembled, and its soul quaked. Chapter 39. This flower is truly perfect. This is disastrous. How could it be so powerful, surpassing even the 8th ancestor of demons? "Break!" The 9th ancestor roared, fear lacing its voice. As an infinite dread consumed its every thought, a mere mouse, with legs that seemed to obscure the sky, appeared to dominate this realm, leaving the 9th ancestor in sheer terror, for such strength was sufficient to subdue it entirely. However, as an exalted being and the 9th patriarch of the demon clan, he was filled with pride and could never acquiesce to being easily subdued by the rodent. As the word break echoed, countless mandala flowers emerged from the darkness. In the next instant, these mandala flowers detonated simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying energy that tore through the darkness and shattered this small realm. The ferocious strike of the rodent was utterly obliterated. Before the 9th patriarch, light was restored. Cursed be this place. What manner of terror is this? It cannot be retained. The thunder-devouring pearl is beyond my reach. Flee. A multitude of thoughts raced through the 9th patriarch's mind, his face a mask of fear as he turned to exit the courtyard. Hee, just leave it for me to play with. Just as the 9th patriarch believed he could escape, a youthful voice rang out. A little sparrow perched on the eaves stirred, and in the next moment, it bizarrely appeared before the 9th patriarch, sweeping its wing directly at him. With that sweep, terror filled the patriarch's eyes, for the void before him fractured under the force, as if it were on the brink of collapse. The 9th patriarch nearly lost his composure, hastily defending himself. Demon, soul, true form. He roared in fury, recklessly expending his demon essence. In the next moment, a golden mandala flower king materialized in the void, enveloped in golden radiance, its form continuously expanding. A dreadful aura blossoming forte. This golden mandala flower king was none other than the true form of the 9th patriarch's demon soul. He realized, for the first time in ages, that he had not invoked this form in years, yet at this moment he felt compelled to summon it, sensing the impending presence of death, as if the gates of hell were merely a step away. Boom! The clash of attacks resonated, and the mesmerizingly powerful demon soul true form erupted in an instant. The 9th patriarch was sent hurtling backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wow, that rodent is so weak. You nearly let him escape. Was that intentional? The little sparrow gazed at the bloodied 9th patriarch, bewildered, turning to the rodent. A blunder. The rodent revealed a sheepish grin. Puffed. Another mouthful of blood erupted from the 9th patriarch, this one fueled by pure rage. You wretched creature, you have brought me disgrace. What am I to do? I am furious. The rodent's face was filled with indignation. Under the rodent's divine power, the 9th patriarch's form shrank, and he was kicked aside once more. The great Tao-esque confinement space caused the 9th patriarch's complexion to turn ashen, for his movements were severely restricted. His speed reduced 100-fold. How could he possibly evade even a casual kick from the rodent? At that moment, he even forgot to respond to the rodent's insults. In that moment of transformation, he felt as though death were imminent. In his grasp, a long sword materialized, his fateful weapon. At this juncture, even drawing the sword could not avert the inevitable. Confronted by the specter of death, he resolutely detonated the sword he had nurtured for 10 millennia. The ninth demon ancestor's heart bled at this moment, for only he knew the immense effort he had expended over countless years. Yet, he was left with no choice but to self-destruct, for failure to do so would spell his doom. With a thunderous roar, the fateful sword exploded, tearing apart the confines of the great prison, while the ninth demon ancestor's form struggled to maintain its shape, hurtling outward. He landed with a resounding splash into a basin of water. What was that sound? Yixi inquired, his face etched with confusion. The previous battle outside had been controlled by several demons, but none anticipated the ninth demon ancestor's resolute decision to self-destruct his own sword. Upon hearing the noise, Yixi stepped outside, finding no one present, save for a flower that had appeared in the basin. "What beautiful flower!" he exclaimed with a smile, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. It was a sight that brought him immense joy. The gentle breeze whispered through the courtyard, and he mused that a plant could add a touch of color to the otherwise sparse surroundings. With a chuckle, he ambled towards it. Meanwhile, within the basin, the ninth demon ancestor was consumed by terror. He yearned to escape, desperately wishing to flee, but at that moment, he felt as though he might as well end his own existence. His mind was overwhelmed by horror. How could this be? What is this place? Why are these demons far beyond my own capabilities? Cursed be this artifact. Why has it completely bound me, rendering me immobile? This is merely a basin of water. Why does it possess such power? Someone tell me. The ninth demon ancestor screamed in madness, but not a whisper of sound escaped his lips. Once submerged in the water, he found himself unable to stir even a single leaf, as if he had truly transformed into a majestic mandrake flower, existing solely for aesthetic admiration. Indeed, splendid, simply splendid, he thought. There is no need for pruning at all. Outside the basin, Yixi stroked his chin in wonder, marveling at the flawless flower before him. He found not a single flaw, deeming it utterly perfect. A mere mortal, how audacious, to regard me, the demon ancestor, as mere ornamental foliage. Once I am free, I shall annihilate your entire lineage, ensuring you never attain rebirth. The ninth demon ancestor raged within the confines of the basin, cursing the mortal who dared to treat him as a mere decorative piece. Unbeknownst to him, Yixi was thoroughly content, entirely oblivious to the furious lamentations of the ninth demon ancestor trapped within the basin. Perfect. I must find a more exquisite pot. Yixi mused aloud, extending his hand towards a mandrake flower within the basin, resolutely grasping the ninth demon ancestor and pulling him from the water. At long last, I have emerged from that wretched artifact. Mortal, your demise is imminent. In this moment, the ninth demon ancestor trembled with exhilaration from the depths of despair. He inexplicably glimpsed a glimmer of hope, having been extricated by Yixi. He contemplated launching an attack against Yixi, but in the next instant, his expression transformed drastically, for he sensed that his very body was ensnared in Yixi's grasp, rendered utterly immobile and completely paralyzed. Chapter 40. Subverting cognition with a resounding thud. The Mandragora King was unceremoniously cast to the ground by Yixi. A flawless blossom remains merely a flower, and Yixi paid little heed to such trivialities, for he perceived that this flower was beyond reproach, even as he, a being renowned as the divine farmer through the system's nurturing, cultivated only the finest of plants. The Mandragora King appeared to him as nothing short of exquisite. Such a perfect flower deserves a pot of equal perfection. Thus Yixi discarded the bloom and hurried off in search of an appropriate vessel. Meanwhile, the ninth demon ancestor, abandoned upon the ground, was suddenly overwhelmed by an astonishing force that pressed down upon him, nearly shattering his entire being. This power made his very soul tremble and quake. In that moment, The ninth demon ancestor remained utterly immobilized, shrouded in a mysterious aura that he had never encountered, even in the span of his existence, spanning millennia. Nor had he ever come across it in ancient tomes. This aura extinguished any hope of escape. As the ninth demon ancestor, he had subdued the eighth demon ancestor and had brazenly traversed the sanctum of the human Tao Palace, each feat echoing with monumental significance. The eighth demon ancestor had practiced for over 100 millennia, while the Tao Palace was a bastion of formidable warriors and the spiritual emblem of humanity, boasting the presence of clan-defending deities who had failed to halt his advance. Yet, the mere residue of Li Yixi's casual grasp had thoroughly subdued him. Who was this person? A progenitor of humanity? Impossible, for he appears scarcely beyond 20 springs. What precisely is this aura? Could it be the power of the celestial beings? Yet how could such exalted entities reside in this desolate place? Why? Why has this transpired? Is it all predestined? The thunder-devouring pearl's emergence had revealed to me the hope of ascending to the unparalleled heights of a demon immortal. Yet just as it seemed within my grasp, I find myself suppressed by another, cursed fate. The heart of the ninth demon ancestor ached with anguish. He sensed that he might be destined to remain here, admired solely as a mere flower, for he was powerless against that overwhelming aura. This should be a perfect match for you. Just as despair enveloped the ninth demon ancestor, Li Yixi approached with a flower pot in hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face, clearly satisfied with his choice of receptacle. What is this? A resonance of the Tao? Upon the moment the ninth demon ancestor beheld the flower pot, his eyes flickered with astonishment, for he discerned the essence of Tao within it. This pot, measuring 1 meter in length and width, bore a square shape. It had been procured by Li Yixi from the launching collection. Finding it somewhat lacking, Li Yixi meticulously carved a phoenix poised to soar towards the heavens upon its surface. Unbeknownst to him, this enchanting phoenix transformed the seemingly mundane flower pot into a divine artifact. The ninth demon ancestor, taken aback, felt a profound sense of inferiority, despite his formidable prowess. He could not manifest the Tao's essence, while a mere flower pot in Li Yixi's possession contained such profundity. With a smile, Li Yixi seized the infamous ninth demon ancestor and unceremoniously tossed him into the pot, filling it with the enriched soil he had gathered. You wretched human, I shall slay you. What is this sensation? As the soil cascaded upon him, the ninth demon ancestor's countenance shifted dramatically, his demonic eyes burning crimson as he attempted to roar, yet no sound emerged. The power of the flower pot's confinement was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even as he felt humiliated by the soil, tainted with undesirable elements, he could only emit silent screams. Now, this is perfect, Li Yixi proclaimed, clapping his hands in satisfaction. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. Is the young master at home? Tang Hai Sikan Odien. Outside the courtyard, Tang Hai and Tang Yin displayed utmost respect. Bowing deeply, creak, Li Yixi opened the door and, upon seeing the two, beamed, "It's you. Old friends indeed. Come in and rest for a moment. It is quite warm today. I shall wash my hands first. Lao Bai, please entertain our guests." Li Yixi called out to Lao Bai and hurried off to cleanse his hands, having gotten dirted while tending to the flowers. "Please come in," Lao Bai said, sticking his head out and smiling at the two. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Tang Hai and Tang Yin responded promptly, bowing deeply, not daring to truly accept such honor. Upon entering the courtyard, the two were immediately captivated by the freshly planted flowers. "Wow, these flowers are simply exquisite," Tang Yin exclaimed, his admiration spilling forth at first sight. The ninth demon ancestor, having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, was driven to fury by Tang Yin's words, yet remained utterly immobilized, opting instead to seal his senses, refusing to hear any further sounds. In that moment, he descended into complete despair, stripped of even the qualification to self-destruct. Why does this flower seem so familiar? And this aura, why does it evoke such familiarity? Unlike Tang Yin, who was overtaken by sheer astonishment, Tang Hai felt a sense of recognition, as if he had encountered a flower identical to this one somewhere before, though he could not quite place it. The fragrance was also strikingly familiar, yet eluded his memory. As Tang Hai pondered, Li Yixi emerged, having finished washing his hands. Tang Hai, Tang Yin, your timing today is impeccable. What do you think of this flower? Li Yixi inquired with a satisfied smile. Perfect, they echoed in unison. Tang Yin spoke from the depths of his heart, devoid of any flattery. My lord, where did you say this flower was unearthed? It is so exquisite that it must be the only one of its kind in existence. Tang Yin continued earnestly. I am uncertain of its origin. Perhaps it was born on the wind, or perhaps it simply fell from the heavens today, Li Yixi replied casually. Upon hearing Li Yixi's words, Tang Hai seemed to recall something, muttering to himself incessantly. In the next moment, Tang Hai's expression twisted, his face turning ashen, and his legs trembled violently. He finally remembered why the aura of this flower felt so familiar. It was the same essence that had lingered around him before ascending the mountain. The very scent of the demonic energy that had brushed past him. At that moment, he could not help but recall that dreadful figure, a terrifying entity capable of traversing distances in an instant. He also remembered where he had seen it before, in the Dao Palace during a discourse. He had encountered a painting that depicted a flower identical to the one before him. That painting was regarded as a disgrace by the Dao Palace, for the great demon it illustrated had once ravaged the palace, nearly leading to its downfall. How could Tang Hai not be filled with dread? Such a formidable being had intruded upon the young lord's courtyard only to be swiftly subdued, now imprisoned within the flower pot. Tang Hai's gaze towards Li Yixi was filled with horror. Chapter 41. In a casual manner, severing millennia of cultivation, my lord. Do we have guests? At this moment, Hu Qingyun, who had been cultivating within the room, concluded her practice and stepped outside. Clad in a flowing white gown, she exuded an aura of purity. With a smile gracing her lips, her long hair cascading to her waist, her eyes seemed capable of ensnaring souls. Yes, Qingyun, come here quickly. On that day, when I saved you, they lent their assistance as well. However, you were in a state of unconsciousness at the time and unaware of their presence. Do extend your gratitude to them, Li Yixi said as he introduced Hu Qingyun to the figure who had emerged. Indeed, my lord. Hu Qingyun hurriedly approached. Standing beside Li Yixi, her demeanor cheerful. Qingyun, this is Tang Hai, the esteemed elder of the alchemy sect. Li Yixi pointed towards Tang Hai, smiling at Hu Qingyun. Qingyun, it is a pleasure to meet you, and this is Tang Yin of the alchemy sect, whose talent is exceptionally outstanding and is a friend of mine. Li Yixi continued with a warm smile. Qingyun, it is an honor to meet you, young Master Tang. Hu Qingyun greeted respectfully. Please, there is no need for such formalities. From now on, let us simply address each other as friends. Tang Hai and Tang Yin humbly responded, feeling unworthy of such reverence. Even though Hu Qingyun had transformed from a beast, and her current strength was minimal, akin to starting her cultivation anew. Being in the presence of Li Yixi meant she did not require overwhelming power or a remarkable background to command immense respect, a status not to be trifled with. Originally, Tang Hai had not paid much attention to Hu Qingyun, but now, standing among them, he felt a buzzing in his mind. They had only been gone for a brief period, a mere half-month. At this moment, as Tang Hai casually swept his soul power, he was seized by terror upon realizing that the injuries from the heavenly tribulations within Hu Qingyun had completely healed. The injuries from the heavenly tribulations were famously deemed incurable. Previously, he had speculated that Li Yixi might have utilized immense magical power to seal and confine the wounds within Hu Qingyun. However, the scene before him revealed a different truth. Li Yixi had directly healed her, leaving no trace behind. The wounds from the heavenly tribulations had been entirely eradicated. Furthermore, Hu Qingyun now possessed an astonishingly formidable foundation. Not only were her tribulation injuries healed, but she had also successfully established her foundation, condensing a golden core, and her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the human core realm. It would only take a few days for her to ascend to the earth core realm. Moreover, countless Dao rhythms lingered around Hu Qingyun. Tang Hai's face was a mixture of shock and envy. The Dao rhythm was an exceedingly precious phenomenon, rare and elusive. Yet, Hu Qingyun, a transformed demon, had absorbed it abundantly, just by being in Li Yixi's presence, with still some residual left. Had they been afforded such an opportunity, they would have long stood at the pinnacle of the world. After encountering Tang Hai and Tang Yin, Hu Qingyun's gaze fell upon the mandragora flower before her, and a look of astonishment instantly flickered in her beautiful eyes. Startled, she stumbled backward several steps, her expression laden with fear. The aura was unmistakable to her. She had sensed it when numerous powerful beings had ascended to Qingqiu Mountain. That presence had caused the Lord of Qingqiu to express utter despair, urging her to flee with the thunder-devouring pearl. Hu Qingyun vividly recalled her aunt's words. In the supreme demon domain, the 9th demon ancestor, when the mandragora blooms, the Tianhu clan will be severed. Hurry, hurry, we must leave. Her aunt's voice, filled with urgency and terror, echoed in her ears. Her aunt, the sovereign of Qingqiu, possessed immense power, yet upon sensing the 9th demon ancestor, she had been engulfed in despair. Now, Hu Qingyun was sensing the aura of the 9th demon ancestor here. Could it be a manifestation of the 9th demon ancestor? Has he discovered my presence? What am I to do? At this moment, Hu Qingyun was utterly disoriented. Qingyun, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Let me assist you back to your room to rest. Li Yixi said, concern etched on his face as he hurried to support Hu Qingyun. Young master, I am fine. Young master, where did this flower come from? It is so beautiful. Hu Qingyun's eyes sparkled as she eagerly inquired. This flower? Isn't it lovely? I'm not quite sure of its origin. When I stepped out of the house, I found it in the courtyard. Perhaps the wind blew it here from somewhere. Seeing its exquisite beauty, I decided to transplant it into a pot. Do you like it? Li Yixi replied with a smile directed at Hu Qingyun. Indeed, my lord, this flower is astonishingly beautiful. I have never encountered such exquisite blooms before, Hu Qingyun remarked, hearing Li Yixi's words. She found it challenging to discern the current situation, but could only smile. Moreover, in recent days, Hu Qingyun had come to understand that Li Yixi was shrouded in mystery and possessed boundless strength, ensuring her safety. This flower was not only beautiful, but also fragrant. Here, allow me to adorn you with it. Li Yixi reached out and plucked a blossom, delicately placing it in Hu Qingyun's hair. As the mandala flower brushed against her locks, Hu Qingyun felt a slight tremor course through her body. Her eyes wide with terror as she swiftly averted her gaze from Li Yixi. The aura of the 9th demon ancestor was all too familiar. In that moment, she was utterly convinced that the flower before her was unequivocally the true form of the 9th demon ancestor, although she could not fathom how Li Yixi had achieved this. The mandala flower, a millennium for each leaf, a myriad of years for each bloom, symbolized the 9th demon ancestor's cultivation. Yet, she had witnessed Li Yixi effortlessly nullify the ancestor's millennia of hard work. This flower, cultivated to such an extraordinary level, appeared delicate, yet was undeniably a formidable weapon, rendered fragile in Li Yixi's hands. How could this be? The 9th demon ancestor, sealed within the flower pot, seethed with rage, overwhelmed by feelings of unwillingness, despair, and fear that Li Yixi had so casually dismantled his extensive cultivation. However, Li Yixi remained oblivious, his gaze solely fixed on the enchanting beauty before him. Indeed, you are beautiful, he smiled at Hu Qingyun. Beside them, Tang Hai's lips twitched, casting a sympathetic glance at the 9th demon ancestor imprisoned in the pot. Once an omnipotent figure in the demon realm, the 9th demon ancestor now seemed no more than a weed, a mere side note in the pursuit of pleasing the beauty. At the same time, he felt a tremor within. Truly, such a supreme being could effortlessly charm a person, leading to the downfall of a demon ancestor. Thank you, my lord. Hu Qingyun blushed slightly under Li Yixi's gaze, feeling a hint of shyness. Come, let's all take a seat. Li Yixi walked towards the hall. The terrified 9th demon ancestor, witnessing Li Yixi's departure, finally felt a weight lift from his heart. His fear of Li Yixi had reached its zenith. The latter appeared as a demonic figure in his eyes. With a mere gesture, he had severed millennia of cultivation, a feat that was truly inconceivable, surpassing the 9th demon ancestor's understanding. Perhaps only a celestial being could wield such power. Chapter 42. The shock of the guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace in the Zhao Kingdom's capital, a colossal spiritual vessel materialized in the void, emblazoned with 3 domineering characters, Heavenly Star Palace. The words radiated an exceptionally terrifying aura, fierce and unmatched, embodying a relentless intensity akin to the stars of the 9 heavens yearning to pierce the sky. Left Guardian, we have arrived at the capital of Zhao Kingdom. Upon the celestial vessel, a young man respectfully addressed the middle-aged Taoist who was immersed in his cultivation, clearly acknowledging the latter's high status and authority. Have we arrived? It has been many years since I last set foot in the Zhao Kingdom. It has been a century since I departed from Zhao, the middle-aged Taoist remarked, a starry aura enveloping him. As he opened his eyes, they shimmered as if stars were swirling within, and a faint smile graced his lips. In the royal capital, a figure ascended, bowing deeply to the celestial vessel. This is Wang Yun, envoy of the celestial palace, here to pay respects to the esteemed immortals of the Tianqing Palace. Our king requests your presence. Zhao Kuo felt a surge of interest. A smile flickered across the lips of Xing Yunzi, the left protector of the Tianqing Palace, as the celestial vessel instantly transformed into a pearl, resting in his hand. He then led the members of the Tianqing Palace toward the royal palace. Such audacity from the king of Zhao. How dare a mere monarch fail to personally welcome the protector, remarked a disciple of the Tianqing Palace, visibly irate, standing beside Xing Yunzi. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. A brief encounter will soon reveal all, Xing Yunzi replied with a cold chuckle. Left protector, I apologize for my inability to greet you in person. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Zhao? Zhao Kuo exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he regarded Xing Yunzi, the left protector of the Tianqing Palace. How could I presume to issue commands? It is indeed a cause for celebration that the Zhao King has broken through to the heavenly martial realm. Xing Yunzi's expression flickered, a smile appearing on his face. It is merely fortuitous. I cannot compare to your esteemed self. Please take a seat. Zhao Kuo gestured grandly, inviting Xing Yunzi to sit. Left protector, do share the reason for your visit to the Zhao Kingdom today, as it falls within the jurisdiction of the Tianqing Palace, should there be matters at hand. I am at your service. Zhao Kuo understood that Xing Yunzi, being a significant figure in the Tianqing Palace, had come to Zhao for a purpose far beyond a simple sightseeing excursion. The king of Zhao speaks with candor. Since you have inquired, I shall be direct. Xing Yunzi responded. A month ago, news emerged from Qingqiu Mountain, revealing that the master of Qingqiu fortuitously acquired a supreme treasure known as the Thunder-Devouring Pearl. This remarkable artifact possesses the terrifying ability to consume heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder is a scourge to us cultivators, akin to a ferocious beast or a grim reaper, he continued. Yet this treasure can devour it. Upon the confirmation of this news, various malevolent factions and powerful beings from the demon tribes descended upon Qingqiu Mountain, annihilating the Qingqiu clan. However, they were unable to seize the thunder-devouring pearl, as it was stealthily taken away by a celestial fox from Qingqiu Mountain, which miraculously escaped the calamity. Recent information suggests that this celestial fox may have traversed into the realm of Zhao and, with the aid of the wondrous thunder-devouring pearl, has survived the ninefold heavenly tribulation, transforming into a human. Currently, various factions are fervently seeking the hiding place of the shape-shifting Ao. Upon discovering the nefarious actions of these factions, the Palace Master mobilized the members of the Celestial Star Palace to commence their own search for the Celestial Fox. Their hope is to locate her before others do, ensuring her safety. Otherwise, should she fall into the hands of rival factions, her fate would undoubtedly be perilous. At present, King Zhao is aware that within the borders of Zhao, countless practitioners, demon tamers, and sorcerers are on the hunt for the Celestial Fox. In Zhao, no one possesses the capabilities of King Zhao when it comes to uncovering the whereabouts of such a gifted being, which is why this protector has ventured to Zhao to seek the king's assistance. Starfall spoke in one breath. To seek the Celestial Fox? Is that not courting death? Upon hearing Starfall's words, King Zhao Kuo, couldn't help but smirk coldly. The Celestial Fox is currently residing in Li Yixi's courtyard, who possesses the ability to capture her. Protector left. It is not that Zhao Kuo defies orders, but as you can see, there are so many factions present that even if I were to give a command, it would be challenging to locate the celestial fox. Protector left, do not be angered. We must indeed search, but such matters are difficult to control, and we can only strive to do our utmost. Noticing the members of the Celestial Star Palace were about to become enraged, Zhao Kuo hastily added, Queen, the left protector has an unwavering love for fine wine. Please fetch my best wine so that I may converse with the left protector over drinks. Zo Kuo smilet. Yes, Your Majesty. The queen promptly withdrew. She entered the palace with her maid and instructed. The left protector of the Celestial Star Palace holds an esteemed position and wields immense power. Today, the king has commanded a banquet with fine wine, and this jar of wine is hidden so discreetly that it must be of exceptional quality. Bring it forth without delay, and be cautious. Do not offend the other members of the Celestial Star Palace. Soon, the queen returned with wine poured for both men and stepped aside before the left protector of the Celestial Star Palace. Even as the Queen of Zhao, she dared not overstep her bounds. Brother Zhao, I must trouble you during this period. Let's raise a toast. Starfall lifted his cup, toasting Zhao Kuo. After Zhao Kuo's breakthrough, Starfall no longer underestimated him. I dare not, Zhao Kuo replied, lifting his own cup with a smile. Brother Zhao, you have now attained the celestial martial realm, standing at the same level as I. No need for excessive formality. Starfall drank deeply. However, as the wine coursed down his throat, Starfall felt as though he had been struck by heavenly thunder. His body trembled violently, and astonishment filled his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the cup in his hand. His hand, gripping the cup, shook uncontrollably. Starfall sensed a mysterious power surging through his body, and remarkably, some of his chronic ailments began to heal, something countless elixirs had failed to accomplish. Now achieved by a single cup of wine. His heart raced, roaring with excitement. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout. With his ailments healed, given time, he would surely break through to the Earth Martial Realm, elevating his status even further. Beside him, Zhao Kuo also sensed the unusual behavior of Xing Yunzi, his eyes narrowing. However, unaware of Xing Yunzi's condition, he could only down the wine in his hand. As the exquisite liquor coursed down his throat, Zhao Kuo's expression shifted dramatically. He finally understood the reason behind Xing Yunzi's state. It was the 100-flower brew bestowed upon him by Yixi. What a wasteful woman. Damn! Zhao Kuo was on the brink of a furious outburst. He had hidden the 100-flower brew so meticulously, yet it was summoned by the queen. Chapter 43. The queen's regret at this moment. The queen also detected the anomaly in the vicinity, noticing the violent tremors in Xing Yunzi's hand gripping the wine cup. The power of the stars swirled within his eyes, and surprisingly, his aura surged with intensity. As the left guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace, his esteemed position rendered such a lapse in composure utterly inconceivable. Everything defied logic unless the wine in his hand harbored a significant issue, a grave one indeed. Being the queen, naturally, she was no ordinary person. Your Majesty, the queen nervously cast a glance at Zhao Kuo. When her gaze fell upon him, she was once again taken aback, swallowing the words she intended to utter. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment. Not long ago, she had learned that Zhao Kuo had been in seclusion, so preoccupied with his cultivation that he had no time for state affairs. Little did she know that he had actually broken through to the celestial martial realm. Her astonishment at his ascension to the celestial martial realm was profound. Yet now, beyond the terrifying aura he exuded, she discerned a ferocious and domineering essence of primal energy surrounding him. The innate energy radiated formidable strength. Though the queen possessed an unparalleled level of cultivation, she felt that this energy could obliterate her in an instant. Your Majesty, is there an issue with this wine? In that moment, the queen, filled with trepidation, cautiously transmitted her inquiry to the irate Zhao Kuo, her heart heavy with anxiety and uncertainty. Should she inadvertently provoke the discontent of the left guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace today, it could spell calamity for the Zhao Kingdom. The Heavenly Star Palace was an extraordinary force, governing numerous nations, with Zhao being one of the kingdoms under its dominion. Is there a problem? Zo, Kuo retorted. his voice laced with agitation. My dear queen, the problem is monumental. Do you have any idea what this wine is? It is the 100-flower brew. Even the master of the Heavenly Star Palace cannot savor this celestial nectar. I concealed it so carefully, and yet you brought it forth. Do you comprehend the immense value of this brew? This jar of wine is worth countless times more than the Zhao kingdom itself. Do you understand? Do you? His frustration boiled over. You wasteful woman. This divine brew was a reward from the young master, and it is the reason I could ascend to the celestial martial realm. Without it, I would not have achieved such a breakthrough. It is indeed a heavenly elixir. With it, I feel my cultivation of the earthly dominance body could reach its zenith. And now, you have squandered a cup and exposed the existence of this celestial brew. You speak of extravagance, do you not? The Queen of Zhao's failure to communicate was inconsequential. However, the aftermath of her message was met with a torrent of harsh reproaches from King Zhao, Zhao Kuo. Were it not for the presence of the Starfall child in the celestial palace, Zhao Kuo might have risen in fury, not merely to voice his grievances. The 100 Flowers brew, a divine elixir, has aided the king in transcending to the heavenly martial realm. Such a treasure. At this moment, the queen feels her mind buzzing incessantly, realizing she has committed a grave error that may bring calamity upon Zhao. How foolish I am! How wretched! The queen closes her eyes, her visage marred by regret. A divine artifact is both a boon and a bane. In the face of the celestial palace, how could Zhao possibly withstand its might? She hastily commands the exchange of the 100 Flowers brew. At that moment, the Starfall child exhales a long sigh of relief, a smile of delight gracing his countenance. Ha ha! Zhao Kuo, you are truly remarkable, willing to share such a divine treasure with me. Your sincerity and loyalty have not gone unnoticed by this protector. Upon my return to the celestial palace, I shall certainly report to the palace master, ensuring that Zhao's territory is doubled. The Starfall child, holding the goblet, is filled with exhilaration, convinced that Zhao Kuo is astutely aware of the times. Upon hearing the Starfall child's words, Zhao Kuo's lips twitch, inwardly berating his poor judgment. Yet he can only muster a strained smile, saying, I am grateful for your support, left protector. I knew you would not forsake Zhao, for you are one of us. The expansion of our territory is a collective honor, not merely Zhao Kuo's. This divine brew was obtained by chance in a certain relic. Consuming it allowed me to break through. I have heard that the left protector suffers from an ailment. Thus, I have reserved a cup for you as a token of respect. Thereafter, you shall surely soar to great heights. As for the search for the celestial fox, I will ensure the celestial patrol spares no effort in the pursuit. Zhao Kuo feels a pang of sorrow as he diverts the conversation. Yet, the wonder of this divine brew has captivated the Starfall child, who is no longer preoccupied with the celestial fox or the thunder-devouring pearl. For even if he possessed the latter, it is beyond his grasp. However, he knows that the treasure of this divine brew is something he can covet. Brother Zhao, may I inquire as to where you discovered this divine brew? You are truly blessed with celestial fortune. This must be the work of immortals. I confess, I have sought countless divine pills to no avail in curing my ailment. Yet this brew has succeeded. It is undoubtedly a celestial product. The Starfall child, fixated on the 100 Flowers brew, has abandoned his interest in the celestial fox. The queen, now tormented by her grave mistake, feels as though her insides are turning blue with regret. Today, she has committed an egregious error. The left guardian remarked that the ruins in question were the remnants of an ancient palace, adrift in the void. Should the opportunity arise again, Zhao would have implored the left guardian to venture forth with him. Zhao Kuo chuckled, ha ha! Indeed, brother Zhao is most generous. I raise my glass to you. A cold smirk crept upon Xingyi Unzi's lips as he lifted his cup. The wine they had just consumed was procured by Zhao Kuo's queen, and he sensed an anomaly in her demeanor. Naturally, Xingyi Unzi harbored doubts regarding Zhao Kuo's words. Such fortuitous circumstances surely bore some flaw. Otherwise, how could Zhao Kuo be willing to part with it? It was implausible that there would be an abundance of it. The only explanation was that something had gone awry. Xingyi Unzi's heart raced with exhilaration. This journey to the Zhao kingdom had presented him with unparalleled opportunities. As for the Tianhu, at this moment, Xing Yunzi had nearly forgotten about it. What he sought was fortune. Come, let us toast. Zhao Kuo maintained his composure and drank heartily. After bidding farewell to Xing Yunzi, he turned to his queen, his chest heaving with indignation. Your Majesty, it is my fault. She knelt before him, her face awash with remorse. Depart. Wasteful woman, begone. Zhao Kuo seethed with fury, wishing for nothing more than to exact vengeance. When he had acquired the 100-flower brew, he had warned the southern king that it was both a treasure and a curse. It must be transformed into power swiftly, for if its existence were to leak, it would spell disaster for the Zhao kingdom. Yet now, troubles had arisen on his end, catching him completely off guard. Was this fate? Chapter 44. This place is terrifying. The left guardian observed that Zhao Kuo had concealed himself remarkably well, having broken through to the heavenly martial realm. With his prowess, it was likely that he would not fully cooperate with us upon discovering the thunder-devouring pearl. Upon returning to the designated courtyard, an elder from the Tianqing Palace, his eyes glinting with cold light, addressed Xing Yunzi. No matter. Once the Tianhu is discovered, regardless of who finds it, a fierce battle is inevitable. However, I have uncovered a secret of Zhao Kuo, and my curiosity regarding this secret has intensified. You have followed me for many years, and you are aware of how stubborn my old ailment is, resistant to divine elixirs. Yet today, in the Zhao kingdom, a single cup of wine has miraculously cured me. That wine contains an enigmatic power capable of forging the physical body, enhancing it in a manner most terrifying, akin to a divine elixir. Just one cup not only replenished my foundation, but equated to a decade of body refinement and arduous training. Tell me, is this wine not a treasure? At this moment, Xing Yunzi, lost in thought, was illuminated by a glimmer of greed in his eyes. What? Guardian, I must have misheard. 1 cup of wine equals 10 years of body refinement? How can this be possible? The elder of Tianqing Palace stammered, unable to fathom the incredible nature of such a miraculous wine, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. Do not doubt the words of this protector. You are my direct lineage, having followed me through life and death for many years. Otherwise, I would not share with you that if we can acquire this celestial brew, our collective strength will ascend to an unfathomable level. The celestial star palace shall be ours. Do you comprehend? Suddenly, Xing Yunzi fixed his gaze upon the crowd, his eyes shimmering with a terrifying glint. We shall obey. The assembly responded, bowing in unison. Now, the task I require of you no longer pertains to investigating the whereabouts of the heavenly fox. Instead, I command you to marshal every available resource to ascertain the recent movements of Zhao Kuo. This item has undoubtedly been newly acquired. Otherwise, Zhao Kuo would have long since exhausted its use. We still have a chance, do you understand? Xing Yunzi's voice was laced with yearning. Yes, we shall comply. The underlings promptly arranged for the investigation. Soon, only Xing Yunzi remained within the chamber. Your Majesty, I have erred. However, Xing Yunzi shall not rest until he uncovers the origin of this object. If he learns the truth, it may lead to complications. The queen expressed her anxious concerns. What of it? Even if it were merely Xing Yunzi, should the Celestial Star Palace locate the young master? What then, if the young master is displeased? Even the Celestial Star Palace would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. This was bestowed by the young master, not something obtained from ruins. My only worry is that the young master, in assuming a mortal guise to experience life among the common folk, may become estranged from us if disturbed by Xing Yunzi, realizing the slip on my part. Yet, to confront the Celestial Star Palace forcefully is beyond our current capability. Zhao Kuo's countenance darkened. As night passed, after a sleepless vigil, Xing Yunzi finally received news. Protector, we have received information. A month ago, the king of the south sought out Zhao Wang, after which Zhao Wang vanished, heading to a place called Luoxianji. It appears he has been in seclusion ever since. This item must surely originate from Luoxianji. I have dispatched our men there. Protector, shall we proceed to Luoxianji now? The elder was consumed with excitement. Luoxianji? Let's go at once. Xing Yunzi exclaimed, his body trembling with anticipation. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, is about to befall us. After some investigation, the inhabitants of the Celestial Star Palace discovered an unusual piece of information. A divine healer resided on a mysterious peak, with tales that struck terror into the hearts of many. Few were aware of this solitary mountain. At the mountain's base, Yunzi stood, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the peak. It appeared unremarkable, lacking formations or any aura of cultivation. Everything seemed mundane. Yet, this location had not been explored. Let us ascend the mountain, Yunzi resolved, determined to investigate further. If no information were found, they would have to delve into the affairs of the King of the South and Zhaowang. As the starfall approached the courtyard within it, Yixi was engaged in a game of chess with Hu Qingyun, imparting her wisdom on the intricacies of the game, utterly oblivious to the outside world. Dahei and others encircled them, absorbing the ethereal essence. At that moment, a sudden flash of spiritual light erupted in the backyard, capturing the attention of Starfall and his companions. A sweep of his soul force revealed that Yixi was merely a mortal, which did not warrant his interest. Rather, it was the enchanting light from the backyard that drew him in. Let's proceed. Excitement danced in the eyes of Starfall and his companions as they silently infiltrated the rear courtyard. Dahei glanced over with disdain and resumed his slumber, continuing his cultivation. What is that herb? It has transformed into a demon. One of them exclaimed. This place harbors countless potent herbs, even stronger than it. Have they all metamorphosed? The elder accompanying Starfall was visibly exhilarated, trembling with anticipation. If we could seize and refine these treasures, our strength would undoubtedly experience a formidable enhancement. Go, gather all these herbs. This must be a land of opportunity. These are likely mere ordinary items, Starfall declared, his eyes gleaming with intensity as his soul force began to scan the surroundings. The disciples and elders of the Tianqing Palace instantly surged toward the precious herbs. Yet the demonized herbs were not so easily acquired. Cooperation was essential. However, the moment they launched themselves toward the herbs, nearing the realm of the Nine Heavens Breath soil, their bodies erupted in an instant, transforming into a mist of blood. Is this a formation? Starfall and the lone elder who remained beside him recognized the horrifying scene, their eyes widening in terror as they beheld the silent demise of 7 beings of the celestial realm. The shock was unfathomable. Guardian, this place is too terrifying. What shall we do? The elder, whose strength barely reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, was now paralyzed with fear, abandoning all thoughts of fortune and yearning only to escape. Silence. I will investigate, Starfall replied cautiously, inching closer to the Nine Heavens Breath soil. As he neared, he nearly collapsed, hastily retreating in terror, for he had felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon him, shaking his very spirit. He was, after all, a being of the heavenly martial realm. Am I unscathed? Yet in the next moment, realizing he was indeed unharmed, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Upon another attempt, Starfall's gaze fell upon the Nine Heavens Breath soil, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. This is it, the legendary Nine Heavens Breath soil. Have I truly arrived in the divine realm? This is a treasure, a true treasure. Guardian, save me. At that moment of astonishment, the elder, who had sought to flee, displayed a visage of horror, his legs plunging into the creek as his body aged at an alarming rate, vanishing before Starfall's very eyes. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed the elder decay into ashes. Chapter 45. The Perils of Cultivation. What has transpired? Why has he aged so abruptly? What manner of entity exists over there that has so swiftly siphoned away his vitality and lifespan, propelling him from youth to senescence, and from the twilight of age to the decay of his very being in mere moments, hundreds of years compressed? Why? Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, Yunzi, stricken with terror, stumbled backward in rapid succession, his eyes wide with fear. He could not fathom the bizarre nature of this occurrence. Why? Could it be that some malevolent presence lurks here? Gasping for breath, his gaze was filled with trepidation. Having ventured into the ancient forbidden grounds, he had witnessed the strange phenomena there. Yet here, he had witnessed his subordinate withering away to death. The horrific scene still lingered vividly in his mind. Huff, huff, huff. Even as a being of the celestial martial realm, Xing Yunzi was now utterly paralyzed with fear, his breath coming in ragged gasps, as though he were bellows. Gradually, as he calmed his frantic breathing, he began to regain his composure. Nine heavens breath soil, 9 heavens breath soil, he murmured repeatedly, his eyes alight with fervor. If he could procure even a single grain of this soil today, it would be an extraordinary fortune, a treasure coveted by both deities and demons alike. He had only encountered descriptions of it in the ancient texts of the Celestial Star Palace. In that moment, Xing Yunzi appeared entranced, his focus solely on the 9 heavens breath soil. His desire was insatiable. Once he had steadied his emotions, he cautiously approached the soil, drawing forth his weapon and beginning to excavate. However, the instant his tool made contact with the 9 heavens breath soil, he realized he could not stir it in the slightest, leaving not even a mark upon the ground. Indeed, it was a treasure, 9 heavens breath soil, an object of avarice for both gods and demons, undeniably extraordinary. Despite his inability to shift it, Xing Yunzi's excitement only intensified. He yearned to roar in frustration. Yet he sensed the abundance of treasures in this place and refrained from revealing his fervor, suppressing his emotions as he resumed his excavation. Yet, a minute later, his expression shifted entirely. Even when he exerted every ounce of his energy, he could not budge the 9 heavens breath soil, leaving merely a faint trace upon the earth that began to vanish gradually. Why? How could this be? Why was the 9 heavens breath soil so impenetrably hard? Gazing upon a mountain of treasure, yet unable to shift even a fraction of it, how could Xing Yunzi not feel despair? He muttered incessantly, 9 heavens breath soil. 9 heavens breath soil. But what about that place? In his moment of hopelessness, he recalled the location where the elder had perished. Muttering to himself, he pondered, upon the soil of the 9 heavens, several have perished, yet another has met their demise. What fortune lies beyond? It cannot be something that cannot be taken. His gaze, filled with avarice, drifted toward that distant place as he slowly approached the stream. Starfall dared not draw too close. Instead, he cast a treasured item into the waters, fixated on it. He watched in horror as the object gradually decayed, witnessing the passage of time upon it. Is this the river of time? Impossible. It cannot be the river of time. The river of time exists above the 9 heavens. It cannot be here. Starfall shook his head repeatedly, dismissing his own conjecture, yet he could not comprehend the scene unfolding before him. In the next moment, his eyes fell upon a tea tree within the stream. One extraordinary tea tree, thriving in these waters without decay. It must be a divine tree, a treasure of immeasurable worth. His eyes sparkled once more, fixated intently on it. However, mere minutes later, his gaze turned crimson, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of madness, unable to reach the tea tree, forced to watch helplessly, like the soil of the 9 heavens. He could only observe. Fool, fool, fool. A sparrow descended, mocking Starfall. Indeed, here lies other treasures. I still have a chance. Starfall, as if struck by enlightenment, regained his composure from the depths of his frenzy. Fool, that is the true treasure. Do you not see? It is the immortal peach. Legend has it that the Queen Mother of the West peach orchard contains 3,600 peach trees. The first 1,200 bear small fruits that ripen every 3,000 years, granting immortality. The next 1,200 ripen every 6,000 years, allowing ascension to the ethereal realm and eternal life. The final 1,200, with purple veins and fine cores, ripen every 9,000 years, bestowing longevity equal to that of heaven and earth, sharing the same age as the sun and moon. This is the very essence. Alas, it is yet unripe. Even so, unripe, it remains a treasure of the highest order. The little sparrow flitted around Starfall, chattering incessantly. It cannot be. Such celestial beings cannot exist in this world, Starfall refuted. What is impossible? Have you not seen the soil of the 9 heavens? Have you not witnessed the enlightenment tea? Have you not glimpsed the river of time? All these exist. Why should the immortal peach not? The sparrow chirped playfully. This time, Starfall felt a stir within. 3,000 years to ripen. granting immortality. 6,000 years to ripen, allowing ascension and eternal youth. 9,000 years to ripen, bestowing longevity in harmony with heaven and earth, aligned with the sun and moon. All of this shattered his understanding and drove him to madness once more. The immortal peach, I must obtain it. With a swish, Starfall transformed into a streak of starlight. Racing toward the peach tree, his eyes ablaze with fervor. However, the speed at which Yixi departed was swift, and his return was even swifter. Before he could approach the peach tree, he was struck by one of its branches and sent flying, nearly shattering his corporeal form. Celestial peaches, they must be celestial peaches. Even the divine tree possesses spirit. Under the fluttering of the little bird, his gaze flickered incessantly, yet every object in the backyard remained unperturbed by Yixi. Half an hour later, he appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a beggar, with bloodshot eyes, completely driven mad. Ha ha! I have arrived in the celestial realm. I have beheld the celestial peaches, the sacred soil, the river of time, and the frenzied Yixi, who treaded upon the void, descending into madness. What sort of lunatic is this? How bothersome. Cultivation is indeed perilous. This individual must have succumbed to obsession. Yet, mortals have their merits as well. Yixi, engrossed in a game of chess, glanced up and expressed his unease. The large black dog cast a glance, then observed the exceedingly excited little sparrow. Its expression one of exasperation. He began to comprehend the situation. Encountering the little sparrow ignited a sense of greed, making it no surprise that one would lose their sanity. Let's return to slumber. Chapter 46. The Terrified Queen Qingyun. Although I lack understanding of cultivation, I believe it is imperative to approach your practice methodically and not in haste. Otherwise, unforeseen consequences may arise, leading to obsession, Yixi stated earnestly. I shall heed the master's words. Hu Qingyun, standing nearby, promptly nodded in compliance. She cast a glance at the erratic Yixi, a wave of trepidation washing over her. One must never advance recklessly in cultivation, and the master was imparting wisdom. At the foot of the mountain, the Zhao couple hurriedly made their way over, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Zhao Kuo's eyes were icy, his heart filled with agitation. To his astonishment, Yixi had managed to uncover his whereabouts within a single night, inciting Zhao Kuo's wrath to the extent that blood flowed through the royal palace. He realized that many within the palace were not genuinely loyal to him, but rather to the Celestial Star Palace. Seizing the opportunity, he conducted a thorough purge. Zhao Kuo's primary concern was that Yixi's arrival at Luoxianji would disrupt Li Yixi's life. Indeed, Your Majesty, look. Just as Zhao Kuo was consumed by anxiety, the queen's gaze fell upon the distant void. There, amidst the ethereal expanse, a figure appeared, exuding madness, with blood-red eyes, behaving like a deranged beggar. Yet, despite the tattered state of his robe, it was unmistakably the attire of the Celestial Star Palace's guardian. At that moment, the Queen of Zhao beheld this scene, her eyes filled with incredulity. She could scarcely believe her vision. That was indeed a member of the Celestial Star Palace. Yet, the garment belonged to the Celestial Star Palace, whose sole guardian in the Zhao Kingdom was none other than Yixi himself. In that instant, she was unable to fathom the reality before her, her heart trembling. What manner of person was the guardian of the Celestial Star Palace, who had, in the span of a single night, descended into madness upon their meeting? What is there to see? At this moment, Zhao Kuo wore a look of agitation, utterly indifferent to the queen's words. His thoughts were consumed with the concern of how to address the situation should the people of the Heavenly Star Palace provoke the young master. He had no regard for the queen's admonitions. Look over there, Your Majesty. Is that not the starfall from the Heavenly Star Palace? Despite being rebuked by Zhao Kuo, the queen dared to remind him once more. The starfall? How could it possibly be so? Zhao Kuo replied dismissively. Yet, as he cast a casual glance, his gaze became fixated on the starfall. This is indeed the starfall. He has gone mad. Mad. Is this not the domain of the young master? Could it be that the starfall ventured to the sacred mountain and offended the young master, thus losing his sanity? It must be so, it must. What manner of individual is the young master? For a mere starfall from the heavenly star palace to provoke him and yet still cling to life is a feat in itself. This must surely be the young master's punishment. A path to self-destruction. Zhao Kuo scoffed, utterly disdainful of such a character daring to challenge the young master. Your Majesty, is the young master truly as formidable as you say? The queen's gaze was fixed on Zhao Kuo, her expression one of trepidation. Surely, the envoy from the heavenly star palace has met with utter annihilation. Such devastation will surely incite the wrath of the heavenly star palace, compelling them to send others to Zhao. How shall we respond? Her fear of the heavenly star palace was not newfound. They had suppressed all for centuries. Fear not. I have said before, while the heavenly star palace is a colossal entity, before the young master, they are not. Should they provoke him? If he were to truly become displeased, it would spell the end of the heavenly star palace. Gulme, let us cease this discourse and pay a visit to the young master. Since we have arrived at the falling immortal gathering, it is imperative we honor the young master, lest he take offense. Zhao Kuo's demeanor turned grave, his royal robes transforming into the attire befitting a young master. Accompanied by the queen, he made his way toward the sacred mountain. Zhao Kuo pays his respects to the young master. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Kuo bowed deeply and proclaimed, "Creak." The courtyard door swung open, and Lao Bai's had emerged. Upon recognizing Zhao Kuo, a smile broke upon his face. It is the king of Zhao. Please, do come in. You have come to visit the young master, yes? He is currently resting. I shall awaken him once he stirs. Is the young master sleeping? Zhao Kuo's expression tightened at this revelation. He glanced upwards, anxiety washing over him. The sun was shining brilliantly, a time meant for enjoyment, and yet Yixi was asleep. How could Zhao Kuo not feel apprehensive? Surely the young master does not wish to see me. Perhaps he has realized that I inadvertently revealed his whereabouts, and was thus disturbed by that ignorant starfall. It must be so, it must. Otherwise, in the past, our young master had never refused to meet anyone. Curse it, damn the celestial star palace. At this moment, Zhao Kuo's eyes were filled with hatred, his anxiety palpable. Old Bai, standing by the door, wore a puzzled expression. Noticing Zhao Kuo's lack of movement, he directly inquired, "Zhao Wang, why do you not enter? Shall I awaken the young master?" Upon hearing Old Bai's words, Zhao Kuo's face turned pale with fright. Terrified, he dared not allow Old Bai to rouse Yixi. He hurriedly stammered, "Predecessor, I cannot. The young master is resting, and I dare not disturb him. However, might I inquire if you have discerned any discontent from the young master these days?" The exceedingly anxious Zhao Kuo hastily stopped Old Bai and sought to glean information about Yixi's situation, hoping to improve their relationship. "Is there anything that has displeased the young master lately?" "Zhao Wang, it is indeed the case. If you can remedy this, the young master may be quite pleased." Old Bai reflected before hastily responding. Upon hearing Old Bai's words, Zhao Kuo's spirits soared, and he bowed even lower. "Predecessor, what is the matter? It would be my honor to serve the young master. It is nothing grand, merely that countless cultivators have been flying about in the sky these days. Each time the young master sees them, he sighs, as if something weighs heavily on his heart, and his countenance appears less than favorable. If Zhao Wang could find a way to disperse these cultivators, the young master would undoubtedly be delighted," Old Bai said with a grin. "Thank you, predecessor. I shall take my leave now. I understand what I must do." Old Bai wished to say more, but upon seeing Zhao Kuo hastily depart, he was filled with suspicion. Is he truly in such a hurry? He could only close the door. "Your Majesty, who is that?" The queen, pale-faced, asked as she left the holy mountain, finally daring to speak. The spirit beside the young master assists in managing household affairs and serves as the steward. "I know what you wish to ask, and I shall tell you. That is a supreme divine weapon, a truly fearsome artifact, which the young master utilizes as if it were a servant. Now do you comprehend the young master's terror?" Zhao Wang's voice was frigid. Chapter 47. This world is dangerous. One must cultivate relationships, Your Majesty. I am doomed, utterly doomed. If only I could quell the young master's wrath. I leave it to you to decide. I am truly doomed. The queen, usually lofty and proud, now prostrated before Zhao Wang, trembling throughout, her soul quaking, her complexion as pale as parchment. At this moment, her mind was still filled with the image of that divine artifact. Horror, fear, and regret consumed her thoughts. Be silent. Now you understand fear, do you? But what good does it do? In the past, whenever you sought an audience with the young master, he greeted you with a smile. Today, you heard it yourself. The young master has no desire to meet me. His capabilities are boundless. What is it that he does not know? What could possibly remain concealed from him? Today, what you encounter is merely an unassuming companion of the young master. The water he drinks is the ethereal essence of the heavens, and the soil he cultivates is the coveted earth, fiercely contended by gods and demons. The tea he savors is a divine brew cultivated in the river of time. At this moment, Zhao Kuo's face is marred with fury as he releases all the pent-up anger from his heart. Previously, he was consumed by anxiety, with neither the inclination nor the time to chastise his queen. Now, having found respite, he spares no courtesy. After unleashing his wrath, he gasps for breath. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. Please bestow your punishment upon me." The queen's countenance is one of utter despair. If there is to be punishment, let it be a death sentence. Since you have not perished, silence yourself. Fortunately, the elder had granted them an opportunity, a chance that the young master had presumably hinted at through the elder, hoping they might atone for their misdeeds. In recent days, countless cultivators have poured into the Zhao kingdom, and the young master is living among them in the falling immortal gathering. Initially, there was nothing amiss, but the emergence of the vile Xingyunzi has truly enraged the young master. If they find a way to expel these intruders from Zhao, the young master will surely not hold them accountable. A flicker of joy appeared on the Zhao King's face. Indeed, the elder must have been signaling to us. This is an exceptional opportunity, yet your majesty, it seems insurmountably difficult. Xingyunzi has proclaimed that the Tianqing Palace has arrived because they discovered a thunder-devouring divine pearl on Qingqiu Mountain, which was annihilated, with the lesser demons fleeing with it. The might of Qingqiu Mountain far surpasses that of our Zhao kingdom. How can we possibly dissuade them? The prospect of extermination is utterly implausible. After her moment of elation, the queen's expression darkens once more with despair. To drive these individuals away seems nearly impossible. The thunder-devouring divine pearl is a supreme treasure, and they will not relinquish it easily. Moreover, the Zhao kingdom is merely a small realm. This situation is undoubtedly precarious, yet not without solution. The young master disdains this matter. It must be resolved. The king of southern Zhao should have transcended to the heavenly martial realm by now. Let us seek him out, for he may possess a solution. The Zhao king's demeanor shifts. The southern Zhao king is his son, renowned for his unparalleled wisdom. And he too is reminded of Zhao Jinyu. Has you truly broken through to the heavenly martial realm? That seems improbable. The queen vehemently shakes her head in disagreement. What do you know? Yu was the first to meet the young master, and the opportunities he has received are beyond your imagination. Moreover, Yu has also obtained a jar of 100-flower brew. His innate talent is exceptional, perhaps even surpassing mine. I have broken through to the heavenly martial realm. Surely, Yu can as well. Come, let us visit Yu. In the courtyard, Yixi, who had spent the night in relentless cultivation and bled to the point of despair, slowly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of utter exhaustion. Although he had come to terms with his inability to cultivate, he believed that perseverance would bear fruit, as even the hardest iron could be ground into a needle with enough effort. For these past days, he had been secretly practicing, yet he had always been unable to channel his energy. His last attempt had ended in failure, and he awoke, weary, from a slumber that had extended until now. This world is fraught with peril. If only he possessed a home and a beauty by his side, even if he could not cultivate, life would still be rather pleasant. Yixi could not help but let out a sigh. He had come to understand that a wasted body is indeed a wasted body. Notions such as persistence and the saying about water dripping on stone were mere jokes. He had no intention of pursuing cultivation any longer. Now, he had made several notable acquaintances, and with such influential figures as his support, perhaps he could lead a decent life. Creak! Yixi pushed open the door, and upon glimpsing the sunlight outside, the gloom on his face dissipated, replaced by a smile. "Young master, you are awake. Not long ago, the king of Zhao arrived." "Lao bai hap vokek, the poting ao setstili." "What? The king of Zhao has come? Why did you not wake me? I must go to him immediately. How could I allow the king to wait for me?" A sense of urgency overtook Li Yixi. "I am but a commoner, despite the king of Zhao's remarkable humility. He is still a sovereign, beyond our comparison. Where is he? I must meet him at once." Li Yixi's expression was filled with urgency. These days, practitioners were everywhere, and it was imperative to cultivate a close relationship with the king of Zhao. "Come, let us go. I informed him that you were taking your afternoon nap. Hence he has left. He mentioned he would visit again in the future." Lao Bai, noticing Li Yixi's apparent regard for the king, spoke nervously. "Come, how could he leave? Why did he not stay?" Anger flickered in Li Yixi's eyes. "Young master, I had not finished speaking when the king departed. Perhaps he was in a hurry due to pressing matters," Lao Bai hastily explained. "Is that so?" "Lao Bai, we are merely ordinary people, surrounded by powerful individuals. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Do you understand? We must forge numerous friendships." After a moment of contemplation, Li Yixi spoke slowly. "Prepare yourself. I shall take a stroll." "Yes, young master." Lao Bai quickly set about readying the garments. In the residence of the king of Zhennan, Zhao Kuo and the queen made their entrance. Zhao Jinyu hurried out to pay his respects, ushering Zhao Kuo and the others inside. "Father, what brings you to my residence? If there is news to convey, I could have traveled to the royal capital to meet you," Zhao Jinyu said urgently. Zhao Kuo raised a hand, interrupting Zhao Jinyu's words. "Yue, I have come today due to certain events. Upon the arrival of the Celestial Star Palace to Zhao, your mother made an error, inadvertently revealing the 100-flower brew, which was consumed by the guardian star of the Celestial Star Palace, Xingyi Yunzi. This individual is exceedingly greedy and, within a night, traced the brew's origins to your residence. Although the others from the Celestial Star Palace have perished and Xingyi Yunzi has succumbed to madness, it appears that our young master is quite displeased. He has granted us an opportunity to redeem ourselves, yet this chance is fraught with difficulty, which is why I have come to seek your counsel. You are resourceful. Perhaps you could devise a solution." Zhao Kuo's brow furrowed, his eyes darkened with worry, as if a mountain pressed upon his shoulders. This heavy burden made it difficult for him to breathe. Addressing this matter would entail confronting cultivators across a vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 48. The Conspiracy. My dear father, this matter is indeed quite troublesome. Although we have both reached the celestial martial realm, coupled with my royal family's earthly dominance body, we could manage to suppress them for a brief period. However, such an action would inevitably attract the attention of other transcendent forces, placing the Zhao kingdom under even greater pressure. Thus, this is but a last resort. Zhao Jinyu furrowed his brow. The target of these individuals is the thunder-devouring pearl, an unparalleled treasure of immense significance. No one would relinquish it easily, he continued. Perhaps we could arrange for someone to impersonate a thief and steal the thunder-devouring pearl? This could divert the attention of those forces, the queen suggested urgently. This is a clever plan. What do you think, my son? The Zhao King's eyes brightened at this notion. That may not be prudent, while it appears to be a good strategy. The thunder-devouring pearl was taken from our Zhao kingdom. Countless forces would undoubtedly fixate their gazes upon us, monitoring our every move. If we were to meet with the young master, these individuals would surely notice something amiss. Furthermore, the celestial fox is ever by the young master's side. Should they discover its presence, their thoughts would naturally turn to the thunder-devouring pearl. Consequently, the young master's life would be thoroughly disrupted. At that point, his wrath would not be merely a common fury, and our opportunities would likely be extinguished. This is the best-case scenario, should the young master become enraged. The Zhao kingdom would face dire consequences. Zhao Jinyu hastily interjected, halting the queen's proposal. You are correct, my son. Your wisdom is remarkable. Should we proceed with that course of action, we would likely confront an even more terrifying crisis. The queen's face turned pale with fear. Then what suggestions do you have? The Zhao king wore a grave expression, filled with tension and dread. Could this truly be the end of our opportunity? He was unwilling to accept such a fate, and Zhao Jinyu shared his discontent. In the brief span of a month, a jar of hunter-flower brew had nearly saved him 200 years of cultivation time, propelling him into a realm he had scarcely dared to envision. In Li Yixi's presence, he glimpsed the hope of immortality. How could he abandon it? Father, attracting the attention of cultivators from a radius of 1,000,000 miles is something we, the Zhao Kingdom, cannot dare to entertain, yet it is not impossible. Zhao Jinyu's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Are you suggesting we enlist the assistance of the refining sect and the blazing fire sect? The Zhao King's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, we should drag them into the fray, and they will do so with great enthusiasm, Zhao Jinyu replied with a smile. But the refining sect is immensely powerful, capable of contending with the Celestial Star Palace. However, the blazing fire sect seems far too weak. Can they truly achieve anything significant? The queen expressed her doubts. Your Majesty, you must have heard about the near destruction of the flame sect, which still exists today due to the efforts of the young master. I speculate that the sect's leader has encountered countless fortuitous events and has likely broken through to the Earth Martial realm, surpassing us in power. His wife, I believe, has also attained the Celestial Martial realm. In Zhao Kingdom, the most formidable figure is no longer the king, but rather Yin Xiao, the leader of the flame sect. Zhao Jinyu felt compelled to provide some intelligence to his mother. What? Yin Xiao might have transcended to the Earth Martial realm? How is that possible? The expression in the eyes of the queen was one of disbelief. Do not concern yourself with your mother, These matters are highly confidential, and she is naturally unaware. We shall inform her at a later time. Now, tell me how we should proceed with this situation, the king said eagerly. Father, aside from Yumi and mother, as well as that individual from the refining sect, no one knows of Yun Xiao's breakthrough to the fifth realm. We will orchestrate a charade, creating a false celestial fox. When we go to hunt the fox, Yun Xiao shall disguise himself as a mysterious figure and slay the celestial fox, seizing the thunder-devouring pearl. The various factions will find it difficult to detect our ruse. Given us time, our strength will undoubtedly increase once more. At that point, even if the three major factions unite, what does it matter if they gather 1,000,000 strong in Zhao Kingdom? Can we not prevail? Zhao Jinyu replied with a smile. Excellent. You are indeed resourceful. Let us proceed as you have suggested. I shall contact the refining sect and Yun Xiao immediately. The king hurriedly departed. At the falling immortal gathering, a man and his dog descended the mountain, clad in white. He resembled a celestial being banished from the heavens. Young master, you have arrived. Please come my home. Last time, you saved my daughter and my wife, and I have yet to express our gratitude. A couple beamed at Li Yixi. Had it not been for Li Yixi that day, their daughter might have perished. Thank you, young master, for saving her life. The little girl hurried over to pay her respects. It was but a trivial effort. A healer must save lives. May the child live to a ripe old age. Li Yixi replied with a warm smile. You are too humble, young master. Please, allow me to pour you some water. Today, we must express our thanks with a drink. The middle-aged man said enthusiastically. Very well. I have nothing pressing today, so I shall not impose, Li Yixi replied with a smile. Young master, water. The little girl beamed as she brought over a cup. Thank you. Li Yixi looked at the girl with joy. Such a thoughtful and adorable child. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency echoed from outside, and a figure burst through the door, panting heavily, evidently having run a great distance. Upon entering, the man shouted, Brother Wang. Brother Wang, it's terrible. Your sister is in labor, and the doctor is helpless. You must go see her at once. What? In labor? How can this be? Young master, you are a divine healer. Please, save my sister. A middle-aged man, his face etched with despair, fixed his gaze upon Li Yixi and hastily knelt before her. In this moment, his sole hope rested upon her ability to save his sister. In an era where medical technology was rudimentary, complications during childbirth often spelled certain death. To preserve even one life would be a remarkable blessing. Very well, I shall accompany you to assess the situation. Li Yixi, recognizing the gravity of the matter, promptly lifted the man and followed him. Minutes later, they arrived at the scene. A young man knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably, while the woman on the bed had already succumbed to her fate, her forehead slick with beads of sweat. Sister, sister. The man named Wang broke down in tears. His sister was gone. Yixi scrutinized the woman's eyes, noticing the perspiration on her brow, and urgently exclaimed, "Wait, she is not yet dead. There is still hope. Quickly, prepare an oil lamp for sterilization. We must perform surgery immediately, or she will truly perish." Yixi turned sharply, raising her voice. Surgery? What surgery? The gathered crowd looked on in bewilderment, confusion evident in their eyes. None understood the meaning of the term. This was a foreign concept to them, leaving them in a state of perplexity. The middle-aged man, aware of Yixi's remarkable abilities, felt a surge of hope and anxiously inquired how he might assist her. Surgery is surgery. Why all the questions? Just prepare what I have asked for without delay. If you waste any more time, your sister will indeed die, Yixi shouted. Hurry, prepare the oil lamp. The woman's husband, in a fit of desperation, commanded his servants. She is already dead. How can she be saved? What do you know of surgery? Scoffed one onlooker, incredulous at the notion. In this bustling place, where many cultivators resided, Yixi's fervent cries had drawn their attention, igniting curiosity and skepticism among the crowd. Shall we not find out soon enough? One among them remarked with derision. As the oil lamp was brought forth, Yixi retrieved a surgical knife, initiating the sterilization process while instructing midwife prepare hot water. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Yixi commenced the cesarean procedure. You fiend, my wife is dead, and you would not spare her even in death. I will fight you. The young man, witnessing Yixi's actions, felt fury rise within him. Silence. Do you truly wish for your wife and child to perish? Who is the doctor here, you or I? Yixi turned, her voice a fierce command that quelled the young man's outrage. Brother-in-law, please trust the young master. Trust him. The middle-aged man urgently restrained his brother-in-law. Yixi paid no heed and continued with the surgery. Soon, the child was cradled in Yixi's arms. As the onlookers were left in suspense about Yixi's intentions, he produced a golden needle and deftly pierced the acupuncture point on the child's head. He then gently patted the child's bottom, prompting the expulsion of some impurities from the child's mouth. The previously lifeless infant suddenly let out a loud wail. He lives! He lives! My child! The youth exclaimed. You error! I vow to cherish and nurture our child. Tears welled up in his eyes as he rushed to embrace the crying infant. Step aside. Who said she was dead? Did I say that? She is still salvageable. Were you deliberately misleading us? Yixi retorted, utterly bewildered. Still salvageable? The crowd was momentarily stunned, including the cultivators. Their expressions filled with disbelief. They had already deemed it a miracle that the child could be saved, but now Yixi claimed that the woman could still be rescued. They stared incredulously at him. Yet, Yixi had no time to concern himself with their gazes. He resumed the surgery, stitching the woman's wounds. Unbeknownst to him, an arcane force was working upon the injuries, healing them at an astonishing pace. Almost immediately after stitching, the bleeding ceased. In the next moment, Yixi held the golden needle again, piercing the acupuncture point on the woman's head for acupuncture treatment. The woman had fainted due to asphyxia during childbirth, but now, by unblocking the meridians and with the power of the golden needle, she could awaken. Yixi was supremely confident in his medical skills, considering this merely a minor procedure. Although the system had not taught him cultivation, his medical expertise had reached an extraordinary level. A moment later, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes, though she appeared exceedingly weak. She lives. My wife lives. The youth's eyes sparkled with joy. Sister, sister. The middle-aged man, too, was overcome with tears of joy. Do not shout. She has lost too much blood. Though she has been saved, her body is extremely frail, and you must take great care of her. She needs to be nourished to regain her strength, Yixi urged, waving his hand. Thud. As soon as Yixi finished speaking, the youth knelt before him. Thank you, divine healer. If not for you, my wife and child would have been lost today. Please accept my gratitude. The youth was overwhelmed with emotion. As a healer, it is my duty to save lives, Yixi replied, helping him to his feet. Incredible. Truly incredible. You have restored life. What manner of sorcery is this? Could it truly be the work of an immortal healer? My spiritual essence does not err. I'm certain that he had perished moments ago, one of the cultivators exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. In the shadows, the demon slayers stood, their eyes wide with disbelief. My lord, this is indeed the touch of a divine being. Such must be the craft of the celestial. These individuals had, of course, received orders from King Zhao to keep a vigilant watch on Li Yixi's movements, prepared to enact lethal reprisal against anyone foolish enough to confront him. Today, they had borne witness to this astonishing spectacle. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. Capturing him might unveil the secrets behind his miraculous healing. After the initial shock, a chilling glint flickered in the eyes of several cultivators. After bidding farewell, a smile graced Li Yixi's lips. Saving a life is worth more than constructing an entire pagoda. He felt a sense of fulfillment regarding his medical skills. Unbeknownst to him, a few cultivators had stealthily followed. With cold smirks upon their faces, they regarded him as nothing more than an easy target. However, just as they prepared to strike, the large dog trailing behind Li Yixi suddenly turned, casting a glance their way. In that instant, a ghostly light flared, and several figures were reduced to ashes. Their terrified screams stifled before they could escape their lips. Cursed blood fiend sect, how dare they show disrespect to my lord? He is not someone they can provoke. Even without lifting a finger, they would meet their demise at a mere thought. The members of the demon slayers declared icily, Captain, the prince has ordered that if anyone disrespects my lord, they shall be mercilessly slain. Should we inform the prince and mobilize to annihilate the blood fiend sect? For their audacity knows no bounds? A youth suggested coldly. At the Zhenan prince's residence, Zhao Zhanyu's countenance darkened upon receiving the news. Cursed blood fiend sect. They seek their own demise. Come, let us proceed to their lair and eradicate them. Zhao Zhanyu's voice resonated like the echo of a voice from an ancient abyss, sending shivers through the very souls of his listeners. Chapter 50. One stroke to vanquish thousands of demons within the falling immortals market. Li Yixi wandered alongside his great black dog, blissfully unaware of the attempts by the Earth Fiend sect to capture him. His reputation as a celestial healer spread like wildfire throughout the market, renowned and revered by all, as his extraordinary methods pioneered a new frontier in the healing arts. Prior to this, no one across the continent had known such miraculous techniques for saving lives, a boon that would bless countless souls. In this moment, however, Li Yixi remained blissfully ignorant. After some wandering, fatigue began to set in, prompting the duo to enter a tea house. My lord, this way please. Clad in white, Li Yixi appeared as though descended from celestial painting. The patrons of the tea house, merely casting a glance in his direction, felt an inexplicable sense of nobility, prompting the attendant to hurriedly approach with tea. My lord, here is your tea, the attendant said with utmost reverence. Waiter, here is the payment for the tea. Li Yixi hastily produced some silver coins and handed them over. Young master, today the scion of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, has reserved the entire tea house for a gathering of noble youths from within 100 miles. All expenses are covered. And are you not among the esteemed guests invited by young Master Xiao? The waiter appeared somewhat anxious. Firstly, Li Yixi's demeanor clearly marked him as a nobleman, someone who could not be offended, and he emanated an inexplicable sense of warmth, devoid of any arrogance. Secondly, Xiao Zhan hailed from the Xiao family, a lineage of practitioners. Although he was unable to cultivate, his status remained exceedingly high. Xiao Zhan had a profound love for poetry and literature since childhood, endearing him to the family patriarch. Today, as he gathered various young masters and scholars, the waiter felt a twinge of fear at the thought of displeasing Xiao Zhan while wanting to retain Li Yixi. No, I was unaware that this place was reserved. My apologies. I shall take my leave. Li Yixi expressed regret upon hearing the waiter's words, preparing to rise and depart. Just then, Xiao Zhan, who had stepped into the tea house, overheard Li Yixi's statement, initially displeased at the sight of other patrons being allowed entry. His expression transformed upon glimpsing Li Yixi, who appeared like an ethereal being, exuding grace and charm. In the presence of the humble waiter, he displayed utmost elegance and humility, which immediately captured Xiao Zhan's attention. "May I inquire as to your name, esteemed sir?" "I am Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family. Today, I have gathered friends here, and you, sir, embody the true essence of a gentleman. I would be honored to invite you to join our gathering. Might I have the pleasure of your company?" Xiao Zhan approached with a warm smile, extending his invitation to Li Yixi. "Young Master Xiao is too kind. I am but a rustic individual. How could I dare refuse your invitation? However, I am curious whether this gathering is merely a friendly exchange or if there are other matters at hand." Li Yixi replied with a smile, contemplating the worthiness of forming alliances with these individuals. If they were haughty and arrogant, they could bring trouble. And as a mere mortal without any backing, he would be ensnared in danger. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain inconspicuous. "Indeed, you speak plainly, sir. This tea gathering is not solely a social affair. I have recently discovered that the area around the falling immortal gathering, previously untouched by the ancient mountains, has seen the emergence of formidable demons leading ferocious beasts into the nearby ranges. The situation has been dire, with numerous citizens suffering casualties. Thus, I have organized this gathering to collect donations to aid the common folk while also hosting a small literary event," Xiao Zhan explained. "I see. If it is for the sake of aiding the common people, then although I am a simple countryman with little formal education, I shall contribute in whatever way I can. A scholar, when impoverished, should strive for personal virtue, and when prosperous, should endeavor to benefit the world," Li Yixi remarked with a smile, greatly admiring Xiao Zhan. This man seemed worthy of friendship, especially as Li Yixi found himself in need of allies. "What is your name, young master? Today, I have learned much from you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan hurriedly bowed and performed a scholar's greeting to Li Yixi. "I am unworthy. I am merely Li Yixi, a man of the mountains, who has only perused a few texts." Li Yixi quickly returned the gesture. "Young master, your words today have illuminated my life's purpose. My family, the Xiao clan, is a lineage of cultivators, yet I, Xiao, have been unable to pursue cultivation and have only engaged in trivial matters. From today onward, I have grasped my life's goal. Young master, allow me to pay my respects." Xiao Zhan, however, remained exceedingly solemn, leaving Li Yixi somewhat helpless. After the bow, Xiao Zhan again inclined himself, saying, "Your words have struck me like a thunderclap. Might you inscribe them for me, so I may hang them in my study and reflect upon them daily?" Xiao Zhan's gaze was filled with hope as he looked at Li Yixi. "Since it is thus, I shall humble myself," Li Yixi replied, feeling increasingly exasperated. "It's merely a phrase. Must it be taken so seriously?" Yet, seeing Xiao Zhan's earnestness, he found it difficult to refuse. "Young man, swiftly bring forth the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. I shall personally grind the ink," Xiao Zhan instructed eagerly. Today marked the minor literary gathering, for which he had already prepared the writing materials. At this moment, many young gentlemen had arrived, unfamiliar with Li Yixi, and curiosity sparked among them. With the brush in hand, Li Yixi transformed, exuding an aura akin to that of a sage. Each character fell upon the rice paper as if imbued with enchantment, captivating the attention of all present. Above the tea house, a silhouette gradually materialized, radiating an aura of righteousness, as if a single stroke could vanquish myriad demons. "What is that? Look, there is an immortal in the sky." Indeed, it is an immortal. The assembly at the minor literary gathering was left in awe. Regrettably, the visage of that figure remained obscured. It seemed to exist outside of this temporal realm, as if in a battlefield where countless demons roamed. Yet the scholar's brush wielded an overwhelming spirit that banished them all. "Young master, it is indeed the young master." The demon-slaying guardians who had been trailing Li Yixi for some time shifted in expression. That figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Yixi. Unbeknownst to the crowd, across the continent, the ethereal figures of literary sages manifested in the Confucian temples, bowing towards the southern direction. The homage of the saints was an unprecedented occurrence upon the continent. Fearsome entities, now awakened, gazed towards the so-called wasteland of the southern heaven domain. In the Tianzhou domain, at the western heavenly dojo, a Buddha opened his eyes, surveying the southern heaven domain. At the Sourdao dojo, A divine sword specter pierced the firmament. In the demon god palace, a supreme demon awakened, eyes filled with terror. In the supreme monster domain, a great demon knelt towards the heavens. In a dilapidated Confucian palace, an elder wept, for the path of literature was reviving, and a righteous heaven was being established. Chapter 51. Penetrating the essence, the righteousness of Confucianism and Taoism. The countless supreme-level transcendent forces in the Tianzhou domain trembled, yet the Zhao kingdom remained oblivious, and the attendees of the minor literary gathering knew even less. At this moment, all present were awestruck by the ethereal figure that emerged from the void. Its majestic bearing, overwhelming presence, and the profound scholarly aura it exuded commanded veneration from the crowd. Adorned in a scholar's robe with a long sword hanging at its waist, the jade pendant, swayed by the gentle breeze, struck the sword sheath, producing an enigmatic sound. The scholar made no move to draw the sword. Instead, he gathered spiritual energy to form a brush, effortlessly vanquishing myriad demons with a single stroke. The robe billowed in the air, hair flowing, rendering its splendor beyond description. Messages swiftly reached the royal palace of the Zhao kingdom. The reclusive king, Zhao Kuo, engrossed in meditation, was jolted into awareness. Meanwhile, in a tea house, Yixi remained oblivious, having just completed his final stroke, setting down his brush with satisfaction. A gentle smile graced his lips as he reflected on the words he had inscribed. Today he had received a gift of calligraphy from young Master Xie. In the depths of Xiao Zhan's eyes, images of revered sages seemed to materialize, filling him with profound shock. His gaze toward Yixi transformed into one of utmost reverence, as an aura of talent enveloped him, rendering him formidable and imposing without uttering a word. "Can young master visit my Xiao family? I wish to express my gratitude," Xiao Zhan implored, his heart racing with astonishment as he hurriedly dismissed those around him. "No. Today young Master Xiao is hosting a literary gathering. I shall not intrude. If time permits in the future, we can converse at length," Li Yixi replied, recalling his family's beloved Hu Qingyun, eager to depart lest she feel lonely at home. With utmost respect, Xiao Zhan bade farewell to Li Yixi, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Only after Li Yixi had distanced himself did Xiao Zhan finally rise, exhaling deeply. The talent he witnessed was undeniably remarkable, a veritable manifestation of genius. Gazing at the calligraphy on the table, his heart raced with exhilaration, yearning to shout in rapture. As he reached for the artwork, however, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted dramatically, shock filling his eyes. "How is this possible?" he gasped, utterly astounded. Despite his inability to cultivate, years of familial favor had endowed him with strength beyond measure. Yet today, he discovered he could not even lift a single piece of art. The weight of the words felt like 1,000 pounds. This was the essence of a word weighing 1,000 pounds. "Young master is a sage. He must be a sage among us." Xiao Zhan marveled. The elegance he once possessed vanished, replaced by a profound astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he commanded a servant in the distance, "Quickly return to the family at the utmost speed and inform my father that I have an urgent matter. He must come to the tea house without delay. Hurry, and do not disclose this to anyone." "Yes, young master." The servant of the Xiao family hastily exited the tea house, making a swift return to the Xiao residence. At that moment, Xiao Zhan removed his long robe and covered the paintings and calligraphy on the table. Having completed these actions, he exhaled a long, deep breath, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Though he appeared to have released a burden, in truth, Xiao Zhan remained utterly tense, his mind tumultuous. Talent, indeed, was talent. The young master was unexpectedly a transcendent figure, a sage of Confucianism and Taoism, with a single line of writing containing an unfathomable depth of talent. "I may not cultivate, but I can refine my talent. The grandeur of Confucianism and Taoism can slay myriad demons, vanquish countless monsters, and entomb deities and fiends." At this moment, Xiao Zhan trembled within, his heart quaking violently, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He had never anticipated that such a day would dawn upon him. After millennia of desolation, The teachings of Confucianism and Taoism now revealed a glimmer of hope, an infinite dawn. A servant of the Xiao family rushed into the estate, exclaiming, "Master, young Master Xiao Zhan is in urgent need of your presence at the tea house. You must go promptly, without alerting anyone or causing any delays." The servant's face was etched with urgency, still panting heavily, clearly having had no respite. What could possibly prompt such urgency from my son? Xiao Zhan's father furrowed his brow in inquiry. "I do not know, but the young master seems exceedingly anxious today. It appears to be due to someone who has gifted him a piece of writing and painting." The servant replied hastily. Writing and painting, writing and painting. A sage, perhaps? Xiao Zhan's father murmured to himself, as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression shifting dramatically. Previously, a spectral figure of a sage had appeared above the falling immortal gathering, wielding the power to dispel countless demons, an aura of grandeur enduring. Astonished, countless practitioners have been left in awe. Now, upon hearing of the writing and painting, Xiao Zhan's father was taken aback. Although it seemed almost impossible, he hurriedly made his way to the tea house, for that was the direction in which he must go. The Xiao family was not far from the tea house, and soon, Xiao Zhan's father traversed the air, landing outside the tea house moments later. He saw Xiao Zhan moving about restlessly within, and he quickly entered. "Son, what could be the cause of such urgency?" Xiao Zhan's father asked, concern etched across his face, his eyes gleaming with hope as he gazed at Xiao Zhan. "Father, this is not the place for such discussions. We must take the writing and painting home to discuss it further," Xiao Zhan insisted, feeling a sense of unease despite his father's arrival without the item in hand. "Very well," Xiao Zhan's father agreed, reaching for the painting, but his expression shifted abruptly. The painting before him was astonishingly heavy. "What treasure is this?" Xiao Zhan's father exclaimed inwardly, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to secure the writing and painting. "So, let's depart." Xiao Zhan's father was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. In that moment, he understood why Xiao Zhan had been so insistent on his presence. This was undoubtedly a precious treasure. "Father, wait." However, just as Xiao Zhan was eager to depart, his body suddenly froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Zhaner, what is the matter?" His father, now anxious, could not help but inquire, genuinely perplexed by his son's sudden change. "Father, look at the table," Xiao Zhan uttered, trembling with fear. In the next instant, Xiao Zhan's father stood transfixed, utterly astonished. His gaze fell upon the table, where a line of words was inscribed. "When in poverty, one cultivates oneself. When in prosperity, one benefits the world." The words were carved deeply, exuding an enigmatic aura. This is the essence of the Tao. The Tao of Confucianism. Xiao Zhan's father was genuinely shaken to the core. How terrifying it was that mere words could not only be etched so profoundly, but also encapsulated the essence of the Tao, an exceedingly profound concept. "Let's go." At that moment, Xiao Zhan's father felt turmoil within, his heart racing with anxiety. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. If this discovery were to be revealed, it would spell disaster for the Xiao family, potentially leading to their downfall. Despite having weathered countless storms, he could not suppress the trembling of his body. Chapter 52. Provoking the young master, leading to annihilation under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Xiao Zhan and his father departed, taking the table with them. Witnessing their exit, the crowd was left in a state of confusion, pondering the peculiar actions of the father and son. Was Xiao Zhan truly in such dire straits? Within the palace of Zhao, a flurry of messages arrived, leaving Zhao Kuo feeling helpless. It must be that the young master has undertaken some new endeavor. Otherwise, such a commotion would not ensue. I wonder how things are progressing over there. Yuer has arranged for the demon-slaying guards. News should arrive shortly. How powerful could the young master be? Was he truly proficient in myriad paths? The Confucian temple seemed to tremble subtly, as if that astonishing stroke of ink was a recollection of the young master. The path of culture had waned for millennia. Could it be that the young master was a master of Confucianism? No, it must extend beyond mere Confucianism. He might be adept in countless disciplines. Zhao Kuo felt an exhilarating thrill. He had encountered an unparalleled existence. At the Disha Gate, Duke Zhao Jinyu, leading the most elite forces of the Southern Duke's residence, soared through the skies, finally arriving above the Disha Gate. Who dares to intrude upon the Disha Gate? Who possesses the audacity to traverse the skies above our domain? A chorus of furious roars erupted from within the Disha Gate. Simultaneously, figures emerged, their expressions cold as they regarded Duke Zhao and his entourage. So it is Duke Zhao. Such audacity. Do you intend to extinguish my Disha Gate? The gatekeeper of Disha looked at Duke Zhao with a face full of derision, his words dripping with disdain. Though the Earth Fiend sect is deemed a malevolent faction, its power has grown formidable over the past century, rendering the Zhao kingdom incapable of annihilating them. He perceives that any attempts by the Zhao kingdom to eradicate them now are even more futile. While he harbors a certain apprehension toward Zhao Kuo, he regards Zhao Jinyu, the Prince of the South, merely as a junior, dismissing him entirely. Thus, upon his arrival, he scoffs derisively. Earth Fiend, you have indeed guessed correctly. Today, I have come to obliterate your sect. Do you believe I lack the capability to do so? Zhao Jinyu's voice was chillingly cold, his gaze fixed intently upon the leader of the Earth Fiend sect. To annihilate my Earth Fiend sect, Zhao Jinyu, are you certain? Your father, Zhao Kuo, has nearly done so, and should you attempt to destroy us, your elite forces will suffer grievous losses, or else your father would have arrived long ago. Are you truly resolute? The sect leader looked on with disdain. Is that so? Earth Fiend, you are overly presumptuous. Do you think I require my father's assistance to eradicate you? Before I enact your demise, allow me to enlighten you on the matter, so you may understand the circumstances of your end. The disciples of the Earth Fiend sect conspire to harm my lord. Thus, your sect shall be obliterated. Demon Slaying Guard, attack. As Zhao Jinyu's command echoed, an array of formidable figures surged towards the Earth Fiend sect. Youngster, do you truly believe you can extinguish my Earth Fiend sect? Today, I shall first take your life. With that, the sect leader transformed into a dark shadow, charging at Zhao Jinyu, wielding a ghostly blade that cleaved through the air with terrifying ferocity. The blade radiated an ominous light, infused with an overwhelming malevolence as it slashed toward Zhao Jinyu, transforming into a sinister dragon. Domineer in this realm, perish. Zhao Jinyu's voice, frigid and fearsome, commanded the air. In an instant, a colossal ethereal figure emerged, enveloped in boundless golden light, exuding an unparalleled authority that seemed to dominate all existence, as though it were the sovereign of the heavens and the earth. The dark dragon formed from the blade's energy was crushed beneath the oppressive aura of Zhao Jinyu's celestial body. At that moment, the leader of the Earth Fiend sect felt a chilling terror course through him, nearly disrupting his inner energy as he gazed in horror at the golden figure in the void. How can this be? How can this be? This is the celestial body of the Zhao clan, but such mastery should be unattainable. He murmured despairingly, his face a mask of hopelessness. The celestial body had once reigned supreme, yet after the great upheaval of the world, it had become nearly impossible to cultivate, existing only in legend. Yet now he witnessed it firsthand. Flee! I am no match for him. Instantly, the leader of the Earth Fiend sect, stricken with terror, turned to escape, willing to sacrifice his vitality to do so. The entire being transformed into a shadow of blood, executing the sinister blood escape technique. Jinyu. Zhao Jinyu stood in the void, disdainfully observing the terrified leader of the Disha sect, who was quaking with fear. With a fierce punch, he unleashed an awe-inspiring force, embodying the might of the heavens. His aura dominated the universe, emanating an oppressive grandeur. The terrifying imprint of his fist descended like a towering mountain, ruthless and merciless, as if it sought to tear apart, bury, and suppress everything in its path. As the overwhelming pressure locked onto the Disha sect leader, the latter's body became rigid, his speed constrained, as if he were imprisoned in an invisible cage. The heavenly martial realm. How could this be possible? Prince of the Southern Kingdom, I am willing to be your servant. Spare my life. I surrender. The leader of the Disha sect shrieked. To offend the young master is to deserve death. In heaven and earth, none would dare to spare you. Zhao Jinyu, the Prince of the Southern Kingdom, wore an expression of cold indifference. The leader of the Disha sect faced the might of Zhao Jinyu's punch with utter despair. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening sound erupted within the Disha sect. The once dominant leader disintegrated instantaneously, his body and spirit obliterated. Simultaneously, the Grand Hall of the Disha sect was reduced to ruins. This single punch annihilated over a dozen elders of the sect. Do not flee. The remaining members of the Disha sect were paralyzed with fear. Upon witnessing the golden figure in the void, their very souls trembled. The once tyrannical and merciless Disha sect was reduced to history beneath a single fist. The prince is invincible. The prince is invincible. The elite of the Demon Slayer Guard, their eyes filled with shock and exhilaration, roared in triumph. All the psychological pressure accumulated over a century from the Disha sect evaporated, as they eagerly charged towards the remaining disciples of the sect. The prince of the Southern Kingdom had exterminated the leader of the Disha sect, along with a dozen elders, retracting his overwhelming aura. He refrained from further action, coldly observing the slaughter below. I am unworthy to be the disciple of the young master, yet he is my eternal master. Those who harm my master shall face ruthless retribution. To provoke the young master is to invite annihilation. His voice resonated with boundless coldness. Soon, the entirety of the Disha sect was eradicated, their evil reign thoroughly extinguished. Let us depart, the prince of the Southern Kingdom stated, before stepping into the void and vanishing. Chapter 53. Neil, wretched child falling in mortal gathering, Xiao family. After Xiao Zhan and his son returned safely, they immediately sealed the secret chamber. Once they confirmed there were no oversights, the father and son finally relaxed, breathing heavily. Exchanging glances, their eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration, their hearts racing fervently. As they calmed their breaths, Xiao Zhan's father's gaze fell upon his son. Sanya, do you know what appeared in the skies above the falling immortal gathering today? At this moment, Xiao Zhan's father gazed intently at his son, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, his body trembling with excitement. Father, what has happened? Is it something significant? Upon entering the tea house, I was taken aback by the young master, completely unaware of the circumstances. Has something of great importance been discovered today? Xiao Zhan, sensing the gravity in his father's tone, was convinced that a momentous event had indeed transpired. Let's not dwell on that, my son. Do you still remember the appearance of that young master from today? Xiao Zhan's father fixed his eyes on him with fervent anticipation, eager to ascertain whether the young master mentioned by Xiao Zhan was connected to the enigmatic figure that had appeared in the void. If there was a connection, it could signify Xiao Zhan's rise to prominence. Though he would not have entertained such thoughts ordinarily, the encounter with the profound essence of Confucianism compelled him to reconsider. Observing his father's expression, Xiao Zhan felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed not to be a matter of ill fortune, for his father would not be so animated otherwise. Though uncertain, Xiao Zhan responded earnestly, "Indeed, I remember him vividly. The visage of that young master is indelibly etched in my mind. He must be an extraordinary individual." Speaking of Yixi, Xiao Zhan's countenance radiated excitement and reverence. "That is splendid. Now, please draw the likeness of that young master for your father to see," his father urged, brimming with enthusiasm. "Father, what if something has happened to the young master? Surely you do not know him?" Xiao Zhan inquired, puzzled by his father's fervor and curious about the young master's appearance. "Enough with the idle chatter, just draw," Xiao Zhan's father retorted, eager to confirm the relationship between the young master Xiao Zhan described and the spectral figure. "Very well." Xiao Zhan acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Although he could not cultivate, he possessed remarkable skill in painting. With a stroke of his brush, a portrait soon emerged on the rice paper. Clad in white as pure as snow, exuding elegance and grace, he resembled a celestial being. Yes, that is him. Suddenly, in a bewildering turn of events, Xiao Zhan's father fell to his knees before the portrait, bowing deeply in reverence, his eyes filled with awe. "Father, what are you doing?" Xiao Zhan rushed to assist him. "Silence. What do you understand?" his father admonished. "Quickly kneel and pay your respects to the young master. This is your opportunity. It is imperative that you do so." The solemnity in his father's words was palpable. "Father, please enlighten me. Why must I kneel? Xiao Zhan still could not comprehend. Are you not aware of the extraordinary phenomena that appeared during today's Luoxian gathering? His father scrutinized him intently, repeating his inquiry. Father, please explain the extraordinary occurrences and their connection to bowing before the portrait of the young master. I know he must be a formidable figure in Confucianism, but we cannot kneel indiscriminately. Xiao Zhan insisted, his stubbornness evident. My son kneel. Xiao Zhan's father erupted with an overwhelming presence, compelling Xiao Zhan to kneel before him. Only when Xiao Zhan was subdued did his father finally exhale, gradually articulating, Today, above the skies of Luoxianji, a primordial battlefield has emerged, teeming with countless demons. These are no mere malevolent spirits, but true demons hailing from the demonic realm, possessing unparalleled strength and unrestrained malevolence. Merely a shadow of these true demons can send shivers through one's very soul. Yet amidst this phenomenon, there appeared a spectral figure gliding through the void, wielding a pen with which to vanquish all demons in a single stroke. To accomplish such a feat requires an extraordinary level of cultivation, far beyond our comprehension. The likeness of this figure to the noble gentleman you have sketched is an uncanny 90%. The remaining 10% of dissimilarity arises not from a lack of resemblance, but from our inability to discern the features of the figure within the phenomenon. At this juncture, Xiao Zhan's father displayed an expression of profound trepidation and reverence. Father, the gentleman has been at the tea house all along. He could not possibly have ventured forth to slay demons. Surely you cannot suggest that a mere projection of him has traversed to the demonic realm, causing such visions to materialize in Luoxianji due to a mirage? Xiao Zhan retorted, feeling somewhat stifled as he remained kneeling before his father. However, at this moment, his heart had already begun to trust Yixi. Is it not the case that only a being of supreme power could imbue mere words with such profound Taoist resonance, particularly with the essence of Confucianism? Perhaps. When the gentleman writes, echoes of memories arise within his mind. The existence of such a being is beyond our understanding. And why would the gentleman bestow his words upon you? Xiao Zhan's father inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was instantly engulfed in reminiscence, murmuring, Today, I reserved the entire tea house to host a small literary gathering, intending to utilize this opportunity to donate some funds to aid the common folk who have suffered at the hands of the demonic beasts in recent days. The gentleman fortuitously appeared at the tea house, and upon observing his extraordinary demeanor, akin to that of a celestial being, I was awestruck and invited him to partake in the gathering. When he inquired about the purpose of the event, I explained my intent to offer assistance to the people, to which he smiled and remarked, In poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should benefit the world. Father, could it be that the gentleman, seeing my concern for the people and recognizing my inability to cultivate, has granted me access to the path of Confucianism? At this realization, Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in understanding. So that is how it is. Genre, this indeed makes sense. It must be so, as it provides clarity. The teachings of Confucianism emphasize benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, forgiveness, loyalty, and filial piety. Your words embody the essence of benevolence and righteousness, which must have delighted the gentleman, granting you this opportunity. Genre, since a mighty being has chosen to appear in the guise of the gentleman, there must be a reason for it. While you may lack the qualifications to be his disciple, and he may not accept you as such, you must kneel in respect. This is the gratitude owed for the impartation of knowledge. Otherwise, it would be an act of great disrespect, one that the Xiao family cannot permit. Xiao Zhan's father spoke with utmost seriousness. Yes, father, I comprehend. I bow in reverence. Xiao Zhan respectfully salutes before the painting, murmuring, Thank you, young master, for bestowing the path. Upon completing the ritual, he bows again to the artwork and then to the table. Chapter 54. Is the young master implying something? Within the mountains, a fleeting shadow vanished in an instant. A roar echoed. Heavenly fox, where do you flee? The sound reverberated through the void, exploding amidst the mountains. Shadows swiftly turned to witness the scene, Indeed, within the emptiness, a girl in a white dress fled desperately, pursued by a colossal shadow of a heavenly fox. The girl turned and unleashed a sword strike, filled with vengeance, obliterating the figure of a cultivator. The heavenly fox left behind the thunder-devouring pearl. And Zhao Zhanyu's body surged forth, an enormous shadowy hand reaching out towards the heavenly fox. Oomph! King of the South. The thunder-devouring pearl is not something your Zhao kingdom can covet. Even I, upon my arrival, demand you to retreat. A massive war hammer descended from miles away, shattering Zhao Zhanyu's hand, as a stooped figure emerged, stepping through the air. Within mere steps, he stood amidst the mountains, exuding an unparalleled aura. Tang Hai, this is the territory of my Zhao kingdom, Zhao Zhanyu declared furiously. Is that so? King of the South. I doubt even your father would dare to be so audacious before me, Tang Hai retorted coldly. Then give a try. Heavenly dominance. King Zhao Zhanyu roared, transforming into a golden warrior deity, clashing with Tang Hai. Their terrifying auras seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the void, causing the surrounding mountains to shatter instantaneously. Ha! The thunder-devouring pearl is mine to claim. A figure shrouded in flames suddenly emerged from the void, capturing the heavenly fox. In the next moment, the heavenly fox exploded in his grasp, leaving behind the thunder-devouring pearl. Who are you? Insolent! Tang Hai and King Zhao Zhanyu thundered, rushing towards the figure cloaked in flames, but were repelled by a single strike. At that moment, a vine pierced through the void, attacking the fiery figure. Eighth demon ancestor. If your true form were present, I would still hold some trepidation, but a mere avatar should depart. World-consuming flame. A colossal hand of blazing fire appeared, incinerating the great vine. The figure turned and vanished in an instant. Who are you? A gigantic shadow of a vine emerged in the void, blocking the sun, roaring towards the direction the fiery figure had departed, brimming with boundless murderous intent. Damn it! Tang Hai and King Zhao Zhanyu seethed with anger. Left with no choice, they too departed the mountains. At the falling immortals' gathering, Tang Hai, Zhao Zhanyu, and King of the South descended, soon joined by Yun Xiao, clad in white. Indeed, I did not anticipate the 8th Demon Clan's intervention yesterday. This has turned out even more splendidly. Most cultivators have departed today, so the falling immortals' gathering will enjoy a period of peace, Tang Hai remarked with a smile. Brother Tang, you certainly have a way with words, but I count myself fortunate. Had the 8th demon tribe revealed its true form yesterday, my fate would have been sealed. Yin Xiao jested. Let us speak no more of such matters. We shall seek an audience with the young master, for this affair has finally reached a splendid conclusion. With the significant matter resolved, the four ascended the mountain, filled with joy, and made their way to the courtyard. Zhao Jinyu, Zhao Qua, Tang Hai, and Yin Xiao seek an audience with the young master. The four arrived at the courtyard and bowed respectfully before it. Creak! The courtyard door swung open, and this time, it was Li Yixi who personally came to greet them. Welcome, everyone. Li Yixi's face was adorned with a radiant smile. During their absence, Li Yixi had felt a persistent unease. This world was perilous, and forging good relations with these individuals was essential for survival. Thus, upon hearing their voices, Li Yixi promptly stopped Lao Bai and opened the door personally. Seeing the smile grace Li Yixi's face, they all felt a wave of relief. The young master was finally pleased. Thank you, young master, for allowing us this visit today. They exchanged glances, hurriedly stepping into the courtyard. Today, Li Yixi was indeed in high spirits. After sensing a fierce battle deep within the mountains yesterday, the skies today were nearly devoid of practitioners. Li Yixi felt a great sense of joy. Everyone please sit. Lao Bai is preparing a meal. We shall not return until we are thoroughly merry. Now that the atmosphere has calmed, those practitioners seem to have vanished. Let us cast aside our worries and enjoy ourselves. Li Yixi eagerly proposed a celebration. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. They silently directed their admiration toward Zhao Qua, giving him a thumbs up. Zhao Qua felt a surge of joy within. The task entrusted by the young master was finally accomplished, and seeing the young master so elated, he hoped for forgiveness. It seemed that in the future, One must truly grasp the essence of a young master's words when visiting him. Zhao Kuo resolved to be more perceptive henceforth. Qingyun, bring forth the wine. Yixi instructa Hungria, Qingyun. At once, Hu Qingyun smiled obediently and poured wine for the group. Bai Huang wine, Dan Lao, Zun Zhongju. You two have yet to savor it. Do sample my craft. Li Yixi smiled at them. Thank you for the wine, young master. Hearing it was Bai Huang wine, Tang Hai and Yun Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Beneath the table, their legs trembled with exhilaration. They silently shouted within, Bai Huang wine at last. It is within our grasp. On their journey, they had learned of its existence from Zhao Kuo and his father, and now they were absolutely elated. A single cup of Bai Huang wine is worth a decade of physical cultivation. Their bodies, already somewhat frail, were invigorated by such an opportunity, and their excitement was palpable. The two raised their cups and drank deeply, eyes closed, fists clenched, savoring the rich aroma of the wine. An enigmatic essence coursed through their bodies. As the two individuals shuddered, they reopened their eyes, feigning ignorance of what had transpired. In reality, tumultuous waves surged within their hearts, and before Li Yixi, they merely masked their unease. My lord, such exquisite wine! Yun Xiao exclaimed, having never tasted anything quite like it. This wine is divine, as it flows down my throat. I feel as if I am soaring to celestial realms. It may well surpass the finest elixirs of the immortal realm, Tang Hai eagerly added. Yun Xiao cast a glance at Tang Hai, suddenly finding his enthusiasm rather overzealous. Ha ha ha! If you enjoy it, then let us indulge further, Li Yixi declared with a hearty laugh, showing no inclination to decline their praises. Having attained the title of wine immortal and possessing great confidence in his own brews, he recognized that their admiration was genuine. As another cup was downed, a rosy hue graced Li Yixi's cheeks. He sighed, what we can toast to our heart's content. There are those suffering who endure a far more wretched fate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted, each silently pondering. My lord, is there an implication in your words? Yin Xiao inquired. My lord, do you harbor some concerns? Might we assist you in any way? Tang Hai quickly chimed in. My lord, what troubles you so? We are eager to alleviate your burdens. For pairs of eyes instantly fixated on Li Yixi. Regaining his composure, Li Yixi smiled and replied, there is nothing to worry about. Let's continue to drink. However, in recent days, as I descended the mountain, I witnessed many commoners suffering grievously at the hands of ferocious beasts. My abilities are insufficient to alleviate their distress. At this moment, even as the four savored the floral brew, their minds began to wander. The wine, though delightful, paled in comparison to the imperative of doing good. They comprehended the deeper meaning of Li Yixi's words, realizing that while the exquisite wine flowed, true understanding eluded them, and future opportunities might slip away. Thus, as Li Yixi's words lingered in the air, the four fell into contemplation, striving to grasp the essence of his message, which echoed persistently in their minds. Dear friends, with the beasts rampaging, many innocents have perished. Is my lord suggesting that we should relieve the common folks' woes? Zhao, Guo, this is the territory of your Zhao state. Why not deploy a formidable force to safeguard this area and diligently develop Luoxianji, ensuring the populace can live in peace and prosperity? As Tang Hai sipped his wine, he conveyed his thoughts to the others. To relieve the common folks' troubles seems the right course. However, would such actions impede my lord's experience of life? If this place is heavily guarded, it would inevitably alter the ordinary existence that should prevail. While the commoners might find solace, the environment would change significantly, and my lord might choose to depart. This cannot be considered. Should my lord leave, I fear disappointment would follow. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao quickly transmitted a message to dissuade such thoughts. Indeed, this is utterly unacceptable. We have yet to grasp the true essence of the young master. Zhao Jinyu spoke with a serious tone, urging everyone to contemplate deeply. With Li Yixi's departure, every endeavor would lose its significance. The consensus among the group was clear. Li Yixi must not leave this place. My dear friends, what troubles you? Let's raise a glass. Li Yixi exclaimed cheerfully, noticing the silence among the crowd. These esteemed individuals must be well-fed and well-watered. Otherwise, when the time comes to seek their assistance, it may prove difficult to approach them, and even if approached, they might not extend their help. Thus, Li Yixi felt it imperative to establish a solid foundation in their relationships. Today, Li Yixi brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to ensure that everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest. "Young master, the meal is ready," Old Bai announced, bowing elegantly as he presented the dishes. "Please indulge. Come, let us eat, drink, and converse." Li Yixi gestured, hastily inviting a few guests, confident in Old Bai's culinary skills. "Indeed, young master." The guests responded with laughter, engaging in hushed discussions amongst themselves. They paid little heed to the dishes, casually sampling the food and savoring its exquisite flavors. As the dishes entered their mouths, an explosion of aroma tantalized their taste buds, and their eyes brightened instantly. This flavor surpassed even the finest delicacies they had previously encountered. Li Yixi, observing their expressions, wore a subtle smile. He had anticipated their reactions. In this world, where spices were scarce, the abundance of flavors here was unparalleled, resulting in dishes rich in fragrance. In the next moment, the expressions of the four guests shifted dramatically. They exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. "The essence of Tao. This dish contains the essence of Tao," Yun Xiao transmitted uncertainly. "Is indeed the essence of Tao. There's no mistake. I feel it too," another confirmed. Tang Hai and his companions felt their eyes moisten with emotion. Their reverence for Li Yixi deepened profoundly. They speculated endlessly about Li Yixi's true nature and the methods he employed. It was simply unfathomable that even the dishes could embody such profound essence. "My friends, how does the flavor suit your palate? Today, indulge freely and enjoy yourselves," Li Yixi remarked, delighting in their captivated expressions. If he could win over their hearts through their appetites, it would further strengthen their bonds. "Thank you, young master." Upon hearing Li Yixi's words, the four guests' eyes sparkled with excitement. With one hand holding a cup of wine and the other embarking on a feast, Li Yixi watched in astonishment. Inwardly, Li Yixi chastised himself. These individuals were the leaders of great powers. Why did they eat as if they had been starved in a prison for years? Their lack of decorum and disregard for their own image was astonishing. Li Yixi found it difficult to speak, opting instead to quietly partake in a meal. For if he did not eat now, there might soon be nothing left. Beside him, Hu Qingyun observed the young master's demeanor, inwardly amused. She thought to herself, in his quest to experience life, he has completely immersed himself in the mundane existence of mortals, having long forgotten the divine essence of the sustenance he consumes. In this world, anything infused with the aura of the Tao inevitably incites fierce competition, often resulting in rivers of blood. Yet here, there is no need for slaughter. Who would wish to forfeit such an opportunity? At that moment, Hu Qingyun felt an even greater reverence for Li Yixi. She could neither comprehend nor grasp the rationale behind his actions, yet she sensed a profound significance in the way he embraced the lives of ordinary people. Thus, she began to compel herself to adopt a humble mindset in following the young master's lead. "I am utterly satisfied." At this moment, the others glanced at the empty plates, feeling somewhat awkward. They hastily set down their chopsticks. "Thank you for the splendid feast, young master," they managed to smile. What splendid feast! Recently, the outside world has been perilous, with cultivators and beasts alike roaming freely, dissuading anyone from venturing out to hunt, leading to a scarcity of meat. If only there were meat, I would treat you all to a hot pot feast. That would indeed be delightful. The mere thought of hot pot caused Li Yixi's mouth to water. Hunting and hot pot? The four exchanged glances once more. At that moment, Zhao Jinyu, the prince of Southern Town, suddenly had a spark of enlightenment in his eyes. "Everyone, I have come to an understanding." I finally grasped the meaning behind the young master's words. He quickly conveyed this to them, his eyes brimming with joy. At last, he had truly comprehended the significance of Li Yixi's prior statements. "Prince, what have you realized? Please, share it with us." Tang Haiyun and the others felt an urgent anticipation. To understand the true essence of Li Yixi words signified a fortuitous opportunity in their eyes. When the young master is pleased, blessings are sure to follow. Who would not be thrilled? Zhao Qua, his eyes filled with delight, continuously marveled within. I have indeed raised a remarkable son. Now, let's not discuss such matters here. We have feasted well. Do you not see the young master yawning? He must be preparing for an afternoon rest, indicating that we should take our leave. We must not disturb him further. After we exit, I shall inform you all on how to proceed. We will need everyone's efforts, the Prince of Southern Town urged. Indeed, we have been rude. This is the young master's domain, and we must not continue to intrude upon the opportunity granted to us. The four hastily stood up. Young master, we have matters to attend to, and shall not disturb your rest any longer. We bid you farewell. Wait, why not rest a while longer? Perhaps indulge in some fruits? Li Yixi was taken aback. Goodness, this is rather abrupt. Truly, cultivators manage their time with such precision. Chapter 56. The demise of the great demon, my lord. No need for that. We shall pay you a visit another day. Today, we have already disturbed you too much. You need not escort us. With those words, the four swiftly exited the courtyard. Upon leaving, King of Southern Town exhaled a long breath, his demeanor somewhat grave. That was close. Fortunately, I noticed our lord yawning, signaling us to depart. Otherwise, I fear he might have been displeased. The King of Southern Town is indeed astute, he continued. Our lord's mention of fruit after the meal was, without doubt, a test to gauge our greed. Indeed, where there is a great figure, opportunities and trials abound. Tang Hai inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of pressure upon him. His own comprehension seemed lacking, an area in need of refinement. No wonder after all these years. He felt as if he had been reduced to nothing, while someone like Yun Xiao had caught up with him despite being centuries old. Yun Xiao too silently admonished himself to remain vigilant, attentive to the subtleties in their lord's words and actions. In a moment of urgency, Yun Xiao queried, King of Southern Town, you mentioned grasping the true essence of our lord's words. Pray tell, what is it? Yes, King of Southern Town, what have you discerned? In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes focused intently on the King of Southern Town, who, at that moment, wore a look of satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Friends, our Lord has made his intentions remarkably clear. How have you not yet grasped the profound meaning? Even I, in my simplicity, have understood. Zhao Kuo's expression darkened, his large eyes widening as he retorted coldly, Enough of your riddles. Speak plainly. You are driving me to distraction. The King of Southern Town chuckled awkwardly. Father, esteemed friends, it is quite simple. Upon our arrival, did not our Lord utter a lament? Surely you recall. He expressed his concern, and when we inquired later, he mentioned, let us continue our drinks. These past days, descending the mountain, I witnessed many common folks suffering at the hands of demon beasts, unable to alleviate their woes due to our limited prowess. Our Lord had articulated this quite plainly. However, there was one more remark he made that perhaps you overlooked. Zhao Jinyu added with a smile. Speak, you scoundrel. Zhao Kuo interjected, his impatience palpable, unable to tolerate Zhao Jinyu's teasing any longer. Seeing his father's agitation, Zhao Jinyu continued with a smile. Our Lord stated that the outside world is fraught with danger. Cultivators and demon beasts roam unchecked. Many dare not venture out for hunting, and thus there is a scarcity of meat. Had there been meat, I would have treated you all to hot pot, and that would have been delightful. In truth, our Lord feared that we might lack the wisdom to comprehend his intent. Hence, he offered us that final hint. Now you see, the essence of his words was not to station our forces at Luoxian gathering or to vigorously develop it, but rather to address the root of the problem, eliminate the demons. What a remarkable figure our Lord is. Do you truly believe that when he hunts, his targets are mere beasts? His quarry must surely be the great demons. Once we eradicate the great demons, will the lesser beasts dare to linger here any longer? The various sects of cultivators have departed, yet the demonic beasts remain. As the words of the southern king fell, enlightenment dawned upon everyone. They could not help but sigh, realizing that being in the presence of the young master necessitated constant vigilance, with trials lurking at every turn. If they were to vigorously fortify this place, The young master might very well lose his temper. Each of them gazed at Zhao Jinyu with expressions of gratitude. "Thank you, Southern King." Yin Xiao clasped his fists in salute, despite his own strength far surpassing that of the Southern King. "Thank me for what?" The Southern King appeared somewhat bewildered. "Fool, I just praised you. Has your comprehension been entirely consumed in the presence of the young master?" Zhao scolded. Slaying the great demon and offering it to the young master would undoubtedly yield significant opportunities. "Everyone, when shall we depart?" In Tang Hai's hand, a war hammer materialized, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. In his eyes, the great demons deserve death, and the 9 clans must face annihilation. "Do not rush. We have just acquired the Tao rhythm, and it is imperative to digest and absorb it first. While exterminating the great demons is straightforward, we must also consider the chaos that may ensue if the demonic beasts lose their control and wreak havoc, for that would surely provoke the young master's wrath." Zhao Qua hastily interjected. "Today, we shall focus on cultivation while I mobilize 100,000 troops to hunt down the demonic beasts within 100 miles, preventing any potential loss of control." Very well. At dawn the next day, the 4 entered the mountain range. In Zhao Qua's hand appeared a spatial artifact, and in the next moment, 100,000 fierce warriors from the Zhao kingdom materialized within the mountains. Their eyes radiated with murderous intent, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a cold voice, Zhao Qua declared, "The rampant demonic beasts have caused countless deaths among the citizens of the Zhao kingdom. Today, we shall eradicate them all, and with their blood, we shall honor those unfortunate Zhao souls. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The battle cries echoed through the skies. "Let's go." The 4 ventured deeper into the wilderness, for only they could confront the great demons. Within a vast cavern of molten lava, darkness was completely dispelled by the flickering torches. At this moment, hundreds of demonic beasts gathered, engaging in revelry. "Thank you, Demon King, for bringing me along. Otherwise, I would still be oblivious to the taste of humanity." Boomed a hearty laugh that reverberated through the cavern. A great demon with a tiger's head and a human body raised a cup filled with human blood. "Tiger Roar King, we are brothers. How could I forget you? I have learned that the outside world is a small kingdom called Zhao, where the mightiest is merely at the peak of the heavenly connection realm, comparable to us, yet powerless to contend with us. Moreover, this place is merely a remote corner of Zhao. How could the Zhao King impose his will here? The only regret is that I heard the heavenly fox was slain by a powerful being. Had we obtained the thunder-devouring pearl, it would have been an extraordinary opportunity. However, all is well now. The practitioners have nearly all withdrawn, and no one can hinder our enjoyment. Come, King of the Tiger Roar, let's share a drink." The King of the Shattering Sky, brimming with pride, raised his cup in jubilance. Within the cave, those few remaining humans trembled violently, their eyes filled with terror. Their faces were devoid of color, and their expressions had grown vacant. "Monsters, meet your demise." At that moment, the approaching soul power of Yin Xiao sensed the scene within the cave, his gaze turning cold, filled with a chilling intent to kill. His eyes, now blood-red, reflected his realization that humans were treated like livestock. It was then he understood why the young master was furious. The beasts indeed were mere savages. They deserved to perish. Chapter 57. The emergence of the Great Black. Yun Xiao's voice was frigid, and the cave instantaneously transformed into a realm of ice and snow, frozen in time, exuding a terrifying coldness. What was once a lively gathering of great demons now shifted dramatically, their expressions turning as frigid as the atmosphere. "Who dares to be reckless here, disturbing my banquet?" The King of the Shattering Sky rose, his tone equally chilling. Beside him, the King of the Tiger Roar curled his lips in a cold smirk. "The blood of cultivators should be more delectable. Since they have delivered themselves, I shall indulge." The irascible King of the Tiger Roar, with disdain written across his face, leapt towards Yin Xiao, transforming into a colossal black tiger. His immense form carried an overwhelming power, shattering the surrounding rocks beneath his breath. As debris flew toward Yin Xiao, the massive paw of the tiger descended like a dark cloud, intent on obliterating him. The aura of the beast surged violently, threatening to shatter the very void around it. Yet, in the face of such a formidable foe, Yun Xiao's eyes remained icy. A flame erupted before the king of the tiger roar, and in an instant, he was reduced to ashes. Who is this person? How have I never heard of him before? His power has undoubtedly reached the realm of celestial martial arts, far beyond my current capabilities. Witnessing the instantaneous demise of the king of the tiger roar, the king of the shattering sky hastily transformed into a massive blue water buffalo, plunging into a deep pond within the cave, causing the overwhelming demonic aura to vanish entirely. Damn it, there's indeed a passage here. Yun Xiao's expression changed sharply. The demon had its own path. The true form of the king of the shattering sky was a blue-scaled water buffalo, nearly impossible to track once it entered the water. Resolute, Yun Xiao eradicated the remaining demons within the cave and soared into the air. Standing amidst the void, he fixed his gaze intently upon the surrounding mountains, unleashing his sole power to scour every inch of land. Useless creatures. To think that the great water buffalo managed to escape. It would have made for the finest delicacy, one that my lord would surely relish. As Yun Xiao's countenance darkened, a languid earth dog materialized in the void. At that moment, the dog spoke human words, startling Yun Xiao into a state of alarm. However, in the next instant, he recognized the dog as Dahe. Little one, demons possess their own ways. They're not so easily captured. Had I not sensed the aura of the Qinglin water buffalo, I would have missed out on what could have been a splendid feast. The Qinglin water buffalo, a creature of the esteemed lineage of the azure sky bull python, is indeed a remarkable prize. Dahe, unfazed by Yun Xiao's expression, continued speaking. Suddenly, the prince of the southern town, Zhao Qua, and Tang Hai arrived just in time to hear Dahe refer to himself as this emperor, causing their expressions to shift to one of intense anxiety. Come along, little ones, Dahe commanded, and began to race through the void. Though it appeared slow, his speed was akin to lightning, covering 100 miles in the blink of an eye. The four behind him trembled at his swiftness. In the next moment, their expressions changed once more. The large dog before them swelled dramatically, transforming into a fearsome entity, as imposing as the heavens themselves. Dahe's true form emerged, becoming a colossal demon, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. A portal appeared upon his head, dark as night, resembling a sinister gateway to the underworld. Before them, within the vast river, the figure of the Qinglin water buffalo came into view, unable to hide from Dahe's piercing gaze. In an instant, Dahe casually struck the ground. Boom! The eyes of the four were filled with terror as the immense river, under Dahe's blow, ceased to flow, revealing the Qinglin water buffalo, which had been concealed beneath its depths. Roar! The Qinglin water buffalo was paralyzed with fear, awakening some of its ancient bloodline, capable of concealing its presence from even the most astute demon lords. Yet, before this terrifying presence, it found itself utterly exposed. In its despair, it was struck down by Dahe. Little ones, this Qinglin water buffalo is now yours. Remember, is you who have slain it. Understood? My lord is lost in reminiscence, wishing to experience the life of mortals. No one is to disturb him, lest they face dire consequences. The final words sent a shiver through the four. The murderous intent soared to the heavens, dispersing the dark clouds above. Predecessor, we understand. Tang Hai and the others felt their very souls tremble in response. Good. The reason I intervened is solely due to your incompetence. The flesh and blood of the Qinglin water buffalo are exceedingly delectable. Otherwise, I would not have bothered. Remember, this is your kill, not mine. After the large black dog uttered a single phrase, its form reverted to that of an ordinary dog. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void before it, and with a wag of its tail, it vanished into the spatial passage. The air was filled with a haunting silence. As the black dog disappeared, the four individuals exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Only at that moment did they dare to take deep breaths, for the oppressive aura had nearly driven them to the brink of despair. In that fleeting instant, they grasped the extent of their insignificance, feeling as though the black dog was akin to the heavens, while they were but mere specks of dust. Zhao Wang, the elder, claims to be an emperor. What level of cultivation must he possess? Yin Xiao mused, gazing at the massive river that had been effortlessly severed by the black dog, his eyes filled with horror. Moreover, the strange dark portal that had manifested upon the dog's forehead sent shivers of dread through his very soul. Before that portal, they felt as if they had become invisible, devoid of any semblance of privacy. We cannot fathom the presence that the elder, who accompanies the young master, embodies. The young master must surely be an immortal. Otherwise, such a formidable being could not possibly reside by his side, Zhao Wang said, his heart racing. If the young master indeed hails from the immortal realm, then the elder who claims to be an emperor must be an immortal emperor himself. At this realization, the souls of the four trembled once more, and they collectively inhaled sharply, striving to quell their tumultuous emotions. After a brief exchange of glances, they carefully stored away the corpse of the Qinglin water buffalo, taking great care not to inflict any damage. Everyone, did you remember the elder's words? This is our kill, Tang Hai stated coldly, wary of any unforeseen consequences that could prove terrifying. The others nodded in agreement and turned toward the falling immortal gathering. Despite their efforts to suppress their fear, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the once flowing river lay interrupted, leaving behind an immense chasm that resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast intent on devouring the world. Chapter 58. The voice of the great path carrying the corpse of the Qinglin water buffalo. The four hurriedly made their way to the foot of the sacred mountain. After exchanging cautious glances, they approached the courtyard of the mountain with utmost care. Welcomed by Old By into the courtyard, the sight of the large black dog sleeping in the corner filled them with a deep sense of dread, compelling them to suppress their emotions. Before Yixi could utter a word upon entering the hall, they hastily interjected, "Young master, we have heard that you have not ventured out to hunt for game recently. We ventured into the mountains and hunted a Qinglin water buffalo, renowned for its exquisite meat. We hope it pleases you." Dan Hai spoke the PD, finishing his sentence in one breath. Boom! The enormous corpse of the Qinglin water buffalo appeared in the courtyard. What on earth? This is a monster. The four, being cultivators, viewed the beast merely as game. As Li Yixi beheld the immense Qinglin water buffalo before him, he was left utterly astounded. In ordinary days, he would typically hunt some spotted deer or wild rabbits, but today, these individuals unexpectedly presented him with a colossal beast. Although lifeless, Li Yixi could still sense an oppressive aura emanating from the azure-scaled water buffalo. Moreover, the glimmering azure spirit plates adorning the creature hinted that this formidable demon was far from ordinary. Overwhelmed, Li Yixi hurriedly suppressed his astonishment, reminding himself not to appear inadequate before these cultivators. After all, how could he forge friendships if he seemed too feeble? Taking a deep breath, he chuckled, "What a catch! The game must be exquisite. Old Bai, hurry and prepare the knife. Tonight, we shall indulge in hot pot." With a grand gesture, he nonchalantly commanded Old Bai beside him. "Yes, young master. I assure you, tonight's feast will be to your liking," Old Bai responded. His hands casually explored the azure-scaled water buffalo, and soon, a battle axe materialized in his grasp. The axe, entirely black, emanated an aura of unparalleled sharpness, with a fearsome black dragon intricately carved into the handle. Is this a divine weapon? The instant they beheld the dragon-slaying battle axe, the four companions were struck dumb with astonishment, sensing an extraordinary malevolence concealed within its form. They were taken aback, never anticipating that Old Bai's cleaver was, in fact, a divine artifact. They wondered if it could penetrate the defensive armor of the azure-scaled water buffalo. "Let us proceed. You have all worked hard today to bring me such delectable fare. Anyone who leaves now shall be disregarding my esteem," Li Yixi remarked with a smile. The four, who had initially planned to depart immediately, suddenly found themselves frozen in place, their faces betraying a palpable anxiety. "Young master, how could you discern our thoughts so easily?" they exclaimed in shock, hastily bowing. "Then, we shall trouble you this evening." At that moment, the four felt as if they were teetering on the edge of a blade, uncertain of how to proceed, and could only acquiesce to Li Yixi's arrangements. Old Bai moved swiftly, his actions fluid as if crafting a work of art. as he skillfully sliced the meat from the azure-scaled water buffalo into thin pieces, which he quickly presented. Subsequently, a black lotus-like artifact was also brought forth by Old Bai, resting before the group. Upon seeing the black lotus, the others remained composed, but Yun Xiao's eyes were filled with dread, his body trembling violently. Gazing at the lotus-shaped object before him, he was engulfed by trepidation. "Master Yin, what troubles you?" Tang Hai inquired urgently. "Old Tang, this black lotus is the very essence of the Black Lotus Demon King that nearly obliterated my flame sect. I never expected to sense no trace of malevolence emanating from it now," Yun Xiao replied, utterly terrified. "The Black Lotus nearly annihilated the fire sect, and even now, the mere recollection sends shivers down his spine. Yet upon this encounter, it has been purified, devoid of any malevolent aura. At the center of the Black Lotus, a flame flickers. Evidently, the formidable Black Lotus Demon King has been sculpted into a furnace. What? Is this the true form of the Black Lotus Demon King?" At this moment, Tang Hai is also filled with astonishment. Although the Black Lotus Demon King is merely at the celestial realm, it possesses an imposing presence, hinting at a significant origin. In the next moment, a large pot descends upon the Black Lotus, and Yun Xiao witnesses the ethereal visage of the Black Lotus Demon King emerging from its center, seemingly breathing fire. Soon, an array of vegetables is neatly arranged. The onlookers are captivated. The vegetables are impeccably arranged, and within the dish the thinly sliced meat, interlaced in shades of red and white, is an exquisite sight, akin to a work of art. A single glance ignites an intense appetite, and the group finds themselves salivating. Is this what the young master referred to as hot pot? How does one partake in it? Each quietly swallows their saliva. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, under the heat of the Black Lotus, the yin-yang pot base begins to boil, showcasing a harmonious blend of red and white. What sort of pot is this? Yun Xiao and the others are momentarily stunned as they behold the pot, their eyes reflecting profound laws of power. Before them, the laws of power slowly coalesce into a Taiji diagram of yin and yang. This is the way of Taiji. I am certain it is the way of Taiji. In the next instant, a voice resonates in the ears of the four. From the Tao comes one. One begets two. Two begets three. Three begets all things. From the boundless comes the Taiji. Taiji gives rise to yin and yang, which together manifest all things. The intermingling of yin and yang generates the myriad of existence, following this law with endless transformations, establishing the way of heaven, the way of earth, and the way of humanity. The echoes of the profound Tao fill their minds, and in that moment, the four perceive the passage of countless years, as if they have traversed time itself. When the sounds of the Tao fade and clarity returns, they realize it was merely the blink of an eye. They are profoundly shaken. Truly, the young master is remarkable. Even the pot for boiling soup conveys the essence of the Tao. Once normalcy resumes, the group, armed with chopsticks, finds themselves at a loss on how to begin. Yin Xiao, mustering courage, asks, "Young master, how do we eat this hot pot?" Li Yixi smiles gently. "It is quite simple. Just grasp the ingredients and briefly immerse them in the boiling broth." As Li Yixi speaks, he demonstrates. The spicy flavor erupts in his mouth, a delightful blend of heat and zest, utterly satisfying. Li Yixi closes his eyes in enjoyment. "Please, everyone." He opens his eyes, directing his gaze at the others. "Thank you, young master." The others mimic Li Yixi's actions, picking up the translucent slices of green-scale beef and dipping them into the pot before savoring the delectable taste. The spicy flavor erupted in the mouth, instantly awakening the eyes of the four individuals, who were utterly captivated by the essence of the hot pot. Their gazes fixated upon it, enchanted. The fiery heat and tantalizing spiciness tantalized everyone's taste buds, a truly delightful experience. As they dined, the four of them discreetly focused on the pot, attempting to rekindle the resonance of the Tao. Should they hear the sound of the Tao once more, it would present an unparalleled opportunity. After savoring the spice, Tang Hai's attention shifted to the clear broth. He picked up a piece of green vegetable and dipped it briefly before placing it in his mouth. The infusion of vegetable essence mingled with the broth was simply exquisite. In the next moment, a profound power surged within him, an enigmatic force brimming with boundless vitality. His cells, akin to parched wood awakening in spring, greedily absorbed this mysterious energy, causing his body to tremble with excitement. To his astonishment, the vegetable contained the essence of the vitality Tao. At that moment, Tang Hai's eyes sparkled. Noticing that the other three had not discerned his discovery, he could not suppress a smile of exhilaration. He mused to himself, "Indeed, the path beside the young master is fraught with trials." They were all fixated on the pot, yearning to once again hear the sound of the Tao, wholly immersed in its presence. The Azure Lin buffalo, with its ancient beast bloodline, and the Azure Lin beef, imbued with formidable spiritual energy, held them in rapt attention. None had anticipated that the second opportunity lay concealed within these seemingly ordinary vegetables. As cultivators, they had predominantly subsisted on the flesh of demon beasts. For only such meat could sustain their bodies, resulting in vegetables being overlooked. Little did they know that today, Tang Hai would encounter such serendipity. It was unlikely he would have the chance to return here, and there was no reason to visit again. This opportunity was one he must seize with both hands, hoping that upon acquiring the essence of the vitality Tao, he could retreat for cultivation and achieve a harmonious union with the heavens, ultimately stepping into the realm of divine martial prowess. Filled with joy, Tang Hai immediately lowered his head and began to eat voraciously. His actions caught Zhao Kuo's attention. Previously, Zhao Kuo had been entirely absorbed in the pot, hoping to hear the sound of the Tao again, but after much effort, despair had washed over him as he felt his limited understanding. As he withdrew his focus, he happened to witness Tang Hai's peculiar behavior. As a practitioner, Zhao Kuo was accustomed to a diet primarily consisting of meat, and he too was perplexed by Tang Hai's apparent preference for the vegetables. "Why aren't you eating the meat? This is Azure Lin beef. We may never have the chance to taste it again in our lives," Zhao Kuo inquired, bewildered. "Not to worry, you carry on. I've been feeling a bit overheated lately. Consuming more vegetables will be beneficial for my health. Please, don't mind me," Tang Hai replied with a smile. After a brief smile, he hastily buried his head in his meal. There were not many vegetables, and if Zhao Kuo were to discover it, it would only add another competitor. Observing Tang Hai's actions, Zhao Kuo could not help but blink in disbelief. When did Tang Hai undergo such a transformation? How could one, as a cultivator, possibly become agitated? There must be something amiss. He too picked up a leaf of vegetable, dipped it into the pot, and placed it into his mouth. In the next moment, a surge of vitality erupted within him, nearly causing Zhao Kuo's eyes to pop out in astonishment. "Ah!" he exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. "What happened? Is there a problem?" Seeing Zhao Wang suddenly alarmed, Yixi furrowed her brow. Could there truly be an issue? That was impossible. Old Bai was an extraordinarily intelligent robot, and it was unlikely for there to be any fault. However, Yixi's frown sent a shiver through Zhao Kuo, his expression shifting dramatically. "Young master, there's no problem. None at all. This meal is the most exquisite I have ever experienced. Please allow me to bow to you, young master. It is so delicious. Thank you for the invitation." Witnessing Li Yixi's furrowed brow, the others quickly chimed in, muttering curses at Zhao Kuo. "It's merely a meal. What is there to thank?" Li Yixi's frown deepened. These individuals were all in positions of power, yet they seemed so unreliable. "Young master, I have lost my composure." Zhao Kuo hurriedly forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, hastily apologizing, not daring to take a breath, and glanced towards Ahei. "I'm such a fool. Senior Ahei had solemnly warned me. The young master was lost in certain memories, indulging in the life of a mortal, while I unwittingly committed a grave faux pas. How wretched! That rascal Tang Hai should have reminded me. This is the essence of vitality. There is no need for alarm. Everyone must eat their fill." Li Yixi chuckled. "Thank you, young master." Zhao Kuo took a deep breath and began to seize the vegetables, drawing the attention of Yun Xiao and Zhao Jinyu. Upon tasting the vegetables, their eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling their entire being enveloped in the essence of vitality, a joy swelling within them. Once they finished eating, The group hurriedly took their leave. Descending the mountain, Tang Hai and Yin Xiao clasped their fists toward Zhao Jinyu and his son. We are grateful for the opportunities today. Had it not been for your invitation to partake in the Tianhu plan, these chances would have eluded us. Should there be any need in the future, through fire and water, we will not hesitate. You flatter us. We are merely acquainted with the young master. It would be greedy for us to take too much. After returning, both of you will likely break through again. Congratulations, and we shall meet again. Zhao Kuo and his son also clasped their fists in farewell. After parting ways, the father and son hurried back, confident that this retreat would lead to a breakthrough. At Luoxian gathering, the Xiao family, the door to the secret chamber creaked open slowly, revealing Xiao Zhan's father, who had been vigilantly stationed outside for days. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon the interior of the chamber. In the next moment, Xiao Zhan emerged, adorned in splendid robes. His entire demeanor had transformed. He exuded an air of refinement and an unmatched brilliance. Enveloped in an aura reminiscent of scholarly pursuits, he was a sight that captivated all who beheld him. The essence of a gentleman, imbued with an ethereal vigor. Xiao Zhan's father was filled with astonishment. His son, whom he believed to lack promise and the ability to cultivate, had unexpectedly stepped into the long-lost realm of Confucianism and Taoism. After days of seclusion, he had cultivated a profound energy. Father, I have succeeded. A gentle smile graced Xiao Zhan's face. My son, from this moment forth, you should be the hope of the Xiao family. If we could once more receive guidance from the esteemed gentleman, your future would be beyond imagination, his father exclaimed with delight. Father, merely receiving the opportunity bestowed by the esteemed gentleman is already a blessing for the Xiao family. Meeting him is no small fortune, Xiao Zhan replied, shaking his head. My son, that may not be the case. Hearing his son's words, a smile appeared on Xiao Zhan's father's lips. Father, is the esteemed gentleman still at Luoxian gathering and has not departed? I must go and prostrate myself in gratitude for his teachings, Xiao Zhan said earnestly. Chapter 60. Beloved young masterly my son, while I have indeed been guarding the secret chamber, I have also dispatched members of our Xiao family to seek the whereabouts of the esteemed gentleman. I bring you good tidings. According to the latest information gathered, he has been seen at Luoxian gathering for some time. His origins remain shrouded in mystery, which only serves to underscore his formidable presence. Our Xiao family has resided in Luoxian gathering for a decade now, and in this time, we have become well acquainted with our surroundings. Yet, the residence of the esteemed gentleman has remained elusive, a vast canyon known as Zhonghuan Abyss, unfathomably deep and instilling fear in the hearts of many. However, since the gentleman's arrival, the entire Zhonghuan Abyss has vanished, replaced by a colossal peak. Even we, as cultivators, cannot discern any traces of barriers or formations around this mountain. My son, do you grasp the significance of this? It signifies that this immense peak was moved here by someone wielding extraordinary powers, capable of shifting mountains and filling seas, yet without causing the slightest disturbance at Luoxian gathering. Such capabilities can only belong to beings of unparalleled existence, Xiao Zhan's father remarked, his expression grave. Father, the power to move mountains and fill seas, what kind of strength would that require? Xiao Zhan inquired, his mind buzzing with the implications, his eyes wide with fear and trepidation. The sheer magnitude of such power was indeed terrifying. My son, the esteemed gentleman, is undoubtedly at Luoxian gathering. However, there's one thing you must remember, and remember it well. There must be no room for error. Xiao Zhan's father looked at his son with an expression of utmost seriousness, even repeating his words. The gravity on his face was exceptionally solemn, making Xiao Zhan feel as if his father were confronting a life-and-death decision, exhibiting a level of caution that was unparalleled in his memory. Father, please speak. I shall remember your words without the slightest forgetfulness. Xiao Zhan said, after taking a deep breath. Yes, my son, you must carefully heed the following words, for they may pertain to the survival of our Xiao lineage. In recent days, I have gathered countless pieces of information and details, culminating in a singular conclusion. The young master is experiencing a mortal life. At this moment, He has transformed into an utterly ordinary person, devoid of any hint of a practitioner's aura, immersing himself in the experiences of the mundane world. The young master's embodiment of humanity carries profound implications that we may scarcely fathom. Should you inadvertently disrupt his mortal experience, his wrath would render the survival of our Xiao clan utterly impossible. Xiao Zhan's father's expression was intensely grave. "Father, I understand. I will remember the young master's words," Xiao Zhan promised, observing the flecks of gray in his father's hair. "A gentleman's word is as heavy as a mountain." "That is good to hear. The young master may appear at the Loxian gathering at any moment. You should strive to cultivate a closer relationship with him, for he has bestowed his teachings upon you," indicating a certain fondness. After imparting all this, Xiao Zhan's father's eyes brimmed with hope. "Father, I shall take my leave now." After bowing, Xiao Zhan exited the Xiao residence, his gaze directed towards the distant, majestic peaks filled with anticipation. After breakfast, Yixi gazed at the sky, a smile gracing his lips. "Qingyun, today the weather is splendid and clear. You have yet to leave since your arrival here, correct? Let us take a stroll today and immerse ourselves in the experiences of our mortal lives. Engaging with others will surely yield a different perspective." A smile appeared on Yixi's face, relishing the beauty of life in this moment, far superior to the desolate ancient forbidden zone. Here, he felt free from fear and could occasionally venture out to savor the life of the cultivation realm. "Yes, thank you, young master," Hu Qingyun quickly nodded in response. At that moment, she felt as if something within her mind had been unlocked. Her thoughts became extraordinarily clear, as if a window were gently opening. Her very soul experienced a sublime elevation. In this instant, she realized a profound truth. She was a demon. Even after enduring the tribulation of the heavens and transforming into a human, she had merely completed the first step. Here, she would never truly grasp the essence of humanity. Hu Qingyun understood that her recent immersion in solitary cultivation had not been beneficial. What an extraordinary existence the young master embodies. One that this vast continent might revere and worship, yet he continues to experience the mundane life of mortals. As a newly transformed celestial fox, having had little interaction with others, it becomes all the more essential. An immortal once proclaimed, to achieve divinity, one must first embrace humanity. Indeed, the young master is a person of great wisdom. In this moment, Hu Qingyun feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Yixi, along with an immense respect. Over these past days, she perceives that each word spoken by Yixi carries profound significance. Under his guidance, her cultivation progresses at an astonishing pace. The Falling Immortals gathering is bustling today, seemingly engaged in some preparations. People begin to set up lanterns, eagerly announcing the arrival of young Master Li. Suddenly, a voice pierces the air, and everyone turns to surround Yixi, their faces alight with joy. "Young Master Li, it has been several days since we last saw you. Thank you for saving my wife and child." A young man steps forward, grasping Yixi's hand, his eyes brimming with emotion. There is no need for formalities. A healer must save lives, as is the duty of a physician, Yixi responded with a smile. This man is remembered by Yixi as the husband of the woman who faced complications during childbirth. "Young master, I must repay this life-saving grace," he insists. "Do you have time today to share a story? I truly enjoy your tales. The teacher's stories are far less engaging." A few children laugh and dash over. Meng Hao pays his respects to the young master. At that moment, Meng Hao squeezes through the crowd to bow before Yixi. "Meng, just call me by my name." Yixi Ruplius. Meng Hao, the physician from the Falling Immortals Gathering Clinic, is someone Yixi remembers well, having once offered him guidance on medical practice. "I dare not. Your instruction in my craft is akin to a rebirth. Thus, I must honor you as the young master," Meng Hao insists. "Young master, might you have the time to visit my clinic today?" Meng Hao asks, filled with hope and trepidation. He understands the formidable nature of Yixi. A mere suggestion to Tang Yin led to the latter manifesting a battle spirit and receiving unparalleled inheritance. So he can only imagine the impact Yixi-esque guidance would have on his own skills. Behind him, Hu Qingyun observes this scene with a smile gracing her lips. The young master is indeed cherished by many. At that moment, Xiao Zhan approaches from a distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. He has finally encountered the sage and hurries forward, hoping to receive Li Yixi's guidance once more. Scholar Xiao Zhan pays his respects to the young master. Xiao Zhan bows deeply, exuding utmost reverence. Young Master Xiao, it has been several days. You appear transformed, truly remarkable, Li Yixi remarks, his gaze brightening. Their previous encounter at the tea house had been brief, yet Li Yixi had a favorable impression of Xiao Zhan, especially since he hails from a family of practitioners. All of this is bestowed by the young master. I'm deeply grateful. Might you consider visiting my home for a discussion, allowing me to extend my hospitality? Xiao Zhan asks, his demeanor anxious as he looks to Li Yixi. Very well, let us not impose, Li Yixi replies. A smile danced at the corners of Li Yixi's mouth. The Xiao family, being a clan of practitioners, offered an enticing opportunity for friendship, one that Li Yixi would not decline. His ambition was to forge numerous connections, especially with fellow cultivators, and this was indeed a splendid chance. Young master, please. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's heart raced with excitement, beating violently as he hastened to lead Li Yixi. Chapter 61. The means of immortals. As Li Yixi arrived at Xiao Zhan's doorstep, a throng of figures surged forth to greet him, their eyes shimmering with hope and reverence. Leading the assembly was Xiao Changfeng, who was both exhilarated and apprehensive. We bow to young Master Li, the crowd chanted in unison, their gazes filled with sincerity and awe, devoid of any pretense. No need, everyone, please rise, Li Yixi exclaimed, startled. These were all practitioners, and he, being an ordinary mortal, felt unworthy of such accolades. Young master, this is my father, Xiao Changfeng, Xiao Zhan promptly introduced. Greetings, head of the Xiao family. I am Li Yixi, and I apologize for the intrusion, Li Yixi said, hastily clasping his hands in salute. Not at all, not at all, young master, please come in, Xiao Changfeng replied, his heart swelling with joy. He secretly wished for Li Yixi to reside in the Xiao household indefinitely. As for Li Yixi's gesture of respect, he deftly sidestepped it without a trace. Internally, Xiao Changfeng was immensely anxious, relieved by his quick reflexes. The young master's bow was undoubtedly a test to ascertain whether he was someone oblivious to the hierarchy of the world. At the same time, he swiftly transmitted a message to Xiao Zhan. Zhaner, remember, the young master is experiencing the life of a mortal. He is a mortal, understand? His worry was palpable, fearing any unforeseen complications. Father, I understand. I will remember, Xiao Zhan replied earnestly. As they entered the Xiao residence, Li Yixi's attention was instantly captivated by a bonsai in the courtyard, his eyes sparkling with interest. This tree is remarkable. It possesses great potential, he mused, reaching out to touch the bonsai, utterly enchanted. Xiao Zhan opened his mouth to respond, but his words caught in his throat. His eyes wide with astonishment as he fixated on the little tree. Xiao Changfeng's expression mirrored his son's, both men dumbfounded as they beheld the scene before them. For at the moment Li Yixi's hand brushed the tree, an aura of profound mystery enveloped it. The most formidable members of the Xiao family were momentarily rendered speechless. Those who previously regarded Li Yixi with disdain now found their expressions transformed, nearly bowing in reverence. The Tao rhythm. It is the Tao rhythm. This must be the Tao rhythm. Xiao Changfeng's heart roared with excitement. His mind buzzed. To bestow Tao rhythm so effortlessly. What level of existence was this? Perhaps it was the means of an immortal. It is absolutely impossible for a mere mortal to comprehend. He always perceived Li Yixi as formidable. Yet he never anticipated the extent of that terror. In the next moment, the expressions of Xiao Changfeng and the others shifted. Before them, the small tree, with a tender branch, began to move, entwining itself around Li Yixi's finger. Boom! At that instant, a thunderous shock reverberated within the minds of the Xiao family members. As if their very brains were on the verge of splitting, the entire Xiao residence fell into an eerie silence, each individual fixated on the small tree before them. Their thoughts tumultuous. The tree had gained sentience. It had awakened. Could the young master truly impart life with such ease? The sheer horror was overwhelming. Their eyes were filled with fear. In the following moment, the spiritual energy within the Shao courtyard surged chaotically towards the small tree, which absorbed it hungrily. Startled, Li Yixi hastily withdrew his hand. The head of the Shao family exclaimed, "I was reckless. I had no idea this tree had attained sentience." Li Yixi's heart raced, filled with a sense of regret for his impulsiveness. He reflected on the fact that it was no surprise this was a family of cultivators. Who would have thought that a mere tree in their courtyard could possess such intelligence and capability for cultivation? It was indeed perilous. Had he encountered such a sentient tree in the wilderness, the consequences could be dire. Taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Truly, the young master is an extraordinary individual. In his eyes, all beings are equal. Previously, I believed it a coincidence that the young master saved me. It appears he treats all existence with the same regard. Hu Qingyan gazed at Li Yixi with admiration. Hearing Li Yixi's words, Xiao Changfeng was startled and quickly roused from his shock, suppressing his own trepidation. He understood that Li Yixi, in his guise as a mortal, must not be startled easily and promptly spoke, "Young master, I too did not expect this tree to awaken today. I hope it did not frighten you." "No matter," replied Li Yixi with a calm demeanor. "To be welcomed into the Shao family, one must be a virtuous character. Otherwise, would the head of the Shao family harbor a malevolent entity? Truly, as a family of cultivators, I have gained new insights today, so different from us mere mortals." After regaining his composure, Li Yixi smiled and added, "Young master, it is rather windy outside. Let us retreat indoors." Xiao Zhan inhaled deeply, a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth as he feigned courage. "Very well." Li Yixi cast a surprised glance at the small tree before stepping inside. Outside, the elder members of the Shao family discreetly lingered, their hearts filled with utmost apprehension towards Li Yixi. "Third brother, did you plant this bonsai? Were you not aware that it is a tree that has awakened?" An elder of the Shao family spoke with an expression of fear as he regarded the tree, having failed to comprehend the earlier events. Is this truly the time for such discussions? Previously, it was merely an ordinary bonsai. The awakening of its intelligence was solely due to young Master Li's influence. Did you not notice that it was young Master Li who imparted this enlightenment? Today, I must inform you that anyone who offends or disrespects young Master Li shall be deemed a sinner of the Shao family, deserving of merciless punishment. Xiao Changfeng spoke coldly. After uttering these words, he hastily entered the house. What? One can casually enlighten an ordinary tree? Is he not a celestial being? The elder stood there, momentarily stunned, filled with astonishment and a hint of skepticism. It was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, an exceedingly aged man appeared, emanating a sense of decay. Casting a cold glance in this direction and stating, "Why not approach and test it? What is the profound aura surrounding the small tree?" Ancestor. Upon seeing the stooped elder, the onlookers were filled with reverence. This was the strongest member of the Shao family, and they had not anticipated his arrival. The elder's complexion shifted, anxiety evident as he approached the small tree. In the next instant, he stood in shock, realizing that the bottleneck that had perplexed him for so long had been shattered. He hastily retreated, addressing the stooped elder. "Ancestor, I acknowledge my transgressions. I submit to your punishment." At this moment, his heart was tumultuous with overwhelming emotions, shaken by young Master Li's abilities. "You shall guard the entrance for 10 years, pronounced the stooped elder, devoid of any emotion. "As you command, Ancestor." The old man sighed, suppressing any trace of discontent, and quickly replaced one of the Shao family's gatekeepers. The others promptly departed, fearing they might disturb young Master Li. Chapter 62. The trouble mentioned by the celestial being requires merely 3 minutes? The elder of the Shao family observed as the crowd dispersed, his gaze fixated on the bonsai, his eyes glimmering with brilliance while his heart surged with tumultuous emotion. He murmured to himself, could it be that the young master is indeed a celestial being? With a mere gesture, he has bestowed upon this ordinary bonsai the essence of a Tao, transforming it into a divine tree with awakened intelligence. If my conjecture holds true, This once unremarkable tree has now transcended into a Tao comprehension divine wood, a coveted existence that the mightiest of realms vie for. From this moment forth, it shall be the supreme treasure of the Shao family, and this place will become a sacred ground for us. At this moment, the elder of the Shao family trembled with excitement, his very being quaking with exhilaration. He understood the immense value of the Tao comprehension divine wood. It was a celestial entity beyond any price, capable of transforming into unparalleled great demons, becoming a formidable force in its own right. The stooped elder took a deep breath, suppressing the fervor within, and slowly made his way towards the hall. "Ancestor, what brings you here?" At this moment, Xiao Changfeng was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that the venerable ancestor of the Xiao family would emerge from seclusion at such a time. Xiao Sangxiong, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, had been grievously wounded in a battle a century ago and had since spent the last 100 years in a state of closed-door meditation, clinging to the last vestiges of life. He had prepared himself to offer his final strength in the event of a calamity befalling the Xiao family. For a century, he had survived solely with the aid of precious artifacts, and none within the clan dared to disturb him. "Changfeng, we have a guest," he remarked without addressing the ancestor. Xiao Sangxiong chuckled lightly, his tone devoid of reproach. His gaze fell upon Li Yixi. At this juncture, Xiao Changfeng was filled with urgency and quickly conveyed to the ancestor. "Old ancestor, the young master possesses the extraordinary ability to enlighten a tree at will, marking him as a peerless master. However, he currently presents himself as an ordinary mortal. I implore you, do not offend him or expose his profound cultivation." Xiao Sangxiong did not even glance at Xiao Changfeng. "I am aware that the young master can effortlessly transform a potted plant into a divine tree of enlightenment. Such capabilities likely transcend those of celestial beings, and his willingness to engage with you suggests a desire to experience the life of a commoner." Having lived for several centuries, Xiao Sangxiong had encountered countless esteemed individuals, some of whom were notoriously eccentric. He understood that Li Yixi would never choose to live as a master. Otherwise, how could he relate to mortals? "Old and decrepit, Xiao Sangxiong, pay my respects to the young master. I regret not having welcomed you upon your arrival at our Xiao family today. Please forgive me." He approached Li Yixi and performed a respectful bow, his heart racing with trepidation. "It is of no consequence. I am but an ordinary mortal. It is already a privilege to visit the Xiao family, and I would not dare to trouble you," Li Yixi replied with a smile, internally marveling at the harmonious and amicable nature of cultivators. Just then, Li Yixi's brow furrowed slightly. The sight of his frown sent waves of anxiety through the members of the Xiao family, leaving them in a state of palpable tension, their souls shivering with trepidation. "Old ancestor," Li Yixi said, fixing his gaze on Xiao Sangxiong, "you bear a grave injury that is perilously close to claiming your life. Why have you not sought treatment?" "This injury is severe. If I am not mistaken, it has persisted for nearly a century. Your survival until now is indeed fortunate." At this, the expressions of the Xiao family members shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with astonishment as they regarded Li Yixi. The injury sustained by Xiao Sangxiong was indeed a remnant of the battle from 100 years prior, a secret the Xiao family had never divulged. Yet, Li Yixi had merely cast a glance at Xiao Sangxiong and not only discerned the injury, but also identified its duration, a display of skill that left everyone awestruck. Upon hearing Li Yixi's words, Xiao Zhan's countenance brightened with hope as he nervously turned his gaze to Li Yixi, mustering the courage to inquire, "Young master, is there still a chance to heal our ancestor's injury?" Xiao Zhan was aware that the old ancestor's condition was deemed incurable, but he clung to a glimmer of hope, considering Li Yixi's unfathomable depth. This was the last vestige of hope for the Xiao family. "It can be treated. It is not an incurable disease, merely a troublesome one," Li Yixi replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Upon hearing Li Yixi's words, the expressions of Xiao Zhan, Xiao Changfeng, and Xiao Sangxiong shifted dramatically. Plop! In the next moment, Xiao Zhan knelt before Li Yixi, his voice trembling as he implored, "My lord, my family's ancestor has but a short time left. I beseech you to intervene and save him. The entire Xiao family is willing to serve you unto death. We are prepared to lay down our lives for you." Xiao Changfeng hastily followed suit and also knelt. However, Xiao Zhangxiong remained comparatively composed, addressing Li Yixi, "My lord, my life is of little value. How could I trouble you with such matters? Please rise. You have mentioned the difficulty of the task, and I am well aware of the severity of the injury." A carefree smile crossed Xiao Zhangxiong's face as he observed the Xiao family's association with Li Yixi, feeling a sense of reassurance for their future. Moreover, with the mystical Tao enlightenment tree, it was certain to aid the younger generation of the Xiao family in their growth. Consequently, he no longer placed significant weight on his own life and death, having come to terms with it. He had witnessed the Xiao family expend countless resources on cultivation over the years. Those resources, if bestowed upon the younger generation, would undoubtedly nurture a multitude of strong individuals, especially with the support of the Tao enlightenment tree. I merely suggested it would be challenging, not impossible to heal. Li Yixi quickly assisted the two men to their feet, offering a wry smile. He began to regard the father and son with newfound respect. Such loyalty and affection in a person was indeed worthy of his friendship. "Rest assured, my lord shall surely heal him." Hu Qingyun interjected swiftly, harboring immense confidence in Li Yixi. In her heart, she was certain, if my lord can mend injuries from heavenly tribulations, then this wound can certainly be healed. This conviction filled Hu Qingyun with unwavering belief. "Elder Xiao, please have a seat," Li Yixi instructed Xiao Zhangxiong. My lord, do we not need to prepare anything?" Xiao Zhangxiong inquired, somewhat puzzled by Li Yixi's words. Given the gravity of the injury, he assumed that even if it could be treated, considerable preparation would be required. Moreover, he had just heard Li Yixi mention that it would be somewhat troublesome. The immortal's reference to the complications led him to imagine just how troublesome it might be. "No need. It may be somewhat painful, and you must endure it. I will require approximately 3 minutes, Li Yixi replied, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhangxiong and the others felt as though they had misheard. Such a grave injury, lingering for a century, could be healed in merely 3 minutes? Is there any issue? Everyone? Li Yixi inquired, noticing the stunned expressions on their faces, and he frowned slightly. He found it perplexing that they were looking at him in such a manner. My lord, there is no issue, the group responded hastily, fearing they had angered him. Xiao Zhangxiong, filled with excitement, suppressed his emotions and sat down in the hall, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 63. The restoration of Xiao Zhangxiong. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Changfeng watched in awe as the venerable ancestor of the Xiao family sat cross-legged, their eyes brimming with excitement directed at Li Yixi. Their hearts raced with fervor, hands clenched tightly, oblivious to the nails digging into their palms. All gazes anxiously fixed on Li Yixi. At that moment, Li Yixi retrieved a set of golden needles from his sleeve, carefully unfurling them in preparation for the acupuncture procedure. His expression grew exceedingly serious, and an indescribable aura enveloped him. With a swift motion, he deftly extracted the golden needles, skillfully inserting them into Xiao Zhangxiong's acupuncture points with precision. As the number of needles increased, Li Yixi's demeanor shifted to one of grave intensity, and the pace of his actions gradually slowed. His gaze sharpened, reflecting utmost concentration. With all 108 needles embedded in the acupuncture points, they suddenly began to tremble violently. The quaking was remarkably rhythmic, as mysterious energies coiled around the needles, coursing through them and into Xiao Zhangxiong's meridians. Seated in meditation, Xiao Zhangxiong gritted his teeth against the pain, finally comprehending the extent of the discomfort Li Yixi had alluded to. Despite the agony, he nearly let out a cry of exhilaration, for the injuries within him, the wounds from the great Tao, were remnants of an adversary's essence, lingering and unremovable. Yet at that moment, Xiao Zhangxiong was astounded to witness the Tao remnants within his body being obliterated under the profound force of the golden needles, akin to ice meeting a roaring flame. What left him even more astounded was the realization that this enigmatic power harbored an inexhaustible vitality, rapidly mending his injuries. This life-giving energy rekindled the lifeless cells within him, revitalizing a body that had begun to decay. In that instant, he felt a surge of vitality that surpassed even his pre-injury strength. An overwhelming torrent of emotions surged within him, rendering him speechless as myriad thoughts flashed through his mind. What manner of being is this young master? Such terrifying abilities could hardly be the province of mere mortals. Even celestial beings might struggle to replicate the effortless dispelling of the Tao remnants within me. Moreover, my body, which had been on the brink of decay, was rejuvenated. Is this the handiwork of an immortal? As time flowed, Xiao Sangqiong's entire being trembled violently. Tears nearly streamed down his face. A century of suppression, unleashed in a single day, indescribable. How could this be? The ancestor's aura has strengthened. The stench of decay has vanished. Though Xiao Zhan and Xiao Changfeng were unaware of the specifics of Xiao Sangqiong's condition, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. At this moment, they sensed the decaying aura within their ancestor's body dissipating at an alarming rate, replaced by a rich vitality. The once stooped and aged Xiao Sangqiong began to straighten gradually. His withered white hair now shimmered with a hint of luster. Rise! Upon the utterance of Li Yixi's command, golden needles were swiftly extracted from Xiao Sangqiong's acupoints and collected by Li Yixi. With a sudden gasp, Xiao Sangqiong expelled a mouthful of black blood from the ground. His injuries miraculously healed. The suppressed energy within him slowly revived. As he stood, he bowed deeply to Li Yixi. Thud! Xiao Sangqiong knelt before Li Yixi, tears streaming down his face. Young master, thank you for bestowing upon me the gift of rebirth. In this lifetime, the Xiao family is willing to serve you, even unto death. Whatever you require, I shall face it without a flicker of hesitation, even if it leads to my demise. Kneeling there, Xiao Sangqiong trembled with excitement. No need for that. Rise, you are not destined to die now. Do not speak of death so readily. If you were to perish, my efforts would be in vain. Live well, Li Yixi urged, helping him to his feet with a serious expression. At this moment, Li Yixi's heart soared with exhilaration. Indeed, the name Xiao Sangqiong was formidable. Despite his grievous injuries, he had survived for a century. His power was undoubtedly immense, and with this connection, Li Yixi had gained another ally. One who would not be ungrateful. Although he felt a rush of excitement, Li Yixi maintained his composure and casually remarked, "Your life is of utmost importance." Xiao Sangqiong immediately ceased his fervent expressions, a complex look crossing his face. "My strength pales in comparison before you, young master. It is but a jest. I am but a fool to think I could be of any use to you. You are a being of immense caliber. Even your enemies seem trivial in your presence. I fear that a mere breath from them could obliterate me." Nonetheless, Xiao Sangqiong understood the gravity of his survival, and such a vow was imperative. While he could not assist Li Yixi in battle, he could certainly clear minor obstacles. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Changfeng, witnessing the upright figure before Li Yixi, were filled with overwhelming emotion, their bodies trembling with excitement. Xiao Changfeng, shaken, whispered, "Indeed, the young master is akin to an immortal. To him, troubles are but a flick of the wrist. Zhaner, cherish the wisdom bestowed upon you by the young master," he added. Hearing his father's words, Xiao Zhan promptly replied, "Father, I understand. I am utterly exhausted. Is there any water?" Li Yixi remarked, feeling a bit parched as he glanced nervously at Xiao Changfeng. "Forgive me, young master." Xiao Changfeng immediately prepared to assist, his expression alarmed. He had not even prepared a glass of water. If Li Yixi were to become enraged, it would truly be the end. "Master Xiao, there is no need for such anxiety. It is merely a glass of water. What harm is there in a little delay?" Li Yixi could not help but smile, internally marveling. Could it be that he possessed the aura of luck, the fortune of a European monarch? Otherwise, why would these practitioners greet him with such amiability? Soon, Xiao Changfeng personally brought forth the tea. "Young master, please enjoy your tea." Xiao Changfeng was exceedingly nervous. "Master Xiao, please take a seat. If you stand, how could I dare to drink tea?" Li Yixi remarked with a smile upon noticing Xiao Changfeng's stance. "Yes, young master. I shall sit at once." Xiao Changfeng hurriedly took his seat. "Young master, I owe you a debt of gratitude that Xiao Sangqiong does not know how to repay. I have here an item that I hope you will find to your liking." After calming his emotions, Xiao Sangqiong slowly retrieved a fist-sized orb from his bosom and presented it before Li Yixi. Chapter 64. The Saintess of the Star Palace. Upon observing the orb presented by Xiao Sangqiong, Li Yixi's curiosity was piqued. What treasure could this possibly be? This is a heritage crystal. How did the ancestor manage to bring it out? This is the treasured legacy of the Xiao family. While Li Yixi toyed with the crystal, Xiao Changfeng's gaze was fixed on Xiao Sangqiong. His expression one of shock. However, upon reflection, he understood, at this moment, the only thing the Xiao family could offer was this, as nothing else would capture Li Yixi's attention. The heritage crystal was brought back at great personal cost by Xiao Sangqiong, and now that his injuries had fully healed, gifting it to the young master could be seen as settling a karmic debt. This is intriguing. The moment Li Yixi received the heritage crystal, his interest was instantly aroused. For within the crystal, a vivid scene began to unfold, constantly shifting, showcasing several figures engaged in fierce combat. Particularly one individual whose swordsmanship was exceptionally fierce, as if he alone wielded the blade in the entirety of the universe. With a single strike, the heavens and the earth changed color. Each technique executed was ruthless, domineering, and imbued with destructive power. As Li Yixi gazed upon this spectacle, it was akin to watching a film projected upon a screen. Amidst his delight, he felt a tinge of regret, for the crystal only displayed this singular scene, which was rather monotonous. Xiao Sangqiong, can this image be altered? It would be splendid if it could showcase other scenes, perhaps a depiction of the journey to the west. The children would surely delight in that, Li Yixi inquired. Hearing Li Yixi's words, Xiao Sangqiong was about to explain that the heritage crystal could not be altered, as it contained the 81 heavenly techniques of the heavenly blade master. However, he was suddenly struck by an uncanny revelation. The scene within the heritage crystal was abruptly erased. In the next moment, a new image materialized. A monkey appeared, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, adorned in golden armor, wielding a long staff, battling fiercely on all sides. With a single breath into his palm, countless monkey figures manifested before him. The magical prowess displayed was astonishing in its intensity. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Sangqiong felt his mind plunge into a void. The legacy he cherished as a treasure had been utterly obliterated by Li Yixi. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of dread engulfed him. What spectacle was this? Could it be the realm of the celestial? The powers displayed were terrifying, rendering him as insignificant as an ant. Was this akin to a grand upheaval in the heavens? Beside him, Xiao Changfeng stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unfolding spectacle. Having gathered intelligence on Li Yixi, he was well aware of the stories attributed to him. Beyond his astonishment, he was captivated by the scene before him. The aura emanating from it made his very soul tremble, as if the heavens themselves were on the brink of shattering. What a remarkable item! Indeed, I find it delightful. With this, I shall no longer need to regale the children with tales. This object can sense my thoughts and record them. Truly wondrous. Li Yixi hastily tucked the legacy crystal into his bosom. Xiao Sangqiong's mouth moved, yet no words emerged. Internally, he mused on the vast chasm that lay between him and the young master. To him, this was an unparalleled treasure, but to the young master, it was merely a plaything for children. The realm of the young master was indeed beyond his comprehension. After Li Yixi secured the legacy crystal, a smile of delight graced his face. Once he and Hu Qingyun departed from the Xiao family, Li Yixi envisioned the scenes from Journey to the West, and in the next moment, the entirety of the tale was inscribed within the crystal. He then presented the crystal to the storyteller. In a secluded gorge of Zhao Kingdom, the void suddenly split open, revealing a portal through which a figure emerged. Is this truly Zhao Kingdom? I cannot have misstepped in my teleportation. As the void portal vanished, a figure cloaked in black robes revealed a stunning visage. It was a woman. In the blink of an eye, she soared forth into the town, directly entering a loft. Upon her arrival, those within the loft quickly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the saintess." Their eyes brimmed with reverence. Tang Chu surveyed the assembly with a frosty demeanor, inquiring, "What in the world is happening? Why did the last envoy from the Star Palace to Zhao Kingdom perish, leaving only the sole lamp of the Guardian unextinguished? Yet we are utterly unable to contact him?" With a nervous demeanor, a figure in the loft replied, "Reporting to the Saintess, the Guardian has gone mad." "What? You claim the Guardian has lost his sanity? How is this possible? Surely you must be mistaken. The left Guardian possesses formidable cultivation. The prowess of Xing Yunzi was formidable, and she found it hard to believe that he had succumbed to madness. With a chilling gaze, she scrutinized the others. "Saintess, we swear to the heavens that if we utter a single falsehood, we shall never attain rebirth." The individuals in the loft hastily vowed. Tang Chu, the daughter of the esteemed lord of the Heavenly Star Palace, held an unparalleled position of nobility. The individuals before her were merely secret spies from the Heavenly Star Palace stationed in the Zhao Kingdom, tasked with monitoring any signs of treachery. Had they lost their minds? How could this be possible? The Heavenly Tao Oath was the most formidable vow in existence. Should it be false, it would inevitably invite retribution. At this moment, Tang Chu harbored no doubts regarding their words, yet the madness of Xing Yunzi left her incredulous. She sensed that this matter was fraught with uncertainties. According to the status of the soul lanterns from the Heavenly Star Palace, she was aware that, apart from Xing Yunzi, the others had nearly perished one after another. Had they ventured into perilous realms? "Have you ascertained where the left protector first appeared after losing his sanity?" Tang Chu inquired, her gaze fixed upon the crowd. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, the left protector's initial appearance post-madness was in a remote area of the Zhao Kingdom, a place known as Luoxianji. We are uncertain of the reasons, but according to reports, the left protector was seen in the royal city on the first day and then in Luoxianji on the second. However, by that time, he had already succumbed to madness. Furrowing her brows, Tang Chu disregarded the assembled crowd and proceeded directly to Luoxianji. Indeed, Luoxianji was exceedingly secluded, merely a small township. Upon her arrival, she was astounded by the scene before her. As her spiritual energy swept across the area, she discovered that all the townsfolk had congregated in one location. Upon approaching, she found them transfixed by a series of wondrous images. "Is that the inheritance crystal?" Tang Chu gasped in disbelief, realizing the immense value of the crystal, which had been casually discarded in this place. The spectacle before her captivated her, leaving her in profound astonishment. What was this? Could it be a glimpse into the ancient past? At that moment, Tang Chu was overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 65. The Holy Maiden's request in front of the Confucian tea house. The onlookers were entranced. Among the crowd, Tang Chu felt a range of emotions, from curiosity to terror, as she perceived her own insignificance through the unfolding scenes. "Esteemed guests, the hour has grown late. We shall conclude for today and continue tomorrow," announced the old scholar as he emerged from the tea house with a smile. The inheritance crystal was also collected by him. "Ah, how swiftly time passes. I must arrive early tomorrow." It was truly magnificent. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the day had grown late, and they reluctantly began to disperse. Amidst the departing throng, Tang Chu regained her composure. Observing the crowd leaving, she hurriedly entered the tea house and bowed before the old scholar, saying, "I am Tang Chu, the daughter of the sovereign of the Heavenly Star Palace, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder." Kneeling before the old scholar, her eyes radiated reverence. "The Heavenly Star Palace, you say?" Upon hearing Tang Chu's words, the old scholar's mind was momentarily overwhelmed, rendering him incapable of thought. In the celestial realm of the Tianqing Palace, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary power that governed numerous kingdoms. Before him stood Tang Chu, the daughter of the palace lord, thus the Holy Maiden of Tianqing Palace. The sight of the Holy Maiden kneeling before him left him momentarily bewildered. After all, he was merely an old storyteller, a humble sage. "Esteemed elder, I have been rather presumptuous," Tang Chu stammered, her body trembling slightly as fear flickered in her eyes upon receiving no response. Had she inadvertently offended the venerable sage? She fervently hoped he would not take offense. At that moment, memories of previous visions flooded her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, and beads of sweat began to form on her brow. To leave a legacy within the crystalline stone required profound mastery of magical arts, and the duration of the legacy's projection was intrinsically linked to the strength of the bequeather. The length of the vision she had witnessed was astonishing. In her eyes, the sage must surely be an unparalleled master. The silence weighed heavily on her, amplifying her anxiety. Upon hearing Tang Chu-Chu's words, the old sage regained his composure and, in a state of fright, knelt before her. "Holy maiden, I am but a humble teacher and storyteller. I know not how I have offended you today. I beseech your forgiveness. My transgressions are mine alone, yet my family remains innocent." The old sage's face was etched with terror, his body quaking violently as sweat poured forth from his forehead. He trembled uncontrollably, utterly perplexed as to how he had incurred the holy maiden's ire. Witnessing the sage's distress rendered Tang Chu-Chu momentarily speechless. She hastily assisted him to his feet. "Esteemed elder, you are a being of unparalleled prowess. How could I harbor any ill thoughts? The formidable vision you imparted must signify your celestial mastery." Tang Chu-Chu was immensely apprehensive. "Holy maiden, is this what you refer to?" she asked. "This is not mine. It belongs to the gentleman who gifted it to me." Realizing that Tang Chu-Chu was not an adversary, the old sage took a deep breath and retrieved the crystalline stone from his possession. "A gentleman, you say? Might I inquire as to his identity and abode?" Upon hearing the sage's inquiry, Tang Chu-Chu sighed with relief. The sage's earlier act of kneeling had nearly stunned her. It was a relief to discover that he was not a transcendent being. However, her curiosity about the gentleman he mentioned grew insatiable. "The esteemed Li resides atop the distant mountain," she explained. "He has since departed. Moreover, he is not an extraordinary figure. He is merely an ordinary man, as we all know." The scholar hastily explained, his heart filled with trepidation at the thought that if Tang Chu-Chu blamed him for not being clear, his life would be forfeit. His anxiety was palpable as he recounted everything he knew about Yixi. Meanwhile, beneath the sacred mountain, Tang Chu-Chu felt a twinge of nervousness. The scholar had claimed that Yixi was merely a mortal, yet how could she believe such a thing? The terrifying imagery left by the legacy crystal indicated that the young master must possess extraordinary abilities. The only plausible explanation was that he wished to conceal his true identity while experiencing life as a commoner. Taking a deep breath, Tang Chu-Chu made her way to the sacred mountain. Upon reaching the courtyard, she bowed and announced, "I am Tang Chu-Chu of the Tianqing Palace, seeking an audience with the young master." Her voice trembled slightly. She was aware of her boldness in approaching him, as she had little familiarity with Yixi and no valid reason to request a meeting. Just as her anxiety peaked, the courtyard door slowly creaked open. Hu Qingyan glanced at Tang Chu-Chu and smiled. "My lady, please come in. It is already evening, and the outside air is quite chilly." "Thank you," Tang Chu-Chu quickly replied, bowing as she followed Hu Qingyan into the courtyard. "I am Hu Qingyan, my lady. I do not yet know your name. How may I address you?" "You must be here to see the young master," Hu Qingyan inquired cheerfully. "Dear Sister Hu, I am Tang Chu-Chu. You may call me Chu-Chu. I was captivated by the tales the young master shared today, and I have come to pay my respects." Tang Chu-Chu introduced herself in a flurry of nervousness. "Ah, you refer to the journey to the west, do you not? That tale is indeed magnificent, unlike any in the mortal realm, perhaps worthy of the celestial world." Hu Qingyan responded with a smile. "Qingyan, do we have a guest?" From within the house, Yixi emerged, and upon seeing Tang Chu-Chu, he smiled warmly. "My lord, this young lady has been enchanted by your stories and has ascended the mountain to pay her respects," Hu Qingyan explained to Yixi. "Tang Chu-Chu of the Tianqing Palace. I pay my respects to you, my lord," Tang Chu-Chu exclaimed, bowing hurriedly. Her heart raced with anxiety, for she had come uninvited and was uncertain of Yixi's reaction. However, in the presence of such an esteemed individual, she felt that failing to show her respects would be a grave disrespect. "There is no need for excessive formality. Please, have a seat. Miss Chu-Chu, you appear weary from your journey. You must be parched. Qingyan, please fetch a glass of water for Miss Chu Chu, Li Yixi instructed. Glancing at Tang Chu Chu. Tang Chu Chu was aware of the Tianqing Palace's repute. It was an extraordinary power, and meeting a disciple of such a renowned place was indeed an opportunity to forge a meaningful connection. Thank you, my lord. Tang Chu Chu's cheeks flushed slightly. After her relentless journey from the Tianqing Palace, she indeed felt a thirst building within her. She accepted the water from Hu Qingyun and drank it down eagerly. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, her expression shifted abruptly. In that moment, she sensed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupting within her. A pure and potent force coursing through her body, greedily drawn in through her every pore. A shiver coursed through Tang Chu Chu, nearly compelling her to exclaim in surprise. In that fleeting moment, she had accomplished a significant transformation of her body. Alarmed, she hastily sealed her spiritual energy. Otherwise, the transformation would have exceeded mere completion. At this moment, she sensed that her seal would not endure for long, filling her with intense anxiety. She quickly bowed to Li Yixi, expressing her gratitude for the water bestowed upon her. Chu Chu suddenly has pressing matters and must return to the Heavenly Star Palace. I bid you farewell, and I shall visit again. Is Miss Chu Chu in such a hurry? Li Yixi inquired, noting her flustered demeanor. Please wait a moment. The distance to the Heavenly Star Palace is quite considerable. Qingyun, prepare a bottle of water for Miss Chu Chu. She will find it useful. Upon hearing Li Yixi's words, Tang Chu Chu hurriedly declined. No need. Miss Chu Chu, do not refuse. You will need it. Take it with you, Li Yixi insisted, pressing the bottle into her hands. Thank you, young master. I take my leave. Holding the water, Tang Chu Chu trembled slightly, overwhelmed with inexplicable excitement, and swiftly exited the courtyard. Once distanced from the sacred mountain, Tang Chu Chu quickly halted. A flying sword materialized in her grasp, and she deftly carved a cave into the mountainside. Upon entering, she seated herself in a meditative posture, and the seal within her body shattered instantaneously. Pure spiritual energy erupted forth, and in that brief span, Tang Chu Chu was astounded to realize she had completed over 20 transformations, pushing her stellar body to its utmost limits. In the next moment, a surge of stellar power emanated from within her, encircling her form. I have actually completed the transformation of the stellar body and awakened the great stellar body. What kind of water is this? What manner of existence is the young master? The terrifying revelation left Tang Chu Chu both elated and horrified, her speech faltering. She pondered the presence of such a formidable entity concealed within the affiliated kingdom of the Heavenly Star Palace and felt an urgent need to inform her father. Over the years, she had expended countless resources in pursuit of transformation within the Heavenly Star Palace, achieving only a handful of successes. Now, with merely a cup of water, she had accomplished what had once seemed insurmountable. How could she not be astonished? Her body transformed into a cascade of starlight as she soared through the air. The Heavenly Star Palace was perched atop a colossal, floating meteorite, which harbored boundless stellar energy. It was this rich reservoir of celestial power that facilitated the establishment of the Heavenly Star sect in this location. Upon the floating meteorite stood an immense arena, now bustling with countless individuals, all eyes gleaming with hope as they gazed at the towering pagoda suspended in the air. At this moment, the pagoda was enveloped in a dense aura of stellar energy, the spiritual essence manifesting as a delicate mist that shrouded it. From within the pagoda, waves of terrifying energy periodically surged forth, sending tremors of trepidation through the onlookers. Elder, do you think the sect leader will break through this time? A disciple inquired, his expression grave. Certainly, the sovereign has devoted over a century in preparation for this breakthrough, expending an immense amount of resources, which surely guarantees success. Once the sovereign attains this advancement, our Heavenly Star Palace shall elevate its sect status. The elders of the Heavenly Star Palace were filled with palpable excitement in their eyes. At that moment, within the pagoda, a middle-aged man with closed eyes suddenly opened them, revealing an overwhelming power of celestial stars. His left eye glimmered like a radiant moon, while his right eye shone like a blazing sun, releasing an aura of starlight. As he inhaled deeply, the celestial energy and spiritual mist surrounding the pagoda were instantly drawn into his mouth. Outside the pagoda, a stunning spectacle unfolded as a vortex appeared above it, seemingly capable of devouring everything. In the next instant, the spiritual energy around the pagoda was consumed entirely. Inside, the middle-aged man's breath fluctuated dramatically, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. This moment was the culmination of over 100 years of preparation, during which he adventured through countless perilous terrains and faced numerous life-and-death crises. Today, he was on the verge of realizing his ambition. If he could break through to the divine martial realm, the Heavenly Star Palace would ascend in rank. However, in the next moment, the man's expression shifted drastically. After absorbing a vast amount of celestial and spiritual energy, he found his Tao body struggling to withstand the influx, threatening to collapse as fissures appeared upon it. The physical body is the foundation of a cultivator. Without it, the soul cannot endure. Is heaven intent on my demise? At this moment, Tang Jianghe's eyes were filled with despair. Suddenly, a graceful figure descended outside the Heavenly Star Palace. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. It was the returning Tang Chu. Elders, is my father about to break through? After over 100 years, if he enters the divine martial realm, our Heavenly Star Palace will reap immeasurable benefits. Tang Chu exclaimed with delight. Elders, quickly prepare the precious elixirs. My father's body cannot withstand this any longer. As everyone rejoiced, Tang Jianghe's voice echoed from within the pagoda, filled with urgency. What? How is this possible? The sovereign has completed 18 body refinements, forging the celestial Tao body. How can he still be unable to support the breakthrough? The elders outside were nearly driven to madness. If Tang Jianghe were to fail, it would spell disaster for the Heavenly Star Palace, as surrounding forces would undoubtedly consume it. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Heavenly Star Palace was one of extreme anxiety. Numerous precious elixirs were sent into the pagoda for Tang Jianghe to absorb. 7 millennium-grade elixirs were consumed. Yet the crowd remained anxious, uncertain if it would suffice for the breakthrough, as the Heavenly Star Palace could no longer provide additional treasures to aid Tang Jianghe. No, still not enough. Is heaven truly intent on my destruction? At this juncture, Tang Jianghe was engulfed in utter despair. Father, hold on. Outside, Tang Chu was filled with anxiety, her eyes brimming with tears. In the next moment, a voice of despair emanated from within the pagoda. Esteemed elders, it is all fate. I, Tang, am destined to fail this time. After I perish, you must vacate this place. This heavenly stone is not for you to possess. The voice resonated with hopelessness and resentment. A century of preparation ultimately wasted. In her desperation, Tang Chu suddenly recalled the vial of water within her storage ring. A glimmer of hope flickered in her despairing gaze. A single cup of water could aid her in refining her body countless times. Surely it could help her father as well. Father, please drink it. Filled with urgency, Tang Chu hurled the vial into the pagoda. Upon catching it, Tang Jianghe discovered it contained merely water. His expression, once filled with anticipation, was once again shrouded in despair. A bitter smile graced his lips. Drinking his daughter's water before death was not a bad fate. He consumed the contents of the vial entirely. Just as he set it down, a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes, wide with astonishment. What is this? Could it be the legendary 9 Heavens elixir? At that moment, Tang Jianghe was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. In the next instant, as he activated his cultivation technique, powerful energies erupted from his body. The impending explosion of his Tao body was finally subdued under the continuous refinement of his being. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted within the pagoda. Above, a cloud descended upon the structure. The rules bestowed their blessings. Father had broken through. Tang Chu was so overjoyed that she wept uncontrollably. The previously despondent elders and disciples of the Tianqing Palace once again shone with brilliance in their eyes. Congratulations to the sect for entering the divine martial realm. Their cheers resounded through the heavens. Chapter 67. The Inquisition of the Tao Heart. A figure emerged from the pagoda, surrounded by stellar energy, radiating an overwhelming aura that was difficult to behold. Congratulations, Sect Master. The elders and disciples hastily bowed in reverence. Today I, Tang, have broken through. From this day forth, the threats from surrounding forces will cease. However, my realm is not yet stable. We must remain vigilant against potential attacks from other factions. It is perilous, and we must protect the Star Palace. We are willing to serve the sect to the death. One by one, the figures departed. As he watched them leave, Tang Jianghe's gaze fell upon Tang Chu. His unsteady realm was merely a casual remark. He was eager to inquire about certain matters with her. With his eyes shimmering like stars, he beckoned Chu come in. With a wave of his hand, Tang Chu was drawn into the pagoda. As she entered, Tang Jianghe could hardly contain his excitement. Chu, you are truly my treasure. At this critical moment, without the precious 9 Heavens elixir you obtained, I would have failed. Where did you acquire that 9 Heavens elixir? He gazed at his daughter, trembling with exhilaration. The 9 Heaven Spirit Liquid, indeed the 9 Heaven Spirit Liquid, was something he had never imagined he would acquire. At this moment, Tang Chu had also calmed her tumultuous emotions. Father, this is a gift from the young master. She conveyed. Within her heart, an indescribable shock surged. She had not anticipated that Yixi would bestow upon her such a treasure. Young master? Which young master? Tang Jianghe inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Father, the young master must be an extraordinary figure, for he had foreseen your impending failure in breaking through. As she recalled Yixi's words, a deeper terror enveloped Tang Chu, rendering her unable to respond to Tang Jianghe's question. She remembered his parting words. Miss Chu, do not refuse. You will need this. Take it with you. At that moment, Yixi's statement echoed in her mind, amplifying her reverence for him. As it seemed he could foresee everything. Chu, what are you saying? Which great master could possibly know that I would fail in my breakthrough? How could that be? Is this master some kind of celestial being? How could he know that I intended to attempt a breakthrough today, and that it would fail? Tang Jianghe chuckled upon hearing his daughter's words, thinking perhaps she had been deceived. Father, the young master truly foresaw it. Tang Chu recounted every detail of her experience without omission. After listening, Tang Jianghe was utterly astounded, his disbelief evident as he gazed at Tang Chu. Chu, is what you say truly real? The young master left such a lengthy projection in the inheritance crystal? He completed the transformation of your star body with but a cup of water? Did he utter that phrase to you upon your departure? At this moment, Tang Jianghe's heart raced. Yixi, even from thousands of miles away, had known he would require the 9 Heaven Spirit Liquid to succeed in his breakthrough. Overwhelmed by disbelief, Tang Jianghe fixed his gaze intently on his daughter. It was not that he had never seen the world, but rather that everything was too extraordinary to comprehend. Father, all of this is real. How could Chu deceive you? The young master possesses extraordinary abilities and had long anticipated everything, bestowing upon me the 9 Heaven Spirit Liquid to aid your breakthrough. Dan Chu, Baditing Hivili, reflected on the day as astonishing events, feeling it was all too surreal. In her heart, she mused that the young master might indeed be a celestial being. With repeated affirmations from Tang Chu, Tang Jianghe finally exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with trepidation and astonishment. In Zhao country, such a supreme existence exists. One who knows the past and the future. It is truly terrifying. After taking a deep breath, he addressed Tang Chu. Chu, my life was given by the young master. This miraculous opportunity must be repaid. Come, let us go to the sacred mountain and pay our respects to the young master, kneeling in gratitude for his life-saving grace. At this moment, Tang Jianghe wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Yes, father, Tang Chu responded, taking a deep breath, filled with immense anxiety. Tang Jianghe was struck with awe by Yixi's extraordinary abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, he took his daughter and headed directly towards the Zhao kingdom. Upon reaching the courtyard, he took a deep breath and respectfully announced, I am Tang Jianghe, seeking an audience with the young master. During their journey, Tang Chu had shared numerous thoughts with her father, cautioning him that Li Yixi had taken on a mortal guise to experience life. Old Bai opened the courtyard door, welcoming the father and daughter inside. Following closely behind Old Bai, Tang Jianghe and Tang Chu trembled with intense fear, their eyes fixated on his retreating figure, scarcely daring to breathe. Inside the courtyard, Hu Qingyun was seated before a chessboard, pondering the dire endgame before her brow furrowed in concentration. Tang Jianghe casually glanced at the board, only to feel a sudden change in his demeanor. An overwhelming pressure engulfed him, making it difficult to breathe. The next moment, he witnessed Hu Qingyun's furrowed brow relax as a smile graced her lips. A single white piece was placed on the board, and the oppressive aura dissipated, liberating Tang Jianghe's spirit from the confines of the chess game. In that instant, Tang Jianghe's eyes widened in terror as he gasped for air, still shaken by the earlier scene. Sister Qingyun, Tang Chu, oblivious to the gravity of the moment, exclaimed upon seeing the smile on Hu Qingyun's face. Chu, Hu Qingyun responded, her smile widening upon seeing Tang Chu. Is the young master not at home? Tang Chu asked nervously. The young master is preoccupied at the moment. Chu, who is this? Hu Qingyun's gaze fell upon Tang Jianghe, sensing a formidable aura emanating from him. I am Tang Jianghe, Chu's father, here to pay my respects to Miss Qingyun, he replied, quick to bow, aware that those in the young master's company were not to be trifled with. The recent chess game had nearly shattered his resolve. Sister Qingyun, do you enjoy playing chess? Your skills must be exceptional, Tang Chu inquired, gazing at the board with curiosity. Chu, my chess skills are quite lacking. The young master has been instructing me daily, and today I managed to solve a problem he said. According to his words, I have merely entered the realm of understanding, and given the time taken to reach this point, my skills are indeed quite poor, Hu Qingyun replied, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Boom! As Hu Qingyun's words fell, Tang Jianghe felt a thunderous shock within his mind. His respect for Li Yixi deepened. His chess prowess was renowned, yet the recent endgame had nearly broken his spirit. The fact that Hu Qingyun could solve it while merely being a novice left him astounded. In that moment, he realized the profound intricacies of the game, which held within it the questioning of one's very essence. Chapter 68. Could it be that the young master possesses knowledge of the past and future? As the master of the Tianqing Palace, Tang Jianghe was no stranger to the extraordinary, yet everything here left him utterly astounded. Has Chu arrived? At that moment, Li Yixi emerged from within the house and smiled upon seeing Tang Chu. Chu had met the young master, and Tang Jianghe had also encountered him. The father-daughter duo promptly offered their respects to Li Yixi. Young master, this is my father, Tang Jianghe, the master of Tianqing Palace, Chu introduced hurriedly. So you are the esteemed master of the Tang family. What a pleasure to meet you. Please take a seat. Li Yixi replied with a warm smile as he gestured invitingly for Tang Jianghe to sit. Chu, you should join us as well. You have arrived at just the right moment. Today, Old Bai has prepared a pot of soup. I would love for you to taste it and share your thoughts. Li Yixi's smile remained graciously humble. Thank you, young master. We are honored by your hospitality today. Tang Jianghe responded, still feeling a sense of formality, as he found it difficult to perceive any extraordinary aura from Li Yixi, who appeared as unassuming as an ordinary person. Nonetheless, Tang Jianghe was acutely aware of Li Yixi's remarkable ability to conjure terrifying images from the inheritance crystal with ease, indicating an unfathomable strength. Had he been able to sense Li Yixi's true essence, perhaps he would have felt more composed. Young master, the soup is ready. Respected guests, please savor it. Old Bai announced as he placed the soup down, bowing with utmost courtesy. Thank you, esteemed elder. Both Tang Jianghe and Chu replied hastily. Ha, Master Tang, Miss Chu. Old Bai is merely a robot, managing household chores, not an elder by any means, Li Yixi remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he noticed how everyone assumed Old Bai to be his spiritual essence. Indeed, young master, the two nodded vigorously, constantly reminding themselves that the young master had taken on the guise of a mortal, and discussions of cultivators were to be avoided. This individual clearly embodied an awe-inspiring spiritual essence, yet the young master referred to him as a robot. The supreme spiritual essence, which they revered as ancestors, was reduced to a servant in this setting. How astonishing! Observing their dismissive demeanor, Yixi chose not to elaborate further, feeling rather indifferent to their misconceptions. Dear guests, how about sampling old Bai's culinary skills? He invited them to dine. Thank you, young master, they replied, feeling immensely honored. As they gazed into their bowls filled with pristine, clear soup exuding an enticing aroma, their appetites surged. Taking a delicate sip, the flavors exploded in their mouths, prompting them to close their eyes in rapture. However, in the next moment, an enigmatic energy surged from within both father and daughter, causing their bodies to tremble. Tao rhythm. This soup contains Tao rhythm. Tanziang et glim intnali. Utterly astonished, he struggled to suppress his exhilaration, hastily closing his eyes to absorb the Tao rhythm, his heart brimming with joy at this monumental opportunity. Chuchu was no less affected by the revelation. Do you both enjoy it? If so, please indulge in more of the soup, Yixi inquired, delighted to see them immersed in their experience. Thank you, young master, Tang Jianghe and Chuchu replied, their hearts tumultuous with astonishment. They never anticipated that the soup Yixi casually consumed daily held such profound Tao rhythm within. Hey, it's time to eat. At that moment, Lao Bai's voice echoed, drawing the attention of Tang Jianghe and his daughter, who quickly turned their gazes towards him. To their astonishment, a pot of soup was being prepared for a dog. Dahe glanced over, shifting his rear end slightly to obscure the view of the father and daughter. They were left in utter disbelief, feeling inferior to a mere canine. As the meal progressed, Tang Jianghe and Tang Chuchu were filled with exhilaration, having accumulated a wealth of culinary essence that left them euphoric. Lao Bai, please dispose of that soup. Clean up, Yixi casually instructed. Dispose of it? At that moment, Tang Jianghe felt as if his mind was buzzing. The thought of discarding such divine soup was almost unbearable. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and said, Young master, I have never tasted such exquisite soup in my life. May I take some with me? After speaking, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Palace master, if you like it, take it with you, Yixi responded with delight. Lao Bai, please pack it for the palace master. Tang Jianghe was taken aback by Yixi's enthusiasm. It seemed he had effectively captured his palate, making future relations more promising. After giving the instruction, Yixi recalled the magnificent Chilean water buffalo, lamenting that the current temperature might hinder its preservation. Hearing Yixi's sigh, Tang Jianghe quickly inquired, Young master, is there something troubling you? Not much, I just acquired a fine beast, but the heat makes it difficult to preserve for long. It is quite unfortunate. If only I had some means to store it, Yixi sighed again. Tang Jianghe felt helpless, as he had no solutions to offer. After their conversation, Tang Jianghe bid farewell to Tang Chuchu. At the Tianqing Palace, the teleportation array flickered briefly before the father and daughter emerged. Tang Jianghe gazed at the soup he held, his eyes brimming with excitement. We pay our respects to the palace master. The elders of Tianqing Palace hurriedly bowed. There's no need for formality. Please come closer. I have encountered a great fortune and shall share it with you, Tang Jianghe said with a mysterious smile. A great fortune? The elders' eyes gleamed with excitement as they hastened to follow Tang Jianghe. However, when he revealed the pot of soup, confusion washed over them. They wondered how this related to any great fortune. Dear elders, why not give it a try? Tang Jianghe was eager to witness their astonishment. Of course, palace master, they replied, hesitant to refuse. They served themselves a portion, but upon tasting the soup, each elder began to tremble violently. Palace master, what is this soup? They looked at Tang Jianghe in shock, their enthusiasm igniting a debate over who would receive the next serving. That cannot be disclosed. Tang Jianghe shook his head, mindful not to reveal any information about Yixi. Upon hearing of the ancient relic emerging in the frigid northern expanse, Tang Jianghe's countenance froze, his mind awash with astonishment. He mused within himself. Could it be that the young master possesses celestial abilities, perceiving both past and future? The manifestation of a relic in such a desolate region, Dare, I wonder if it harbors what the young master seeks? Moreover, the northward position, where the young master sat facing south, could that be an illusion to me? At that moment, Tang Jianghe recalled Li Yixi's sigh as he prepared to leave, yearning for a treasure capable of freezing. Chapter 69. Was it the young master's intention for me to witness this? Master, what troubles you? The elders of Tianqing Palace, noticing the master's sudden daze upon learning of the ancient relic, inquired with concern, perplexed by the turn of events. Nothing of great import. Merely some extraordinary thoughts crossed my mind, Tang Jianghe replied, inhaling deeply, his expression fraught with fear. The elders, witnessing his demeanor, pressed him, Master, what has transpired? We are devoted to the service of the Star Palace. Their expressions grew gravely solemn. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Jianghe revealed, Today, I visited an extraordinary sage who, upon our parting, gazed towards the north and expressed a need for a treasure capable of freezing. Do you believe this sage possesses knowledge of past and future, sending me to procure this treasure? The broth you consumed earlier was, in fact, a request from a sage. It was foretold that my breakthrough would inevitably fail unless assisted by an item brought by Chu Chu. This must be a sign from the sage, Tang Jianghe declared with solemnity. Master, could your breakthrough truly be attributed to the vial of water brought by Chu Chu? The elder's eyes widened in shock at his words. To possess foresight of the past and future, what unfathomable power must that sage possess? Even if the assistance in Tang Jianghe's breakthrough was mere coincidence, the timing of these events could not be mere happenstance. They were acutely aware that the ancient relic in the extreme north had only recently made its appearance, and the invitation extended by Shui Tianxi was not widely disseminated. It was shrouded in secrecy. Yet, for a sage to predict such occurrences, what magnitude of being must that entail? The atmosphere grew tense as they contemplated the implications. Since this sage has bestowed upon us a chance, it is our destiny as the Tianqing Palace to secure the treasures within the ancient relic and present them to the young master. Master, we the elders shall accompany you to the frigid northern expanse. We must obtain this treasure and ensure no unforeseen mishaps ensue. A multitude of formidable individuals have gathered for this endeavor, and it seems that the leader alone may struggle to vie for victory. Each participant's expression is gravely serious. Thus, it is resolved that we shall proceed together. We must, at all costs, fulfill the task assigned by our esteemed master. Taking a deep breath, Tang Jianghe determined to guide the elite of Tianqing Palace towards the farthest north. Esteemed elders, this undertaking is pivotal to the future of our Tianqing Palace. There must be no room for error. We must execute the master's directives flawlessly. Tang Jianghe's gaze swept across the assembly. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall assist the leader in this mission. One by one, they hastily swore their oaths to the heavens. Esteemed colleagues, this matter brooks no delay. Let us set forth. Tang Jianghe, unwilling to waste a moment, led the group swiftly into the teleportation array. After 3 days of travel, the members of Tianqing Palace finally arrived at the farthest north. The landscape was a vast expanse of white, with nearly everything frozen. Even the weakest among them, a formidable warrior of the earth martial realm, found it necessary to channel their energy against the bone-chilling cold. The sky had remained unchanged for centuries, with the heavy snow seemingly never ceasing. Master, according to the coordinates given by Shui Tianxi, we must venture 1,000 miles further north to reach the ancient ruins. One elder of Tianqing Palace spoke with a grave countenance. Esteemed colleagues, we must proceed without any missteps. Upon entering the ancient ruins, we shall be compelled to contest for treasures based on our strength. Shui Tianxi is also a warrior of the divine martial realm, his prowess even surpassing mine. We hold no advantage. Tang Jianghe regarded the assembly, reiterating his instructions earnestly. Master, we understand, the elders replied cautiously. Then, let us move forward. With a swift motion, Tang Jianghe tore through the air, creating a rift in space that allowed them to enter. In the far north, a colossal ethereal figure appeared in the sky. This apparition, a woman clad in white, emanated an overwhelming chill that enveloped the surroundings. Below, a massive mountain loomed, with a considerable number of individuals gathered before it, all bearing expressions of intense seriousness. At the forefront stood Shui Tianzi. Suddenly, the void split open, and Tang Jianghe, accompanied by the members of Tianqing Palace, descended before the icy mountain. "Master Tang, you have arrived," Shui Tianzi greeted him with a smile, clasping his fists in respect. "Indeed, Brother Tianzi, have you made any discoveries? Is the formation truly as fearsome as rumored?" "Danjian in Guit Ugenti." "Indeed, the formation is terrifying. Should we attempt to breach it without dismantling it, even those at the divine martial realm would find themselves doomed. My ancestor from the Shui family, also at the divine martial level, was directly annihilated by the formation's power upon entry. This place is undoubtedly an ancient and dreadfully formidable ruin. The strength of the formation indicates the might of its master. And within, there must be extraordinary treasures. However, to break this formation is indeed a formidable challenge. This time, I have also invited the esteemed Xianling Taoist. I wonder if we will succeed in dismantling the formation," Shui Tianzi remarked with a serious expression. "Brother Tianzi, you have invited the Xianling Taoist?" Upon hearing Shui Tianzi's words, Tang Jianghe could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. The Xianling Taoist is renowned for his unparalleled mastery of formations, possessing a depth of knowledge that is unfathomable. Tang Jianghe never anticipated that Shui Tianzi would go so far as to invite the Xianling Taoist, indicating that the formation was indeed extraordinary. "Brother Tianzi, Brother Tang." At that moment, a voice resonated, and two figures descended from the sky. "I have met Brother Xianling." Tang Jianghe and Shui Tianzi quickly exclaimed with smiles. The arrivals were none other than the Xianling Taoist himself. "Brother Xianling, and who might this be?" Tang Jianghe inquired, noticing a formidable warrior of the divine martial realm beside the Xianling Taoist, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Even if they were to break the formation, it would surely lead to a fierce battle. "This is my esteemed friend, the Bu Yi San Run," the Xianling Taoist casually introduced before eagerly saying, "Brother Tianzi, where is the formation? Let us proceed at once. Brother Xianling, please follow me." Shui Tianzi led the group hastily along an icy passageway, arriving before the entrance of the ancient ruins. Before them stood an immense bronze door, exuding an aura of profound antiquity. Before the bronze door, there were 81 statues of ancient beasts, which together formed an extraordinarily terrifying formation. Upon seeing the formation, Tang Jianghe's expression shifted dramatically. After glancing at the statues, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Their arrangement was identical to the remnants he had observed in Yixi's courtyard. Tang Jianghe was immensely astonished. Could it be that the young master intended for me to see this? Chapter 70. Breaking the formation. At this moment, Tang Jianghe's body trembled slightly. However, the members of the Celestial Star Palace stood at the rear, oblivious to this scene. Yet, several elders of the Celestial Star Palace noticed Tang Jianghe's unusual behavior and discreetly inquired through thought transmission, "Palace Master, what troubles you?" Hearing the elders' words, Tang Jianghe took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him, and conveyed to the elders, "Esteemed elders, we have truly encountered a supreme being. I suspect the young master may be an immortal. Otherwise, how could everything be foreseen? The formation is identical to the chess game I saw in the courtyard of the Exalted One. It must have been orchestrated deliberately for me to witness, teaching me how to dismantle the formation here. Everything is within the young master's calculations." After speaking, Tang Jianghe remained profoundly shaken. "What? Palace Master, are you truly saying this?" The elders of the Celestial Star Palace were filled with incredulity. "Palace Master, should we wait for these individuals to leave before we attempt to break the formation and enter the ruins?" One elder suggested excitedly. "It is inconceivable that such a formidable relic would be relinquished by Shui Tianzi. After all, the ancestor of the Shui family met his demise here." Witnessing the immense power contained within, Shui Tianzi would be utterly unwilling to abandon the endeavor of breaking the formation. "Let us observe whether the Xianling Taoist can dismantle the array. Should he fail, I shall intervene." If Shui Tianxi were to summon an even more formidable being, then we would be forever estranged from the treasures within the relic and unable to fulfill the directives of the eminent figure. Tang Jianghe responded with a grave expression. We shall obey the command of our palace master. The members of the Tianqing Palace were infused with fervor, their eyes alight with enthusiasm. Should they truly forge a connection with that supreme existence, the Tianqing Palace would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights, perhaps even receiving guidance to transcend their current limits. Before the bronze door, the Xianling Taoist stood before the statues, his countenance grave as he channeled his powers to slowly adjust the position of one statue. Observing the Taoist's actions, Tang Jianghe shook his head, realizing the error in his approach. Just as he did, the moment the Xianling Taoist shifted 3 statues, a terrifying backlash from the formation struck, sending him hurtling away. Alas, though the Xianling Taoist possessed the prowess of the divine martial realm, at that instant, he was grievously wounded by the array, blood spilling forth. Xianling Taoist, what is your condition? Shui Tianxi inquired, his expression taut with anxiety. He had not anticipated that even the Xianling Taoist would be unable to breach the formation. Coughing, the Xianling Taoist expelled more blood, his expression laden with gravity. This is impossible, impossible. I was certain I was correct. Why is this happening? At that moment, the Xianling Taoist appeared almost ensnared by madness, his eyes reflecting a fervent despair. He could not comprehend his failure, yet the backlash from the formation was undeniable. Xianling Taoist? Can you continue? Shui Tianxi's expression darkened further. Brother Tianxi, this formation is far too formidable. I am gravely injured and cannot attempt to breach it again in the immediate future. The Xianling Taoist lamented. What shall we do? Tang Jianghe, sensing the urgency, sought insight from the ever-calm brother. I shall give a try. Tang Jianghe inhaled deeply and approached the formation. Memories of Qin Yun's method of breaking formations surged in his mind. After channeling his powers, he moved a lion-headed statue 3 spaces before the bronze door. In the next moment, the overwhelmingly powerful formation shattered, and the colossal bronze door, whose weight was unfathomable, slowly creaked open. What? So that is how it is. Truly remarkable beyond words. The Xianling Taoist, seated on the ground, healing his wounds, gasped in astonishment at Tang Jianghe's success. The other members of the Tianqing Palace could not help but take a deep breath at that moment. At this moment, they once again recognized the formidable prowess of certain master. Despite the vast distance separating them, the master possessed an uncanny awareness of their circumstances, indicating the palace lord and unraveling the formations in this place. Indeed, Brother Tang is remarkable. However, within the ruins, we must rely on our own abilities. Shui Tianxi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. What Brother Tianxi says is true. Within the ruins, it shall be a test of our capabilities, Tang Jianghe remarked with a cold smirk. Tang Jianghe understood that once the ruins were activated, notions of friendship would dissipate, and only strength would prevail. In an instant, Shui Tianxi, leading the experts of the Shui family, swiftly entered through the bronze gate. Tang Jianghe cast a glance before following suit into the entrance. Inside the gate lay a series of ice-cold passages, resembling a labyrinth. Tang Jianghe chose one and ventured into the icy corridor. Not long after entering, he encountered a fearsome ancient beast, also of the divine martial realm, charging directly at the members of Tianqing Palace. The ancient ice beast loomed before them, and Tang Jianghe's expression turned grave. It took the combined efforts of several individuals a full minute to vanquish this ancient creature, leaving them all significantly drained. Their faces grew exceedingly serious. Palace Lord, it seems this treasure will not be easily obtained, one elder from Tianqing Palace remarked, having lost an arm to the beast. His complexion pale. Let us proceed with caution, Tang Jianghe urged, suppressing the fear that threatened to surface. After an hour of relentless combat, Tang Jianghe and the others finally entered the grand icy hall. Within the hall rested a gigantic icy jade box. Upon sighting the jade box, Tang Jianghe was overwhelmed with excitement. This is indeed the object that young master requires. he thought. Truly, the young master is extraordinary to have foreseen the presence of such a treasure within these ruins. At this moment, Tang Jianghe radiated exhilaration and astonishment. In the next moment, several figures enter the hall. Brother Tang is indeed remarkable. Having arrived before me, Shui Tianxi, bloodied and battered, stated icily, his gaze fixed on the jade box with surprise. This is a jade box crafted from 9 heavens ice. From another passage, a robed recluse appeared. Upon seeing the box in the center of the hall, he trembled with excitement. What? Is this truly made from 9 heavens ice? Tang Jianghe and the others felt their hearts race. 9 heavens ice, a divine material, was astonishingly utilized to create such a colossal jade box. This ice could help suppress one's inner demons, enabling rapid advancement in cultivation. Practitioners must not only seek to enhance their cultivation, but also find ways to restrain their inner demons. Not all practitioners of the dark sect are bloodthirsty and brutal. Rather, they often choose expedient paths to cultivation, failing to control their inner malevolence, thus becoming masters of the dark arts. Chapter 71. Is my comprehension truly lacking? The 3 formidable realms of divine martial prowess converged, with the lone figure of the unclothed wanderer standing apart from the might of both the Tianqing Palace and the Shui clan, which boasted numerous formidable experts within the earthly martial realm. Following the loss of the Xianling Daoist, the unclothed wanderer found himself the weakest among them. Brother Tang, now that we are all gathered, the Shui clan and your Tianqing Palace possess the greatest strength. However, should we engage in a fierce battle that leaves us both weakened, it would only benefit the unclothed wanderer. Earlier, we had the Xianling Daoist, but now he is gravely injured and lacks the capacity to fight. Let us unite to eliminate the unclothed wanderer before we compete among ourselves. The voice of Shui Tianxi resonated in Tang Jianghe's ears. Agreed. Upon hearing Shui Tianxi's words, Tang Jianghe did not hesitate. The truth in Shui Tianxi's reasoning was undeniable. Perhaps after dispatching the unclothed wanderer, they would engage in a ruthless conflict without granting each other a moment's respite. Yet, with the unclothed wanderer still present, their priority must be to eliminate him first or force him out of the fray. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, Shui Tianxi and Tang Jianghe simultaneously launched their attacks, directing their lethal intent towards the unclothed wanderer. Damn it! Witnessing the coordinated assault, the expression of the unclothed wanderer darkened considerably. Though he was nearly on par with their realms, he was a solitary cultivator, lacking the refined power that both opponents possessed. His already inferior strength now faced an overwhelming threat, rendering him incapable of mounting an effective defense. The moment they struck, their attacks were undeniably lethal. A blade sliced through the hall, while a sword flashed with the swiftness of stars igniting. At this juncture, the only recourse left for the unclothed wanderer was to muster every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught of these 2 terrifying strikes. Indestructible Qi, the unclothed wanderer bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he summoned the full force of his cultivated indestructible Qi. A golden shield of energy enveloped his form. Sizzle, sizzle. The sounds of their assault rang out sharply as the blade and sword struck, cleaving through the unclothed wanderer's protective barrier with ease. His body was sent hurtling backward, grievous wounds gaping deep enough to reveal bone, as the power of the rules seeped into him, instantly disqualifying him from further combat. Fortunately, he had managed to preserve his life. At this moment, Shui Tianxi, having dispatched his attack, turned to Tang Jianghe and launched another ruthless strike. The blade surged outward, exuding an overwhelming force imbued with the essence of annihilation, aimed squarely at Tang Jianghe. An immense pressure enveloped Tang Jianghe as the blade approached with relentless fury, akin to 1,000 stars colliding. Having anticipated Shui Tianxi's assault, Tang Jianghe swiftly countered, thrusting his sword at the precise moment to deflect the lethal blow. Just as he and the elders exhaled in relief, an even more ferocious strike, imbued with greater destructive power, hurtled toward him. A divine martial expert? The instant Tang Jianghe sensed the terrifying energy of the blade, His expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that among the Shui clan there existed another master of the divine martial realm. Thud. Even with Tang Jianghe's utmost defense, having just neutralized Shui Tianxi's strike, his previous strength waned and new power had yet to emerge, leaving him unable to withstand the more domineering blow that followed. Tang Jianghe was sent hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth, his complexion paling. As he turned to regard the assailant, a shadow of foreboding crossed his features. He realized he had been ensnared. Shui Tianxi's father was, in fact, alive. "Brother Tang, I beg your pardon." Shui Tianxi's eyes glimmered with a hint of triumph. "Tianxi, eliminate them. Should our Shui family secure the 9 heavens' mysterious ice, no one will be the wiser. Otherwise, we may encounter complications," Shui Tianxi's father remarked coldly, a cruel smirk playing upon his lips. Damn it! At that moment, the elders of the Tianqing Palace were visibly shaken, hastily positioning themselves before Tang Jianghe, ready to fight to the death. "This is impossible, impossible," they exclaimed. How could the young master be aware of everything occurring here, yet fail to anticipate this turn of events? Was this a test for me? But faced with 2 formidable warriors of the divine martial realm, and with my own injuries, how could I possibly contend? What have I overlooked? What hint did the young master provide that I missed? At this juncture, Tang Jianghe was engulfed in anxious recollections of every moment spent in Yixi's courtyard. He was in a state of utter desperation, for the 2 divine martial powerhouses were drawing near, and the elders could not hope to withstand them. What crucial detail have I overlooked? Tang Jianghe was now consumed by urgency. As he continued to reflect, a vision suddenly emerged in his mind, the image of Old Bai chopping wood. He recalled Old Bai's movements. It was not an axe technique, but rather a sword technique. Indeed, the young master is extraordinary. Tang Jianghe's expression brightened in an instant, a spark of starlight igniting within his eyes. Within him, the Tao rhythm surged, and his body erupted forth, a sword thrusting outward. As the sword was unleashed, a tempest of sword energy filled the grand hall. In that moment, it seemed as though only this singular sword existed. The myriad of sword radiance appeared destined to pierce the heavens themselves. What technique is this? Shui Tianxi and his father, rushing forward, were stricken with horror and trepidation. They were aware of the Tianqing Palace, yet had never encountered such a fearsome sword strike within its confines. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the expressions of father and son morphed dramatically, their eyes wide with terror, as they sensed that this sword could not possibly be thwarted. "Easy, easy." The sound of the sword energy slicing through the air resonated, and the eyes of Shui Tianxi and his father widened in shock as their bodies fell rigidly from the sky, blood gushing from their throats. With a single strike, 2 divine martial warriors were slain in an instant. Puffed. Forcing the sword's power, Tang Jianghe also spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet upon witnessing the lifeless forms of the 2, a smile crept upon his lips. "My lord, you have indeed calculated everything. Had I comprehended that sword from the very beginning, I would not have suffered any injury. Alas, it seems my understanding is lacking. My lord, you are truly remarkable." At this moment, Tang Jianghe's eyes were filled with astonishment. "Master." After Tang, Jianghe effortlessly dispatched 2 formidable opponents. Several elders from the Heavenly Star Palace rushed over, their faces etched with concern. "It is nothing, merely my inadequate comprehension. I forgot the sword bestowed by you, my lord. Otherwise, I would not have been wounded," Tang Jianghe remarked with a grim smile, gazing at the crowd. "Which esteemed individual granted you that sword technique?" One elder inquired. "That sword is indeed terrifying. With it, the master's strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights." The elder's eyes were wide with disbelief. Hearing Tang Jianghe's own admission that the esteemed figure had orchestrated every step left them even more astounded. They dared not speak freely, their reverence for Yixi reaching its zenith. Chapter 72, A Remarkable Tale on the Sea. The bright moon rises. At the ends of the earth, we share this moment. As the mid-autumn festival arrived, the falling immortal gathering was in full swing. The bright moon hung in the sky, countless red lanterns illuminating the celebration. The atmosphere was vibrant, with children running about with lanterns, and young men and women releasing flower lanterns into the stream, seeking their fated partners. In a small lake, a grand vessel lit up with festive lights, filled with song and dance. Among the crowd stood Li Yixi, accompanied by Hu Qingyun, observing the surroundings with a gentle smile. This joyous occasion stirred memories within Li Yixi. On a tall building, a figure clad in black leaned against the structure, his grim eyes surveying everything. Behind him lay the lifeless body of a scholar, clutching a book, his eyes wide open in terror. In the next moment, the black-clad figure's expression brightened as his gaze fell upon Li Yixi. Such a rich aura of righteousness. At that moment, the figure's eyes sparkled with excitement. He practiced a dark martial art, fraught with challenges, and desperately needed the righteous energy to suppress the demons within his heart. Upon seeing Li Yixi, he was filled with joy, and when his eyes shifted to Hu Qingyun beside her, a glint of greed flickered within. Originally, his target had been the talented scholar at the distant pavilion. Never did he anticipate encountering Li Yixi. Tang Jianghe pays his respects to my lord. Amidst the crowd, Tang Jianghe hurriedly pushed through, his eyes filled with reverence. He had traversed a considerable distance to arrive just in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Master Tang, it has been a while, Li Yixi greeted, a hint of joy illuminating his eyes upon seeing Tang Jianghe, the head of the Heavenly Star Palace. It was imperative not to offend such a figure, especially given the warmth he radiated, leaving Li Yixi with no reason to harbor animosity. Indeed, the master of the Heavenly Star Palace, Tang Jianghe, surprisingly recognized this scholar and displayed an unexpected level of respect towards him. Could it be that this individual possesses an extraordinary identity? The sinister old man, initially poised to act, hastily steadied himself. He was aware that Tang Jianghe had transcended to the divine martial realm and wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, the presence of someone in the divine martial realm who exhibited such deference was certainly a matter of concern for the cloaked figure. Although he was a formidable practitioner of the demonic path, he dared not provoke someone of such noble stature. For if he were to incite the ire of a person of significant standing, it would lead to considerable complications. Thus, the cloaked figure abandoned the thought of targeting Li Yixi. His gaze shifted towards the distant pavilion, where he observed Xiao Zhan within. A smile crept onto his face. However, upon seeing Tang Jianghe and the others making their way towards the pavilion, he opted not to act immediately, wary of Tang Jianghe as potential interference. He possessed ample patience. Xiao Zhanqiong pays his respects to the young master. Upon nearing the pavilion, Xiao Zhanqiong descended before Li Yixi, his eyes brimming with respect. The divine martial realm. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhanqiong, Tang Jianghe felt a jolt of surprise. There existed another individual of the divine martial realm within his domain, and this person's strength was not merely that of a recent breakthrough. Xiao Zhan pays his respects to the young master. Xiao Zhan hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to Li Yixi, his eyes filled with excitement. This evening's mid-autumn poetry gathering was presided over by Xiao Zhan. In his eyes, Li Yixi was a supreme being, and it was only fitting to pay respects upon their encounter. Xiao Zhan, are you holding a literary gathering? Li Yixi inquired with a smile. Indeed, young master. On this auspicious mid-autumn festival, might we be graced with a poem from you? Despite our collective efforts, we have been unable to compose anything worthy, Xiao Zhan eagerly responded. Very well. At this moment, Li Yixi felt a surge of interest and entered the pavilion alongside Xiao Zhan and the others. Who exactly is this person? To elicit such reverence from not one, but two formidable beings of the divine martial realm? The cloaked figure's expression darkened with a hint of trepidation. Inside the pavilion, the necessary writing materials were swiftly prepared. Xiao Zhan's excited gaze fixed upon Li Yixi. Li Yixi picked up the brush, pondered for a moment, then inscribed. The full moon shines like a bright mirror. A yearning heart bends like a great blade. Dandelions drift far across the land. As I reach for the lofty branches toward the sky, waterways seem to shimmer with frost and snow, while in the woods, feathers are spotted. At this moment, I gaze at the white hare, eager to count the autumnal hairs. Just past the Wushan Gorge, I still bear the weight of the White Emperor City. The atmosphere sinks deep into the dark river, while the half-sunken tower gleams. All the crows herald dawn, while the toad lingers in its repose, drawing the bow against the lingering soul, not solely the camp of the Han dynasty. At this moment, Li Yixi exuded an inexplicable aura, with each character inscribed. The elegance of Confucianism and Taoism intensified. He seemed to transform the brush in his hand into a great dragon. What? The Taoist essence. This is the essence of the Tao. Beside Li Yixi, Tang Jianghe and Xiao Sangxiong were profoundly astonished. Who would have anticipated that a casual poem from Li Yixi would encompass such a rich essence of Tao? In that moment, their eyes were filled with awe. The essence of Tao is indeed a precious treasure. Yet, with every gesture of Li Yixi, this essence accompanied him. The two were utterly taken aback by the artistic expression of Li Yixi. What? Such an overwhelming aura of righteousness. This is the essence of Confucianism and Taoism. To possess such an extraordinary piece of literature would render me free from the burdens of inner demons. In that instant, the dark-clad figure felt the shadow of malice dissolve from his eyes, replaced by excitement. His trembling body reflected the fervor of his emotions. He had never imagined he would witness such a divine creation. Clenching his fists tightly, he was filled with anticipation. As Li Yixi completed the final stroke, a subtle smile graced his lips. Among the poems of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he favored this one above all. Splendid, simply splendid. At this moment, within the pavilion, the eyes of the scholars sparkled with exhilaration. Today, they had encountered a poem of astonishing brilliance. Yet, they remained unaware of the profound essence concealed within the artwork. The young master is extraordinary, Xiao Zhan exclaimed in astonishment, his heart racing with intensity, his eyes brimming with shock. He had never expected that Li Yixi's casual verses would embody such depth. Xiao Zhan found himself unable to tear his gaze away from the artwork. Bazida, Li Yixi. Xiao Sangxiong and Tang Jianghe shared a look of disbelief. Such a treasure, if revealed, could undoubtedly incite tumultuous waves of chaos. Yet before Li Yixi, it was merely a casual endeavor. Observing Xiao Zhan's rapt fascination, Li Yixi chuckled. Xiao Zhan, if you admire it, consider this artwork a gift. Upon hearing Li Yixi's words, Xiao Sangxiong was equally exhilarated. Xiao Zhan was of the Xiao family lineage, and his presence here was to safeguard him. Li Yixi valued Xiao Zhan, whose future was promising, being pivotal to the family's resurgence. Any misfortune was unacceptable. Thank you, young master. At this moment, Xiao Zhan, trembling with excitement, responded to Li Yixi. It seems I shall nurture this individual, mused Tang Jianghe. Alas, my path does not lie in the realm of literature. Otherwise, taking him as a disciple would be a tremendous fortune. Feeling a tinge of envy, he dared not covet Li Yixi's creation. Chapter 73. The Bloodfire Old Demon. Xiao Zhan, disregarding everything else, hurriedly stored the artwork, fully aware of its value, his heart racing with exhilaration. You all may continue, Li Yixi smiled gently, leading Hu Qingyun out of the loft, with Xiao Sangxiong and Tang Jianghe hastily following behind. Xiao Zhan is quite remarkable. With proper guidance, he will surely bring blessings to the region, Li Yixi remarked with a smile to the two. Thank you, young master. Xiao Sangxiong was overwhelmed with excitement, while Tang Jianghe looked on with deep envy. However, at this moment, Tang Jianghe discreetly recalled Li Yixi's words, for he understood that every phrase uttered by Li Yixi bore profound significance. Thus he placed even greater importance on Xiao Zhan. It was not until they observed Li Yixi and Hu Qingyun departing from Luoxianji that their gazes were finally withdrawn. Brother Xiao, congratulations. Danziang et Galim. His face a portrait of admiration. Ha ha, Lord Tang, come, let us gather my Xiao family home, Xiao Sangxiong replied, equally elated. He also recognized that Tang Jianghe shared a close bond with Li Yixi. Otherwise, Li Yixi would not have acknowledged him. What brings you to Luoxianji, Brother Tang? Xiao Sangxiong inquired curiously, noting that on this mid-autumn night, Tang Jianghe should have been at Tianqing Palace. To be honest, Brother Xiao, I came here to procure an item for the young master, and I dared not delay in my urgent journey. However, given the lateness of the hour, I shall have to visit the young master tomorrow instead, Tang Jianghe replied with a hint of reluctance, though his heart brimmed with excitement at the prospect of presenting a treasured gift and perhaps receiving a stroke of fortune in return. Who dares? The next moment, their cheerful expressions vanished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. The two swiftly ascended into the night sky. Ancestor, save me. At this moment, Xiao Zhan, captured by a figure clad in black, was filled with terror. The malevolent aura emanating from his captor was utterly sinister. Having only recently consolidated his powers, he stood no chance against such an opponent. Bloodfire, old demon, you seek death. Tang Jianghe sensed the presence of the adversary, his expression shifting drastically. Li Yixi had just instructed him to nurture Xiao Zhan, and now he had been abducted. The Bloodfire, old demon, practiced an exceedingly wicked technique that required the suppression of righteous energy. Years ago, he had captured a scion of a prominent family in the Han dynasty and had been pursued for many years. Tang Jianghe had never anticipated that this foe would have taken refuge in the Zhao kingdom. So, you are Bloodfire. You dare to lay hands on a scion of the Xiao family? Upon hearing Tang Jianghe's words, Xiao Sangqiong recalled the individual, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. The Xiao family indeed hailed from the Han dynasty, and Xiao Sangqiong was fully aware of Bloodfire's treachery, his fury reaching a boiling point. The Xiao family, you say? Who exactly are you? Are you perhaps from the branch of the family that was expelled? Bloodfire scoffed, recalling some old memories as he felt the weight of Xiao Sangqiong's power. If you are indeed from the Xiao family of the Han dynasty, I would still regard you with some caution, but you I do not fear. Upon hearing Xiao Sangqiong's words, Bloodfire's disdain only deepened. Release Xiao Zhan, or do you truly believe that you can survive today under our combined might? Surrender him, and we shall spare your life. Do you not realize that Xiao Zhan is a favored individual of the young master? To harm him is to court your own demise. The young master possesses unfathomable strength. If you provoke him, you shall not live to tell the tale. Tang Jianghe was filled with an indescribable urgency. If both of them fail to save Xiao Zhan, the young master will undoubtedly be filled with disappointment. With such extraordinary cultivation, why not call him an immortal, capable of knowing the past and future? Upon hearing Tang Jianghe's words, Shuohua's eyes were filled with disdain. He had seen Li Yixi and was aware of his mysterious nature, yet he did not regard Li Yixi as possessing boundless cultivation. To him, Li Yixi was perhaps merely a great sage of Confucianism. After all, Li Yixi had penned a poem imbued with the essence of Confucian doctrine. Thus, when Tang Jianghe issued his threats, the old demon Shuohua paid them no heed. As long as he could seize the righteous aura from Xiao Zhan and then abscond with his scrolls and paintings, he doubted Li Yixi would ever find him. The three, all at the divine martial realm, moved with remarkable speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, covering thousands of miles. Xiao Sangqiong and Tang Jianghe were filled with fury. Their singular thought was to slay this demon today and rid the world of his menace. Whoosh! Suddenly, the old demon Shuohua plummeted swiftly, disappearing into a crevice of the abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Sangqiong and Tang Jianghe pursued him. Tang Jianghe, Xiao Sangqiong, you two are bold indeed, daring to enter this place. Are you so certain you can handle me? The voice of the old demon Shuohua dripped with malice, his gaze mocking as he observed the two. He looked at them as one would regard the dead, utterly unconcerned that they might join forces to vanquish him. Boom! The instant his voice fell, a grand formation was activated, and the sky transformed into a blood-red expanse, within which twisted figures emerged, brimming with endless resentment. There were tens of thousands of these phantoms, emitting piercing shrieks filled with malice. The Bloodfire 10,000 souls slaughtering formation. The moment Xiao Sangqiong and Tang Jianghe beheld the formation, their expressions changed drastically. At last, they understood why the old demon Shuohua had lured them here. It seems you recognize the Bloodfire 10,000 souls slaughtering formation. The old demon Shuohua cast a sinister glance at them, pride evident in his eyes. Xiao Zhan had been struck unconscious in an instant, left by the side by the old demon. Shuohua, You truly deserve to die. You have slain so many and collected their souls to forge such an evil formation. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? The coldness in Tang Jianghe's eyes was palpable as he glared at the countless vengeful spirits, his anger reaching a boiling point. Deserve it to die? Tang Jianghe, are you jesting? In the demonic path, we defy heaven itself. If we feared some trifling divine retribution, how could we cultivate? The old demon Shuohua mocked. Shuohua, are you certain you wish to harm Xiao Zhan? He is a person of great significance to the young master, who possesses the ability to know the past and future. Dang Jiang spoke Gun Li, an immortal, you say? Tang Jianghe, are you making a jest with me? In this world, how could one possibly encounter immortals? Even if such beings existed, they would undoubtedly be those who had failed their tribulations and were severely injured. Their hearts of Tao damaged to the point of being incapable of perceiving the past or the future. The Bloodfire old demon held no belief in such notions. In his eyes, Yixi was merely someone of considerable strength, having lived for several centuries without ever having seen an immortal. How could he possibly accept that Yixi was one? At this moment, having obtained the painting and calligraphy, he would not relinquish it under any circumstances. Over the years, he had grown numb to the pursuit of his enemies. With the artwork in his possession, he could retreat and cultivate in seclusion without any concern for the demons of his heart. Chapter 74. The Might of the Imperial City, S-Name Kill. Kill. At this moment, Xiao Zhangxiong and Tang Jianghe realized that further words would be futile and chose to strike directly. Xiao Zhangxiong transformed into a war god, wielding an axe imbued with dark energy, and brought it down fiercely upon the Bloodfire old demon. A domineering aura erupted, and the killing intent soared to the heavens, causing the void to tremble as if unable to withstand the force of his strike. In response, the Bloodfire old demon conjured a staff crafted from skeletal remains. Faced with this fearsome assault, he smirked derisively. With a wave of his skeletal staff, countless vengeful spirits surged forth, transforming into a malevolent entity that charged at Xiao Zhangxiong. That terrifying axe, capable of rending the very fabric of space, had most of its power dissipated by the vengeful spirits, which the Bloodfire old demon effortlessly neutralized. Meanwhile, Tang Jianghe's sword moved with the swiftness of a shooting star, its aura slicing through all directions. Yet, it too was ensnared by the vengeful spirits, much of its might subdued, leaving both individuals thoroughly suppressed within the formation. Although they had vanquished countless vengeful spirits, their expressions were grim. If this continued, once their magical energy was depleted, they would surely be unable to withstand the Bloodfire old demon as counterattack, facing certain death. What to do? Xiao Zhangxiong seethed with anger. Yet the overwhelming number of vengeful spirits rendered him despondent, as if they were endless, threatening to lead to their demise that very day. I shall attempt the technique imparted by my master, Tang Jianghe thought, uncertain whether the Breaking Sky sword could disrupt the formation, thus opting first to deplete the array's power. The strength of the array was contingent upon the number of vengeful spirits. To break the formation, they first needed to annihilate these spirits. You two should cease your struggles. How much magical energy do you possess to squander? Wouldn't it be better to accept your fate peacefully today? The Bloodfire old demon observed the pair, a sneer playing upon his lips. At this moment, their magical energy had already been halved, and they dared not continue expending it. Bloodfire, receive my sword. Tang Jianghe, having prepared for a long time, struck out with his sword. A multitude of sword shadows filled the sky, as if he had transformed into the supreme sword saint, merging man and sword into one, swift as thunder, with the might to shatter the heavens. With a swift motion, the sword radiance slashed forth, causing the formation to tremble violently. With this single strike, he depleted half of the array's power, yet still failed to breach it, his countenance darkening. Ultimately, I have yet to grasp the essence of this sword technique. Otherwise, how could a mere array confine me? However, wielding this sword exacts a tremendous toll. Beneath a single stroke of the sword, a mere scar was etched upon the chest of the Bloodfire old demon. However, constrained by the might of the formation, it failed to inflict a grievous wound, merely resulting in a superficial injury. What is this swordsmanship? At this moment, the Bloodfire old demon gazed at the wound upon his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of his formation, yet he found himself injured. Within the confines of his own array, even a peak warrior of divine martial prowess would find it impossible to harm him. The expression in Bloodfire's eyes darkened ominously, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. At this juncture, fear gripped him. Should Tang Jianghe unleash a few more strikes, the formation might very well collapse. Though he harbored doubts regarding Tang Jianghe's ability to sustain such an onslaught, the Bloodfire old demon, valuing his life, resolved to attack the two directly. Behind him, an endless demonic shadow materialized, its eyes crimson as blood, wielding a scythe of death aimed at the two. The Bloodfire rules erupted forth. Bloodfire, having endured but a single strike from me. In this perilous moment, Tang Jianghe and Xiao Sangqiong exchanged a knowing glance. Disregarding their energy reserves, and once more invoked a strike, this one nearly depleting all of Tang Jianghe's magical power. With a decisive slash, Xiao Sangqiong at this moment ignited his own energy, recklessly sacrificing it, for if they failed to vanquish Bloodfire, the chances of survival would dwindle immeasurably. The battle axe, embodying the essence of creation, tore through all. In the next moment, Tang Jianghe's strike surged forth. Boom! The Bloodfire old demon's formation was finally rent asunder by the astonishing sword light. Yet, instead of elation, the two felt only trepidation, for the dismantling of the formation had nearly exhausted their magical reserves, leaving them in an even more perilous situation. Damn it! Witnessing the shattering of his formation, the Bloodfire old demon wore a mask of fury. He had intended to keep the two here, a place where no one could intrude, allowing him to continue his cultivation. However, now, while the two were no match for him, he found it equally challenging to eliminate them, as they both possessed the divine martial cultivation. If they chose to flee, he would be unable to stop them. In a fit of unwillingness, the Bloodfire old demon reached for the scroll in Xiao Zhan's embrace, intending to take it with him to ensure his escape. He feared that if he left Xiao Zhan behind, the two would pursue him relentlessly. Yet, as his hand made contact with the scroll, the expression on the Bloodfire old demon's face shifted dramatically. His eyes were filled with terror, as if he had encountered the grim Reaper himself. He recoiled with lightning speed, yet the vast aura emanating from the scroll still enveloped him. In an instant, the demonic energy of the Bloodfire old demon was purged by more than half. The righteous aura he so desperately needed merely to suppress his inner demons had now become a terrifying force that directly harmed him. As the Bloodfire old demon stumbled backward, the astonishment in his eyes did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified into sheer horror. For at that moment, the seemingly ordinary scroll, which had rested in Xiao Zhan's arms, began to levitate slowly, unfurling like a celestial canopy, obscuring the heavens and blocking the sun. An inexhaustible surge of righteous energy erupted forth. In the depths of this abyss, the malevolent aura underwent a profound transformation, as if this place were the very embodiment of the grand celestial realm, where only the purest essence prevailed. In the next moment, a more terrifying spectacle unfolded. The artwork revealed an imperial city, within which a majestic silhouette emerged. This imperial specter casually unleashed a sword-like gesture, piercing through the body of the Bloodfire old demon, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from him. Impossible? How could a mirror painting possess such formidable power? At that moment, the Bloodfire old demon was nearly driven to madness. He turned to flee, igniting his vital essence as he raced towards the abyss's edge with unparalleled speed. However, the imperial specter effortlessly grasped, as if time itself were rewinding. The once astonishingly swift Bloodfire old demon found his body being drawn back into the depths, as though time were reversing its flow, returning him to his original position without a hint of movement. His eyes were consumed by boundless terror, his heart and soul trembling violently. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable entity, Within the simplicity of a painting lay an attack of unfathomable ferocity. Do not kill me. The arrogance of the bloodfire old demon evaporated, replaced by endless dread. With a mere press of his hand, the imperial specter obliterated the bloodfire old demon, reducing him to a mist of blood, leaving not even a remnant of his soul behind. Having concluded his actions, the imperial specter and the imperial city slowly faded, transforming into two characters inscribed upon the artwork. Imperial City, reminiscent of a poem that speaks of the White Emperor's domain. Chapter 75. If one could be a chess piece, it would be an honor dead. Gasped Tang Jianghe and Xiao Sangqiong from a distance, finally able to utter a word. In that fleeting moment, confronted by the supreme imperial specter that had emerged from the artwork, both felt as insignificant as ants, mercilessly suppressed by the heavens, struggling to breathe, their souls quaking in fear. This entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. Although it felt prolonged, the elimination of the bloodfire old demon occurred in an instant. Neither of them had anticipated that the painting harbored such a terrifying force. As they witnessed the bloodfire disintegrate into mist and everything returned to normal, they gradually regained their composure, able to inhale the air once more. The once overwhelming artwork now began to shrink, returning to a modest size before settling in front of Xiao Zhan, appearing as an ordinary object devoid of any arcane qualities. Yet, as they gazed upon the painting before Xiao Zhan, their eyes were filled with trepidation, their souls trembling slightly. Even if it were offered to them, they would not dare to approach it. With a sigh, Tang Jianghe finally released the breath he had been holding, his eyes still reflecting a sense of trepidation. The scene they had just witnessed would be etched into their memories for a lifetime. Tang Jianghe turned, his gaze resting on the still, somewhat rigid form of Xiao Sangqiong. Seeing Xiao Sangqiong appear more apprehensive in himself, his complexion improved slightly, as he secretly acknowledged that he had witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of the young master. At this moment, Tang Jianghe wore a mix of laughter and tears. Truly, the young master possessed abilities that were celestial in nature, capable of foreseeing all events. Aware that the bloodfire old demon would emerge and would target Xiao Zhan. Therefore, he had gifted Xiao Zhan this painting for his protection. It was even foreseen that they would be no match for the bloodfire old demon, inevitably ensnared by the demon-s grand formation. After breaking the formation, they would lack the strength to confront the demon directly. It was determined that, upon realizing they had survived, the bloodfire old demon would find it difficult to kill them and would choose to flee with the painting. However, the painting prepared by the young master was a trap for the bloodfire old demon. Should the demon come into contact with it, death would ensue. Both men understood that the bloodfire old demon was a ruthless killer, and due to the nature of his cultivation, he found it challenging to suppress his inner demons, often capturing talented scholars to absorb their essence to help quell his own turmoil. When the bloodfire old demon arrived at Luoxianji, even if Li Yixi had not bestowed the painting, Xiao Zhan would inevitably suffer. This was because the demon typically struck when he could no longer suppress his inner demons. And all of this had been foreseen without fail. Xiao Zhan was preserved without a scratch. Upon hearing Tang Jianghe's words, Xiao Sangqiong's expression grew exceedingly grave. After glancing at the sky, he sighed. The young master might truly be a celestial being, capable of knowing the past and the future. Why has such a grand figure descended upon Luoxianji? Is he engaged in a game with someone? Tang Jianghe chuckled. Perhaps the young master finds the celestial realm tedious and reminisces about his past as a mortal. The young master, named Li Yixi, might indeed be reflecting on his glorious days of yore. As Tang Jianghe spoke, he took a deep breath. It seemed certain the young master was experiencing mortal life, and as long as we did not disturb him, even if he were to engage in a match with an unparalleled power, to serve as his pawn would undoubtedly be a lifelong honor. Xiao Sangqiong exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. You see through it, Brother Xiao. Tang Jianghe's gaze brightened. Brother Tang, thank you immensely for your gallant assistance. Had I ventured alone, while Xiao Zhan might have been safe, I would have met my end here. That sword of yours is truly terrifying. Was it truly bestowed upon you by the young master? Xiao Sangqiong asked, filled with curiosity and astonishment. That sword was astonishingly powerful, instilling fear. When Tang Jianghe drew his sword, even though it was not aimed at him, his very soul trembled. Indeed, the young master hinted for me to retrieve an object, nearly leading to my demise. In that moment of crisis, I recalled the young master's hint and comprehended the essence of that sword, thus turning peril into safety and acquiring the treasure. At this thought, Tang Jianghe felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. Brother Tang, have you read the young master's journey to the west? The account recorded through the heritage crystal? Do you think the scenes within depict the celestial realm? Perhaps memories from the young master's path of cultivation? Xiao Zhangqiong asked solemnly. Who knows? The young master is beyond our comprehension. We should simply focus on our own duties, Tang Jianghe replied with a smile. Thank you, Tang. I must admit my own confusion. A slight change swept across Xiao Zhangqiong's face as he inwardly chastised his own foolishness. After regaining some of their magical energy, the two roused Xiao Zhan and set off for Luoxianji. As night faded into dawn, a brand new day commenced. Oblivious to the unfolding events, Yixi stretched lazily and rubbed her sleepy eyes, embarking on the routine of a new day. The courtyard remained as tranquil as ever, with the sparrows on the eaves chirping incessantly. Dahei and the pet cat lounged lazily on the ground, motionless. Lao Bai, ever diligent, had prepared breakfast early in the morning. Down the mountain, Tang Jianghe had been waiting for some time, sensing it was nearly the right moment. He ascended the mountain with boundless anticipation, gazing at the familiar courtyard and reflecting on recent happenings. Only reverence remained in his eyes. Tang Jianghe, I pay my respects to you, my lord. Tang Jianghe bowed deeply, his respect palpable. Creak. The courtyard door slowly opened, revealing Lao Bai's head. Upon seeing Lao Bai, Tang Jianghe's eyes brimmed with admiration. A casual chop from Lao Bai was akin to a fearsome strike of the heavenly sword. With utmost respect, Tang Jianghe said, Tang Jianghe, I pay my respects to you, esteemed one. Gumin, I am no esteemed one, merely a steward and servant. You may call me Lao Bai. Lao Bai replied with his ever-present smile. Esteemed one, I dare not. Tang Jianghe quickly protested, hastily entering the courtyard. Good morning, Tang Gongzhu. Have you had breakfast yet? Yixi, freshly washed, greeted Tang Jianghe with a gentle smile. Hearing about breakfast stirred Tang Jianghe's heart. Glancing at the sky, he mused, could this be the opportunity the Lord wishes to bestow upon me? Surely, he knows I would be presented with treasures upon rising this morning. The Lord possesses the ability to see through heaven and earth. Having come to this realization, Tang Jianghe hurriedly spoke, my lord. There is a treasure I wish to present to you. I dared not delay, and indeed I have not yet eaten. My lord, please see if this is something you require. The frozen items should pose no problem. As Tang Jianghe's words fell, he waved his hand and retrieved a massive box crafted from 9 heavens mysterious ice from his storage ring. Upon seeing the large box made of 9 heavens mysterious ice, Yixi's expression brightened, and she was filled with immense joy. Chapter 76. My lord, I prefer vegetarian fare. Indeed, indeed. Observing the magnificent icy box before her, Yixi was overjoyed. This item indeed had sufficient space for freezing, finally solving the preservation dilemma. Hearing Yixi's words, Tang Jianghe felt a surge of excitement in his eyes, secretly thinking, as expected, this is what my lord desires. My lord truly possesses foresight. In that moment, Tang Jianghe's previously anxious heart began to settle, relieved that Yixi was pleased. As Yixi twirled around, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He reached out towards the 9 heavens icebox, startling Tang Jianghe, whose expression shifted dramatically. He vividly recalled the incident when he had touched the 9 heavens icebox. Within the ruins, after slaying Shui Tianxi and his son, he had eagerly approached the box, only to find himself nearly encased in ice. The freezing power contained within the 9 heavens ice was indeed terrifying. However, before Tang Jianghe could utter a word, Yixi's hand had already landed upon the 9 heavens ice jade box. To his astonishment, nothing happened to Yixi. Tang Jianghe hastily shut his mouth, inwardly berating himself. How foolish I am! Why would the young master need anyone as protection. Such a trivial matter as the nine heavens ice could never harm him. The young master's power is boundless. If he could locate the nine heavens icebox, surely he understands its capabilities. I am truly as foolish as a pig. At this moment, Tang Jianghe continued to chastise himself, feeling utterly dim-witted. Young master, what do you think? He asked with a smile directed at Yixi. It's acceptable, though it is quite cold and may damage items. I am uncertain how to manage it, Yixi replied, his brow furrowing. Indeed, it was far too cold. How could one control it? Tang Jianghe's expression darkened. Could it be that this object can be controlled by sound? Truly, it is a treasure. The magical artifacts of practitioners are remarkable, he mused. In the next moment, Yixi felt the temperature of the nine heavens icebox gradually rise a few degrees, filling him with immense joy. Colder, warmer. Yixi found it hard to believe and tried again, confirming that he could indeed regulate the temperature, his eyes brimming with delight. Truly, this item is deserving of its reputation as a treasure of the practitioner's world, possessing such extraordinary capabilities. Sound can indeed control everything. However, standing beside Yixi, Tang Jianghe's entire body had become rigid. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and his form trembled slightly, filled with disbelief. A tempest of emotions surged within him. This was the manifestation of the young master's power, truly earth-shattering. Such a treasure could only be rightfully owned by the young master. The ability to command the elements with mere words is a hallmark of the supreme. Even though he knew Yixi was unfathomable and possessed celestial abilities, witnessing the young master's mastery in action was still astonishing to Tang Jianghe. His heart was filled with nothing but shock. This nine heavens ice, which had nearly harmed him, was merely a tool in Yixi's hands. Such is the disparity between power and realm. Commanding the elements, turning stone to gold. These are the methods of immortals. Lord Tang, this treasure is remarkable. It can indeed change according to one's thoughts. How wondrous! Yixi exclaimed. Come, let's have some breakfast. With great joy, he pulled Tang Jianghe towards the hall, the latter's body trembling with excitement. My lord, it appears that a fortuitous opportunity is about to be bestowed upon me. At this moment, Tang Jianghe exudes none of the commanding presence characteristic of the master of the Heavenly Star Palace, who governs myriad kingdoms across vast expanses. Instead, he resembles a mere child. Please, take a seat. Yixi invited Tang Jianghe to sit down. Yixi was well aware that Tang Jianghe could be easily captivated by exquisite cuisine. Observing the excitement radiating from Tang Jianghe's face filled her with quiet delight. Indeed, even cultivators possess a fondness for fine food. This time, Tang Jianghe was more relaxed, as he perceived this as a reward for his efforts. As the rice melted in his mouth, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, causing his legs to tremble with anticipation. This is dragon crystal rice. Truly, the master possesses extraordinary skills, for this is the legendary supreme spiritual grain. His heart raced with excitement. In the next moment, as a bite of vegetables graced his palate, his eyes widened in astonishment. The Tao rhythm. How profoundly rich it is. At this instant, Tang Jianghe was utterly stunned. The Tao rhythm contained within these vegetables surpassed that of the soup he had last tasted. He was overwhelmed with exhilaration. At that moment, Yixi, feeling quite pleased, noticed Tang Jianghe fixated on the vegetables and reminded him, Master Tang, do sample the meat soup. It is quite delightful. My lord, I prefer vegetarian fare, Tang Jianghe replied with a smile. Yixi sighed in exasperation. Had all cultivators grown accustomed to a diet of meat? It seemed that every visitor here favored a plant-based diet. However, knowing that his guest preferred vegetables eased her mind somewhat, especially given the subtle chaos outside. She dared not venture out to hunt. She had cultivated an abundance of vegetables herself, so she was untroubled. By the end of the meal, Tang Jianghe was utterly invigorated. He felt as though he were brimming with Tao rhythm. The harvest from this encounter was truly monumental. Yet, he refrained from refining his energy in front of Yixi and instead accompanied her to enjoy the scenery. At this moment, Yixi stood in the courtyard, hands clasped behind her back, gazing up at the sky. To Tang Jianghe, this was an extraordinary sight, and he mused, indeed, my lord is an exceptional individual, always attuned to the Tao of heaven. Li Yixi seemed to recall something and turned to Tang Jianghe, saying, Master Tang, the Falling Immortals gathering has been quite lively lately, with many cultivators arriving. Could it be that the decade-long disciple recruitment of a sect has commenced? Hearing Li Yixi's words, Tang Jianghe felt somewhat bewildered. Although he was the master of the Heavenly Star Palace, he had never inquired about the sect's recruitment status and was completely uninformed. Moreover, the Heavenly Star Palace was a transcendent force. There was no need for them to seek disciples, as disciples would travel great distances to participate in the examinations at the Heavenly Star Palace. Thus, he found himself at a loss. Indeed, it should be so, she continued. Disciples are the very foundation of a sect's legacy, which is why these sects hold grand recruitment events every decade. Tang Jianghe felt that when the young master spoke, it was undoubtedly significant, merely hinting at something he needed to do. In that moment, his spirits soared to their zenith, and he dared not miss any nuance in Li Yixi's words, feeling both anxious and filled with anticipation for the implications behind them. Upon hearing Tang Jianghe's response, Li Yixi couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy within. He lamented his own ineptitude, recognizing himself as a mere failure devoid of any innate talent for cultivation. Otherwise, this would have been a fortuitous opportunity worth seizing. However, under Hu Qingyun's tutelage, Li Yixi had long despaired, resigning himself to congratulating those fortunate enough to join a sect for their training. Meanwhile, Tang Jianghe, ever observant, concentrated his thoughts to the utmost upon hearing Li Yixi's sigh. His body trembled with excitement, for he sensed the young master was about to bestow further hints upon him. This time he vowed to grasp every word, leaving no detail overlooked. Master, you have visited the Falling Immortal Gathering twice now. Given your vast abilities, do you believe any of those present have the chance to join a cultivation sect? After expressing his thoughts, Li Yixi felt a curious inclination towards the modest Falling Immortal Gathering, pondering how many cultivators might emerge from such a gathering. At that moment, Tang Jianghe's mind was a tempest of thoughts, his heart racing with tension. What did the young master mean by his question? Was he hinting at something? Currently, there were not many who had not yet joined a sect at this Falling Immortal Gathering, and it seemed that only Xiao Zhan had a close relationship with the young master. Surely, the young master was hinting that he must protect Xiao Zhan. Tang Jianghe believed he had discerned the crux of the matter. He hurriedly bowed to Li Yixi, saying, although this Falling Immortal Gathering is small, its population is approximately 3,000 to 4,000. I have conducted a brief inspection and found quite a number of individuals with potential for cultivation, around a dozen or so. Among them, the one with the highest talent is undoubtedly Xiao Zhan, whom you also know. Xiao Zhan? Li Yixi raplia perplexa. Master, are you mistaken? Xiao Zhan lacks the qualifications for cultivation. His talents are limited. How could he possibly enter a sect for training? Li Yixi regarded Tang Jianghe with confusion, recalling that Xiao Zhan was naturally unable to cultivate, much like himself. How could Tang Jianghe claim otherwise? Yet Li Yixi's words prompted Tang Jianghe to ponder deeply. He responded, Master, Xiao Zhan indeed possesses remarkable talent for cultivation. I have even considered taking him as my disciple. Unfortunately, my path is the star path and sword path, not the literary path. Xiao Zhan, on the other hand, has the potential to cultivate the literary path, where he excels. After articulating his thoughts, Tang Jianghe secretly rejoiced, realizing that the young master's implication was clear. Xiao Zhan must join a faction dedicated to the literary path. If he were to affiliate with other factions, which excelled in different disciplines, his talents would be squandered and remain unrecognized. How astute I am, he mused. Has he truly gathered such prowess? Xiao Zhan, with each encounter, exhibits an evolving grace, becoming increasingly refined and cultured, a transformation undoubtedly stemming from his accumulated talents. What a fortunate individual he is. Moreover, his innate gifts are nothing short of extraordinary. It appears we are witnessing the emergence of yet another prominent figure. My rapport with Xiao Zhan is commendable, and it is imperative that I nurture this connection, as it may serve as a formidable support in the future. In Li Yixi's discerning eyes, Tang Jianghe's prowess is formidable, and there can be no misjudgment on that front. Given Xiao Zhan's exceptional talents, it is only prudent for me to invest in this relationship. Lord Tang, the outside world has grown tumultuous recently. I shall refrain from venturing out. Do you have any pressing matters? If not, could you kindly assist me in delivering a token to Xiao Zhan? Li Yixi hastily directed his gaze towards Tang Jianghe. Goodness, has Xiao Zhan perhaps saved the world in a past life? My lord intends to gift him something. I must seize this opportunity to win Xiao Zhan's favor. With such support from my lord, even if Xiao Zhan were merely a pig, his future would be boundless, Tang Jianghe thought, his heart swelling with envy and jealousy toward Xiao Zhan. At this moment, with Li Yixi personally assigning the task, Tang Jianghe felt immensely honored and promptly replied, My lord, I have no urgent matters at hand. I am at your service. Lord Tang, it is merely a trivial task, just to bring an item along the way. Qingyun, please fetch the brush from my study. Li Yixi quickly instructed Hu Qingyun. Yes, my lord. Hu Qingyun, who had been attentively waiting nearby, hurried to retrieve the brush from the study. Lord Tang, I possess no treasures, merely the trappings of an ordinary mortal. This brush, which I have cherished for several years, shall be my gift to Xiao Zhan, as he has an affinity for calligraphy and paintings. I appreciate your assistance, Li Yixi said, offering a slight bow to Tang Jianghe. My lord, it is but a small matter. I shall attend to it immediately. My lord, I take my leave, Tang Jianghe said with urgency, bowing deeply before exiting the courtyard. Upon stepping outside, Tang Jianghe exhaled a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the brush in his hand, astonishment flooding his eyes. In that moment, as he gripped the brush, he felt an overwhelming surge of majestic energy, shattering the trivial thoughts in his mind and obliterating the lingering doubts within his heart. His resolve was instantaneously fortified. A treasure, an unparalleled treasure. As he gazed at the brush, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Xiao Zhan, I truly envy you. My lord bestows upon you such a precious gift. Does he intend to support you in some grand endeavor? First, a piece of art, and now this invaluable treasure, Tang Jianghe pondered, his thoughts racing as he hastily made his way down the mountain. Clutching the brush tightly, he felt its significance deeply. Curiosity piqued. He lightly swept the brush through the air. In the next instant, he stood astonished, for the very fabric of the space before him seemed to part, revealing an exceedingly slender rift in the void. The fissure appeared as if carved by a sharp instrument. The residual aura emanated a terrifying sense of bloodshed, which sent a shiver of dread through him. In that moment, Tang Jianghe felt tumultuous waves rising within, filled with profound envy toward Xiao Zhan. In the courtyard, Li Yixi gazed at the departing figure of Tang Jianghe and sighed. This brush was a gift from the system, and after many years of use, it has undoubtedly become a fine piece. I hope Xiao Zhan does not find it lacking. Oh, Xiao Zhan, you are truly fortunate, blessed with a natural talent for the literary arts. I am envious beyond measure. Despite my extensive reading, my own demeanor has not been refined. It seems I possess little talent, which is utterly despairing. Beside her, Hu Qingyun wore an expression of admiration, acknowledging Xiao Zhan's remarkable fortune. The young master had imparted to him a path to greatness. Once he comprehended the nuances of the master's brush technique, he would likely find himself unmatched in this realm. Hu Qingyun understood all too well the formidable nature of Li Yixi's brushwork. In her perception, the lethal force of that technique surpassed even the mightiest of divine weaponry. Chapter 78. The Academy of Enlightenment, the Falling Immortals Gathering, was abuzz with activity today. Countless small sects dispatched their disciples to the event in search of suitable candidates for cultivation. Initially, they harbored little hope, as the truly gifted youths had long been recruited by the larger sects, while prodigies had departed the Zhao kingdom to participate in assessments by transcendent powers, leaving this place desolate and remote. Their requirements were simple. Any individual capable of cultivation would suffice. Some sects, lamentably, had no attendees at all, with merely a handful of individuals, each of whom displayed mediocre skills. However, Today, those smaller sects attending the Falling Immortals gathering were brimming with excitement. They were taken aback to discover that this seemingly insignificant gathering featured nearly 20 young individuals with the potential for cultivation, an unexpected boon. Within the Falling Immortals gathering stood a somewhat disheveled old man, beside whom Xiao Zhan stood anxiously. Xiao Tsangxiong regarded this seemingly unfortunate elder with utmost reverence. He appeared to be a downcast sage, yet in truth, he was the vice president of the Academy of Enlightenment. At this moment, the elder faced Xiao Tsangxiong with equal respect. The prowess of Xiao Tsangxiong in the realm of divine martial arts was indisputable. He was a formidable figure. Yet, the elder felt a tinge of dissatisfaction toward Xiao Zhan. Despite the young man's talent having crystallized, the elder perceived him as somewhat aged, fearing he lacked significant potential. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to accept him, for after millennia of decline in the Confucian way, he had traversed 7 kingdoms, only to recruit Xiao Zhan from the Zhao kingdom. Among these kingdoms, there were others with remarkable talents, yet the Academy of Enlightenment had fallen into such disrepair that few were willing to pursue cultivation there. Reflecting on the past, the elder wore a sorrowful expression. In a time long past, the Academy of Enlightenment was truly a transcendent force, possessing beings of immense power at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation, their combat prowess rivaling that of the Reincarnation Tribulation. During that era, the Academy basked in unparalleled glory, yet now it feels utterly powerless. Young Master Xiao. At that moment, Tang Jianghe, who had hurried from Yixi, finally located Xiao Zhan, calling out loudly from a distance. At this juncture, Tang Jianghe could no longer regard Xiao Zhan as merely a junior. Li Yixi held Xiao Zhan in high esteem, and Xiao Zhan had swiftly risen to prominence. Junior pays respects to Elder Tang. Upon hearing Tang Jianghe's words, Xiao Zhan trembled in surprise, hastily stepping aside, not daring to accept such a grand gesture from Tang Jianghe, and quickly returned the courtesy. Master Tang, it is a pleasure to meet you. The vice president of the Academy, Liang Cheng, observed Tang Jianghe and promptly bowed in greeting. Tang Jianghe represented the immensely powerful Tianqing Palace, a formidable entity in the eyes of the now diminished Academy of Enlightenment, prompting Liang Cheng to extend his salutation. Ah, you must be Liang Cheng, the vice president of the Academy of Enlightenment. Tang Jianghe responded after recalling Liang Cheng's identity. Indeed, I am Liang Cheng. I never expected Master Tang to recognize me. Liang Cheng replied, his face alight with joy. Given the Academy's current state of decline, being able to converse with Tang Jianghe was an extraordinary honor. At that moment, Tang Jianghe's gaze fell upon Xiao Zhan, standing behind Liang Cheng, momentarily taken aback. Liang, has Xiao Zhan joined your academy? He inquired incredulously. Yes. Xiao Zhan has harnessed sufficient talent to meet our academy standards. Though we are currently in a state of decline, Liang Cheng's smile faltered slightly. In times past, talents like Xiao Zhan would not even have garnered a glance from the academy. What? Tang Jianghe exclaimed, his expression transforming to one of envy as he regarded Liang Cheng. His earlier dismissal was now replaced with genuine admiration, for Xiao Zhan's affiliation with the academy assured its inevitable resurgence. Congratulations, Dean Liang. Tang Jianghe quickly clasped his fists in salute. Master Tang, how could I accept such honors from you? Liang Cheng hastily evaded the compliment. Dean Liang, you are far my senior and deserving of such respect. Is your academy in need of guest elders, Dean Liang? Tang Jianghe inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liang Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, for the academy was indeed impoverished and could scarcely afford to support any guest elders. Master Tang, our academy is currently financially constrained and does not have the position of guest elder available, Liang Cheng admitted, his embarrassment palpable. That simply means you are in need of personnel. Dean Liang, may I take on the role of guest elder at your academy? Rest assured, I require no remuneration. I seek only the title, Tang Jianghe expressed with eager anticipation. This was the opportune moment to align with a powerful ally. How could he let it slip away? If Master Tang is willing, it would be an immense honor for the Academy of Enlightenment. Liang Cheng, though perplexed by the situation, felt a surge of elation. With Tang Jianghe's presence, the academy could avoid countless troubles. At this moment, Liang Cheng cast a skeptical glance toward Xiao Zhan. Recalling the earlier designation by Tang Jianghe, he secretly speculated whether Xiao Zhan might be the illegitimate son of Tang Jianghe. Xiao Zhan, my lord has a gift for you, and I hope you shall not bring disgrace upon it. After confirming his guest elder, Tang Jianghe's gaze settled upon Xiao Zhan, his expression exceedingly grave. What? A gift for my lord? At this moment, Xiao Zhanxiong was equally astonished, his face brimming with anticipation. Xiao Zhan, I pay my respects to my lord. Xiao Zhan fervently bowed in the direction of the distant peaks, then respectfully saluted Tang Jianghe. In Tang Jianghe's hand appeared the brush bestowed by Yixi, which he handed to Xiao Zhan with an expression of envy. What is this? The essence of Confucianism and Taoism. The instant he beheld the brush, Liang Cheng's countenance transformed dramatically, his eyes suddenly ablaze with golden light. Liang Cheng, this is not something you can covet, do you understand? Tang Jianghe coldly remarked upon witnessing Liang Cheng's eager gaze. I am aware, Liang Cheng replied, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Clearly, a significant figure held Xiao Zhan in high regard, perhaps a formidable master of Confucianism and Taoism, a being beyond his imagination. Xiao Zhanxiong, thank you, my lord. Xiao Zhanxiong was also overwhelmed with excitement, bowing deeply toward the horizon. Meanwhile, Liang Cheng finally comprehended why Xiao Zhanxiong and Tang Jianghe treated him with such reverence. Dang Gongju, I shall take Xiao Zhan back to the academy now. Liang Cheng's face displayed urgency. Notarus, when I departed, my lord hinted that recent times have been perilous, and there may be dangers on the road. I have already sent word to the 7 elders of the Star Palace to proceed to Luoxianji. They should be arriving soon. I will escort you to the Winda Academy, Tang Jianghe said, his expression solemn. Tang brother, did my lord truly say so? Xiao Zhanxiong inquired, his face reflecting shock and seriousness. Liang Cheng, observing their demeanor, felt puzzled as to why they were so grave. After all, this world had never known peace. However, he was struck by Tang Jianghe's words, incredulous at the notion that Tang Jianghe had summoned the 7 elders of the Star Palace, who represented the pinnacle of strength within the Heavenly Star Palace. Greetings, Palace Master. Soon after, the 7 elders of the Heavenly Star Palace arrived to pay their respects. Let us depart. We shall discuss other matters on the way. Tang Jianghe produced a leaf-shaped flying vessel and soared into the void. Chapter 79. The might of the brush within the void, the spirit vessel moved with remarkable speed. Among the crowd, Liang Cheng observed the anxious expressions of those around him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He now understood why so many had come to see Xiao Zhan off from Tang Jianghe. He had learned that Yixi had remarked upon the dangers awaiting them en route to the Winda Academy. Upon encountering Yixi's brush, Liang Cheng indeed felt an immense reverence for Yixi. However, he could not believe that Yixi could foresee any potential ambushes along their path, for none among them held particularly esteemed status. Who would dare attempt an assassination? Such an act would be courting trouble, unless one were a lunatic. Moreover, his journey to the falling immortal gathering in Zhao State was shrouded in secrecy. No one suspected that Liang Cheng would be ambushed on the road. He found it inconceivable that anyone would wish to eliminate them, as he could not fathom what value they held that warranted such a pursuit. The spirit vessel traveled swiftly, crossing thousands of miles in no time and nearing the borders of Zhao State. As Liang Cheng observed his companions, who appeared to be bracing for an imminent threat, he felt a wave of disdain. Suddenly, a flash of blade light pierced the void, hurtling directly towards the spirit vessel. With a sharp whoosh, the deadly aura emanated in all directions before the blade even arrived. A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Jianghe as he realized they were indeed being targeted. The attacker was none other than a being of divine martial realm, and upon seeing the crimson blade light, Tang Jianghe's expression turned grave. In that fleeting moment, he deduced the identity of their assailant, his eyes filled with apprehension. Let us go, he urged, recognizing that Xiao Zhan's abilities were woefully inadequate. He seized Xiao Zhan and swiftly departed from the spirit vessel. The others reacted promptly as well. With a thunderous roar, the vessel shattered into countless fragments. Exploding in the void, the group landed precariously upon a mountain peak, with Liang Cheng also being extricated amidst the chaos, trembling uncontrollably. He, Dang Jiang. Your reflexes are rather impressive. Sensing my presence so swiftly, a cold, sinister voice echoed through the air. A blood-red figure strolled into view, wielding a crimson longsword, with flowing blood-red hair and clad in blood-hued armor, resembling an unparalleled demon god. In the void, nearly 20 figures materialized, their auras exuding overwhelming menace. Among them were 4 beings of divine martial realm and 16 of earthly martial realm, an utterly terrifying assembly that instilled despair in the hearts of the onlookers. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the group's faces paled. Adding to the fear was the presence of the Blood Fiend sect's leader, Blood Dark Heaven, making for a total of 5 beings of divine martial realm. How could this be? The two gazed at the scene before them, their expressions a portrait of disbelief. Having previously dismissed Li Yixi's warnings, they never anticipated encountering such a formidable assembly of experts. At that moment, Liang Cheng's body quivered slightly. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze upon Blood Dark Heaven, his voice icy as he inquired, "Blood Dark Heaven, I believe the Tao Academy has no grievances with your Blood Fiend sect. Why then do you seek to ambush us?" Liang Cheng's penetrating stare conveyed his confusion, as he could not comprehend the motive behind this attack. Liang Cheng, surrender the young man behind you, and you may depart unharmed. Xuan Tian heard Liang Cheng's words, his voice cold and detached, barely affording Liang Cheng a glance. In his eyes, Liang Cheng's strength was so insignificant that he did not even merit death at his hands. What? At this moment, however, Liang Cheng was not preoccupied with whether Xuan Tian acknowledged his presence. Instead, a tempest of thoughts surged within him. He had finally come to trust the judgments of Tang Jiang He and his companions. Indeed, they had foreseen this situation orchestrated by Li Yixi. Now, Liang Cheng was left with a solitary question, fixing his gaze on Xuan Tian. Why do you seek out Amir Jr.? He is merely a foundational realm practitioner. What capabilities does he possess to warrant your personal attention? Upon hearing these words, Xuan Tian's gaze fell upon Liang Cheng, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. Do you recall how you arrived at the Falling Immortal Gathering? He retorted. This entire affair was orchestrated by me. My target has always been this individual. Have you forgotten the extraordinary phenomenon from months ago, when a formidable force vanquished thousands of demon clans with a mere stroke? I shall enlighten you. That phenomenon manifested at the Falling Immortal Gathering. Yet this Xiao Zhan was, until recently, an utter waste, suddenly achieving foundational success. He must have acquired a treasure of Confucian Tao. You see, as practitioners of the demonic path, we are plagued by myriad inner demons, and we require treasures imbued with righteous energy to suppress them. In just a few days, he condensed his vitality and achieved foundational success. Even if he has not inherited the teachings of a Confucian Tao master, he undoubtedly possesses significant treasures. However, the Falling Immortal Gathering is fraught with danger. In recent days, my Blood Fiend sect has observed numerous formidable individuals congregating there. Hence, I had to redirect you to extract Xiao Zhan from the gathering. Xuan Tian regarded Liang Cheng with disdain. You have been but a pawn in my game. At this revelation, Liang Cheng's face paled. It dawned on him that everything had been manipulated by Xue and Tian from the shadows. Indeed, a worthless being such as yourself is merely a tool to be utilized. Otherwise, you hold no value at all. Now, silence yourself. You, Liang Cheng, are not in a position to speak. Are you Tang Zhongzhu? I find it curious that Xiao Tsangqiong is so concerned with his bloodline. Yet your Tianqing Palace has dispatched so many experts. What is your purpose here? Xuan Tian remarked, voicing the doubts that plagued him. Xuan Tian had not anticipated that the Tianqing Palace would intervene in this matter. Today, if he were to take Xiao Zhan, it would undoubtedly come at a steep price. Xuan Tian, if you wish to preserve your life, it would be prudent to withdraw now, for this scenario has already been foreseen by the young master. Thus, I must ensure Xiao Zhan's protection. Should you choose to act, consider your decision carefully. Xiaozhan is a person of great significance to the young master, an entity whose depth of character you could scarcely fathom. Tang Jiang, he stated coldly. His gaze fixed on Shui and Tian. Before Shui and Tian, Tang Jiang, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. What nonsense about a young master and a formidable existence. Your words are mere embellishments. Do you believe you can intimidate Shui and Tian with such rhetoric? I have come here without a whisper of my intentions leaking to the outside world. Is there truly someone who can foresee the past and future? Shui and Tian sneered. The young master possesses such foresight. If you doubt it, then make your move and see for yourself. Tang Jianghe's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword as he coldly uttered, "Is that so? Erlang, eliminate Tang Jianghe." Shui and Tian's voice resonated chillingly. Whoosh! As his words fell, two figures rushed towards Tang Jianghe with haste. Upon their first strike, they revealed themselves to be formidable masters at the divine martial realm. Observing their approach, an icy, murderous intent filled Tang Jianghe's gaze. He communicated telepathically with Xiao Sangxiong, saying, "Brother Xiao, protect Xiaozhan to prevent Shui and Tian from launching a surprise attack. I shall confront these two. If I can catch them off guard and eliminate these divine martial experts, our burden today will be significantly lighter." Upon hearing Tang Jianghe's message, Xiao Sangxiong nodded slightly. As the two divine martial experts drew near, Tang Jianghe's aura intensified. When their attacks were launched, they were perilously close to him. In that instant, Tang Jianghe moved, stepping forward decisively. His hand, still resting on the hilt, unsheathed the sword that had been charged to its zenith, striking at the two with a single blow. Heaven-shattering sword. Tang Jianghe bellowed as he unleashed his sword, a wave of sword energy sweeping in all directions, domineering and frigid, sending shivers through the souls of those who beheld it. Not good. The expressions of the two approaching figures shifted dramatically as they sensed the breath of death within that sword energy. One of the divine martial experts, his eyes glinting with ferocity, shoved his companion towards Tang Jianghe. Sizzle. The sound of the sword energy tearing through the air echoed. The body of that divine martial expert was instantly obliterated by the attack, the sword energy maintaining its relentless speed, now aimed at the one who had pushed him. Damn! What manner of sword technique is this? The remaining divine martial expert's demeanor darkened, his eyes filled with dread. He ignited his vital blood, employing the blood escape technique to evade. Sizzle. Despite his preparedness, the sword energy sliced through, severing one of his arms. He cried out in agony, hastily clutching the wound as he retreated rapidly, blood gushing through his fingers, his face paling drastically. Tang Jianghe yearned to pursue and eradicate this foe entirely. However, the two unmoving divine martial experts stepped forward, blocking his path, delivering a fist and palm strike aimed to suppress him. Countless palm prints enveloped him from all directions, each punch radiating the power to annihilate all in their path. Tang Jianghe was compelled to defend against the onslaught of the two divine martial experts, retreating to his original position. What a pity. The divine martial realm truly is challenging to vanquish. This opportunity was singular. Tang Jianghe's expression bore a trace of helplessness. While that sword strike was potent, without the element of surprise, it was inevitable that the adversary would escape. In this moment, they still faced four formidable beings of the divine realm, along with dozens of earth martial experts, making victory an impossibility. That terrifying sword. Tang Jiang, you truly have concealed yourself well. If the leader were to strike now, it would likely be the leader who falls. Shui Antian's expression was frigid, filled with an overwhelming dread at the earlier strike. Let's attack together to avoid any unnecessary troubles. Seeing the trepidation in everyone's eyes, Shui Antian issued a direct command to encircle and eliminate. D. Malevolent voices reverberated, each one directed toward the crowd with lethal intent. In that moment, a dreadful aura caused the very void to tremble. Liang Cheng's face was etched with despair. Young master, there must be a way to counter this. The young master had anticipated everything. How then could they crush these foes? Tang Jianghe's brow furrowed in contemplation. In the midst of everyone's despair, the pen in Xiaozhan's hand stirred. It emitted a sound that pierced the air, An ethereal figure materialized within the void, grasping the pen. Chapter 80. A brush to imprison the heavens' young master. Upon witnessing the apparition in the void, Tang Jianghe and Xiao Sangtian were overwhelmed with joy, their bodies trembling with excitement. As this phantom appeared, the despair in Tang Jianghe's heart dissipated instantly, replaced by exhilaration, an unprecedented feeling. For this was the first time he beheld such a formidable figure take action. Yixi was an unparalleled existence, capable of foreseeing the past and future. In Tang Jianghe's eyes, he was omnipotent. The last attack from merely a painting had sent shivers through the soul. This time, victory was assured. In that moment, regardless of the multitude of enemies or the strength they possessed, Tang Jianghe did not believe that Yixi could err in even the slightest regard. With his spirits lifted, he turned his gaze toward Xue Antian and the others, looking upon them with utter disdain, as if they were mere corpses. He knew that these individuals were doomed, with no chance of escape, even if this was but a faint and paltry remnant of Yixi's will left upon the pen. How could such a trace from a supreme being be fathomed or overcome by these people? Taking a deep breath, Tang Jianghe coldly observed everything, ready to witness how these foes would meet their demise, hoping to glean some understanding from Yixi's actions. At this moment, both he and Xiao Sangtian, who was familiar with Yixi, were illuminated with sharp brilliance in their eyes. The fear that had once gripped them vanished entirely, replaced by exhilaration. This is impossible. Could it truly be a divine weapon? And on this weapon, a fragment of the Master S will remains? They exclaimed, "Cursed be it! Everyone flee!" In that fleeting moment, Blood Darkheaven sensed an imminent peril looming over the ethereal figure before him. Despite the insubstantial nature of the specter, which appeared ready to shatter at any instant, Blood Darkheaven felt no trace of martial fervor. Instead, his eyes were filled solely with terror, as if destiny itself had been severed. The depths of his gaze reflected an abyss of fear and unending dread. Upon regaining his composure, he hesitated not an instant, urgently unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the void, urging everyone to flee rather than engage. The expressions of those around him were peculiarly bewildered. They could not fathom why Blood Darkheaven, a figure of formidable prowess, would implore them to escape from merely a shadow. Was it truly that fearsome? However, they understood that Blood Darkheaven possessed a pair of crimson eyes capable of perceiving things beyond their comprehension. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, they fled, driven by an instinctual desire to survive. In their desperate flight, they hoped to evade their fate. Yet for Blood Darkheaven, was it already too late? Tang Jianghe let out a cold sneer regarding Blood Darkheaven with disdain. For him, this great demon's life was drawing to a close. At that moment, all eyes, including those of Xiao Zhan and his companions, were fixed upon the spectral figure within the void. Though its features were obscured, a sense of familiarity and dread washed over them, instilling a profound terror that sent shivers through their very souls. A tremendous aura of slaughter emanated from that figure, as if it possessed the power to subdue all realms. This presence seemed to arise from the depths of the netherworld, akin to an unparalleled Azura or a supreme overlord of the abyss. The gentleman clad in white now appeared transformed into a merciless deity of death, his murderous intent soaring to celestial heights. With a pen in hand, he gracefully lifted it, using the void as his canvas. With each stroke he inscribed, the atmosphere intensified, as if he were carving with a blade, stabbing with a sword, or cleaving with an axe. Though the movements seemed languid, they completed 2 characters in the blink of an eye. Prison of Heaven. As the final stroke fell, those meticulously crafted characters emitted a terrifying white light that morphed into a celestial barrier, sealing off the surroundings and imprisoning the void itself. In that instant, Tang Jianghe was struck with astonishment, realizing he could no longer sense the governing forces of this realm. It felt as if the very fabric of reality had been extracted and confined in this space. Both Tang Jianghe and Xiao Sangtian's eyes widened in shock, their souls trembling violently. Such power was unfathomably terrifying, leaving an indelible mark upon their very essence. In that moment, they truly grasped the insignificance of their existence. What constitutes heaven and what constitutes earth? The terror of transcendent cultivation was beyond their understanding, as Li Yixi's abilities transcended the limits of their comprehension. As the two characters fell, the members of the blood-slaughter sect, in a frenzy to escape, were filled with terror. Their eyes, wide with fear, took on a crimson hue, while beads of sweat the size of mung beans adorned their foreheads. Their hearts felt as though they would burst, and their souls seemed on the verge of being torn apart. At that moment, they were entirely consumed by dread, with but one thought echoing in their minds: to flee, to escape, to run. Yet, in the next instant, their bodies collided with the radiant barrier. The terrifying force disrupted their entire essence, rendering them powerless to contain it. A surge of righteous energy invaded their beings, causing the demonic powers within them to vanish mysteriously. It was as if they had truly entered a realm of righteousness. Utterly rejected by this world, helpless and horrified, their faces were marked by sheer panic. How could this be? How could anyone imprison the heavens? In that moment, Blood Dark Sky was overwhelmed with terror. He too felt the inability to wield even a fragment of the cosmic rules. The source of all this was those two characters, Prison Heaven. Initially dismissive, Blood Dark Sky now comprehended the true meaning of Prison Heaven. It signified the confinement of celestial laws and space itself. He gazed at the two characters gradually fading in the void, his soul trembling violently. The white-clad specter in the void seemed entirely absorbed in his calligraphic world, focusing solely on the brush in his hand, treating the emptiness as his canvas. Utterly indifferent to the crowd, in the midst of the blood-slaughter sect-esque fright, he once again wielded his brush, each stroke meticulously inscribed. And in the blink of an eye, he penned four impeccably formed characters in the void. Each stroke seemed infused with all his spirit and focus. His gaze fixated solely on the brush and paper. Time reversed. When the final stroke was made, witnessing the neatly crafted four characters and sensing the surrounding shifts, Blood Dark Sky's expression drastically altered. A formidable being of divine martial prowess, a tyrant of his realm, was now utterly terrified. He truly felt fear. For at that moment, their bodies began to uncontrollably retreat. Despite their desperate struggles, they found no escape from the power of time, only able to emit desperate howls within their minds. At that instant, time genuinely reversed, and the speed of this reversal accelerated at a terrifying rate. In the next moment, each figure reappeared in the very spots from which they had fled, maintaining their intent to attack Xiao Zhan and the others. Their movements and positions remained unchanged. Time had truly flowed backward. Could it be the work of an immortal? Blood Dark Sky's soul quivered. No, no, no. At this moment, the members of the blood-slaughter sect were filled with sheer terror. Their bodies trembled violently, their powers dissipating, rendering them as fragile as mortals. Each was paralyzed by fear, their hearts shattered. Yet, that ephemeral figure remained still, with only a pen in sight, exuding an unperturbed calmness, entirely indifferent to the cacophony of the crowd. With the pen in hand, it inscribed a solitary character into the void burial. At the instant the character appeared, the crowd was overtaken by a palpable dread. For pits began to materialize upon the ground. Their bodies lost all semblance of control as an insatiable force erupted from the depths, drawing them inexorably into the gaping abysses below. Within those chasms, the opportunity for movement vanished entirely. In the next moment, the earth's soil eerily enveloped them, obliterating all existence. As the sky they gazed upon gradually faded away, it buried every soul, while the heavens remained a serene blue and the grass below retained its verdant hue, leaving no trace upon the land, as if everything were but a fleeting dream. In the void, the figure was no longer visible. The ethereal hand that wielded the pen gradually dissipated, and the pen itself fell into Xiao Zhan's grasp, once again appearing utterly unremarkable. It was difficult to discern that it had once radiated unparalleled might. Truly, it had returned to its humble essence, merely an ordinary writing instrument. What manner of existence is this? At this moment, Liang Cheng trembled in fear, feeling an overwhelming rigidity in his body. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such a terrifying figure or such formidable means. He could scarcely conceive that mere words could annihilate countless foes. The young master, invincible. Tang Jianghe watched the vanishing silhouette, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Xiao Zhangqiang's form also quivered in astonishment. Li Yixi's abilities continually shattered their perceptions. Young master, grasping the pen, Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled with fervor. In this moment, his perspective shifted dramatically. He finally grasped the essence of the literary way. Perhaps in Li Yixi's hands. A single stroke could bury the heavens, another could entomb the earth. One could vanquish deities, another could lay low immortals. One could inter the Buddha, and yet another could entomb all realms of existence. Trembling with excitement, Xiao Zhan never imagined that Li Yixi would bestow upon him such a divine artifact. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation for the future. If he could not become invincible in this world, it would feel like a squandered opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhan knelt upon the ground and bowed reverently to the void, even though it appeared utterly empty. Disciple Liang Cheng pays respects to the ancestor of the Confucian way. Liang Cheng too knelt upon the ground, bowing to the emptiness, his eyes filled with awe and fervor, as if he had returned to an age long past when the righteous spirit surged through the heavens.